Deep within the sweltering, humid Amazon rainforest, countless predators and prey make their home. This is the largest jungle on the blue planet, home to countless beasts of prey, a battlefield of slaughter. Whoosh! A massive anaconda lunged forward, its thick body scraping against the fallen leaves, producing a harsh rustling sound. Its target was a baboon drinking water by the river. As the anaconda coiled tighter, Ching used its powerful constriction to steadily suffocate the baboon's life. Since being hit and killed by a car, the reborn Ching has been in this world for 3 days now. During these 3 days, Ching fought desperately to adapt to his completely new body in order to survive. Today marked his first hunt, relying on the knowledge gained from science and education channels in his previous life. Ching patiently sensed the baboon's heartbeat. With every beat of the prey's heart, his snake body tightened forcefully another notch. Under this insane, crushing pressure, the baboon's bones were soon shattered, all signs of life rapidly fading. Ching strained to open his mouth as wide as possible. Having no teeth, he could only swallow the baboon whole. Ding! Bloodline evolution system activated. Devour the creature before you to obtain 1 organ ability. Hearing this voice, Ching was momentarily stunned, then immediately spoke. I want its eyes. As Ching spoke, the system immediately took effect, and the baboon before him rapidly vanished from sight. As the baboon disappeared, its visual organs began integrating into the anaconda's body. An intense pain shot through his eyes, causing Ching to writhe uncontrollably, splashing up large amounts of water. Snake vision relied on thermal sensing, which was extremely disorienting for Ching who had been human in his previous life. Now able to obtain an organ ability from the baboon through the system, Ching unhesitatingly chose its eyes. As the intense eye pain subsided, the dark vision recovered, and a relatively clear world appeared before Ching eyes, though still different from human vision. But it was already enough to let him see this world. With the bloodline evolution system, I can reclaim everything that belongs to humanity. Next, fangs. I don't want to swallow food whole anymore, that's too uncomfortable. His vision switched back from baboon vision to snake vision. For hunting, snake vision had more advantages. One by one, thermal signatures appeared before him as he searched for an animal with fangs. Soon he found a target, a caiman downstream in the river. Its fangs greatly appealed to him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of his body sliding through fallen leaves like the footsteps of the god of death approaching the unsuspecting caiman. In the damp, warm tropical rainforest, the oppressive air made the little caiman lazily crawl into the muddy marsh, waiting for this sweltering period to pass. Around it, other members of its family rested with similar laziness, sprawled about the muddy banks. Everything seemed peaceful and idyllic. As a small but powerful ruling group of this jungle, the caiman clan possessed absolute dominance over this territory. Their formidable hunting prowess ensured that the entire caiman clan would not go hungry during this period. Adult caimans typically measured 1 to 2 meters long, nothing to Ching nearly 8-meter body. But Ching was a lone wolf, and the caiman group was a massive force of nearly 20 members. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, let alone caimans, which were far from ant-sized compared to Ching. Therefore, this time Ching chose his target as a baby caiman, which he nicknamed Xiao Yinjing. Xiao Yinjing lazily lay at the outer edge of the caiman group, its body less than half a meter long. For Ching massive frame, it would only take 1 bite. Perhaps uncomfortable staying within the clan and being in the caiman's territory, Xiao Yinjing boldly came to the outer edge to rest on its own. This move also brought upon it Ching hunting desire. Ching placed his aspiration of obtaining teeth on Xiao Yinjing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of his body sliding through fallen leaves continued, Ching snake body winding and spiraling toward Xiao Yinjing, the slight rustling masked by the wind. Like the most patient hunter, Ching closed in on his prey at a speed that neither the baby caiman nor the caiman group would detect. The rainforest temperature kept rising, warming the cold-blooded creatures' bodies and enhancing their combat capabilities. Both the anaconda and crocodile were cold-blooded, their combat abilities improving under the warming sun. However, the anaconda possessed Ching human consciousness, allowing him to forcefully resist the body's instinctive desires. He would wait until the temperature was optimal before launching his lethal strike. In no time, Ching had reached the optimal hunting position, yet Xiao Yinjing still hadn't noticed his presence, and the caiman group behind it was lazily watching their surroundings. Ching was waiting for the perfect moment, when Xiao Yinjing would turn back toward the caiman group. The moment Xiao Yinjing stood up, its body would relax, all vigilance. When that time came, Ching only needed to strike to kill it without any effort. Against a caiman group of over 20, Ching knew he couldn't fight them all, so this hunt couldn't afford even a moment's delay. It had to be a one-strike kill. He didn't have to wait long. When the warm sunlight made Xiao Yinjing's body all warm and cozy, its stomach naturally growled with hunger. It was hungry. Gazing at the low grass before it, Xiao Yinjing slightly opened its mouth, looking bored. Having stayed here for half a day, it was already bored and wanted to return to the clan. Children only have a 3-minute passion for anything. Soon as Xiao Yinjing stood up on its 4 limbs and was about to turn its body back toward the caiman group, Qin Chong launched a terrifying attack in the blink of an eye like a sharp sword piercing through a cold water curtain. The humid air instantly erupted with a terrifying sonic boom, instantly startling the entire caiman group, instantly filling every member of the caiman group with boundless bloodlust. The anaconda was the ancient nemesis of caimans. The terrifying boom of the anaconda's attack was deeply familiar to every caiman's bones, so the moment Qin Chong struck, the clan's warrior Baoya charged over. Baoya, the nickname Qin Chong had given to one of the strong members of the caiman clan. Its body was about 2 meters long with sharp dagger-like teeth that could cruelly tear off chunks of flesh and blood if it managed to bite down. As the member of the caiman clan closest to Xiao Yinjing, Baoya saw the baby being swallowed by Qin Chong's massive jaws, and its large eyes instantly filled with killing intent. It charged mightily toward Qin Chong, followed by numerous members of the caiman clan. If Qin Chong failed to escape in time despite his 8-meter body, he would meet certain death. Splashing mud exploded in all directions as the caiman group charged furiously toward Qin Chong. However, all that preparation paid off. The timing was perfect. Xiao Yinjing was in a moment of complete relaxation, and Qin Chong swallowed it into his belly almost effortlessly. Whether due to the bloodline evolution system's hidden enhancements, the moment Qin Chong swallowed Xiao Yinjing, a large bulge appeared at roughly the neck position. Other areas did not affect its mobility at all as Baoya was about to close in on it. Qin Chong's head whipped backward rapidly, his powerful body leveraged the hundreds of kilograms of terrifying weight swinging like a fiercely whipped long whip. With the momentum of a divine dragon's tail sweep, he slammed Baoya heavily backward. The 2-meter body instantly flew backward, muddy sludge sent flying into the air, sending Baoya tumbling through several rotations before crashing heavily onto a clan member's back behind it. Want to chase me down in your next life? Before leaving, Qin Chong cast a vicious glare at the caiman clan members, then quickly slithered away. Its speed was like an illusion, gone without a trace in the blink of an eye. The loss of a clan member filled the entire caiman clan with fury. Unable to immediately pursue beyond their territory for revenge, they turned their wrath on the smaller residents within their domain. As local overlords equivalent to kings of the land, the king family's offspring being hunted by an enemy meant their unquenchable rage naturally fell upon their own subjects. In no time, a large number of subjects within the caiman territory were slaughtered, their blood used to ease the pain of the caiman's lost offspring. As for how the caimans vented their fury within their territory, Qin Chong couldn't care less. He simply raced to a hidden underground environment at full speed, hunted and discarded the previous occupant of this place, then hid inside the cave of this place's former owner, quietly waiting for his next evolution. As Qin Chong reached a safe environment, the bloodline evolution system also sensibly emitted its voice again. Target creature caiman detected. Please select the target's organ ability. The bloodline evolution system's voice remained as cold and detached as always, but this long-awaited sound finally eased Qin Chong's rapidly beating heart. This was Qin Chong's second hunt. Unlike the first hunt of the baboon, which was a solitary creature and required no attention to surroundings. If Qin Chong had run just a bit slower this time, he would have been caught by the clan member Baoya, and this reincarnation would have ended in the caiman clan's jaws. Fortunately, this hunt went smoothly, and Qin Chong would finally obtain the teeth he had long dreamed of. I choose the caiman's teeth. As Qin Chong's intent rang out, the bloodline evolution system swiftly executed his command. The baby caiman within his body rapidly vanished. Qin Chong's snake body returned to normal, and at the same time, an aching sensation quickly appeared at the location of his mouth. One by one, sharp teeth erupted within Qin Chong's oral cavity, interlocking and overlapping until they formed a nearly complete set. His slender tongue traced over each tooth again and again, savoring the long-awaited sensation of having teeth, and an indescribable wave of contentment washed over Qin Chong. Finally, I have teeth again. I can chew like I used to. Feeling each sharp tooth within his mouth, Qin Chong spoke with deep emotion. Swallowing prey whole was a natural ability of the anaconda, but for the human consciousness within Qin Chong, it was deeply uncomfortable. The sensation of prey inching deeper down his throat, of his body rhythmically contracting to push it further in triggered waves of inexplicable nausea within Qin Chong. For this very reason, even though Qin Chong had arrived here several days ago and had undertaken multiple hunts, he had never once eaten. All the energy he had consumed these past days came from the prey the original anaconda had hunted and stored within its body. Though this reserve was substantial, 2 intense battles had rapidly drained it. Now Qin Chong could feel a clear hunger gnawing at his entire body. The energy remaining was no longer sufficient to fuel his next hunting expedition. So now Qin Chong had to choose to eat or face the threat of death. Slowly undulating his long serpentine body, he leisurely crawled out of his hiding cave. Just outside the cave, the corpse of the previous owner of this burrow still lay quietly where it had fallen. Perhaps the inexplicable killing intent Qin Chong had radiated during his hunts still shrouded this place, preventing any other predators from coming to compete with him. He drew the food into his mouth and savored the strange pleasure of teeth grinding against and tearing flesh, methodically ripping and devouring the prey before him. With each mouthful of fresh blood and flesh entering his belly, a renewed vigor began flooding through Qin Zhong's entire body. However, this feeling did not last long. Halfway through his meal, what should have been an enjoyable dinner suddenly turned into a torturous ordeal. Whether it was due to insufficient bite force in snakes or some flaw in Qin Zhong himself, the trouble began after he had consumed less than 1/3 of the prey's flesh. Every time he tore off a mouthful of flesh, the soreness in his teeth intensified, until a powerful wave of toothache soreness filled his entire mouth, tormenting his teeth and turning this dinner into an utterly miserable experience. Damn it, snakes don't have enough bite force. I need to make another trip to the caiman swamp. Gazing at the 2/3 of dinner remaining, Qin Zhong muttered indignantly. A single set of teeth alone was nowhere near enough to restore his former ability. He needed the caiman's powerful bite force. Only by combining the two could he forge the perfect set of teeth. But merely 1/3 of the prey's flesh was not enough to satisfy his hunger. In the end, he could only suppress his nausea and swallow the rest whole, feeling the food being pushed deeper into him by his body's contractions while fighting back the urge to retch. Once the entire meal was swallowed, Qin Zhong's once perfect serpentine body swelled into a large round belly once again. Retreating into the dark, lengthy cave, Qin Zhong's small eyes gazed up at the moon in the sky, and an intense loneliness gradually enveloped his entire being. Along with this nameless loneliness, Qin Zhong welcomed the embrace of night, and then the rise of dawn once more. Warm sunlight rose again after a cold night, and the jungle once more erupted into the chaos of beasts clashing. This time, Qin Zhong's target was once again the Caiman clan. However, after yesterday's provocation, he estimated the caimans must now be on high alert. But this could not deter Qin Zhong's covetous gaze toward the caimans. He would seize their bite force for himself. As Qin Zhong was planning his next assault on the caimans up in the dense canopy of the jungle trees, a group of powerfully built gray baboons leapt swiftly between the trees, their sharp, piercing calls echoing through the sky as if searching for something. This troop of gray baboons numbered nearly 40, even larger than the Caiman clan. Wherever this troop of gray baboons passed, nearly all beasts gave way. Even the most ferocious predators were unwilling to provoke such a wandering mob for the moment. A force of 40 was a disaster compared to predators that usually hunted alone. Thud. After an unknown search, a large, powerfully built gray baboon with bulging muscles and a gaze filled with royal authority landed heavily on the ground. It crouched down, looking at a few strands of gray fur caught among the leaves, nostrils flaring as they caught a familiar scent, as if recalling something painful. Squeak. A sharp and prolonged cry suddenly erupted from this gray baboon's mouth, and immediately answering calls came from baboons throughout the jungle. This long call traveled far, far away, all the way to Qin Zhong's ears. Hearing the sorrowful notes in those calls, Qin Zhong muttered nervously, "Could it be that the tribe discovered I hunted that gray baboon? It couldn't possibly be that coincidental, could it?" Qin Zhong tried to reassure himself. The jungle was so vast. What were the odds that randomly hunting one gray baboon would anger an entire massive troop? If something like that really happened, Qin Zhong felt he could go buy a lottery ticket. Calming his uneasy heart, Qin Zhong continued toward the caiman's territory to carry out his hunt. Among the 20+ caimans, there were several juveniles. Those juveniles were his targets. Following yesterday's trail, Qin Zhong quietly slithered to the swamp where the caimans had been resting. But to his shock, he discovered that the caiman group had already left this location. Staring at the empty swamp, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, "No way they moved just because one member died. Are caimans that fragile? Maybe this was just a resting spot for them. Their real home must be somewhere else." With this thought, Qin Zhong began exploring the area around the swamp. A vacation spot shouldn't be too far from one's permanent home. After careful searching, Qin Zhong finally discovered traces of the Caiman clan in a lake. At first, Qin Zhong used his snake vision to scan the area, but he couldn't locate them for a long time. Then he switched to his baboon vision and found a bunch of logs floating on the lake's surface. He had been puzzled then about where so many logs came from, but then a thought struck him, reminding him of a funny short video. It was about two cows who didn't believe crocodiles could disguise themselves as logs, and were hunted one after another. So after careful observation, Qin Zhong finally noticed the problem. No matter how deeply you hide, you cannot escape my eyes. The caimans lay still in the lake, while Qin Zhong hid on the shore. The caimans were in the open, but Qin Zhong was concealed. Just like yesterday, Qin Zhong was waiting for the right moment to appear. These 20+ caimans, after yesterday's attack, had become visibly much more cautious. The juveniles in the group were tightly protected within a ring of adult caimans. It was clear that Qin Zhong could not ambush them the same way as yesterday. However, nothing is impossible for those with determination. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. So under Qin Zhong's patient waiting, a moment of carelessness appeared within the Caiman clan. Little glasses too. This was Qin Zhong's second target. The powerful bite force of the caimans would be obtained from this one. After an entire night of defensive measures, plus nearly half a day today, the caiman group grew lax once more. They still needed to eat, they still needed to hunt. They could not stay clustered together forever. It was precisely for this reason that Qin found the opportunity to ambush Little Glasses too. Unlike adult caimans that typically reached over 1 or even 2 meters in length, the target Qin had set his sights on was merely a small crocodile under 50 centimeters long. After all, non-human creatures did not possess human intelligence. Even momentary vigilance could not last long. As the adult caimans each went off to hunt and feed, Qin began swaying his serpentine body into the lake. The cool lake water covered his entire body, concealing his massive 8-meter frame. He had entered the hunting state. The yellowish lake water flowed before Qin's eyes, and the heat signature of Little Glasses too stood out like a beacon in the darkness. Qin focused all his concentration, not allowing himself to make too much noise. Fine currents of water propelled by the subtle writhing of his serpentine body carried him slowly forward. As time passed, the distance between Qin and Little Glasses 2 grew ever shorter. Meanwhile, Little Glasses 2 was playing carefreely, completely unaware that danger was about to descend. Its body half exposed above the lake water, Little Glasses 2's crocodile eyes observed the surrounding scenery, watching the adult caiman's hunting actions with eyes full of a thirst for knowledge. It was learning the hunting experience of its elders, thereby inheriting the glory and brilliance of the caiman bloodline. As the sovereigns of this territory, as princes and princesses of countless flora and fauna, Little Glasses 2 carried the glory of its family upon its small shoulders. This glory left no room for it to miss any opportunity to learn. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered in and out of view within the lake water. Little Glasses 2's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling gleam emanated from its pupils. "Just a little water snake, I'll eat you right now." Little Glasses 2 murmured inwardly as its small body moved toward the dark shadow, ready to test its hunting skills on this audacious little snake. Its form continuously drew closer to the dark shadow, while the half of its body exposed above the water was gradually being submerged by the lake. Threads of yellowish lake water reached Little Glasses 2's eye level, then were entirely blocked by the natural waterproof shield that automatically rose to protect them. Before entering the water, Little Glasses 2 had been excited because what it had learned finally had a chance to be verified. But once it entered the water, it felt a deep mortal terror. Fine serpentine scales appeared and disappeared in the murk, and a pair of murderous serpentine eyes fixed unkindly upon Little Glasses 2. Boom! A violent struggle erupted on the lake's surface, instantly drawing the attention of the other caiman group members. Under the wrathful gazes of the caimans, the anaconda that had harbored a deep grudge against them from the previous day reappeared. Its thick muscular body coiled tightly around Xiao Yinjing 2. And amid the latter's relentless struggles, the terrible constriction force crushed its bones. Even the heart still beating within Xiao Yinjing 2 exploded under that immense pressure. Swallowing the crushed prey in one gulp, Qin twisted his body and fled. After swiftly killing Xiao Yinjing 2, Qin, using his peripheral vision, spotted several enraged caimans charging directly at him. Qin had no desire to fight them. Each adult caiman possessed a length advantage of nearly 2 meters, and just 2 or 3 could block his escape route. Once held back by these caimans, the entire caiman group would swarm him, and no matter how reluctant Qin was, he would inevitably be torn apart. "If you've got the guts, come and catch me." Before fleeing, Qin taunted them over his shoulder. Then he fled for his life without looking back, listening to the sounds of splashing water behind him that gradually faded into distant current. Leveraging the speed unique to his serpentine form, he cleanly shook off the caiman pursuit. His long, thick body coiled around a large tree, the fine scales scraping against the bark with a faint rustle. Qin used his thermal sensing to survey the surroundings. After confirming no enemies were present, he summoned the system to claim the caiman's biting ability. "System, give me the caiman's bite force," Qin called out in his mind. Detecting target. Target does not meet system rules. Please change target or devour its essence blood. The bloodline evolution system's voice rang out without a hint of emotion. Hearing this reply, Qin was momentarily stunned, then asked in confusion, "Why?" The bloodline evolution system currently only supports one species acquiring one organ ability. The alternative is to devour the essence blood of a species whose organ has already been claimed to enhance yourself. To claim abilities again, please upgrade the system. Upgrade method. Key system information damaged. Explore on your own. Listening to the system's response, Qin finally understood the situation. To claim again, I need to upgrade, but how to upgrade? The system doesn't know. What terrible luck. Since he couldn't claim an organ ability, Qin decisively chose the second option, devouring essence blood. With Qin's command confirmed, the bloodline evolution system soon activated. Xiao Yinjing 2 in Qin's stomach instantly transformed into a scorching stream of heat. As this stream coursed through his body, Qin felt a surge of power erupt from every direction. As the power surged, Qin unconsciously began to coil around a nearby tree half a meter thick. With each increase in strength, the distance between his serpentine body and the tree grew tighter. Crack, crack, crack. A series of snapping sounds reached Qin ears as the tree he was coiling around began to completely splinter. Boom. The tree shattered into countless fragments, and Qin, losing his support, fell directly from the heights. What a powerful function. Constantly twisting his body, Qin muttered to himself, feeling the explosive increase in strength. In his perception, if claiming an organ ability was akin to adding offense and defense, then devouring essence blood comprehensively improved his physical constitution, pushing him beyond the limits of ordinary beasts and evolving into a super beast. While Qin was thrilled by his power increase, the gray-haired baboon king, enraged by the death of his mate, led his warriors toward Qin's location. They tracked Qin's movements through the traces left behind as he slithered. The sudden crack of a splitting tree caught the gray-haired baboon king's attention. Squeak! Sharp, piercing cries echoed through the woods, drawing numerous gray-haired baboons together. Then, under the leadership of the gray-haired baboon king, one after another sturdy baboons quickly gathered. My, what's going on? Why are so many heat sources converging on my position? The massive gathering of life made Qin feel a strong sense of unease, a breath of death. Every part of his body was frantically signaling danger. Qin flicked his tongue, anxiously, rapidly gathering information from his surroundings. Until his eyes caught a glimpse of a gray-haired baboon through the dense foliage, Qin's heart skipped a beat. He muttered to himself, "Oh no. Could it be they've come for revenge? I need to get out of here fast." His memories from his past life as a human told Qin that baboons were social animals with a strong tendency to hold grudges. Once they held a grudge against you, it would be a fight to the death. Thus, the moment he spotted the gray-haired baboon, Qin immediately turned and fled into the distance. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of scales rubbing against leaves suddenly grew louder, and upright plants were ruthlessly crushed and broken by Qin's massive body as he quickly escaped. But this was still not enough. With the baboons' cries ringing madly all around, Qin suddenly felt as if danger lurked in every shadow, seeing gray-haired baboons everywhere. Calm down. Don't panic. Qin quickly steadied his emotions, forcing himself to remain composed under the baboon pursuit. While continuing to slither forward, his eyes rapidly scanned the surroundings, searching for a way out. His gaze darted among the trees. Seeing the gray baboons hanging from the branches, a flash of inspiration struck him. Got it. The plan Qin thought of was to wage guerrilla warfare against the gray baboons, shifting the battlefield from ground to air to air to air. Using the treetops of the jungle as the battlefield and countless branches and leaves as obstacles, he would engage these gray baboons in a guerrilla war where both sides were hunters. Although Qin had never tried moving through the trees, he believed he had the ability. With this in mind, he quickly approached a nearby thick tree amid the baboon encirclement. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Tree fruits were hurled at Qin like bullets by the gray baboons. Every now and then a fruit hit would stall his escape, followed by more impacts. A gang beating, pure and simple. If the gray baboons kept attacking like this, Qin would eventually fall at their hands. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Scales scraped rapidly against the tree bark as Qin slithered up into the branches. His immense weight made the tree sway precariously. Unlike the baboons, which typically weighed around 60 to 70 jin, Qin weighed at least 300 jin. Such a huge weight difference meant Qin could never match the gray baboon's agility. But Qin never intended to compete in agility. He only needed to momentarily disappear from the baboon's sight. As Qin climbed into the branches, thick foliage blocked the baboon's view. Using thermal sensing, Qin flicked his tongue and said, "Now we're on the same level. Let's see how you catch me." Saying this, he used the connections between tree branches to slowly approach the nearest gray baboon. Whoosh. Like an arrow released, Qin's head shot forward like a sharp fang, sinking his teeth into the neck of a gray baboon. His razor-sharp fangs instantly severed the baboon's throat. Warm blood surged into Qin's body, and through the system's conversion, the essence blood of this gray baboon was transformed into Qin's own power. Thump! A gray figure fell from the tree, quickly drawing the attention of the other baboons. A gray baboon with a ruptured throat, bright red blood spilling out, lay on the ground in a gruesome death. Because Qin had suddenly climbed into the trees, their line of sight was now level. They lost track of Qin, and with the sudden death of a companion, the once familiar and safe woods suddenly seemed fraught with danger in the eyes of the gray baboons. Squeak! Panicked shrieks echoed through the forest as the gray baboons communicated their terror to one another. Thump! 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 Seeing his subjects suddenly terrified and restless, the gray-haired baboon king leaped in a few bounds to stand before them. With a sharp, piercing roar, all the panicked baboons quickly calmed down. Then, under the baboon king's command, the gray baboons regained their ferocious momentum. Watching the baboons, once terrified by his tactics, now quiet under the king's suppression, Qin Zhong became curious about the gray-haired baboon king. He seriously wondered if this gray-haired baboon king was also a reincarnator like himself, given how it knew how to command. With this thought, Qin Zhong again quickly slithered through the treetops. Using his thermal sensing advantage to bypass the baboon encirclement, he specifically targeted isolated baboons. Thump, thump, thump. One after another gray baboons were devoured of their essence blood and then dropped from the branches. With each bloody death of a gray baboon, the atmosphere of death Qin Zhong created grew stronger. The baboons looked at the corpses below the trees, then glanced around at the familiar foliage, feeling that everything they once knew had turned into a monster that devoured people without spitting out bones. The longer they stayed here, the greater the danger of death. In less than an afternoon, the once large troop of over 40 baboons had been reduced by nearly a tenth at Qin Zhong's hands. 4 or 5 baboons had died one after another, each more gruesome than the last. Ultimately, these gray baboons were still animals, and the deaths of so many companions finally crushed the last shred of courage in their hearts. No matter how much the gray-haired baboon king howled and screamed, it could not stop the gray baboons' rout. Watching the baboons flee in terror, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, "Now it's my turn." With the essence blood of several gray baboons converted, Qin Zhong was now brimming with vitality. Essence blood is the most concentrated vital blood within a living being's body, with only a few drops typically found in each organism. After devouring the essence blood from several gray-furred baboons, Qin Zhong's overall physical attributes received a certain enhancement. Despite the fact that this enhancement was only a minuscule portion, Qin Zhong believed that through gradual accumulation over time, he would eventually become extraordinarily powerful. For this purpose, he would launch a large-scale hunt where every creature in this vast jungle would become his prey naturally, including these fleeing baboons. "You think you can escape? Only over my dead body." As he spoke, Qin Zhong pursued the gray-furred baboons along the network of interconnected branches, relentlessly hunting them through the canopy. With Qin Zhong's thermal sensing ability, no matter how skillfully the baboons dodged and weaved, they could not evade his predatory grasp. Thud, thud, thud. Each lifeless gray-furred baboon plummeted from the branches, their broken bodies staining the muddy ground crimson with blood. The essence blood served only to strengthen Qin Zhong's physical form, not to satisfy his hunger. Therefore, this hunt would be brief, lasting only until darkness fell. If these gray-furred baboons could survive until nightfall, when the moon rose, Qin Zhong would cease his pursuit. This condition was easily achievable for Qin Zhong, who was gradually transcending the limitations of ordinary creatures, but for the baboons themselves, this hunt represented the most desperate moment of their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gray-furred baboons leaped with remarkable agility from branch to branch like spirits of the jungle, their movements alive with vitality and grace. In the past, these arboreal creatures had been the jungle's spirits, perched high above on their branches, gazing down upon all the other life below. A profound sense of pride had once filled their hearts, but now that pride had been utterly shattered. A ruthless killer had invaded their domain, slaughtering their kin with merciless efficiency. One of the gray-furred baboons glanced back mid-leap to gauge its distance from the predator, but that fleeting glance proved to be its undoing, costing it dearly. Thud! A corpse crashed to the forest floor, its neck riddled with deep puncture marks. The wounds bit down to the bone like fangs, draining them of their life force. The consumption of their essence blood would not make the bodies vanish, only diminish the quality of their flesh. Yet it remained a divine gift of sustenance nonetheless. As the baboons fell one by one, the creatures dwelling in Qin Zhong's path were granted an unexpected feast. Click, click. Once Qin Zhong had moved on, the hidden creatures of the jungle emerged from their concealment, scuttling from trees, burrows, and crevices alike. The thick iron scent of blood guided them to the fallen baboons, where the rich aroma drew them closer. Their sharp fangs tore into the corpses, devouring chunk after succulent piece of flesh that flowed through their bodies, nourishing every organ and cell. As the baboon was methodically dismembered and consumed, a mysterious energy seeped into each creature through the very flesh they devoured. This enigmatic force originated from Qin Zhong himself. During his hunts, he inevitably sustained minor wounds that carried something extraordinary within them. His enhanced blood seeped from these tiny injuries, mixing with the baboon remains and entering the bodies of countless jungle creatures. This energy would not produce dramatic effects, yet those small creatures that consumed Qin Zhong's blood would emerge subtly stronger than their peers. In this meticulously ordered world, even the slightest alterations can trigger catastrophic transformations. Through his actions, Qin Zhong was gradually warping this teeming jungle into something unsettling. Qin Zhong's hunt continued unabated, each kill intensifying the changes spreading through the jungle as his body absorbed vast quantities of essence blood. His enhanced blood pulsed through the ecosystem, weaving miracles into the jungle's fabric, a transformation that would unfold gradually. SSS, the rustling sounds intensified, striking fear, like the grim reaper itself, sending the entire baboon troop scattering in terror. Despite exhaustion weighing on their bodies and starvation gnawing at them, Qin Zhong's relentless pursuit left them no choice but to flee without pause. Bang! A deafening report shattered the jungle's silence, and Qin Zhong felt every scale on his body rise in alarm. A primal terror rooted deep in his genetics froze him in place as memories from his human life surged forward. Gunfire. Humans are here. He pressed himself into the dense foliage, using the leaves as cover to mask his presence. While Qin Zhong was paralyzed by shock, the baboons had vanished entirely. His attention remained fixed on the gunshot, his mind consumed by its implications. Firearms, humanity's key instrument of dominance, weapons of mass extinction that had wiped out countless species. No amount of vigilance against such devastating power could be excessive. After the shot echoed, the jungle fell eerily still. Qin Zhong's heart pounded within his chest, betraying his inner turmoil. He longed to flee and put distance between himself and these humans, yet something deeper compelled him forward toward the sound. I won't run from fear. This is my territory. I won't let you trample it, he muttered to himself. He regarded the entire jungle as his hunting ground. Fleeing silently from intruders went against everything he stood for. So Qin Zhong slithered deliberately toward the source of the gunfire. There in the settlement where the shots had come from, a group of approximately 7 or 8 people had gathered among a primitive tribe. Among them were 4 or 5 mercenaries armed to the teeth with weapons that terrified Qin Zhong most. A local guide walked alongside them, while at their center hovered what appeared to be the group's leader. Concealed behind leafy branches, Qin Zhong watched intently as the group conversed with a small cluster of indigenous people. Distance prevented him from making out their words, yet this did not stop the sudden, inexplicable urge rising within him. I'll kill them and take their ability to speak. Qin Zhong muttered, his vertical pupils gleaming with lethal intent. Someday he would need to navigate human society in this world. Better to secure the means to speak their language now than face complications later. As the outsiders negotiated with the tribal people, Qin Zhong coiled his serpentine body and slipped quietly toward the armed group. Tell me, where exactly is the blood orchid? Hunter gripped the tribal chief's throat, his blade flashing menacingly. He was a jungle hunter who specialized in tracking rare creatures to sell to pharmaceutical companies in the outside world for substantial profit. Years of hunting through these forests had made him intimately familiar with the jungle, undeniably a survival expert. Sometimes he felt blessed by fortune, having navigated so many years without a single wound. His exceptional skills had earned him a contract worth 100,000 credits, a sum that could sustain him through 100 life-threatening expeditions in this jungle. He had resolved that once he collected his 100,000, he would leave this dangerous profession behind. At over 40, he deserved to enjoy what remained of his life. But that required finding the cursed blood orchid first. Only then could he extract his payment from Auri Pharmaceutical, the pharmaceutical conglomerate. The blood orchid, its petals bloomed crimson like fresh blood, breathtakingly beautiful. According to Auri Pharmaceutical's research, this extraordinary flower possessed life-extending properties and served as a crucial ingredient in one of their newest medicines. Their mission was straightforward: locate the orchid's natural habitat and then dispatch a larger force to harvest it. Under Hunter's blade, despite the blood orchid's origin being sacred ground to his tribe, the chief had no choice. To protect himself and his people, he revealed its location in rapid guttural tribal dialect, and Hunter nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Dr. Lance, Auri Pharmaceutical's representative in this expedition's sponsor, Hunter reported the location. Excellent. Now that I know where the blood orchid grows, my position within Auri Pharmaceutical is certain to rise. As the leading figure in Auri Pharmaceutical's new drug research division, Dr. Lance had always coveted advancement within the corporation. Success with this new medication would secure him a shareholder position. He had risked his life venturing into this treacherous jungle precisely to prevent his colleagues from beating him to the discovery. Life extension drugs represented one of Auri Pharmaceutical's flagship initiatives, and Dr. Lance was one of several department heads leading competing research teams. With so many rivals vying for the same prize, there was no room for carelessness. Upon learning the blood orchid's location, Dr. Lance immediately urged his men to move. He could not wait another moment to see the rare flower. Move it, men. Once we complete this mission, we can finally relax. Under Dr. Lance's command, Commander Liang quickly relayed the orders to his soldiers. The group hurried toward the blood orchid's location, unaware that Qin Zhong had already positioned himself along their route. After all, who would have guessed a giant anaconda possessed enough intelligence to set an ambush? No one could have imagined that animals might possess human-like intelligence, so upon encountering any creature, the group's instinct was always to slip past in silence. They made every effort to avoid disturbing any large carnivores, seeking to prevent unnecessary complications. And so it came to pass that even if some among them had detected Qin Zhong's presence, their limited cognition prevented them from comprehending what they perceived, allowing him to remain concealed in silence. Thus the group passed swiftly by Qin Zhong's side until the final figure came into view before him. Swish! Razor-sharp fangs erupted from Qin Zhong's maw, and seizing the moment when the gathering before him was unprepared, his colossal body surged forward with terrifying speed. Beneath the last soldier's horrified gaze, those gleaming fangs pierced his neck and severed his throat. From beginning to end, Qin Zhong's attacks came with such devastating speed, compounded by the overwhelming physical dominance of a large predatory beast, leaving his opponent virtually defenseless. With the target dispatched cleanly, Qin Zhong did not hesitate for an instant. Instead, he whirled his body around with lightning speed, the serpentine head darting backward as the coils formed a tight ring, ensnaring his prey in an inescapable embrace. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The thunderous roar of gunfire tore through the jungle as a devastating storm of lead rained down without mercy. These were seasoned soldiers nonetheless, and though caught off guard initially, once they rallied, their overwhelming firepower inflicted severe suffering upon Qin Zhong. Most of the raging bullets missed their mark, yet 2 or 3 still found their way into Qin Zhong's thick, sinuous body. The immense force of impact tore open several gruesome wounds across his flesh, and the agonizing pain caused Qin Zhong to writhe uncontrollably, nearly losing his prey in the process. But Qin Zhong bore through the excruciating pain, leveraging his intimate knowledge of the terrain and employing a cunning stratagem to shake the trees, sending swarms of small creatures perched upon them plummeting to the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. His serpent body slammed violently against the surrounding trees, the terrifying force sending branches swaying and venomous spiders and insects raining down, creating a natural barrier of deadly threat. Stop! Ceasefire! Witnessing the venomous creatures continuing to fall from the branches while his men pressed forward recklessly, Liang, the expedition's military commander, shouted urgently. Under the weight of military orders, every pursuing soldier halted immediately, their weapons raised and eyes scanning, ever fearful of another attack from the massive beasts. Report casualties. Liang moved among the soldiers, speaking with urgency. The reindeer has been taken by the python, fate unknown. The rest are unharmed. Following Li Yang's command, the deputy commander Grey Wolf reported. These men were mercenaries, and navigating the outside world always brought their share of trouble. So apart from Liang, who retained his real name for dealings with clients, the rest of the team operated under code names. Hearing Grey Wolf's report, Liang watched the direction where the giant python had vanished, his voice grim as he declared, "Return and continue the mission. We will avenge the reindeer once it is done." "Yes," the remaining soldiers replied. Mercenaries follow their own code. Completing the mission comes first. If a team's casualties jeopardized the assignment, they would quickly find themselves shunned by other clients in the mercenary world. So no matter how much Liang desired to rescue the reindeer, he could not act on it. The jungle was treacherous and mysterious. Engaging a local predator in its own domain would undoubtedly slow their progress. Thus, after careful consideration, Liang led his men onward to continue their search for the blood orchid, granting Qin Zhong the opportunity to fully escape his pursuers. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Qin Zhong dragged the soldier's corpse, moving rapidly through the dense undergrowth. Using the vegetation as cover, he put distance between himself and his hunters. He dared not pause, even as the wounds torn by bullets continued to bleed. Only after a series of winding, zigzagging escapes, after meticulously confirming no pursuers remained behind, did Qin Zhong finally come to a halt. His heart pounded frantically, accelerating his blood circulation and worsening his already weakened state. Hiss hiss. Coiled beneath a massive tree, using the thick grass to conceal his form, Qin Zhong kept extending his tongue to sense the surrounding area. Phew, we are finally safe. Only after confirming no pursuers or other large predators remained did Qin Zhong finally exhale in relief. This operation was dangerously precarious, yet the rewards were immense. Qin Zhong endured the searing pain from the bullet wounds, thankfully after days of enhancement. Though not impervious to weapons, his strengthened muscles had absorbed and contained the bullet's impact, preventing them from piercing clean through his body. With one swift gulp, he devoured the soldier's corpse. As the system's cold electronic voice resonated, Qin Zhong easily absorbed the functionality of the man's vocal organs. Cough, cough, cough. I am Qin Zhong. As the organ abilities transferred, a raspy voice emerged from the serpent's body. With the ability to speak, all it would take was brief practice before he could begin learning the language of this world. Having accomplished his immediate objective, Qin Zhong resolved to find a quiet place to recover from his injuries. Soon as days gave way to nights in swift succession, 2 days passed in a flash. Throughout those 2 days, Qin Zhong hunted relentlessly through the jungle, steadily strengthening his physical form. Backed by his rapidly improving physique, the wounds torn by bullets had fully healed within just 2 days, leaving no visible trace of the injuries upon his exterior. Moreover, drawing upon his enhanced physical prowess, Qin Zhong incorporated a military dagger taken from the soldier, transforming it into a lethal weapon of his own. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Within the dense undergrowth, a massive anaconda glided slowly forward, its armored scales crushing small stones beneath its weight. At the tail's end, a sharp combat knife moved in tandem with the serpent's advancing body. He had looped the ring at the dagger's hilt around his tail, fashioning it into a weapon he could effectively wield. When striking at his prey, Qin Zhong could easily launch a surprise attack from behind, much like a venomous scorpion, and dispatch his target with a single precise slash. Humanity's strength lies in its mastery of tools, and Qin Zhong would never relinquish this fundamental trait. After 2 days of relentless hunting, Qin Zhong had consumed the vital essence of numerous animals. He had forged his body to an extraordinary degree, his scales forming armor as resilient as a shield. Should bullets strike him again, they would no longer inflict the severe damage they had 2 days prior. 2 days later, a strengthened Qin Zhong reappeared outside that primal tribe, only to witness them enduring a catastrophe that threatened their very extinction. With the mercenaries' escort and guidance from Hunter the survival expert Dr. Lanz quickly located the birthplace of the blood orchid he had long dreamed of finding. Giddy with excitement, he gathered several blood orchids as specimens, mapped out their precise location, and quickly retraced his steps with the mercenaries. He intended to develop the new drug at breakneck speed, seize the advantage, and climb the ranks. On the return journey, passing once more by that primordial settlement, he beheld the village ablaze with light. Dr. Lanz's greed overpowered his conscience, and he issued orders to the mercenary squad to exterminate the entire tribe. He would not allow anyone else to learn of the blood orchid before his new drug was developed. And what Qin Zhong now witnessed was the beginning of the mercenaries' massacre of the entire tribal community. With each rapid burst of gunfire, members of the primitive tribe fell to violent deaths. Facing humanity's weapons of destruction, these people, still clinging to a primitive existence, had no means of resistance. All they could do was flee, desperately stalling the inevitable genocide. Kill them all just like that. Watching the tribe's people scatter in terror from the mercenaries' pursuit, Dr. Lanz showed no pity whatsoever. In his eyes, they were mere obstacles standing between him and his ambitions. Without their elimination, his anxieties would never be quelled. Liang, the tactical commander, shared the same cold expression. As a mercenary, he had long grown accustomed to death. Only Hunter, the survival expert, looked upon the scene with visible distress. Doctor, there was absolutely no need for such brutality. This jungle sees few visitors. Besides, the looming tribe inhabits such an isolated region. No one could possibly know of the blood orchid. Upon hearing Hunter's words, Dr. Lanz's eyes hardened with vicious intent. If there's even the slightest chance someone else might discover it, I cannot let it stand. He shot a glance toward Liang beside him. Without hesitation, Liang understood, immediately drew his pistol, and in Hunter's horrified expression, put a bullet through his skull. The bloody corpse crumpled to the ground. Neither Dr. Lanz nor Liang showed the slightest emotion. It was not about the 100,000 Union yuan. That meant nothing to Lanz. But as long as Hunter lived, there remained the risk of exposure. He had only been brought in previously to increase their chances of locating the blood orchid. Now that its location had been found and mapped by Dr. Lanz, Hunter served no further purpose, and thus his death was inevitable. The looming tribe was already small in number, and the mercenary slaughter quickly reduced their population to single digits. Beyond 4 or 5 adolescents, every member of the tribe had been killed. Amidst the corpses littering the ground, the mercenary squad searched for any remaining signs of life. Outside the looming tribe's territory, Qin Zhong watched as the tribe lay ravaged, on the brink of complete annihilation. He remarked with clear displeasure, "You slaughtered so many without sparing any for me. That's truly disrespectful." His raspy voice echoed through the silent jungle as Qin Zhong swiftly slithered toward the heart of the primitive settlement. A serpent's body could not navigate the human world, so Qin Zhong needed representatives to help him understand it. These primitives of the looming tribe could serve perfectly as his proxies. People whose minds had not yet fully awakened, easily prone to submission before supernatural entities like deities, spirits, and demons. By imprinting himself upon the minds of these primitives, he would establish his own network of spies and informants. This was precisely why Qin Zhong risked his life to rescue the looming tribe. Thump, thump, thump. Wearing thick military boots, the soldiers of the mercenary squad marched across the half-damp earth, their sauls lifting clumps of mud as they meticulously searched for their enemies. In the previous battle, thanks to the well-protective gear worn by the mercenary squad, the resistance of the looming tribe had inflicted almost no casualties. However, the looming tribe's combat skills in the jungle still startled these mercenaries. Fearing a mishap in the gutter, the soldiers of the mercenary squad became extremely cautious. Swish! Suddenly, the firearm in his hand swept aside a patch of grass. Seeing that the area ahead was empty, the mercenary soldier calmly reported into the radio, "This side is clear. This side is clear. This side is clear." With the first soldier's announcement, safety signals quickly echoed through the communication channel. Under the comprehensive search of the mercenary squad, the remaining members of the looming tribe found their hiding spots shrinking by the minute. Behind a towering tree, four youths painted with various colors stared in terror at the searching enemies, not daring to utter a single sound. Moments ago they had witnessed with their own eyes these formidable enemies swiftly and cleanly slaughter their chieftain, their parents, their friends, and even the tribe's mightiest warrior, who fell to the spitting fire of iron rods. Lu Jiao pressed his palm tightly over his mouth, stifling the sounds of fear that threatened to escape. With his other hand he repeatedly raised and lowered a venomous weapon, torn between launching a direct attack to resolve their predicament. But the enemy's tight defense and their interlocking formation like a net left Lu Jiao with almost no opportunity to strike. As the strongest among the four lucky survivors of the looming tribe, Lu Jiao's actions would determine the tribe's future. Thump, 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 thump. The footsteps drew closer, and under the crushing pressure of death, Lu Jiao's heart pounded violently. The violent throbbing made him tremble uncontrollably. He could bear it no longer. He had to strike now, even if it meant dragging a few of these murderers of his kin to the grave. Slowly bringing his only weapon close to his lips, listening to the approaching footsteps, Lu Jiao made an attacking gesture to the other three. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out in the jungle. The soldier nearing Lu Jiao's hiding spot heard an urgent warning in his radio. Enemy sighted at 3 o'clock. All units support. Over. Immediately the soldier turned and dashed toward the reported location. Listening to the footsteps suddenly quickening, a tense Lu Jiao nearly gave the order to attack. But his experience with wild animals had sharpened his ears. These footsteps were not approaching, but rapidly receding. Lu Jiao bravely peeked one eye out from behind the tree and saw the ferocious enemies rushing in one direction. Though he didn't know what had happened, the crisis had passed, and Lu Jiao let out a heavy sigh of relief. His crack. A sharp snake hiss echoed through the jungle. Qin Zhong launching a sudden attack from the tree instantly killed a soldier. With the soldier's neck snapped by Qin Zhong's thick snake body, the hunt officially began. Da-da-da. Urgent gunfire rang out repeatedly. Seeing the corpse of their comrade, and the familiar silhouette, an angry voice sounded over the radio. Damn it. That python again. Catch it, skin it alive, and avenge our fallen brothers. Catch it, skin it alive, and avenge our fallen brothers. At these words, all the soldiers' fury ignited. They were human, not cold-blooded creatures. The death of their comrades at the fangs of a snake was an insult to their emotions. All the soldiers immediately chased after Qin Zhong's retreating form, their guns spitting deadly bullets like a storm sweeping through the jungle. Trees were shredded by bullets, their thick trunks severed. As the trees fell one by one, all the soldiers pursued Qin Zhong relentlessly. In the midst of his frantic escape, Qin Zhong glanced back at his pursuers and declared with fierce determination, "You are indeed powerful, but this is my turf." The firearms of the modern era gave these soldiers an absurd offensive capability. A single bullet could mortally wound Qin Zhong if it struck. Yet with the dense grass as cover, Qin Zhong was confident he could take them all down. During the 2 days of recuperation, he had wasted no time pushing the bloodline evolution system to its limits. The jungle teemed with many species, but due to the system's restrictions, Qin Zhong could only acquire one organ ability per species. Most of these organ abilities were useless to Qin Zhong, so he had a brilliant idea. He focused his organ acquisition solely on the brains of various creatures. Thus, creatures whose organs he had already taken became his evolutionary resources, while the brain organs of unclaimed species stacked up. This forged Qin Zhong's current state. With enhanced dynamic vision, the trajectories of bullets became visible to him as straight lines. Knowing the bullet paths, he used his strengthened physique to dodge their targets. Though he couldn't withstand the bullets, he could evade them all. To the soldiers, this evasive ability made Qin Zhong impossibly slippery. No matter how they predicted his moves, the bullets never struck his serpentine body. Damn, why is this thing so hard to hit? Can't land a single shot. A soldier, after emptying a magazine, while quickly reloading, spoke into the radio. Just as the other soldiers were about to respond, a sudden scream erupted in the channel. That bastard, it can climb trees. Da-da-da. A chaotic noise filled the radio, followed by frantic gunfire. Within just 4 or 5 seconds, the other end fell silent. Lung Ke, answer me. What's happening over there? Over. Li Yang's voice rang through the channel, but there was no response. At Lung Ke's location, Qin Zhong, having just killed him, pulled the combat knife from his heart and leisurely moved toward his next hunting target. After a period of pursuit, the entire mercenary squad had scattered. This gave Qin Zhong the opportunity to pick them off one by one. Oh, help! Damn it! No! Stay away! Stay away! With Lung Ke's death, more screams echoed through the channel as time passed. Li Yang's face darkened. He hurried to Dr. Lance and said, Dr. Lance, we need to leave here immediately. My men are under attack by a mysterious force. Hearing this, Dr. Lance frowned. Even you can't defeat them. The enemy is too strong. My men are no match. In less than 5 minutes, we've lost more than half. Li Yang stated calmly. Though his subordinates suffered heavy losses, he couldn't afford to panic, otherwise their chances of survival would diminish further. Li Yang didn't believe a mere python could orchestrate this attack. There must be another force behind the snake. Since even you can't handle it, we retreat. Dr. Lance, looking at the ruins of the looming tribe, said with a reluctant tone. If even one survivor from the looming tribe remained, the blood orchid's exposure risk would skyrocket. But no matter how valuable the blood orchid, it wasn't worth more than his life. As long as he lived, everything was possible. Soon Liang, Dr. Lance and the remaining 2 soldiers turned and hurried away, leaving a scene of devastation. Hiss. Qin Zhong, flicking his tongue, slithered over the corpses, devouring their essence blood to strengthen himself. After a fierce battle using the jungle's natural cover, Qin Zhong killed all his pursuers without a scratch. But Qin Zhong didn't stop his killing spree. Just as Dr. Lance feared that the looming tribe's survival would expose the blood orchid, Qin Zhong also worried that the escape of Dr. Lance and his group would lead to his own exposure. If a large force entered the jungle armed to the teeth, Qin Zhong had no confidence in facing such terrifying human power. Thus the best course was to annihilate them all, making them disappear in the jungle. Hiss. His tongue continuously sampled the air, gathering information from the jungle. Just as brain abilities could stack, other organ abilities could too. With 2 days of efficient slaughter, Qin Zhong had equipped himself with a set of superior sensory abilities. Vast amounts of information spread through the jungle as his tongue probed. With his current capabilities, while he couldn't claim omniscience over 1,000 miles, scanning a range of over 1,000 meters was effortless. With his extraordinary detection, Qin Zhong quickly pinpointed the direction Dr. Lance's group had fled. And this was far from his peak. Once he found ultrasonic creatures like bats, Qin Zhong would become even more formidable. Watching the heat signatures of Dr. Lance's group rapidly receding, Qin Zhong rasped, "The game has just begun, and I haven't had my fill yet." With that, his snake body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, darting swiftly after Dr. Lance and his team. Hurry, hurry, we don't have much time. With all his subordinates dead, the sense of crisis in Li Yang's heart peaked. Among the global mercenary rankings, Li Yang's squad was not the most powerful, but it was still near the top. Yet such a formidable team had been completely wiped out. The hidden danger behind this filled Li Yang with deep dread. He strongly suspected that other mercenaries had set their sights on him, targeting Dr. Lance by his side. Competition among giant corporations was fierce, and at times conflicts over profits could even lead to internal strife. Bang! A protruding tree root tripped the fleeing Dr. Lance, causing his backpack to fly off and land on the ground. Ignoring the grime on his body, Dr. Lance immediately clutched the fallen backpack to his chest. "You must not be harmed. If anything happens to you, this entire trip will be in vain." To ensure the blood orchids remained in optimal condition, Dr. Lance had specially brought 3 bottles of expensive active culture fluid from his laboratory. Immersed in the active culture fluid, the blood orchids would stay in their prime state for an extended period. This would greatly aid Dr. Lance's research and determine his future prospects. With trembling hands, he opened the backpack and saw the 3 bottles of perfectly preserved blood orchids. Only then did his anxious heart calm down. Even though the bottles were made of specially tempered glass and unlikely to break. But without seeing the blood orchids intact, he couldn't shake his worry. "Dr. Lance, we must hurry. There's no time." Seeing the fallen Dr. Lance clutching his backpack and stopping a frantic Li Yang rushed to his side and urged. They were fleeing from their pursuers. Every second could mean death. He helped Dr. Lance to his feet and to prevent another fall. Li Yang ordered his 2 subordinates to support Dr. Lance by the arms and run. With the help of the 2 strong soldiers, Dr. Lance felt as if he were flying. His feet barely touched the ground before they covered a great distance. But no matter how fast they ran to avoid dangerous areas in the jungle, such as beast territories, muddy swamps, and deep lakes, they had to take detours or they might become trapped. Qin Zhong, however, had no such worries. With his powerful tracking ability, he pursued them in a straight line, swiftly closing in. Just as Dr. Lance and his group passed a muddy swamp and slowed down due to the mire, Qin Zhong's massive serpentine body appeared before them. Hissing, he flicked his forked tongue. His nearly 10-meter-long body loomed like a giant beast. Raising his upper body like a king cobra, he looked down at them. The warm sunlight was blocked by Qin Zhong's body, and his fierce, murderous eyes emitted a chilling, killing intent. At the same time, his hoarse voice echoed in the human's ears. "Welcome to my domain. As the host here, I invite you, my guests, to stay for a few more days." A snake that talks. What a shocking discovery. A beast speaking human language. This is the greatest discovery of the 26th century. Hearing Qin Zhong's voice while the others felt a chill of dread, Dr. Lance's trembling voice rose. But mixed in was not fear but a barely perceptible excitement. As a scientist dedicated to extending human lifespan, Dr. Lance possessed an intense curiosity about the unknown, for it was the unknown that could lead to greater achievements. Rat-tat-tat. Amidst the shock, Li Yang was the first to react, raising his firearm and firing wildly. A storm of metal surged forth, each deadly bullet racing toward Qin Zhong like a reaper. Li Yang didn't know what it meant for a beast to speak, but he knew that if they didn't eliminate this creature, they would all die here today. As Li Yang's gunfire rang out, the mercenary's instincts kicked in, and his two subordinates also raised their weapons and fired. A dense web of bullets rapidly enveloped Qin Zhong. If struck by this furious metal storm, Qin Zhong would surely be riddled with holes. The moment the bullet storm roared, Qin Zhong's serpentine pupils contracted sharply, shrinking to a barely visible pinpoint. In his field of vision, the speed of all bullets seemed to slow down by hundreds or thousands of times. From the instant they left the barrels, the trajectory of each bullet was clearly visible to him. At the same time, his brain, enhanced by multiple biological traits, began to operate at high speed, calculating the trajectory of every bullet. Following the paths of the bullets, Qin Zhong's massive serpentine body moved like a phantom, sparks of metal flying as he dodged. Step by step he closed in on Dr. Lance and the others, his terrifying aura of death pressing down on them. Click, click, click. With a loud clatter, no matter how hard Li Yang and his men pulled the triggers, not a single bullet was fired from their weapons. Impossible. Enraged, Li Yang threw his empty gun to the ground, quickly drawing a pistol from his waist. As he backed away, he roared in disbelief. 3 submachine guns, nearly 100 bullets, a metal storm of such magnitude, had done absolutely nothing to the python before them. This defiance of common sense shattered Li Yang's worldview. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought he was still dreaming. But the ever-approaching pressure of death told him it was all real. One does not carve a seal without possessing the seal tool. If Qin Zhong hadn't had a way to deal with bullets, he wouldn't have charged straight at them. Perhaps Qin Zhong still couldn't withstand bullets directly, but with the combined abilities of multiple biological brains and the rapid improvement of his physical attributes, dodging bullets, an extraordinary feat, was within his capability. The range of the bullet storm was limited. Once the trajectories of the bullets were exposed to Qin Zhong's eyes, his brain calculated and marked the positions of the most threatening bullets within the storm. Then, using the saber at the tip of his tail, he slashed diagonally to disrupt the bullet paths. Thus he dodged the bullets he could and disrupted the paths of those he couldn't. By combining these powerful abilities, Qin Zhong accomplished what seemed impossible to Li Yang. "Now all of you come into my stomach," Qin Zhong roared hoarsely. Then he opened his gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Anyone bitten would surely be torn apart. "Stop him." At this critical moment, Li Yang gritted his teeth and kicked Dr. Lance far away. Under the force, Dr. Lance's grip loosened, and the backpack containing the blood orchids flew out of his hands. "What are you doing?" Dr. Lance, now on the ground, roared in anger. Then he saw Li Yang grab one of his unsuspecting subordinates and use him as a shield. Using the momentary delay from the two subordinates, Li Yang quickly grabbed the backpack and attempted to flee. But how could Qin Zhong give him that chance? He rammed the two unfortunate men aside and continued his attack toward Li Yang. Swish! The sharp saber sliced through the air, emitting a deadly whistle as it lunged toward Li Yang. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the saber on Qin Zhong's tail collided with Li Yang's pistol. The immense force numbed Li Yang's hand, and the pistol slipped from his grip. With the pistol gone, Li Yang stared at the sharp fangs inches away and gritted his teeth. "You want me dead, oi? Then you won't live either." He hurled the backpack into Qin Zhong's mouth, blocking his jaws. Out of instinct, Qin Zhong's upper and lower jaws clamped down hard. A sound of shattering glass was followed by a warm liquid rushing into his body. Squelch! Li Yang's saber, drawn from his leg sheath, plunged straight into Qin Zhong's 7-inch spot. Intense pain quickly spread through Qin Zhong's body. With a sharp jerk of his head, he tried to fling Li Yang away. But Li Yang, unexpectedly bold, clung tightly to Qin Zhong's head, refusing to be thrown off. Boom, boom, boom. They wrestled fiercely in the muddy swamp, while Dr. Lance watched nervously. He didn't care about Li Yang's life. He only cared about the blood orchid samples. "Oh!" A scream escaped Li Yang's mouth as Qin Zhong bit his right arm and shook his head violently. He flung Li Yang onto the ground beside Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance immediately rushed over, snatched the backpack from Li Yang, and checked the blood orchids inside. Good, good. 2 bottles are still intact. Dr. Lance breathed a sigh of relief. Then he helped Li Yang to his feet and asked in a terrified voice, "What do we do now?" Pale-faced and clutching his severed arm, Li Yang managed to say through gritted teeth, "Run." They scrambled to their feet and fled toward the edge of the jungle, not daring to look back. Behind them, Qin Zhong was about to give chase like a cat toying with mice. But suddenly his heart skipped a beat and his entire body went rigid. Thud! His raised upper body crashed heavily to the ground, splattering wet mud. "What's happening?" he roared inwardly. But no one could answer him. A surge of heat, a terrifying heat like a fire, began to spread from his heart through his entire body. Under this dreadful heat, Qin Zhong felt as if he had fallen into a furnace. Ding! Detected host consuming dragon blood flower. Bloodline purification process initiated. A cold electronic voice sounded, followed by a flood of information surging into Qin Zhong's mind. Dragon blood flower, its effect is to purify the host's complex bloodline, removing impurities within the blood. It is a rare heavenly treasure. Under its influence, Qin Zhong felt his entire body rapidly becoming stronger. His scales grew harder, his brain's processing speed increased, and his senses of smell, taste, and vision all improved dramatically, as if he were reborn. According to the bloodline evolution system, this dragon blood flower had the power to purify bloodlines. It could eliminate the impurities accumulated from absorbing the life essence of other creatures, making Qin Zhong's bloodline complete and harmonious. Instead of being like a patchwork machine, where different bloodlines caused friction and hindrance during operation, Qin Zhong's serpent blood was an original system in itself. Through the power of the bloodline evolution system, he could seize the organ abilities and vital essence of other life forms for his own use. However, the seizure was incomplete and flawed, its functions could not be fully utilized, and numerous constraints during operation consumed unnecessary energy. Originally, this flawed bloodline evolution system had the capability to resolve itself, but due to functional deficiencies, it could not. Nevertheless, the appearance of the dragon blood orchid, a celestial treasure, gave Qin Zhong the possibility to solve it. Ha ha ha, this is truly the favor of the heavens. After receiving the information transmitted by the system, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. Then, looking at the direction Li Yang and the other had disappeared, he abandoned the thought of pursuing. Now the top priority was to find the place where the dragon blood orchid grew. As for Li Yang and his companion, he would deal with them when they met again. He had a strong premonition that he would definitely meet Li Yang again, even though Qin Zhong did not know his name. This premonition came from the instinctive reaction of natural life to threats. After seizing organ abilities and purifying the dragon blood orchid, Qin Zhong had also acquired this ability. Qin Zhong turned and slithered toward the location of the looming tribe. His body wounded by a military knife, dripped drops of blood staining large swaths of the muddy swamp ground. As Qin Zhong left the place of slaughter, the blood he had shed emitted a unique odor which spread wildly through the jungle breeze in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of mosquitoes hummed continuously in the jungle, and then large swarms of mosquitoes were attracted by the scent of Qin Zhong's blood. They inserted their mouthparts into the blood, swallowing large amounts of blood with powerful suction. The blood filled their bellies, silently transforming their bodies, making them stronger and larger than their peers. After consuming all the blood, the swarm of mosquitoes that had ingested Qin Zhong's blood quickly dispersed again in all directions. Like butterflies pollinating flowers, they rapidly spread the special substances contained in Qin Zhong's blood throughout the boundless jungle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Large swarms of mosquitoes droned in the jungle sky like natural bombers, forming a dense net that covered the entire jungle canopy. A little monkey looked up curiously at the sky. The warm, bright sunlight was gradually obscured by the mosquito swarm. It was like the darkest, most terrifying, deathly canopy shrouding every light in the monkey's eyes. The mosquito swarm quickly gathered and then dispersed, leaving behind only a skeleton wrapped in fur. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The mosquito effect triggered by Qin Zhong's blood was spreading rapidly, while Qin Zhong himself arrived before the 4 orphans of the looming tribe. With a powerful brain composed of multiple biological overlays, Qin Zhong easily mastered the unique indigenous language of the looming tribe just from a few logical words spoken by the orphans. A hoarse voice sounded in the ears of the 4 orphans, who listened devoutly in silence. From today onward, you are the 4 guardian knights of the Viper God sect. You shall take Viper as your surname along with your own names and spread the glory of the Viper God. The looming tribe living in the jungle had a tradition of revering gods. Now, with his strength and ability to help the tribe avenge itself, Qin Zhong easily replaced the tribe's generations-old deer cry god. Thus, the 4 orphans of the looming tribe formally embraced the Viper God. All of Qin Zhong's current bloodline evolution was based on the original bloodline of the Anaconda. All other evolutionary abilities served to strengthen this original bloodline or add plugins to it. Even with the dragon blood orchid, a celestial treasure capable of fusing these foreign elements into one, it was inevitable that the Anaconda bloodline remained the foundation of everything. Once humans found a way to target his genes, it would be like dismantling the main beam of a house. A single strike would be fatal. Therefore, to conceal his original state and prevent humans from discovering his original genes through genetic comparison in future conflicts, Qin Zhong adopted an alias and established a religious sect. Using the name Viper to mislead human society, he thus avoided potential genetic targeting. As Qin Zhong bestowed surnames upon them, the 4 orphans of the looming tribe, now the 4 knights of the Viper God sect, spoke in unison: Viper Horn, Viper Leaf, Viper Water, Viper Fire. We hereby obey the divine oracle of the great Viper God. Hearing their respectful words, Qin Zhong handed the firearms he had collected to the 4 and said, "Then use these weapons to rule over the jungle and bring more humans into the faith of the Viper God." Handing the lethal modern weapons to the 4, their eyes gleamed as they looked at the arms, and a fierce ambition rose in their hearts. They had witnessed the power of these weapons firsthand, but once they hit a human, it meant certain death beyond even the god's salvation. With such powerful weapons, they would be invincible among the many tribes in this jungle. The jungle was vast, containing many primitive tribes like the Looming tribe. After giving the human weapons to the four, Qin watched their hurried retreating figures and muttered hoarsely to himself, "I need more eyes to help me watch those outsiders. I don't want to die without knowing why." Strengthening himself was one aspect, fending off the outsiders from beyond the jungle was another. Only by grasping both aspects simultaneously could he ensure his safety to the greatest extent. The four Viper Knights set out with era-defining weapons to other primitive tribes, ready to spread the faith of the Viper God. Meanwhile, Qin himself did not rest. Guided by the scent of the dragon blood orchid and the directions given by the four knights, he soon arrived at a canyon where the dragon blood orchids grew. The canyon was over 30 meters deep, and dragon blood orchids covered it like a dense sea of flowers. From a distance, the entire canyon looked like a crimson ocean filled with an eerie atmosphere. Ha ha ha. With so many dragon blood orchids, I will become even stronger. Knowing the location of the dragon blood orchids, Qin turned around and began his hunting once more. The efficacy of the dragon blood orchid was maximized when multiple bloodlines were mixed within the body. By devouring enough vital essence of living creatures and seizing enough organ abilities, then consuming large quantities of dragon blood orchids, Qin would achieve a state of perfect integration in the shortest time. After becoming stronger, Qin immediately went to the caiman group he had seen earlier. This time he did not avoid them, but launched a direct attack. Splash, splash, splash. A light rain suddenly fell from the sky, and a thick fog quickly spread over the entire lake surface. The caimans playing in the lake were not alarmed. Such changes were normal in the ever-changing jungle. The caiman group's top enforcer, Big Tooth, lounged lazily on the water, exposing half of its back. It looked around at the scenery with boredom, a lazy glint hidden in its eyes. Suddenly, within the white mist, a long dark shadow appeared and vanished, sometimes disappearing without a trace, sometimes rapidly approaching Big Tooth. This eerie scene piqued Big Tooth's curiosity. It splashed toward the shadow. Boom. A thick serpentine shadow burst out of the water, sending large splashes everywhere from the immense impact. A gigantic python with cold, gleaming eyes, sharp fangs bared from its wide-open mouth, and thick shield-like scales appeared before Big Tooth as the fog suddenly dissipated. Big Tooth's eyes abruptly contracted into a pinpoint. Overwhelming fear of death enveloped its entire body. Thud. Like a hammer falling from the sky, Qin used his own head to flip Big Tooth over, exposing its armored side. Under the immense force, Big Tooth's vulnerable belly was exposed. Before it could counterattack, a sharp military knife descended from above. Puff! The sharp sound of flesh tearing rang out. The knife sliced through Big Tooth's belly skin, and with a pull of Qin's tail, the lively creature became a corpse. Gulp! Opening his massive maw, Qin swallowed Big Tooth whole. The pure vital essence and flesh entered his stomach, strengthening his physique and filling his hunger simultaneously. With such ambush tactics, Qin quickly eliminated the entire caiman group. The abundant vital essence made him more than twice as strong, and the copious flesh left his belly bloated. However, Qin did not pause after wiping out the caiman group. Instead, he followed the lake's river downstream, indulging in carnage. Numerous jungle animals were slaughtered to extinction by Qin, turning the entire river into a slaughterhouse. In this fierce massacre, Qin was not unscathed. After all, no matter how strong he was, his power was limited compared to the numerical advantage of the animals in the river. This resulted in large amounts of Qin's blood spilling into the river, consumed by small fish and shrimp. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed over the river. A colossal creature with a single horn on its head, golden scales, and a body over 10 meters long let out a shriek that terrified all beasts. Under the horrifying, prolonged roar, a jaguar, drinking by the river, was frozen in place with fear. Seizing the moment when the jaguar was paralyzed, Qin, now greatly transformed, opened his massive maw nearly the size of the jaguar's entire body and swallowed it alive. The vital essence became resources to strengthen his bloodline, and he seized the jaguar's throat. This riverine slaughter continued for a full half-month, during which countless jungle creatures were wiped out by Qin. He forcibly plundered their organ abilities, and the abundant vital essence drastically altered his appearance. Now Qin had a sharp horn on his head and golden scales. If he had a few more legs, he might even pass for the mythological creature Jialo. After devouring the jaguar, Qin paused and muttered to himself, "This much biological resource is enough. Now it's time to use the dragon blood orchid to merge." With that, Qin left the river and headed for the canyon where the dragon blood orchids grew. There he would undergo a complete transformation. A sharp, ferocious beast's roar resounded through the Longzhou Canyon. The ultra-powerful infrasonic howl upheaved the entire sky. Countless jungle beasts fled in terror, and a multitude of birds and insects scattered. At this moment, no other creature remained in the entire Longzhou Canyon. Only a python covered in golden scales slithered through. After devouring the golden viper, Qin seized its golden scales for disguise. After devouring the vampire bat, he seized its infrasonic ability to create a dragon roar. After devouring the poison dart frog, he seized its toxicity to shape the dragon's roar. One by one, Qin Zhong seized the abilities of many exotic jungle creatures, lighting them up like skills. Now what Qin Zhong needed to do was to fuse all these organ abilities into one, thus achieving his new form. Qin Zhong devoured the dragon blood flowers in great quantities. As his teeth chewed, the medicinal power of the dragon blood flowers seeped into every part of his body. A vast torrent of heat extended to every cell, filling Qin Zhong's body with terrifying energy. He was growing stronger, becoming more powerful. Pieces of golden scales cracked rapidly like glass, densely covering Qin Zhong's entire body. Each time the scales cracked, Qin Zhong's body swelled a great distance. After 9 such cracks, countless neatly arranged hexagonal scales covered Qin Zhong's entire body. These hexagonal scales were extremely small, appearing almost non-existent from a distance. But upon closer inspection, one would clearly see that each scale was at least the size of a human head. It turned out that the scales on Qin Zhong had not shrunk. Rather, his serpentine body had grown even larger. A terrifying serpentine body, nearly 100 meters long, coiled in the long-swollen canyon like a primordial beast. His entire body radiated a power that made all creatures tremble. A pair of vertical golden pupils were as large as a truck. Roar. A roar akin to ultrasound instantly resounded through a vast expanse of jungle, startling countless birds and beasts. Under an inexplicable pressure that followed Qin Zhong's strengthening, a multitude of jungle animals prostrated themselves toward Qin Zhong's location. This is power. This is the feeling of strength. A hoarse voice echoed through the long-swollen canyon. Half a month of slaughter and devouring had endowed Qin Zhong with profound foundational power. Now catalyzed by the medicinal power of the dragon blood orchids, he had become a 100-meter-long terrifying monster. Burning blood mixed with the juice of dragon blood orchids flowed through Qin Zhong's veins. His powerful heart constantly pumped a vast amount of vibrant, life-filled blood. This blood, filled with boundless power, sustained Qin Zhong's existence, granting him the strength to roam the entire jungle. Boom. Swinging his massive serpentine body, Qin Zhong directly collapsed the entire long-swollen canyon. In this devouring evolution, Qin Zhong harvested all the dragon blood orchids without a single one left, except for dozens he left in the gaps of his teeth as specimens for future study. All the dragon blood orchids were devoured clean by Qin Zhong. To prevent others from obtaining them, he directly destroyed the entire long-swollen canyon. With the rumbling collapse of boulders, the long-swollen canyon was quickly buried in rubble. After slithering out of the canyon, Qin Zhong swiftly moved toward other parts of the jungle. The entire jungle covered a vast area of 5 million square kilometers. Qin Zhong, a mere 100-meter snake, might be a prehistoric monster to humans, but to the magnificent nature, he was utterly insignificant. Boom, boom, boom. Tall trees were violently snapped by Qin Zhong. Wherever his 100-meter body passed, it was like demolishing, flattening vast stretches of jungle trees. Advancing with such unstoppable momentum, wherever Qin Zhong passed, all beasts retreated and all creatures bowed. At this moment, Qin Zhong was like the sovereign of this jungle, effortlessly overlooking all the creatures of the entire forest. While Qin Zhong was rampaging through the jungle without any rival for the development of the viper serpent cult, the 4 knights of the Kuei family, armed with modern weapons, also began their conquest. In the jungle, there were numerous primitive tribes. These tribes were usually hidden very deep, and their exact locations were not easily known to outsiders. However, this was true only for outsiders from civilized society. For the 4 knights of the Kuei family who had grown up in the primitive jungle, the tribe's existence was like a beacon in the night, so conspicuous and dazzling. Simply by carefully observing the traces left behind as they walked, one could easily discover the tracks of these tribes. On this day, the 4 Kuei knights, using their firearms and coercing warriors from many other tribes, were sweeping through the entire primitive jungle, bringing everything under the viper serpent cult. A jaguar that had emerged from somewhere targeted the warriors under the 4 Kuei knights. Its incredible speed, fearsome strength, and sharp fangs formed an efficient killing machine. This was the enemy the 4 Kuei knights faced. A powerful jaguar that should not exist at all. Are you sure its body is 5 meters in size? Kuei Jiao angrily grabbed a tribal warrior and asked incredulously. The warrior grabbed by Kuei Jiao still had a look of terror in his eyes. They had seen jaguars before and had even fought and hunted them with other tribesmen. But a 5-meter-long jaguar, they had truly never seen one. In front of this jaguar, no matter how they attacked with their spears and poisoned arrows, it was just like tickling. Knight, sir, it's all true, I swear I'm not lying. The captured warrior vowed. Let's go. Take me to see it. Kuei Jiao released the terrified warrior and set off with the other 3 Kuei knights. As the only humans in this jungle with firearms, the 4 Kuei knights were virtually unmatched. Under the immense power of modern guns, no living creature could withstand a single blow from them. Soon, led by the tribal warrior, the 4 Kuei knights arrived not far from the jaguar. At that moment, the monstrous jaguar was leisurely drinking water by the lake, occasionally killing a crocodile or two for a snack with a relaxed and carefree attitude, as if this were its own backyard. Staring at the jaguar's massive size, Kuei Jiao and the others were stunned. Apart from Qin Zhongback, then they had never seen such an extraordinary jungle beast. However, they felt no fear. They raised their firearms, aimed at the jaguar's head, and prepared to shoot. The immense power of the firearms over the past days had given them ample confidence. No matter how strong the opponent, once hit by a bullet, death was almost certain. Aiming at the jaguar's head as it lowered to drink, Kuei Jiao gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A blinding flash of sparks burst from the muzzle, and the whistling bullet charged forward like a roaring venomous dragon. At the moment the bullet left the chamber, a thick smile appeared in the eyes of the four Kuei knights. According to their experience, once they pulled the trigger, the enemy was as good as dead. However, before Kuei Jiao pulled the trigger, the jaguar's ears moved imperceptibly. It had already sensed the presence of prey. As the bullet roared forward, the jaguar suddenly lifted its head. The bullet missed completely, tearing a large gash in the tree behind. What? Impossible. How could it dodge a bullet? Kuei Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. Roar! A furious roar erupted from deep within the jaguar's throat, and then its massive body lunged forward like a mountain. Run! Kuei Yi quickly grabbed Kuei Jiao's arm and shouted. But how could human running speed compare to that of the jaguar? In just 2 leaps, the nearly 100-meter distance between them was swiftly closed. Roar! The jaguar opened its bloody maw, flung a tribal warrior high into the air, and with a terrified scream, the jaguar bisected the warrior. Blood stained the jaguar's entire head, its ferocious expression terrifying everyone. Die! Die! The four Kuei knights frantically pulled the triggers, the roar of gunfire incessantly echoing in the air. Yet faced with such an extraordinary prehistoric beast, despite the four Kuei knights' frantic trigger pulling, the roaring bullets formed a storm of metal, but under the jaguar's incredible speed, it was all futile. At this moment the jaguar was merely playing. Once it lost interest in its prey, everyone present would be hunted down and killed one by the jaguar. Click, click, click. As the sound of empty firing pins kept ringing, the four Kuei knights watched in despair as the jaguar approached step by step. At this point the jaguar's eyes were filled with a playful mockery, as if it possessed intelligence. Despair quickly spread through the group. As the jaguar pressed closer, they became even more terrified. Great Viper Serpent God, please save your faithful subjects. In the face of desperate madness with no way out, Kuei Jiao knelt and prayed. He was praying, yearning for salvation from the Viper Serpent God. Following Kuei Jiao's action, the other tribal warriors also knelt down and prayed together. They could neither outrun nor outfight. Apart from praying for the Viper Serpent God's help, they had no other choice. As the urgent prayers continued, a mysterious force swiftly sped into the distance. Roar! Qin Zhong's sharp fangs easily tore apart an anaconda, swallowing the 10-meter-long creature whole. Even though the anaconda was of the same kind, Qin Zhong showed no mercy. While Qin Zhong was chewing the anaconda's flesh, a series of chaotic sounds kept ringing in his ears. What the hell? At this moment Qin Zhong's ears were buzzing. A voice from an unknown source was madly buzzing. No matter how Qin Zhong shook his head, the buzzing sound did not stop, and even grew stronger over time. After being unable to get rid of the buzzing, Qin Zhong calmed down and listened to the meaning of the sounds. Great Viper Serpent God, please save your faithful subjects. A familiar voice echoed in Qin Zhong's ears. What is this principle? Qin Zhong muttered in confusion. But soon he had no time to dwell on it, because the cold electronic voice of the bloodline evolution system sounded. Soul calling, a plea from a domesticated spiritual life. Please go to rescue as soon as possible. Otherwise you may lose the opportunity to unlock the soul bloodline module. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Zhong immediately understood. This was a chance for system upgrade. So he quickly turned and headed in the direction of the mysterious prayer. Dare to kill my people? You're asking for it. Qin Zhong grumbled. Qin Zhong's enormous serpent body moved recklessly through the jungle like a colossal mountain, crashing through vast stretches of trees and sending them shattering in all directions. With this devastating charge, he thundered toward the position of the Viper Knight 4. Meanwhile, the Viper Knight 4 and their subordinates were frantically fleeing. The jaguar, perhaps sated from its meal, had grown playful and sought to torment its prey rather than kill it outright. It did not deliver swift deaths to the Viper Knight 4 and their companions. Instead, it methodically tore them apart, reducing intact bodies to fragments in a display of cruelty that seemed almost demonic. A roar erupted across the earth, its terrifying shockwaves toppling the Viper Knight 4 to the ground with brute force. Boom! The Viper Knight 4 and his companions tumbled through the air like ragdolls, their bodies spinning repeatedly before crashing violently into ancient trees. A sickening thud followed. Dark crimson blood erupted from Kuei Jiao's lips as he strained desperately to escape, though his grievously wounded frame refused to obey his will. He could only watch in helpless terror as the jaguar closed in its mocking gaze, revealing sharpened fangs poised to devour him alive. Boom! Just as Ku Jiao faced certain death and despair consumed him, the ground began trembling violently, and the forest shook uncontrollably. Beasts fled in panic from every direction as countless branches and leaves rained down from the trees. A thunderous roar echoed through the chaos. A piercing dragon-like shriek rang out, and then a massive shadow blotted out the sunlight looming overhead. There was a serpent, a colossal beast whose presence seemed to swallow the sky itself, emerging from some ancient era. Its golden eyes blazing with wrath locked onto the jaguar, frozen in sheer terror. Then a massive tail descended from above with earth-shattering force, and the jaguar, standing over 5 meters tall, was smashed into a bloody pulp beneath Qin Zhong's devastating strike. Such a foolish little cat daring to harm my faithful ones. Qin Zhong's gravelly voice echoed through the sky, like a divine proclamation from the heavens. To the Viper Knight, for the towering jaguar was an invincible leviathan, yet in comparison to Qin Zhong's 100-plus-meter serpentine form, it was nothing more than an insignificant insect. With the jaguar reduced to mere pulp by Qin Zhong's decisive strike, his gaze shifted back to the Viper Knight 4. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them, crushing their will so completely that they bowed, without hesitation, terrified to resist. O great Viper God, your most devout servant is eternally grateful for your salvation. Kuei Jiao knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face, as he spoke beneath Qin Zhong's watchful gaze. The fact that this manifestation of the Viper God bore little resemblance to previous appearances was simply irrelevant to Kuei Jiao. He did not question it. To any true believer, the divine remains omnipotent and beyond reproach. Having heard Kuei Jiao's words of gratitude, Qin Zhong remained silent, maintaining an air of mystery befitting a deity. You must venture beyond these forests, encounter the world outside, and carry my teachings to distant lands. Qin Zhong's voice, gravelly yet imbued with absolute authority, rolled across the heavens like thunder. As your divine will commands. Kuei Jiao pressed his forehead to the earth, terrified even to cast a glance at Qin Zhong. Having averted the immediate peril facing the Viper Knight 4 and briefly outlined their future course of action, Qin Zhong prepared to withdraw, once more retreating deeper into the jungle. His current serpentine form prevented him from entering human settlements, so he needed spies within that world. The Viper Knight 4 would suffice. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground-shaking tremors surged once more as Qin Zhong propelled his colossal serpent body away from the site. As Qin Zhong ventured further into the forest depths, the cold electronic voice of the bloodline evolution system resonated calmly within his consciousness. Spiritual essence detected. The soul bloodline module has been restored. From this moment onward, as spiritual essence accumulates, the host's soul bloodline shall grow stronger. As this new soul bloodline module activated, Qin Zhong felt an extraordinary surge of energy welling up from within his mind. This energy was formless and intangible, invisible and untouchable, yet undeniably present within Qin Zhong. This must be faith itself. As he sensed this mysterious energy flowing through his mind, Qin Zhong murmured to himself. This had manifested only after he had dispatched the jaguar and resolved the threat posed to the Viper Knight 4. The very power Qin Zhong recognized as faith had taken residence within his mind as the system's soul bloodline module underwent restoration. Qin Zhong could perceive with striking clarity the magnitude of this power, and under its influence every portion of his body underwent rapid and wondrous transformation. If Qin Zhong's former physique had resembled a fragile sand sculpture, then the addition of this faith-infused power was akin to water binding the grains together. Much like water transforming loose sand into solid clay, this power made Qin Zhong's serpentine form considerably stronger. However, this faith remains too weak, nowhere near sufficient to bring about a fundamental transformation. It appears the Viper God sect must expand once more. With a mighty crack, his enormous serpent tail lashed outward, splintering vast stretches of jungle timber. Under Qin Zhong's overwhelming power, no creature dared oppose him, as he claimed dominion over the jungle. He moved freely through the forest, inspiring primal terror in all living things, as though an ancient behemoth had awakened. As he explored this newfound power of faith, a golden orb materialized within his mind the moment the soul bloodline module activated. This golden sphere functioned as a vessel collecting and storing the faith emanating from the Viper God sect. Like a mystical candle casting radiant light, wherever the golden sphere's glow touched, Qin Zhong could distinctly sense a formidable power gestating within. Seeking to understand this golden sphere's nature, Qin Zhong directed his consciousness toward it, and in a moment of spiritual disorientation, found himself surrounded by an ocean of liquid gold. Tides of golden water enveloped his form, while nearly imperceptible currents seeped continuously through every pore of his body. Within this golden sea realm, he retained his anaconda form, though his appearance differed markedly from the 100-meter behemoth he commanded in the physical world. In this golden sea realm, Qin Zhong resembled a young serpent, his form appearing extraordinarily fragile. Could this place be the soul domain itself? As Qin Zhong absorbed the golden waters voraciously, he spoke aloud to himself, taking in the alien landscape around him. The moment Qin Zhong uttered these words, a beam of golden light descended from above and merged directly with his soul. A torrent of information about this space flooded into Qin Zhong's soul, so overwhelming that he felt as though his consciousness might shatter. Thankfully, this deluge of knowledge lasted only moments before Qin Zhong's mind stabilized. According to what he had learned, this golden expanse represented the soul domain manifest upon the activation of his bloodline awakening. This golden realm automatically harvested the faith directed toward Qin Zhong, converting it into golden seawater that his soul could absorb in turn. Bloodline represented a divine inheritance forged through the union of body and soul. Without both elements united, mere physical prowess rendered one nothing more than a brutal beast doomed to die when its lifespan ended. Conversely, a soul unmoored from physical form remained, but a wandering spirit fated to dissipate once its vessel decayed. True power emerged only when soul and body strengthened one another in perpetual symbiosis. As the final pieces of knowledge about this golden space settled into Qin Zhong's understanding, his enormous serpent body in the physical world suddenly opened its eyes. In a rasping whisper he murmured, "Compared to my physical strength, my soul is far too weak. Then my next objective is clear. I must expand my faithful following and strengthen the dominion of the Viper God sect." Qin Zhong's strategy was sound: empower the Viper Knight 4 to grow his influence, while he reaped the rewards from behind the scenes. But soon an unwelcome truth presented itself. As the Viper God sect's territorial influence expanded deeper into the jungle. While this brought substantial growth in faith, a troubling complication soon befuddled his thoughts. Deep within the jungle, at a crude altar erected among the trees, Kuei Jiao knelt in devotion and recounted recent events to the deity's statue. Armed with modern weaponry, his conquests against rival tribes proved virtually unbeatable. Within a remarkably short span, numerous jungle tribes had pledged allegiance to the Viper God sect. Yet after their subjugation, these tribes encountered increasingly grotesque mutant beasts of monstrous size. These aberrant creatures wrought devastation wherever they appeared, annihilating entire tribes outright. Among the Viper God sect's followers, casualties mounted heavily under the relentless beast attacks. Initially, Qin Zhong dismissed these incidents. After all, this was a primeval wilderness untouched by modern civilization, where such colossal mutations were to be expected. Yet as Kuei Jiao's reports continued to accumulate, Qin Zhong came to grasp the gravity of the situation. Mutant beasts were not unusual in such a primordial forest, but these ranged from 3 to 4 meters tall, with one monstrous specimen reaching nearly 10 meters in height. Had Qin Zhong not intervened in time, the tribe targeted by that 10-meter behemoth would have been utterly annihilated. A single occurrence might be attributed to chance, a second to coincidence, but a third demanded recognition of an underlying pattern. Seeking to uncover the source of this phenomenon, Qin Zhong instructed Kuei Jiao to establish a sect altar from which prayers would continually report the locations of these abnormally giant creatures. Through repeated hunts and executions, Qin Zhong grew convinced that these colossal beasts' emergence might somehow be tied to himself. To test this hypothesis, Qin Zhong constructed a dedicated experimental arena. Designating a vast expanse spanning nearly 100 square kilometers, he drove countless jungle beasts into the designated zone. Thud! 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 Using his massive serpent tail, Qin Zhong struck the earth with tremendous force, generating seismic tremors that rippled outward. Each violent impact sent the forest creatures into frantic, desperate migrations, always driven toward the very zone Qin Zhong had designated as his testing ground. The Mutant Beast Experiment Arena. While Qin Zhong was conducting experiments in the jungle in his own way, Dr. Lance and his team, who had been pursued by Qin Zhong and narrowly escaped, finally returned to the territory of Oli Pharmaceutical. At this moment, Dr. Lance and Liang were undoubtedly in a wretched state. After Qin Zhong gave up the chase, they got lost in the jungle and nearly died under the claws of wild beasts. However, heaven seemed to favor them. After surviving in the jungle for half a month, they happened upon a human yacht that had entered the jungle for tourism. With the help of this yacht, they traveled through various routes and finally returned to civilized human society. Finally back. I never thought I could survive. Dr. Lance muttered to himself, looking at the United Conquest flag fluttering in front of the Oli Pharmaceutical gate. Liang, don't worry. I will make amends for your lost arm. Patting Liang on the shoulder, Dr. Lance solemnly promised. Then thank you, Dr. Lance, Liang said with a firm expression. But Dr. Lance could still easily detect a trace of hatred in Liang's eyes. The entire squad had been lost in the jungle during this operation. Nearly a decade of painstaking efforts vanished in an instant. Not only Liang felt distressed, but Dr. Lance was also deeply pained. He had collaborated with Liang's team many times, and they had accumulated a great deal of tacit understanding. Now that Liang's team was completely wiped out, Dr. Lance suffered a huge loss. However, looking at the 2 bottles containing the blood orchids, Dr. Lance regained his confidence. He firmly believed that as long as he developed the longevity potion, all the losses from this operation would be repaid doubly. By the way, give me the military knife in your hand. Looking at the blood orchid Dr. Lance suddenly said to Liang. Although he didn't know what Dr. Lance wanted his military knife for, Liang still handed over the knife stained with the blood of various jungle beasts. Soon after some preparations, Dr. Lance entered his exclusive research institute and began the development of the longevity potion. During the time Dr. Lance was studying the blood orchid, Liang, who had lost an arm bitten off by Qin Zhong, was not idle either. He continued his physical training in the research institute. Even though he had lost an arm, Liang would never allow his combat capability to decrease by even a fraction. He still had to avenge his comrades. He would personally kill that giant python from before. Boom. With a sudden spinning kick in the air, Liang heavily sent a heavy sandbag flying. The terrifying force made the sandbag emit a harsh sound. With a bang of snapping, the entire sandbag slammed into the wall under the impact of Liang's whip-like kick. Crash! A large amount of sand spilled from the bag. Liang, drenched in sweat, calmed his rapid breathing. Gurgle! Gurgle! A small cleaning robot came to the broken sandbag and swept up the scattered sand. Inside the research institute, at the core, surrounded by layers of tight protective measures. Dr. Lance watched the marvelous changes under the high-power microscope, his face excited to the point of madness, and said, "The future of human evolution will be initiated in my hands." Using the blood orchid and Qin Zhong's blood for a reaction, Dr. Lance discovered a miraculous serum within. This serum could enable organisms to quickly break through their own limits, transforming in a direction beyond imagination. After injecting this peculiar serum into a white mouse, the mouse seemed to have taken a divine elixir, rapidly increasing in size. With an ample food supply, the white mouse injected with the serum grew to more than 3 times its original size. Compared to its counterparts, this injected white mouse, in terms of strength, speed, and even neural response, seemed like a completely different species. Apart from some mental confusion, the serum discovered by Dr. Lance seemed to have no flaws. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In a sealed glass chamber, the serum injected white mouse violently slaughtered nearly 100 of its kind. Watching this mouse, Dr. Lance's eyes were filled with beautiful visions of his own future. He felt as if he were standing on the united podium, receiving the Nobel Prize he had always dreamed of. However, at this moment, Dr. Lance was completely unaware that while he was reveling in his future, among the many experimenters in the core of the research institute, a person's eyes flickered with an unknown change. Extracting the blood from the white mouse, Dr. Lance quickly entered the next stage of research. He intended to inject this serum into the human body, making it truly the key to unlock the door of human evolution. As a core member of Oli Pharmaceutical, Dr. Lance possessed immense power. This even included using his position in the Oli Pharmaceutical Group to transfer death row inmates from the United Prison for potentially life-threatening medical research procedures. Robert, go borrow some research samples from Mr. Lyle. I'll report the expenses to the company. Dr. Lance said to his experimental assistant. Yes, Robert said in a low voice. Soon following Dr. Lance's order to borrow research samples, as many as 50 people were transferred out of the death row prison in the city of Play. The next day, a report of execution by firing squad for these 50 people was filed into the archives, and about $500,000 were transferred into the private account of the prison company. All transactions proceeded extremely smoothly, with no one able to raise any objection. Transported by 2 military trucks, the 50 death row inmates were delivered to the Oli Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Moved. In a brightly lit corridor with almost no shadows, a struggling man was dragged by 2 men into a sealed white cell. Outside the cell, Dr. Lance and his research assistant Robert stood quietly behind a one-way mirror. What are you going to do? The death row inmate struggled and roared continuously. However, the 2 guards responsible for escorting him said nothing. They calmly pressed the inmate firmly onto the hospital bed inside the cell. At the same time, they used restraints to immobilize the inmate and then injected a vial of enhanced serum into his body. Get them out. I want to see what effects this serum will have on a human body. Dr. Lance said to Robert. Then the escorts quickly withdrew from the cell, leaving the death row inmate alone, struggling incessantly in the white room. Within less than a minute, the inmate injected with the enhanced serum began to struggle violently. A scorching force flowed through his body, causing him immense pain, like being burned in a furnace. He struggled continuously, roaring in agony, and the entire cell echoed with his screams. Snap, snap, snap. Under the shocked gaze of everyone outside the cell, the strong restraints that even a tiger couldn't break snapped one by one. The sound of snapping was like steel bars breaking, filling everyone's hearts with endless unease. Quickly record his physical reactions. As the inmate's body started to mutate, Dr. Lance hurriedly shouted. Oh, understood. Got it. Working on it. One by one, the researchers busied themselves. Boom. Soon all the restraints snapped completely. The inmate, dominated by the enhanced serum, struggled to stand up from the bed. He kicked the stainless steel bed, shattering it, exposing sharp, jagged edges. In an extremely short time, the serum-injected inmate, like a non-human, pounded the specially made cell walls until they were no longer smooth, leaving fist-shaped dents on the surface. Eventually, amidst the terrified screams of the onlookers, the inmate leaped high and punched the one-way glass through which Dr. Lance and the others were observing the cell. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering rang out continuously, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the entire glass. Thud. The inmate's body fell heavily to the ground without any further movement. Seeing the inmate's movement cease, Dr. Lance quickly snatched the data recorded by his assistant. Looking at the astonishing figures, he couldn't stop laughing. 5 days later, on a helicopter flying over the Amazon jungle, Li Yang, now equipped with a mechanical arm, recalled his experiences over the past 5 days, his heart filled with boundless hatred for Qin Zhong. To carry out this revenge against Qin Zhong, Li Yang accepted Dr. Lance's proposal to inject the enhanced serum. For this, Dr. Lance generously provided Li Yang with a bionic mechanical arm worth 150,000. This bionic arm looked almost identical to a human arm in appearance, but once you touched it, the non-human feel left a deep impression. This time I will definitely kill you. You will pay with your blood. On the helicopter, Li Yang said fiercely. Injecting the enhanced serum was no simple matter. Even after dozens of human experiments, there were still huge flaws. So much so that when Li Yang was injected with the enhanced serum, the insane force nearly burned away his reason. If not for his strong willpower forged through years of battlefield slaughter, he might have been completely consumed and died under that frenzied power. However, he endured and also gained tremendous benefits. His single-arm strength was nearly 1,000 kilograms, his 100-meter speed approached 4 seconds, and his neural reaction time could even dodge bullets. Compared to an ordinary person, Li Yang was now almost a superhuman, and this was not even his limit. As time passed, his strength continued to grow. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The sound of the helicopter rotor blades rang out continuously. Li Yang's terrifying vision, sharp as an eagle, scanned for the target. That's it. Take me there. Looking at the familiar territory from before, Li Yang said excitedly to the pilot. The situation inside the jungle was extremely complex, and it was not suitable for large-scale troop entry. Therefore, this revenge operation was carried out solely by Li Yang. As for Dr. Lance's subordinates, they could only dispatch troops into the Amazon jungle after the enhanced serum was fully developed and the company's board of directors gave support. Before that, relying on a defective serum that only a few could utilize was not enough for Oli Pharmaceutical to invest heavily in sweeping through the numerous beasts of the Amazon jungle. Boom. Jumping directly from high altitude under the helicopter pilot's astonished gaze, Li Yang landed heavily on the ground. The revenge operation has begun, Li Yang said fiercely. Snap. Li Yang tore the cobra apart with his bare hands. The cobra's fangs were utterly useless against his steel mechanical arm. Casting the cobra's corpse aside, Li Yang clenched his fist and pounded against a nearby tree with tremendous force. With a screeching crack of splintering, would the century-old tree toppled to the ground. Damn python, get out here. Li Yang roared in fury. In this dense jungle he had been searching for nearly 3 days. Countless jungle beasts had fallen at his hands, yet he had not caught a single glimpse of Qin Zhong. While Li Yang searched the boundless jungle for Qin Zhong, a helicopter high overhead transmitted footage back to Oli Pharmaceuticals via satellite signal. Thanks to the helicopter's surveillance, Dr. Lance in Prairie City could accurately monitor all movements. Seated in a leather chair, Dr. Lance casually rotated a ring on his finger while his eyes fixed intently on the live feed displayed on the screen before him. With this data from Li Yang's mission, I'll surely convince the board to elevate my research project to the next tier. With more resources at my disposal, let's see who dares to compete with me. Dr. Lance laughed uproariously, his tone brimming with boundless confidence. Roar. Qin Zhong let out a thunderous bellow from the depths of the jungle. His roar rippled through the jungle as endless sonic waves subjugating countless beasts to his will. After observing the mutant beast testing grounds, Qin Zhong confirmed that his blood under the system's modification could exert a positive influence on other organisms. Any creature that came into contact with his blood would transcend its species limits and evolve toward greater power. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qin Zhong was overjoyed, for he was pondering how to enhance the combat prowess of the Viper 4 Knights. Rather than relying on firearms, irreplaceable external tools, they would be better off depending on their own innate strength. To that end, he deliberately drew his own blood, intending to use it to empower the Viper 4 Knights and even warriors of other tribes. He bestowed an apt name upon this bestowal of blood, the Holy Blood Baptism. Only those who underwent the Holy Blood Baptism could truly become warriors of the Viper God. Prior to the inaugural Holy Blood Baptism, to ensure its maximum effectiveness, Qin Zhong also selected a batch of test subjects from among the defeated tribe's prisoners, injecting his own blood into their bodies to observe the subsequent reactions. Initially, due to Qin Zhong's generosity, as soon as the blood containing his lineage entered the prisoners' mouths, Its formidable energy ignited like a torch, reducing the first set of test subjects to near-deadly mortal wounds. Only after numerous trials with progressively reduced blood dosages did he finally obtain successful subjects. Creatures capable of rending tigers and leopards apart, with brute strength though their intellect was noticeably diminished. Qin Zhong tirelessly attempted to rectify this flaw, sacrificing countless defeated prisoners, yet he achieved no breakthrough. Thus his research into the holy blood baptism reached an impasse with no apparent solution in sight. It was not until a devout follower appeared that Qin Zhong experienced a genuine qualitative breakthrough. A believer in the viper god whose parents had been slain by jungle beasts resolutely drank the frenzied holy blood to avenge them. He ultimately gained immense power and annihilated every beast responsible for his parents' deaths. By then Qin Zhong expected the unfortunate youth to succumb to madness like the previous test subjects, eventually expiring in an endless frenzy. However, a miracle occurred. At the brink of madness, through ceaseless prayers to the viper god, his consciousness began to resonate with Qin Zhong's own. The merging of Qin Zhong's potent consciousness with the believer's residual awareness instantly calmed the blood that had driven him mad, transforming it into the believer's personal strength. Thus all prerequisites for the holy blood baptism had been identified, and Qin Zhong prioritized elevating the individual combat capabilities of the Viper Four Knights. In the dense, humid jungle, Qin Zhong lay still upon the earth, using the towering trees to conceal his figure. Drops of blood infused with potent energy seeped from beneath Qin Zhong's scales and were collected into a specially crafted gourd capable of storing enough dosage for nearly 1,000 individuals to undergo the holy blood baptism. After extracting the required blood for the holy blood baptism, Qin Zhong handed the gourd to the person before him. "Prison Knight," he said, "from this day forward you shall be the herald of the holy blood baptism, tasked with safeguarding the Viper God's faith. Grant power to the believers of the Viper God, and strip the traitors who betray him of their strength. You shall become the shadow of the Viper God's cult, slaying all beings who dare oppose it." Qin Zhong's raspy voice echoed in the prison knight's ear, his majestic demeanor compelling the knight to kneel in devout submission. "I shall obey my God's command and eradicate all heretics," the prison knight said with profound reverence. The prison knight was the sole individual under Qin Zhong's command capable of enduring the holy blood baptism, the same person who had consumed the holy blood in reckless pursuit of vengeance for his parents. "Excellent. Then commence your mission now." Qin Zhong's commanding voice resonated in the prison knight's mind. Simultaneously, through conscious resonance, he transmitted Li Yang's vital signs into the knight's brain. Having accepted Qin Zhong's blood and borne a portion of his power, the prison knight also possessed the extraordinary ability to sense enemies through qi resonance. With this perception, as long as a target's qi signature remained unchanged, they could not evade the prison knight's sight. "I obey my God's decree," the prison knight declared calmly, then rose from the ground and swiftly headed toward Li Yang's location. The moment Li Yang had entered the jungle, Qin Zhong had already detected his presence. However, for a mere human like Li Yang, Qin Zhong did not take him seriously at all. With but a fraction of his strength, Qin Zhong could have annihilated him without leaving a trace. Therefore, he chose to leave Li Yang to the prison knight, using the opportunity to hone the knight's combat skills. Meanwhile, Qin Zhong set his sights on the helicopter circling overhead. Its presence was extremely intrusive, severely hindering his movements. Thus, Qin Zhong planned to ambush the helicopter while its attention was drawn to the battle between the prison knight and Li Yang, aiming to bring it down from the sky in one swift stroke. Hurrying through the jungle foliage guided by Qin Zhong's information, the prison knight, with demonic markings painted across his face, soon materialized before Li Yang. "Who are you?" Li Yang eyed the suddenly appearing prison knight warily, his firearm aimed squarely at the knight's forehead. "By my God's command, I have come to eradicate heretics who dare disturb his peace," the prison knight said coldly. "A god? Worshipping an animal or an incomprehensible phenomenon as a deity? What a bunch of ignorant savages." "Ha ha." Upon hearing the prison knight's words, Li Yang burst into hearty laughter. Coming from a civilized society, Li Yang instinctively despised these primitive humans. Hearing that they acted under divine command only fueled his unrestrained, derisive laughter. "You blasphemous heretic, let your death serve as penance to the great Viper God," he declared. At Li Yang's blasphemous words, the prison knight's tone grew even colder. His consciousness, activated by the holy blood, was now in deep resonance with Qin Zhong's. In this state, to stabilize the holy blood within him, the prison knight had to make the blasphemer pay. Boom! A swift whip-like kick screamed through the air, hurtling toward Li Yang. "Damn it!" Li Yang, who had been laughing uncontrollably, instantly turned pale. He hurriedly raised his arms to block. Thud! A terrifying force erupted from his arms, and Li Yang was kicked several meters away from his original position. Two long furrows appeared beneath Li Yang's feet. Feeling the excruciating pain in his arms, his face went deathly white. "What kind of power is this, eh?" Li Yang asked in bewilderment. Yet the prison knight did not give Li Yang any time to react. Like a cheetah, he launched a relentless series of swift attacks. Under this onslaught, Li Yang could only awkwardly defend himself, utterly lacking the strength to counterattack. Li Yang's own power was formidable, enhanced by a massive serum injection and augmented with a bionic mechanical arm. His combat capability far surpassed that of ordinary humans. He could even hold his own against 10 fully armed soldiers without showing any sign of defeat. However, the prison knight was far stronger. The enhancement serum Li Yang had received was diluted, although it could grant humans near superhuman power. Compared to a monster like the prison knight who had fully undergone the holy blood baptism, the difference was night and day. Under the prison knight's frenzied assault, Li Yang was like a tattered ragdoll with no room to fight back. Lower still. I need a clear view of their battle. Via satellite transmission DR, Lance ordered the helicopter pilot to descend repeatedly. Only when the helicopter hovered less than 100 meters above the ground did DR. Lance, watching the continuous struggle between the prison knight and Li Yang in the jungle, speak with marveling tone. Such formidable power, released from a human. How many more secrets does this jungle conceal? All of them belong to me, he proclaimed. Dr. Lance's eyes swirled with ambition. Li Yang alone as a specimen had already astonished him, but witnessing the prison knight's might only intensified his fervent desire for dominion. He too yearned to possess power like that of the prison knight. Just as the helicopter descended ever lower under Dr. Lance's orders, Qin Zhong, concealed beneath the jungle canopy, suddenly unleashed his formidable power. His colossal serpent body, nearly 100 meters long, used the ground as a pivot and shot toward the sky in the blink of an eye. His sharp fangs transformed into the Reaper's scythe. A terrifying shadow blotted out the sun. Li Yang, caught in battle, looked up abruptly at the blockage of sunlight, and his pupils contracted in disbelief. What is that thing? Boom. Taking advantage of Li Yang's momentary shock, the prison knight drove his foot through Li Yang's body, utterly ending his life. In his final moments, all Li Yang could see in his fading vision was that sky-obscuring, terrifying, colossal serpent. Boom. A colossal and terrifying serpentine shadow stretched across the sky, like a celestial path spanning the heavens, evoking boundless shock. What in the world is that? The helicopter pilot roared in terror. As the helicopter became thoroughly entangled by Qin Zhong, an immense force violently dragged it down from the sky. A piercing scream echoed through the sky as the helicopter exploded into a meteor of fire, crashing heavily into a mountain under Qin Zhong's powerful pull. Boom. A towering pillar of flame shot into the sky. The helicopter's final footage captured only the terrifying silhouette of an enormous serpent. In a dark office DR, Lance casually froze the image on the final frame, the full reveal of the terrifying serpent, and presented it to the others in the room. Dear board members, I trust you have all witnessed what happened in the Amazon jungle. The Spirit Serpent Serum Project is a power that can push humanity beyond its physical limits. It is the first key to unlocking human evolution, which has stagnated since ancient times. If we do not seize this opportunity, I am certain Oli Pharmaceuticals' competitors will not lag behind. By then, Oli Pharmaceuticals' global standing will be challenged, leading to consequences none of us wish to see. Walking to the front of the screen DR, Lance turned on the lights and addressed the board members of Oli Pharmaceutical with eloquence. After witnessing the giant serpent in the Amazon through the helicopter footage DR, Lance knew that he could not succeed alone. Thus, to maximize benefits, he promptly submitted a request to the board of Oli Pharmaceutical and proposed the Spirit Serpent Serum Project. Leveraging his position as the head of a research institute, he convened this discussion on the Amazon jungle matters with the board members. With the screen images and DR Lance's remarks, the board members of Oli Pharmaceutical began to discuss among themselves. After a period of deliberation, Director Halai, a board member, addressed Dr. Lance. How confident are you that this will once again elevate Oli Pharmaceutical's market value? Oli Pharmaceutical is a behemoth in the global market. Though it cannot rival the top-tier conglomerates, it is nearly unmatched in other areas. If this so-called Spirit Serpent Serum Project succeeds, Oli Pharmaceutical could very well ascend to the status of a top-tier conglomerate or even surpass them. Profit is the eternal pursuit of conglomerates, and this venture touches upon the future direction of human evolution, making it impossible for the board members of Oli Pharmaceutical to remain indifferent. As long as the company provides sufficient support, the success rate of this Spirit Serpent Serum Project will be 100%. Dr. Lance boasted before the board members, his tone unwavering. This was a high-stakes gamble. Dr. Lance was betting his future on a more brilliant prospect. If the project succeeded, he would rise to sit alongside the board members. Even if it failed, his life would not be in danger. At worst, he would serve the company for free for the rest of his life. The Spirit Serpent Serum Project would involve mobilizing company resources to deploy a regimental combat unit into the Amazon jungle. Using modern technology to subdue the 100-meter python, its blood would serve as raw material to develop a series of groundbreaking pharmaceutical products. The ultimate goal of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project was to leverage these products to capture the global market and build a pharmaceutical empire for Oli Pharmaceutical. Hearing Dr. Lance's bold claim, the board members of Oli Pharmaceutical did not question him. Instead, they immediately began a vote on supporting the plan, as one member after another raised their hands in approval. Except for one conservative member, the majority expressed support for the operation. The anomalies in the Amazon jungle had already emerged, denying them would not make them disappear. If Oli Pharmaceutical did not act now, other companies that learned of the situation would soon take action. Thus, to avoid losing the initiative, most members approved the execution of the plan. The 26th century is an era of globalization where everything is recorded in cold, hard numbers. From the moment the anomalies in the Amazon jungle appeared, it was inevitable that they would influence global dynamics, the only question being sooner or later. Watching the board members one by one give their approval, Dr. Lance's excitement grew. When the vote concluded, Director Halai spoke again. The company will deploy a standard combat regiment from the military operational sequence to carry out this plan. I hope that when our soldiers bring back the serpent's blood, your spirit serpent serum project will not disappoint everyone present. With Director Halai's words, Dr. Lance suppressed his excitement and said, I will not let the board down. I will ensure the spirit serpent serum project launches smoothly. After exchanging a few more matters, the board members left the office. As they departed, they congratulated Dr. Lance and left their contact information. As the potential architect of the company's future strategic goal, even though the project had not yet officially begun, Dr. Lance was already highly regarded by the board. While Oli Pharmaceutical under Dr. Lance's influence began executing the spirit serpent serum project. In the Amazon jungle, Qin Zhong, after dealing with the helicopter that had been observing the jungle, also began preparing to relocate the followers of the Viper sect towards civilized society. As Qin Zhong's blood spread through the Amazon jungle, more and more jungle beasts began to mutate. Their bodies grew far beyond normal size, their combat abilities became terrifyingly formidable, and ordinary creatures fell to their attacks. As if some special rule were at work, ordinary jungle beasts dwindled, replaced by mutated beasts that carried Qin Zhong's blood. These mutated beasts were nothing to Qin Zhong. In fact, wherever he passed, all beasts bowed in submission, not daring to harbor the slightest rebellious thought. This jungle had become Qin Zhong's kingdom. But for the human followers of the Viper sect, the presence of these mutated beasts was extremely dangerous. In the jungle, the strong survive and the weak perish. Under the harsh natural law, ordinary humans had no chance of survival. In this dire situation, all followers of the Viper sect had to leave the jungle to seek a new life. Thus, amid this peril, Qin Zhong used the prison knight to initiate a faith migration plan, leveraging the knight's formidable combat power to enter civilized society and establish a land where his followers could survive. On a moonlit night with a gentle breeze within the jungle teeming with mutated beasts, Qin Zhong's kingly aura permeated a territory where no beast dared to tread. Only the prison knight sat alone under the moon, eyes closed in deep meditation. As the first human to bear Qin Zhong's power, his consciousness resonance with Qin Zhong's mind was steadily increasing. With this rising resonance, the prison knight's combat abilities kept growing. Ordinary bullets could no longer hit his body. As the most powerful follower of Qin Zhong and the one with the highest consciousness resonance, he naturally became the vessel for Qin Zhong's consciousness to descend. By yielding his own consciousness, Qin Zhong's mind would enter the prison knight's body. Then the prison knight's body would be controlled by Qin Zhong, granting him a vessel to act in civilized society. Qin Zhong called this method divine descent. As the prison knight meditated with closed eyes, Qin Zhong deliberately guided his consciousness toward his own thoughts. Soon the resonance rate between the prison knight and Qin Zhong rose from the initial 3% all the way to 100%. At the moment the resonance rate reached 100%, a consciousness entity swiftly detached from the prison knight's body and ascended through a mysterious tunnel toward the sky. At the same time, part of Qin Zhong's consciousness rapidly left his own massive serpentine body, turning into a slender beam of light and entering the tunnel formed by the prison knight's ascension. In a mysterious blue tunnel, Qin Zhong's consciousness and the prison knight's consciousness passed each other. In an instant, when the prison knight opened his eyes again, part of Qin Zhong's consciousness had already taken residence in the prison knight's body. Clenching and opening his hands, feeling the long-lost familiarity, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. What a miraculous transformation! Through consciousness resonance, my mind can enter another being's body. How extraordinary! This method of consciousness transfer was something Qin Zhong had discovered not long ago. After many simulations, today was the first time he used it, and it succeeded so smoothly, filling him with immense joy. After adapting to the prison knight's body, Qin Zhong turned his attention to the prison knight's consciousness within the serpent's mind. Because of the power of his soul and blood, Qin Zhong could weave his memories into an illusory fairy tale world. To minimize the prison knight's resistance to the consciousness transfer, Qin Zhong had previously peeked into the prison knight's memories through consciousness resonance. Using those memories, he shaped in his own mind an illusory world that the prison knight yearned for. When the prison knight's consciousness entered that world, it would operate according to everything he desired. In that world existed his parents, his friends, everything he longed for. A paradise tailored for him, one that could easily ensnare a weak-willed soul. To avoid mishap, Qin Zhong made a calculation. 1 month was the maximum limit for the prison knight's indulgence. If Qin Zhong did not return the body within a month, the night would become a fragment of Qin Zhong's memory, forever lost in the ocean of his mind. Aware of this, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, "Perhaps I can use this trait to create a heaven, letting the dead live within my memories." This would solve one of the major challenges in religious development, the question of the afterlife. What a brilliant idea. Now let's begin the follower migration plan. Filing away the idea of shaping the memory ocean into a religious paradise, Qin Zhong stood up, gazed at the moon, and prepared to execute his plan. Clang, clang, clang. On a desolate plain, an old train chugged along the iron tracks at a mere 50 kilometers per hour. Its sluggish pace allowed Qin Zhong to easily clamber onto the roof of the train. He felt the fierce wind lashing against him, his face concealed by a pure white mask that revealed only a pair of eyes. Clad in a cowboy outfit he had seized from someone else, Qin Zhong experienced a disorienting sense of temporal dislocation. Though the current era in this world had reached the 26th century, more than 500 years after his own time, the progress of civilization seemed utterly frozen, with no significant changes. Cross-legged on the train roof, Qin Zhong narrowed his eyes and surveyed the vast stretches of farmland passing by. Musing to himself, he thought, "Without knowing the current state of the world, I'll first establish my base in a farm." The old train slowly journeyed from a barren wilderness of civilization toward its heart. As it advanced, a palpable sense of civilizational leap began to unfold before Qin Zhong. From a wasteland devoid of any modern amenities to the emergence of cars, towns, and sprawling farmland spanning merely a few hundred kilometers, Qin Zhong had seemingly leaped from a primitive age into a civilized society. Soon following the train's progress, Qin Zhong glimpsed a towering wall rising in the distance, standing between heaven and earth. High atop the wall, countless precision electronic instruments scanned the entry and exit of vehicles, filtering out any suspicious individuals who could not enter the city. Upon seeing the imposing wall, Qin Zhong rose from the train roof and leaped to the side like a nimble kangaroo, clearing the train's path in a single bound. "Mommy! Mommy!" Someone jumped off the sky. A little girl pointed at Qin Zhong's retreating figure as he jumped from the train roof, exclaiming with delight. Her mother turned to look where her daughter pointed, but saw no one. Little children shouldn't lie, or they'll get their bottoms spanked. As mother and daughter bickered, Qin Zhong stood behind the departing old train, gazing at the urban behemoth in the distance. He murmured to himself, "Soon I will enter the city." Beyond the city, in the farmland towns, lay the domains of great landowners. They held vast tracts of land, serving as food suppliers to the city, and enjoyed close ties with city officials. Because their roots were in the farms outside, they had never ventured into the city. For Qin Zhong, who was planning a faith migration, there were no better targets than these landowners. First, he could use their identities to employ his followers and embed them in civilized society. Second, when the time was ripe, he could leverage the landowner's status to infiltrate the Viper faith into the city. It was a two-pronged opportunity, a perfect gift from heaven to Qin Zhong. Thus, after a day of observation and scouting several landowners' domains, Qin Zhong set his sights on a landowner named Lefeuer. Under a moonlit midnight with a sparse breeze, Qin Zhong, wearing his pure white mask, stepped into Lefeuer's territory. Under the Union's laws, this was Lefeuer's private land. Anyone who entered without his permission could be shot dead by Lefeuer without legal consequence. This was a tiny kingdom belonging solely to Lefeuer. With 7 or 8 hired hands under his command, Lefeuer lived a comfortable life. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Zhong's footsteps echoed outside Lefeuer's door. To avoid drawing attention, he had deliberately lightened his steps. Yet even so, to the keen-eared hound on guard, the sound was like a midnight thunderclap. The hound, startled awake, crept out of the 2-story house and approached the stranger bearing its sharp fangs. It intended to teach the intruder a harsh lesson. But before the hound could strike, Qin Zhong, who had already sensed its presence, turned and kicked it with brutal force. The impact shattered the hound's internal organs. With a single yelp, it fell silent forever. Qin Zhong glanced at the dead hound and pushed open Lefeuer's door. Since he was already exposed, there was no need for stealth. He stepped into the house, precisely catching Lefeuer and his men engaged in illicit activities. 2 girls lay on the floor, bruised and breathless, completely naked, their eyes filled with utter despair. It was clear what they had endured. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Seeing a man in a pure white mask invade his territory, Lefeuer and his men quickly drew their revolvers. They held them steady, aiming at the intruder. "Well, looks like I came at a bad time," Qin Zhong said in a mockingly playful tone while stepping closer to Lefeuer. Bang! A bullet roared out, a flash of fire illuminating the room. Lefeuer had pulled the trigger of his revolver. No one could know what happened today, witnesses had to die. As the bullet screamed toward him, Lefeuer thought grimly. Facing the incoming bullet, Qin Zhong showed no panic. With a slight tilt of his head, the bullet whizzed past, piercing the wall behind him. "How is that possible?" Lefewer stammered incredulous at Qin Zhong's evasion. The other hired hands were equally stunned. Dodging bullets was something only seen in movies, never in reality. Bang, bang, bang. Driven by fear, Lefewer and his men fired repeatedly. In moments they had emptied all their rounds. As the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air, Lefewer, trembling uncontrollably, looked as if he had seen a demon. Don't come near. Don't come near. Lefewer scrambled backward, desperate to escape. You're done shooting? Now it's my turn. Those demonic words echoed in their ears. A phantom-like figure closed in, and within seconds they were crushed as if by a steamroller, their bones shattered dead. Gazing at the corpses on the floor, and the two girls who were tortured beyond recognition, Qin Zhong said calmly, "They are not worthy of being human." He approached the bound girls, placing his hands on their foreheads. "Embrace the Viper God. He will lead you out of despair to a beautiful paradise." Qin Zhong's voice, like a dream, whispered in their ears, guiding their hopeless consciousness toward the faith of the Viper God. The torture inflicted by Lefewer and his men had doomed the girls. In this remote place, there was no way to get them to a hospital, nor could Qin Zhong's identity allow it. Thus, under these circumstances, Qin Zhong could only help them find spiritual release. Through the memory of paradise, he allowed the dying to grasp a final thread of hope, thereby constructing a heavenly realm after death. Under Qin Zhong's guidance, the tormented consciousness of the two girls slowly gravitated toward him. As the resonance of their consciousness increased, reaching a perfect 100%, two ethereal souls through a blue tunnel converged into Qin Zhong's memory paradise. Soon as Qin Zhong withdrew his hands, a beautiful world began to form in a corner of his memory, a world where their fates were rewritten. Kasha and Kaki were two close sisters. Weary of the city's monotonous life, they decided to go on a road trip. Driving their own car, they explored every corner beyond the city, soothing their restless hearts. They had thought everything would go smoothly until they arrived at Lefewer's farm. Then their tragic nightmare began. In his memory paradise, Qin Zhong directly altered this tragic encounter, erasing all memories of what happened after their arrival at Lefewer's farm. In his memory paradise, they never went to Lefewer's farm. Instead, they returned home. They continued their peaceful lives until the end of their natural lives, and were laid to rest in the earth, blessed by their families and children. A pure stream of soul energy was released as the two sisters passed away in the memory paradise. Bathed in this energy, Qin Zhong's soul grew a little stronger. Seeing the two girls die peacefully in the memory paradise, their tortured faces in the real world regained calm. Qin Zhong stood up and murmured to himself, "The memory paradise can help the tormented build a false future while also strengthening my soul. But it consumes a lot of energy." At that moment, Qin Zhong was drenched in sweat from the effort of easing the girls' pre-death suffering. Removing his mask to wipe the sweat from his brow, Qin Zhong stepped over the scattered corpses and walked to the window. Gazing out at the vast farmland, he said to himself, "From today, this land belongs to me." The next morning, as the remaining farmhands awoke, Qin Zhong used his martial prowess to intimidate them into submission, officially launching the faith migration plan. He began transferring his followers from the Amazon jungle to this farm. One by one, believers of the Viper God emerged from the jungle and settled into the farm. Swept up by the tide, the remaining farmhands had no choice but to serve Qin Zhong wholeheartedly. Using their familiarity with the farm, he quickly gained control of its wealth and some business connections. He also used Lefewer's identity to seek out small factories in the city that had failed due to poor management and purchased them. This batch of faith migrants numbered nearly 30 people, the first wave. As time went on, more believers would be transferred from the jungle. Using Lefewer's funds, he greased the palms of city officials to obtain identity documents for the 30. He placed them to work in the purchased factories within the city, gradually infiltrating its core. As time passed, Qin Zhong believed that he would soon establish a firm foothold in the city called Rakas. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Zhong appeared outwardly like an elderly farmer enjoying his retirement. Using lover's identity and wealth, he quietly lived out his days at the manor, paying no heed to the outside world. In secret, however, Qin Zhong had mobilized a great deal of wealth to aggressively acquire factories in the border city of Rakas. A large number of factories that had suffered losses due to poor management fell into Qin Zhong's hands. Because of his indiscriminate spending, he even earned the nickname Prince of Generosity in Rakas. Countless factory owners who were deep in the red saw Qin Zhong as a naive spender and eagerly sold their factories to him. To this end, Qin Zhong nearly emptied lover's wealth accumulated over the years, acquiring several factories that produced parts, 2 small hospitals, and even a munitions factory that some unknown person had sold. When Qin Zhong saw the munitions factory now in his possession, he truly felt how fantastical this world was. If this small munitions factory was running at full capacity, the weapons it could produce were enough to support a small-scale war. Apart from being unable to produce heavy weaponry, the factory could manufacture many types of firearms. Using a projection device purchased from Rakas City, Qin Zhong observed the munitions factory remotely. While sipping tea he marveled at the surreal nature of the world. This world never ceases to amaze me. To guard against any hidden troubles behind the munitions factory, Qin Zhong specifically sent 2 knights who had undergone the holy blood baptism, Viper Horn and Viper Leaf, to follow the grain transport company's personnel into Raqqa City for an investigation. For this purpose, he also spent a portion of his already limited funds to bribe city councilors in Raqqa. The intelligence obtained confirmed that the munitions factory had no trouble at all. Apart from annual losses, there were no other issues such as tax evasion or any conflict with other arms companies in Raqqa. This bizarre result left Qin Zhong incredulous, but the facts were laid before him, leaving him no choice but to believe. The border city of Raqqa, located beside the Amazon jungle, did not border any prosperous cities, so the flames of war never reached here. The firearms produced by the munitions factory were completely unable to compete with those from the massive arms conglomerates that spanned across cities. These 2 extremely unfavorable factors caused the munitions factory in Qin Zhong's hands to suffer losses. Without the stimulus of war, the factory had no reason to exist. According to intelligence gathered later by Qin Zhong, the existence of munitions factories in this world was no different from the bubble tea shops in his previous life. As long as one affiliated with an arms company paid a franchise fee, material procurement costs, and various other miscellaneous expenses. With the approval of local city officials, one could open a munitions factory in any city. It could not be simpler, and this led to a paradoxical phenomenon. Every year munitions factories opened, and every year they closed down, happening as fast as cutting leeks, too fast to imagine. With a snap, he closed the investigation report on the munitions factory. Qin Zhong sighed again. Money truly broadens the mind. It even allows people to toy with something as dangerous as firearms. He casually tossed the report onto the table and continued to relish his rare leisure time. After the long years of wandering and fighting in the Amazon jungle, returning to the state of a human being, even if only for a month, filled Qin Zhong with nostalgia so much so that he felt reluctant to leave. But soon an urgent message came from Raqqa City to Qin Zhong. A manager he had appointed to oversee the munitions factory in Raqqa called him. Ring. An old-fashioned landline phone rang beside Qin Zhong. It was unclear whether the wireless network signal in this world was expensive or if Lover had a fetish for antiques. Qin Zhong walked over to a rotary dial phone and picked up. Speak, what is it? Prison Knight, we have an order from the military. We need your advice. On the other end, Bob, a subordinate Qin Zhong had recruited at Lover's manor, spoke cautiously. In the past, Bob had been just a cowherd under Lover with little pay, much work, and far from home. If not for his low literacy level, which left him no other way to make a living, Bob would have long left this godforsaken, desolate place. Bob once thought his life would amount to nothing more, but Qin Zhong's arrival gave him a chance to change his fate. It was true that Bob's literacy was low, but the other followers of Qin Zhong were even lower. Among the shortest, the tallest is chosen. So Bob became the manager candidate for Qin Zhong's munitions factory. Blessed with luck, in his middle age, elevated to manager, overseeing dozens of employees, and with a significant salary increase. All these rare conditions made Bob extremely eager to please Qin Zhong. He feared that everything he had now could vanish in an instant. An order from the military. Hearing Bob's words, Qin Zhong frowned. He couldn't understand why this border city would have a military order. Without war, the munitions factory had no reason to exist. What do they want us to do? Qin Zhong asked again in a low voice. The military wants our supply maintenance facilities for firearms and, if necessary, to provide weapons. Manager Bob rambled on with a long list of demands. If placed on an ordinary munitions factory, these demands would have been impossible to fulfill. But as it happened, the munitions factory in Qin Zhong's hands possessed all the conditions the military required. Hearing Bob's account of the military's conditions, Qin Zhong's mind raced for a moment. Agree to them. Fulfill the military's demands as much as possible, and at the same time squeeze a heavy layer of profit out of them. Understood, Prison Knight. As the call ended, Qin Zhong walked to the window and gazed at the moon. The military's target is me, he said. When the phone rang earlier, Qin Zhong wondered why the military would deploy such a large force in this godforsaken place. According to Manager Bob's calculations for this military order, the weapons were enough to sustain a regiment's combat. Such a massive deployment of troops puzzled Qin Zhong greatly, but then he turned his thoughts to himself. He suddenly understood the reason behind it. Last time Qin Zhong had directly disabled a helicopter. That might be the reason. With the military order placed, Qin Zhong's munitions factory began working overtime. At the same time, trains from Raqqa City began to roll steadily toward the jungle. These trains were different from ordinary ones. They carried large quantities of weapons and numerous coalition soldiers. In the rattling train, the coalition soldiers sat upright on both sides, chatting with one another. This familiar scene suddenly gave Qin Zhong a feeling of being back in the 20th century with no trace of high technology. Quietly crawling on the train's locomotive officer's cabin, Qin Zhong listened carefully to the military's battle plan. Everyone relax. This operation is not a battle against an external enemy. This operation is called hunting action, and it requires us to capture a 100-meter-long giant python that lives in the jungle. Colonel Shaka, the commander of this operation, spoke in a relaxed tone. A cigar dangled from his hand, giving him the air of a warlord with no trace of a soldier's bearing. As Colonel Shaka spoke, the entire officer's cabin was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. "Colonel, is a 100-meter giant python really possible?" A lieutenant colonel exclaimed in disbelief. A 100-meter python. It was beyond their imagination. What kind of colossal creature was that? I didn't believe it either, but it really exists. I saw the python at a company meeting. It startled me at the time. I thought it was some new weapon developed by a company, and they were sending us brothers to be cannon fodder. But later I learned that python was a creature of flesh and blood, and I realized it was a fortune meant for us. If we handle this well, the company promises a generous reward for all of us brothers here. Colonel Shaka laughed heartily as he made the promise, prompting the others to laugh as well. In the brightly lit officer's cabin, several officers began to sing and dance in the spacious room. Qin Zhong could not see any pre-battle tension. It was as if they were going on a picnic. Moving backward from the locomotive officer's cabin, Qin Zhong looked at the soldier's train. Unlike the officer's cabin, the atmosphere in the soldier's carriage was somewhat somber. With a swift leap, he jumped off the train. Qin Zhong watched the departing train and muttered to himself, "Truly a bunch of warriors fighting for money. The era of capital is truly insane." According to the intelligence Qin Zhong had gathered from Raqqa City, this world had been unified centuries ago, leading to the establishment of a coalition organization. But unlike the unified pattern Qin Zhong had imagined, where war ended chaos, the era of national disintegration saw major corporations swallow vast amounts of wealth, becoming monopolistic conglomerates. This was a fantastical world, a world where money reigned supreme. With money it was paradise, without it it was an endless hell. Leaving the train tracks, Qin Zhong returned to Lover's Manor. There, through the efforts of his followers, a small church capable of holding 30 to 40 people was built in the sunlight. As the morning sun rose, a golden viper emblem coiled around a sword on the church's roof glittered. Under the guidance of the Viper Water Knight, the first batch of followers who had migrated from the jungle filed into the church. Under the golden-eyed gaze of the merciful Holy Serpent statue, the holy blood baptism began one after another. Qin Zhong held a gourd containing the holy blood, pouring it into transparent wine glasses. Then, amid the hymns and chants of the many followers, the first large-scale holy blood baptism of the Viper Serpent cult commenced. Those who underwent the holy blood baptism were true believers, carefully selected by Qin Zhong, their faith capable of bearing a portion of his power. After the holy blood entered their mouths, loud chants rose in the church, praising the greatness of the Viper Serpent God and extolling his power. Then, amid the fervent acclaim, a new batch of knights appeared before Qin Zhong. There were 28 knights in total. They would be one of the main forces for Qin Zhong to infiltrate human society. Pious followers of the Viper Serpent, prove your faith through your actions. Starting tomorrow, you will enter various cities and batches to spread the faith of the Viper Serpent God. These were followers, but also superhumans, possessing immense power, far beyond ordinary people. The followers of the Viper God cult entered Raqqa City in batches, subtly manipulating the gangs that lurked in the underworld with their supernatural powers. As the one-month deadline approached, a legitimate religion registered in Raqqa City with substantial capital emerged as a matter of course. With financial backing from those underground gangs, Qin Zhong established connections within Raqqa City. In this world where money reigned supreme, the power of capital possessed an extraordinary allure. So much so that even the spiritual world shaped by humanity, since its inception, including faith, could be treated as a business. Within Raqqa City, and indeed across all city-states under the jurisdiction of the Union, this was the norm. Religions of all sizes operated like corporations, who, as long as their registration procedures complied with local laws, they could establish bizarre and inexplicable sects. A religion that worshipped shoes, one that worshipped clothes, and even one that worshipped noodles. There was nothing that couldn't be done, only what couldn't be imagined. It was easy to see how chaotic the faith landscape was in Raqqa City. Now, with the Viper God cult taking root in Raqqa City, the chaotic faith landscape was being purged. The knights endowed with transcendent power struck down all heretical faiths, incorporating them into the Viper God cult and guiding those lost souls onto the righteous path. By the time the one-month deadline arrived, Qin Zhong's consciousness returned to its original vessel, and the prison knight's awareness reverted to himself. The Viper God cult, wielding immense power, had already cleansed over a dozen sects within Raqqa City, garnering a following of roughly 20 to 30,000 believers. That 20 to 30,000 people had sustained over a dozen sects. This alone illustrated the chaos within Raqqa City. At midnight, as Qin Zhong's consciousness prepared to depart, he spoke to the prison knight in a stern voice. The unification of faith in Raqqa City must be accelerated. It is your dereliction of duty to allow so many lost souls to wander the world. As you command, O great Viper God. The prison knight replied devoutly, his tone saturated with reverence for the Viper God. In the paradise of memory, he had spent a month. He deeply yearned for where his parents and friends lived on, and he could converse with them as if they were alive. The prison knight craved this familial warmth, so he longed to see those familiar faces once more. He obeyed Qin Zhong's orders without the slightest hesitation, carrying them out with absolute devotion. Very well, I leave everything here in your hands. With that, Qin Zhong's consciousness resonated and withdrew from the prison knight's body, returning it to its rightful owner. With the prison knight and other clergy overseeing matters, Qin Zhong was not worried that any ragged sect could hinder the Viper God cult's expansion. And when he returned to his own body through his mastery over the entire jungle's myriad creatures, Qin Zhong's serpentine eyes gazed coldly at the soldiers who had entered the forest. Now let me witness the formidable power of modern weaponry. Hiss! Qin Zhong spoke in a raspy voice, his forked tongue constantly flicking, tasting the ambient temperature and gathering a wealth of information from the world around him. Having seized the organs and abilities of countless creatures and fused them into one using the unique properties of the dragon blood orchid, Qin Zhong was no longer limited to a single direction for gathering information from the outside world. He could utilize fluctuating temperatures, drifting breezes, ultrasonic vibrations imperceptible to humans, and a host of other methods. Thus he brought the vast expanse of the jungle under his comprehensive control. He was the uncrowned king of this forest. With a clatter, the train stopped at the station closest to the jungle. A standard combat regiment of 1500 soldiers armed with a variety of weapons disembarked and marched off. They moved as one, their steps and postures perfectly synchronized, a sight so pleasing to the eye that it was clear they were an elite, disciplined force. Colonel Shaka thought so too. He stepped out from the train's officer cabin with his staff, came before his soldiers, and gave a casual salute. Then looking at the 1500 soldiers standing in orderly ranks, he bellowed, "I'm bringing you lads here to make a fortune. Don't give me those long faces. Cheer up. Once this mission is done, everyone's salary for next month will be doubled." As Colonel Shaka addressed the soldiers, at first they remained silent, their faces serious and tinged with fear as they watched him. They did not know what fate awaited them. They had enlisted not to defend anything, but merely for the money. They fought for wealth. Enough gold would secure their loyalty. So when Colonel Shaka mentioned doubling their pay, every trace of wooden expression vanished from their faces. Instead, a flush of excitement rose, and their eyes gleamed with avarice. "The Union Army is invincible." An impassioned voice rang out among the soldiers, and soon others joined in howling like wolves. "The Union Army is invincible. The Union Army is invincible." Spurred by Colonel Shaka's monetary incentive, the soldiers became like wolves scenting blood or sharks catching a whiff of prey, shouting with fanatical fervor. Seeing his men so spirited, Colonel Shaka nodded with satisfaction. "Morale is high. This battle will be ours." Of course, in these surrounding cities, who doesn't know of Colonel Shaka's renown? An officer behind him flattered. Hearing this, Colonel Shaka accepted it with pleasure. Naturally, he took the flattery without any false modesty, then turned to the lieutenant colonel and said, "How about this? You lead the charge this time. Make sure the mission is accomplished." "Yes, sir. I will complete the mission. Just watch." The lieutenant colonel saluted smartly and spoke with solemn conviction. Soon after the soldiers had formed up, Lieutenant Colonel Maji led a large contingent into the jungle first. As heat sources approached the forest, the sound of footsteps carried on the breeze to Qin Zhong's ears. The acoustic reflections formed an image in Qin Zhong's mind, and a model of the enemy's movement quickly took shape in his brain. Watching the soldiers swagger through the jungle, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. "In my territory you dare to be so careless. You've brought misfortune upon yourselves today." Roar! A low, resonant sound wave traveled swiftly across the jungle, inaudible to human ears, but reaching the insects of the forest. Receiving Qin Zhong's command, the insects lurked on the trees, waiting silently for the soldiers to pass. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thud, thud, thud. A colorful spider as large as a human fist crawled among the trees. Not far from it, a brown, venomous snake slowly flicked its tongue. A chameleon lay hidden beneath leaves, and a swarm of poisonous insects coiled among the branches. Malicious eyes stared at the soldiers, ready to unleash their deadliest attacks at any moment. Bang! A bullet roared from the muzzle, its acrid smoke flaring in the flash. The dispersed soldiers used their weapons to eliminate the threats perched on the trees. This was the jungle, a place where humans had never truly set foot. Countless dangers lurked here, and for the soldiers no amount of caution was too much. Sporadic gunfire echoed through the forest. Every large animal that could threaten the soldiers was dispatched to lure the enemy deeper into the woods. Qin Zhong, upon receiving the military's order, had driven all abnormally large beasts into the depths of the jungle, leaving only the unmutated animals. Using these animals to create a false sense of security, he drew more enemies into the forest. Facing the threat of firearms, Qin Zhong was exceedingly cautious. These soldiers entering the jungle would serve as hostages, ensuring that no large-scale artillery shells would be fired into the forest. Rat-a-tat-tat. A military helicopter circled at high altitude. Colonel Shaka and his staff officer observed the movements in the jungle from the airborne command post. To avoid a repeat of the previous incident where a helicopter was shot down by a giant python, Shaka had ordered the aircraft to ascend to a very high altitude. Through his binoculars, Shaka gazed at the tranquil jungle below and asked his staff officer, "Where do you think that 100-meter-long python is hiding?" "Colonel, based on the habits of serpents, concealing themselves and avoiding exposure, I suspect the giant python is deep in the jungle. Only there could such a massive creature be hidden." The staff officer finished his analysis and Shaka nodded in agreement. "Makes sense. Let's do this. Notify Maji to speed up the advance. I didn't send him out there to sightsee. The sooner we finish, the sooner we wrap up." "Yes, Colonel." The staff officer replied immediately. Soon the military order was relayed. Maji, who was leading his troops forward, received the command. Over the radio, he slapped his chest and promised, "I guarantee the mission will be completed." The call ended, and Lieutenant Colonel Maji quickened his pace. The jungle camouflage uniforms blended with the trees, making it hard for ordinary people to distinguish soldier from foliage. This camouflage helped improve the soldiers' survival rate in the jungle, but for animals its effectiveness was greatly diminished. Urged on by Lieutenant Colonel Maji, a large number of soldiers marched into the trap of poisonous insects that Qin Zhong had laid. Watching them step by step into the death zone, Qin Zhong wasted no time in ordering the horde of venomous creatures to attack. Plop! A soft, squishy insect fell from a tree, landing right on the uniform of a marching soldier. The soldier stopped to brush it off, but a scream pierced the air as the insect's fangs bit through his tactical glove. Lethal venom seeped into his body through his finger. Within moments, a glaring red swelling appeared on the soldier's skin. "What the hell is this? It hurts." The soldier's agonized cries drew the attention of others. Those nearby gathered around trying to see what had happened, but as they moved a few steps, the jungle veiled by leaves and branches seemed to rain. A deluge of venomous insects fell like raindrops onto the soldiers. Screams erupted continuously throughout the jungle. "What happened? Answer me." Major Maggie roared urgently through the communication channel amidst a series of screams. "We're under attack by bugs. Requesting reinforcements, requesting reinforcements." The soldiers' voices clamored chaotically over the channel, interspersed with numerous cries of agony. "Bugs? How is that possible? How could mere bugs defeat so many soldiers?" Major Maggie said incredulously, as his position had not yet been struck by the venomous insects. Coupled with his ingrained impression of bugs being weak, he believed they could never bite through the soldiers' camouflage uniforms. Yet facts spoke louder than words. A torrent of poisonous insects fell from the sky near Major Maggie's location. The soldiers under Major Maggie's command were also besieged by the bugs. The insects were numerous and small in size, rendering the soldiers' firearms largely ineffective. Moreover, these enhanced bugs possessed razor-sharp fangs and jaws, easily tearing through the camouflage uniforms. In less than half a day, out of the standard combat regiment's 1500 men, aside from a few logistics personnel, nearly the entire force suffered a devastating blow. A large number of soldiers became non-combat casualties trapped in the jungle environment. "Help! Help! Save me!" Listening to the ceaseless cries for help from the communication channel, Colonel Shaka, seated in the airborne command post, felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. Those were his men. "Staff officer, any ideas?" Colonel Shaka barked angrily. If his troops suffered heavy losses in this operation, he would inevitably face punishment upon returning to the company. The top priority is to evacuate the wounded soldiers first, then spray insecticide into the jungle. The staff officer, sweating on his forehead, pondered for a moment before speaking quickly. "Then what are you waiting for? Get it done. If we delay any longer, all my soldiers will be dead." Hearing the staff officer's suggestion, Colonel Shaka roared. "Yes, Colonel." The staff officer replied loudly. Immediately, orders from the airborne command post were relayed to the ground forces. Logistics personnel donned special military suits reinforced with steel plates and entered the jungle in groups of 3 to carry out the soldiers who had been attacked by the venomous insects. After a full afternoon of toil, as evening fell and lights blazed, Colonel Shaka gazed at the staggering numbers before him, nearly fainting on the spot. In just one day, a standard combat regiment had lost half its combat personnel. Nearly 40 soldiers had perished directly in the jungle, and over 200 wounded lay in the makeshift field hospital awaiting recovery. Such a massive loss caused Colonel Shaka to see stars. His body swayed. "Colonel! Colonel!" A series of tense voices rang out in the camp. Seeing the tottering Colonel Shaka, numerous officers rushed to his side to support him. Recovering from his dizziness, Colonel Shaka said through gritted teeth, "Tomorrow, spray the maximum dose of all the insecticide we have. I want to make them pay." "Yes." All the officers responded immediately. Thud, thud, thud. The roar of helicopter blades filled the air as soldiers loaded with insecticide took off. Soon massive shells were fired into the jungle. The glass protective covers of the insecticide containers shattered upon impact, releasing thick clouds of toxic fumes that spread through the forest. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the toxic fumes passed, countless venomous insects fell from the branches, and soon large swaths of the jungle became a sea of insects. The first defensive barrier Qin Zhong had set up to repel the human assault was thus completely neutralized. Sensing that his defenses had been dissolved by the toxic fumes, Qin Zhong murmured to himself, "The real show is just beginning." Colonel Shaka's target was Qin Zhong himself. As long as Qin Zhong didn't recklessly reveal himself, these soldiers would not easily withdraw. Crack, crack, crack. Trees were snapped by Qin Zhong's massive serpentine body. Wherever he passed, a snake trail quickly formed. Human weapons were formidable. With his current strength, Qin Zhong could not hope to confront them head-on. So when he learned of Colonel Shaka's impending arrival, Qin Zhong also sought his own escape route. That route was the sea, the vast, boundless Pacific Ocean, a new battlefield for Qin Zhong. But before retreating, he wished to test his own capabilities. After 2 days of sweeping toxic fumes, a massive number of venomous insects were wiped out. To ensure no residual toxicity remained, Colonel Shaka deliberately stayed for another 2 days. Once the toxic fumes had completely dissipated, he once again dispatched his soldiers into the jungle. This time, without the hindrance of insects, Colonel Shaka's troops quickly penetrated deep into the forest, searching for traces of the giant python. As large numbers of soldiers ventured deep into the jungle, without Qin Zhong's oppressive presence to deter them, the mutated beasts began to run rampant. Thud! A gigantic jaguar leaped out from the depths of the jungle, stunning the coalition soldiers searching there. What is that? A jaguar? Why is it so huge? Major Maggie exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the enormous jaguar. Through the communication between Major Maggie and Colonel Shaka, the colonel soon learned of the jungle's transformation. One by one, colossal mutated beasts roamed the jungle, as if overnight the world had regressed to the primordial era. Capture one of each beast, and bring them back, Colonel Shaka ordered. Yes, Major Maggie replied. Roar. As Major Maggie received the order, a thunderous roar erupted in the jungle. With that roar, all the mutated beasts in the jungle became active, fiercely launching the most violent attacks against the intruders who dared to enter the forest. Roar, roar, roar. Sharp roars echoed continuously through the jungle. At the same time, Qin Zhong revealed his massive body before the soldiers like a towering mountain. Colonel, look, the giant python has appeared. The staff officer on the airborne command post spoke urgently and loudly, as if afraid the colonel might not hear. Turning his binoculars in the direction the staff officer indicated, Colonel Shaka gazed at the immense serpentine body. He said in a shocked tone, "Nature's creations are truly magnificent. How could it nurture such a terrifying giant creature? Capture it quickly, and our mission will be over. I authorize the use of all weapons." Engaging a giant python in the jungle put Colonel Shaka at a clear disadvantage. But Colonel Shaka no longer cared. As long as he completed this mission, a substantial fortune would fall into his hands, allowing him to indulge. With that wealth, he could grease the wheels of military promotion, perhaps even elevate his rank. Brigadier General, just one step away from General, was the dream of countless soldiers. With the lifting of the weapons ban, a storm of metal rapidly took shape in the jungle. The 100-meter-long python was such a massive target that even closing one's eyes one could hit it. A torrent of bullets flew through the air. Under the gaze of the soldiers, they hoped to see splashes of blood. But reality disappointed them. The flying bullets failed to penetrate the defense of Qin Zhong's scales. They only produced dazzling sparks across countless scales, causing no damage. Boom. The giant snake's tail lashed out, sweeping across the land like a celestial whip, flattening every enemy in its path. Figures like ants were sent flying by Qin Zhong's tail, their bones shattered, and they met their end. Rat-a-tat-tat. A roaring storm of metal erupted from the gun barrel as a fully armed soldier unloaded his ammunition. Watching the dazzling sparks flash across the giant python's scales, the soldier muttered in frustration, "Why can't I penetrate it?" Boom. A dark shadow streaked through the air, sweeping the soldier away. Hiss, hiss. Qin Zhong flicked his tongue, lazily hunting his prey with ease. The countless bullets striking his body caused no pain, only a soothing massage-like sensation. It seems ordinary bullets have no effect on me anymore, Qin Zhong murmured to himself amidst the encirclement of soldiers. Deploy the heavy artillery. I refuse to believe we can't breach its defenses. Colonel Shaka bellowed. Boom. Soon a shell was fired, tearing a bloody wound on Qin Zhong's body. The pain made Qin Zhong writhe involuntarily, flattening large swaths of trees. Keep firing. We must capture it. Seeing that his weapons were effective, Colonel Shaka laughed heartily. Soon dozens of shells soared into the sky, raining down upon Qin Zhong. His massive size prevented him from dodging them all, and the shells exploded, sending blood splattering everywhere. Damn. Can't even withstand a single ordinary shell. For a flesh and blood body to contend with modern weaponry, at least for now, it's impossible. Qin Zhong muttered to himself, then resolved to shift his battleground to the Pacific. Having tested his resistance to modern weapons, there was no need to linger. Thus Qin Zhong quickly turned his serpentine head and headed westward toward the Pacific. His massive body moved like a tank, sweeping aside every obstacle in its path. Countless trees were snapped, and a flat path was carved out of the jungle by Qin Zhong. Colonel, it's trying to escape. Don't let it get away. Pursue it. Under Colonel Shaka's orders, the helicopters circling overhead swiftly followed Qin. Like a persistent shadow, they dared not descend too low, but showed no sign of abandoning the chase. In the jungle, Qin movement speed was extremely fast. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't keep up, and armored vehicles could not be deployed here. In the end, only Colonel Shaka's helicopter remained in dogged pursuit of Qin, while the other soldiers were ordered to hunt down the remaining mutated beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of machine gun bullets roared from the helicopter. Colonel Shaka mercilessly squeezed the trigger of the heavy machine gun mounted on the aircraft. Each bullet felt like a needle, causing Qin excruciating pain across his entire body. Qin tried several times to swat this annoying fly from the sky, but each time it dodged. In the end, he ignored the pest and simply accelerated his journey toward the Pacific. Once he reached the vast ocean, a brand new world awaited Qin. While Colonel Shaka was relentlessly pursuing Qin, a spy satellite in the space domain above Blue Star quietly began its operation. The spy satellite moved to the orbital interface over the Amazon jungle, capturing vast amounts of surface data. Is this the original specimen from which you claimed the enhancement serum could be extracted? Inside a massive villa with its own garden and private swimming pool, Lady Kelly, the head of the Iker Arms Company, draped in a purple gossamer robe, gazed curiously at the photographs transmitted from the spy satellite. Her exquisite features resembled those of a girl of 17 or 18, belying the fact that she was nearly 50 years old. Hearing Lady Kelly's question, a spy from inside Dr. Lance's Research Institute respectfully replied, "It is this very python from which Dr. Lance originally extracted the enhancement serum." Every subject injected with the enhancement serum experienced significant improvements in all aspects of their physiology. Even the skeletal age of elderly individuals could regress to their youthful years. The spy, codenamed AMU, was one of many moles that Iker Arms had planted in Ollie Pharmaceuticals. As one of the three hegemonic powers of Blue Star, arms, pharmaceuticals, and finance, keeping abreast of the state of one's friends at all times was precisely what Lady Kelly needed to do. They were currently conversing through a holographic projection, a cutting-edge technology in the world of that time affordable only by the very few. Rejuvenation. At the spy AMU's introduction, a glimmer of longing for her own youthful days flickered in Lady Kelly's eyes. Despite maintaining her youth through various technological means, it was ultimately an illusion. Now an opportunity for rejuvenation lay before her, albeit somewhat unreliable. But it was enough for Lady Kelly to give it a try. If successful, she could market the enhancement serum as the next selling point of her arms company. Thus, she could encroach on the market of other powerful arms companies and become a global financial colossus. If it failed, it was no great loss. What was a few billion in evaporated wealth? A mere trifle. Watching the fleeing serum original specimen captured by the spy satellite, Lady Kelly made a phone call. Inform the fleet patrolling the Pacific to keep an eye out for a 100-meter python. If they spot its trail, capture it and bring it back. Lady Kelly's voice was languid like a cat, just waking from slumber, yet the person on the other end of the line dared not show the slightest slackness. "Your command is my direction, beautiful Lady Kelly." Click. She gently hung up the phone, then turned to the spy AMU and asked, "How confident are you in obtaining the serum's research formula without alerting Ollie Pharmaceuticals' top brass?" AMU, eyes lowered, replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, I am 70% confident in acquiring the formula." "Excellent. Then go ahead. Once you successfully obtain the serum formula, I can offer you a position as a regional manager," Lady Kelly said casually. "Thank you for your esteem, Lady Kelly. I will not fail your trust," AMU said with excitement in his voice. A managerial position, even just a regional one, was a coveted post that most in this world could never attain. Click. The holographic projection ended, concluding the conversation between AMU and Lady Kelly. Meanwhile, as Lady Kelly issued the order to the Pacific Fleet, a battleship broke away from the formation. It steamed at full speed toward the route from the Amazon to the Pacific, bristling with weapons and an imposing demeanor. Along its path, no creature dared to obstruct the force belonging to the Iker Arms Company. The Blue Star United Forces were assembled from the combined power of various financial conglomerates. Nearly 70% of the current United Forces belonged to the hands of major conglomerates. Only a meager 30% was under the control of the Union, tasked with maintaining global order. The relationship between the Union and the major conglomerates was akin to that of a suzerain and its vassals. When the suzerain commanded, the vassals followed. That was the full strength of the United Forces. The Union's constitutional charter stipulated that the Supreme Counselor could not in any way deprive companies of their control over weapons. Thus, detaching a battleship from the Pacific Fleet was a trivial matter, especially when the order came from Lady Kelly, the head of Iker Arms. In this era of global integration, any abnormal movement by a major corporation would draw the attention of its competitors. All the more so for a behemoth like Iker Arms. Consequently, every power with a satellite in space focused a portion of its gaze on the unfolding events. Following Iker Arms' battleship, global attention converged on the Amazon jungle. If someone had told Qin Zhong that he would become the focus of global attention, he would have called them mad. Yet, this mad prophecy came true on this critical day when Qin Zhong was racing toward the Pacific. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of surging waves reached Qin Zhong's ears. After enduring the torment of helicopter rotors all the way, he finally heard good news. Finally reached the Pacific. From now on, the sea is vast for swimming, the sky is high for flying. I don't believe you can catch me in the boundless ocean. Rearing up his upper body like a vigilant king cobra, Qin Zhong stared intently at the endless waves, speaking with confidence in his heart. It's about to enter the sea. What should we do? On the helicopter, Colonel Shaka spoke to Dr. Lance via satellite phone. As the executor of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project, the board of Ali Pharmaceuticals had granted Dr. Lance immense authority. This included command over an entire standard combat regiment. Through Ali space satellites, he could remotely issue orders to Colonel Shaka. Since we can't stop this creature, collect all its blood. Also bring back all the anomalous beasts from the Amazon jungle. I have great use for them. Hearing Colonel Shaka's report over the satellite phone, Dr. Lance pondered for a moment before speaking decisively. During his previous experiments with the Spirit Serpent Serum, Dr. Lance had discovered that the python's blood possessed extreme vitality. Even after days of sun and wind exposure, the blood's potent activity allowed him to extract the enhancement serum. Dr. Lance had originally planned to thoroughly study the python's blood when it was captured, but given the current situation, that initial plan was no longer feasible. Thus, Dr. Lance settled for instructing Colonel Shaka to bring back the other anomalous beasts. Since they coexisted in the same habitat as the spirit serpent, he firmly believed there must be some inevitable connection. His goal was to find that connection, thereby mitigating any potential blame he might face. He had boasted confidently at the board meeting that he would succeed, and now he had failed. Even if the fault lay not with him as the project's director, Dr. Lance would inevitably face the board's scrutiny. To avoid future censure, he decided to seek breakthroughs elsewhere. After receiving Dr. Lance's orders, Colonel Shaka hung up the phone reluctantly. What had been a promising opportunity for merit had after much trouble left him with heavy losses. Watching the python's figure gradually approaching the Pacific Ocean, Colonel Shaka slammed his fist fiercely and said, "One day, I'll make you pay." Helpless against Qin Zhong, Colonel Shaka could only vent his frustration through harsh words. "Colonel, should we turn back?" the adjutant asked cautiously, knowing that the colonel was in a rage and not wanting to incur his displeasure. "Wait a bit longer. It won't hurt to watch this python flee into the Pacific." Colonel Shaka watched silently, while Qin Zhong, having shaken off the pursuit of the helicopters, was rapidly approaching the Pacific Ocean. Salty sea breeze brushed against him, and the golden sand glistened like gold under the sun. Gazing at the empty beach, Qin Zhong couldn't help but remark, "This world is truly strange. A beach this beautiful would have been a famous tourist spot in the past, but here it's deserted." His massive serpentine body pressed through the sand, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Such a colossal python combined with Qin Zhong's speed rushed straight into the Pacific Ocean like a train. The cold seawater gradually soaked his entire body as he advanced. As a freshwater snake entering the ocean for the first time, the heavy water pressure from all directions made him somewhat uncomfortable. But with his powerful heart pumping blood throughout his body, Qin Zhong was rapidly pushing deeper into the sea. Boom! A massive wave surged up as Qin Zhong charged forward like a sea dragon riding the boundless waters. Not long after Qin Zhong entered the sea on the Golden Coast where he had entered the Pacific, a fleet of powerful beach buggies sped across the sand. Sand flew as wheels churned, and a group of young girls joyfully raced along the beach. Amid the howling wind and roaring waves, these young girls reveled in the beauty of youth. Until a massive trench appeared before them, forcing them to brake, suddenly stopping just short of a deep furrow. Gazing at the terrifying trench, the local heiress Yali, the little princess of the Afman Financial Company, spoke with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What could have left such a mark on my family's beach?" The other young girls gathered beside the trench, fear quickly rising in their hearts as they looked at the deep groove. A mature-looking girl hurried to Yali's side and said, "Yali, we should go back. This place is far too dangerous. If something happens, we wouldn't be able to explain to your father." The other girls echoed her sentiment. "What danger could there be? This is my family's beach. If it's not safe at home, where is?" Yali retorted. Though she too feared the trench's creator, her fear was outweighed by curiosity. Amid the uneasy gazes of the others, she stepped into the trench and picked up a golden scale the size of a palm. As the little princess of the Afman Financial Company, she had been born with everything which only fueled her desire to explore the unknown, even if it frightened her. Gazing at the golden scale shimmering under the sun, Yali vaguely glimpsed a massive golden python coiled atop a towering mountain peak. "Yali, Yali, what's wrong?" those around her repeatedly inquired. Yali Eifman abruptly snapped back to reality, tucked away the golden scale, and turned to say, "Nothing, let's just head back." With the beach buggy speeding off again, the group of vibrant young women fled the beach as if escaping for their lives. As Qin Zhong plunged into the sea, the immense pressure of the boundless water instantly enveloped his entire body. This overwhelming pressure drastically altered his physique, molding it into a streamlined form. The sky is high for fish to leap, the sea is vast for birds to fly. Entering the ocean, this is my dominion. Lurking in the icy waters, Qin Zhong muttered excitedly to himself. The sunlit realm belonged to humanity, while the world untouched by light belonged to the grandeur of nature. Since ancient times, humanity has never conquered the ocean, neither in the past nor now. With the sea as his natural barrier, Qin Zhong no longer feared human interference. As long as he didn't frequently surface, human weapons could barely affect him. Thus, in this relatively safe environment, his consciousness once again descended upon the city of Rakas. Perhaps it was an inherent function of the bloodline evolution system, allowing the soul connection between Qin Zhong and his followers to be virtually instantaneous. No matter how vast the distance, whenever Qin Zhong wished, he could converse with his followers from any corner of the world. Through this system-granted ability, part of Qin Zhong's consciousness descended upon the statue in Rakas. The metal statue, steeped in faith day and night, served as a relay station. Whenever Qin Zhong descended upon it, a surge of soul energy merged into his bloodline and soul. Ordinarily, this soul energy flowed steadily, neither too much nor too little, merely meeting Qin Zhong's daily needs. Devouring the soul energy within the metal statue, he strengthened, his consciousness manifested in the statue. With the Viper God Church as his center, Qin Zhong began his audacious operation. Through consciousness resonance, he initiated a large-scale faith cult targeting the faithless. The faithless were not those who disbelieved in gods, but those without purpose in their hearts, filled with despair toward the future, bearing pessimistic mental states, such as misanthropy, low spirits, and depression. The faith cult Qin Zhong deployed targeted these individuals. By extracting positive concepts from faith, he attracted those despairing of the world into the church. A silent ripple emanated from the statue, rapidly spreading outward. This ripple was a soul signal meant for specific individuals, imperceptible to ordinary people. As the faith call began, homeless wanderers throughout Rakas felt as if they were hearing voices, a resolute voice echoing in their ears. Rakas was a city where money reigned supreme. Here wealth meant everything. The homeless were the polar opposite of the wealthy. They owned nothing but their own bodies. They entered this hellish world clean and bare, and unless fate intervened, they would leave it just as bare. James, stand up. You must not bow to this world. You still have the strength to fight, and don't give up. The resolute words echoed in the homeless man James's ears, as if a call from his own unwilling heart, stirring a flicker of courage. But soon memories of repeated failures surged back, shattering that fragile courage with the cold reality. I've failed too many times, I don't want to taste failure again. I've given up, I don't want to resist anymore. Sitting dazed on a park bench, James stared at the bright sky, then clutched his head in agony, muttering, I just want to wait quietly, wait for death to come. He had been lost in mental chaos for a long time. Now suddenly awakened, he felt not clarity but a piercing pain. James was no illiterate. He held a high degree, and his logical thinking had only grown more stable under the brutal beatings of reality. He once had a happy family, a wife and children. But a severe illness stripped him of everything. Exorbitant medical bills left him bankrupt, and his ruined credit allowed the bank to seize his possessions. He was now homeless. His wife and children had died during their wanderings. He had tried to resist, but the cruel outcome crushed him. A job required a home, but without a job, how could he afford a house? This vicious cycle beat James down until he only awaited the inevitable death. He didn't want to think nor consider his future. He just wanted to sink forever into mental chaos until death arrived. Get up. Get up. This isn't a place for you to sleep, you lazy bunch. Get out of here and stop troubling the residents. As James wallowed in self-pity, a harsh, grating voice suddenly rang out. A fat security guard in uniform approached the park bench, using his baton to violently wake sleeping homeless people and drive them from the park. James was among those being driven away. Clad in tattered clothes, he picked up a bottle of cheap liquor he'd bought with loose change from the trash. Staggering out of the park, James glanced at the fat guard roughing up the homeless, feeling a flicker of envy. He didn't envy the guard's violence, but the fact that he had a stable home. But he quickly buried that envy deep inside, for he knew that any hope would only lead to despair, a lesson learned from years of bitter experience. Expect nothing, and you won't be disappointed. That was James, a wanderer adrift in the world. What are you looking at? Don't make me use force. Get out of here now, and don't cause me trouble. The fat guard shouted ferociously, meeting James's gaze. Soon James left the park, resuming his wandering path, a path whose end was only death. Gulp! A swig of liquor burned down his throat. Enjoying the dizzying sensation, James stumbled into a place whose decor exuded a serene tranquility. A golden emblem of a coiled serpent with a sword stood atop the building. Inside, people in pale gold and white suits sat on benches. Muttering chants, the atmosphere was filled with solemnity. What is this place? Why am I here? Staggering, James sat down before the Viper Church's entrance, placing his bottle on the ground. Reeking of alcohol, his face flushed, he mumbled in confusion. This is the home of the redeemed where souls trapped in the brink of hell are reborn. A voice firm as if no obstacle could daunt it sounded in James's ears. Turning his head, James looked up at a man in a pale gold-white suit. The man's face gradually sharpened from blur to clarity. James felt a strange familiarity, as if he had once known him. Yet it seemed they had long lost contact, so long it felt like another lifetime. Struggling to his feet, James approached the man in the pale gold suit, scrutinizing his face with doubt. Who are you? I am you, James, the you that once was. The man met James's eyes, speaking calmly. Though the voice was calm, it struck James like a thunderbolt. He remembered. That face was his own former self, his once vibrant and confident self. It had been so long since he had seen that version of himself, it felt like a past life. Rise, James. You've lost everything and have nothing left to lose. Enter this church and start anew. The man with James's own face urged firmly. Just as James was about to ask something, his vision blurred and everything returned to normal. Bottle in hand, James stood silently before the church for a moment, then solemnly tossed the bottle into a nearby trash can. Old friend, I want to try one more time. If I still can't turn things around, I'll come back to you. With a simple farewell to his longtime companion, James tidied himself up. He roughly combed his unkempt blonde hair and brushed the dust from his clothes. Thus James stepped into the Viper Church, into the home of the redeemed. To harvest the most devout faith and the purest soul energy, Qin Zhong used his funds to attract the homeless of Rakas into his cult, almost operating at a loss to gain followers. Since Qin Zhong descended upon the statue, the homeless who once roamed the streets of Rakas had vanished one by one. The once dejected faces no longer appeared. Instead, inside the Viper Church, faces filled with hope were reborn. Yet this change barely stirred the city. As marginal figures of the mainstream world, the disappearance or existence of the homeless hardly affected the world's operation. Rakas continued to run at high speed, mercilessly eliminating the losers. Those who have witnessed darkness crave light the most. Only such people can become the pillars of the Viper God Church. Within the statue, Qin Zhong gazed at the hopeful faces and nodded in satisfaction. He had done little. He simply redirected the city's obsession with money toward offering hope to these failed competitors. The fragrance lingers in the hand that gives roses. That was one of the guiding principles of the Viper God Church. Religion is a business, and this applies to all religions in Lakaz City and indeed across the globe. However, other religious sects gather believers' money into their own hands, while the Viper cult returns the money in their hands to believers in a reasonable manner. Qin Zhong does not have excessive pursuit of human society's wealth. He himself is not human, so all the meticulously crafted consumer scams in human society have no effect on him. This led to the Viper cult established by Qin Zhong, whose founding philosophy was not to make money. Religion is merely a tool for Qin Zhong to collect soul energy of faith is what he values most, and certainly not money. Under the widespread call of faith, crime in Lakaz City has visibly decreased. A large number of homeless people struggling on the fringes of the world were taken in by the Viper cult, while some underground gangs were brutally suppressed by the cult's clergy. The reason for this crackdown on underground gangs was not that the Viper cult was committed to maintaining peace in Lakaz City. It was simply because the Viper cult had run out of money. Gathering idle people is a very energy-consuming task. During this process, the money in the hands of the Viper cult drained away like a torrent. So to stop the loss, it became necessary to crack down on some organizations not operating in the open and consolidate the capital flow. While the Viper cult was developing vigorously in Lakaz City, the munitions factory under Qin Zhong's control also saw a large influx of capital. Colonel Shaka's cleansing of the alien beasts in the Amazon jungle consumed a large amount of firearms and ammunition. The most cost-effective munitions factory nearby for these consumables was the one in Qin Zhong's hands. Therefore, to maximize his gains in this operation, Colonel Shaka formally established a deep cooperative relationship with Manager Bob. With the establishment of this cooperative relationship, the munitions factory under the Viper cult rapidly developed and expanded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the empty roads of Lakaz City, a green military vehicle slowly drove along the main road out of the city. This was a vehicle used by the Viper cult to transport weapons and ammunition into the Amazon jungle, with 8 soldiers aboard as escorts for this operation. They held loaded weapons and watched their surroundings with alert eyes. On the door of this military vehicle, a golden emblem of a viper coiled around a sword was prominently displayed. The viper coiled around a sword is the trademark of all industries under the Viper cult, carrying a highly symbolic meaning. At a deserted tunnel not far outside Lakaz City, a gang of about 20 to 30 members gathered at the tunnel entrance. They were holding various long swords and broad knives, and some even had light and heavy weapons. Boss, according to the information we received, the Viper cult's vehicle will pass here today. As long as we seize their supplies and prevent the Viper cult's products from leaving the city within a few days, they will have to obediently give up those territories that belong to us. A middle-aged man who looked like a skinny monkey whispered into the ear of a sturdy man. Huh. Of course businessmen like them fear nothing more than breaching the terms of their contracts. As long as we push their bottom line, we will surely make these arrogant outsiders bow down. The Asuncion gang, one of the largest gangs in Lacaze City, held great sway in the city's underworld. Many small gangs were affiliated under their name, obeying the orders of the Asuncion gang. During this period, the Viper cult had suppressed many underground gangs for expansion, most of which were branches of the Asuncion gang. Such blatant and undisguised actions angered the leader of the Asuncion gang, hence this operation. The Asuncion leader planned to intercept all of the Viper cult's transportation business, and then use force to compel the Viper cult to submit. To this end, they paid a high price to obtain accurate information about the Viper cult's material transport from an intelligence merchant. However, although the intelligence merchant told the Asuncion gang the time of the Viper cult's transport, he did not tell them that the Viper cult was transporting military supplies. So after a fierce exchange at the tunnel entrance, the skinny monkey looked at his fallen brothers, his boss shot in the head, and the 8 uniformed soldiers lying on the ground. He deeply realized that this time trouble would befall the Asuncion gang, even at any time intercepting military supplies was a serious crime. In panic, the skinny monkey immediately dropped his weapon and fled with the remaining brothers out of Lacaze City that very night, escaping the territory under the Asuncion gang's control. Sure enough, the very next day after the skinny monkey and his men fled Lacaze City, Colonel Shaka's opinion on the public security issue in Lacaze City reached the mayor of Lacaze. As one of the cities controlled by Oli Pharmaceuticals, the mayor of Lacaze was also a personnel under Oli Pharmaceuticals. What the hell is going on? Why did an incident of intercepting military supplies happen on my turf? In the solemn meeting room, the mayor of Lacaze slammed the table in anger. The Spirit Serpent Serum project had a very high execution authority within Oli Pharmaceuticals, and the board had issued a series of special directives to ensure its smooth progress. Now, with a document bearing a special seal appearing in his hands, he felt as if cursed by the god of misfortune. Lacaze City itself was not a resource-rich city and ranked low in Oli Pharmaceuticals' plans. Its value was merely to support the company's votes in the joint organization. The mayor of Lacaze had already been essentially exiled here, and now such a major blunder occurred on such an important matter. It was no wonder he was furious. Under the mayor's questioning, many city officials lowered their heads. The problem of gang existence in Lacaze City had a long history, but previously with tribute from the gang, city officials had turned a blind eye to them. But now it was clearly time to solve the gang problem. Oli Pharmaceuticals' strategic plan could not be obstructed. While the Lacaze officials were overwhelmed by the gang problem inside the Viper cult, Qinzhong spoke with the prison knight. How is the faith expansion in Lacaze City progressing? Great, my god, as long as this plan goes smoothly, there will be no obstacles in Lacaze City, the prison knight said piously. Very good. Then continue with the original plan, and make sure to seize control of the city's faith in the shortest possible time. Qinzhong's voice echoed in the prison knight's ears. This was followed by the prison knight's devout response. To quickly gain control over the faith of millions of citizens in Lacaze City, Qinzhong planned to eradicate all religious factions within the city. In Lacaze City, religion is a business. As long as believers can feel the unreliability of other religious sects, that would be the ultimate victory of the Viper cult. As a religious force, no matter how few its believers, the Bible and the sword are always indispensable. The Bible is the charter for conversion and payment. The sword is the means to subdue heretics. Both are essential. And Qinzhong's opponents, their swords were the underground gangs operating in Lacaze City. So this incident of military supplies being intercepted was just the beginning of Qinzhong's elimination of other religious forces. Only when the claws of these religious forces were broken would it be time for the Viper cult to officially expand. Soon, with the board order from Oli Pharmaceuticals, the mayor of Lacaze mobilized the city police to launch a brutal crackdown on the entire underground gangs of Lacaze. To gain a good impression from his superiors, the mayor of Lacaze was ruthless this time. Even if he might have taken protection money from some gang leaders in the past, it could not stop his actions. At the headquarters of the Asuncion gang, the gang leader heard reports of branches being wiped out and key members being arrested. His face ashen, he let go of the phone, feeling the malice of the world. Bang! The door of the Asuncion villa was kicked open, and a large number of police officers rushed into the home of the gang leader. Looking at the ashen-faced Asuncion leader, the commander of this operation, Ma In, waved his hand and said, "Take them all away." With the Asuncion leader imprisoned, the once glorious Asuncion gang collapsed overnight, along with many gang members arrested by the police. For a time, the prisons in Lacaze City were overflowing, while Mr. Lyle of the prison company was overjoyed. With so many gang members thrown into prison, if he didn't squeeze them dry, how could he justify the investment he had made in this prison over the years? Looking at the many gang members in prison, their crimes were not capital, but they couldn't get out without paying some bail. Interrogate them thoroughly. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mr. Lyle said meaningfully to his deputy. Then, amid the deputy's nodding laughter, Mr. Lyle returned home cheerfully. The moment Mr. Lyle entered his home, a man in a white suit appeared before him. "Who are you?" "Mr. Lyle quickly drew his pistol, pointing the dark muzzle at the man. Don't be nervous. We've had a cooperative relationship. Is this behavior appropriate towards a client? Dr. Lance put down his coffee cup and said, Dr. Lance, why are you here? Recognizing the visitor, Mr. Lyle relaxed and then sat on the sofa, asking in confusion. I need your help this time regarding Oli Pharmaceuticals. You don't need to ask questions. In any case, you won't be shortchanged. Dr. Lance said seriously. As long as I can make money, everything is fine. Mr. Lyle said with a smile. Clink. The sound of coffee cups clinking. Happy cooperation. Dr. Lance and Mr. Lyle said simultaneously. The next day, as the stock market controlled by Oli Pharmaceuticals opened, the stock price of the prison company soared. Whenever the prison was full, it was time for Mr. Lyle to make a fortune. The Viper cult expanded steadily. Colonel Shaka tirelessly transported jungle beasts while Dr. Lance leveraged Mr. Lyle's connections to execute the strategic plan of the Oli Pharmaceutical Company. Everything proceeded logically according to the natural course of events, and even the trouble Qin Zhong encountered followed suit. In the vast Pacific Ocean, the probability of a battleship encountering Qin Zhong was virtually negligible. Though both entities were enormous compared to humans, they were but a drop in the ocean relative to the Pacific itself. Yet as if plagued by misfortune, Qin Zhong's submerged movements were detected by a submarine, while lurking in the deep sea, swiftly exposing his location. To compound his woes, the battleship happened to be passing directly overhead. Report. Lieutenant Colonel Will, according to our intelligence feedback, the target is directly beneath us. A naval officer saluted and addressed the battleship's captain. Since we found its trail, seize it. Don't disappoint, Miss Kelly. Lieutenant Colonel Will urged urgently. Yes, sir. The officer responded promptly. Then, under the relay of communication commands, the submarine emitted a special sonic wave that penetrated deep into the ocean, targeting Qin Zhong's position. Under the interference of this peculiar wave, Qin Zhong felt an intense discomfort throughout his body. Originally a land-dwelling python, Qin Zhong had been forced to flee into the Pacific. His organ systems for adapting to seawater were not yet fully developed, and all his respiratory methods relied on his original systems. Now stimulated by the submarine's special sonic waves and crushed by the immense pressure of the sea, he suddenly experienced severe difficulty breathing in his lungs. Looks like I'll have to fight my way out of here. Gazing at the massive shadow on the sea surface, Qin Zhong muttered to himself. He then abandoned all stealth and surged directly toward the sea surface, as if piercing the heavens. Frantically sprinting upward, his serpentine body churned up vast waves. The terrifying hydrodynamic force propelled massive amounts of heavy water toward the surface. Sir, a massive shadow is rapidly approaching us. It must be our target. As Qin Zhong charged toward the battleship, the reporting officer suddenly shouted, Alert all soldiers to prepare for battle. Lieutenant Colonel Will barked. Soon a piercing alarm blared across the entire battleship. Soldiers on standby rushed out of their cabins and took their positions. The target is approaching at high-speed distance, 2,000 meters. It has entered the mid-layer of the ocean, distance 1,000 meters. How can it be so fast? Lieutenant Colonel Will exclaimed in disbelief as the officer reported the enemy's depth relative to the battleship. It has entered the upper layer of the ocean, distance 100 meters. Boom. A terrifying column of water crashed directly against the battleship's hull. Though Qin Zhong had spent a long time in the Pacific, he had not yet completed the reconstruction of his deep-sea organs. Nevertheless, relying on his familiarity with the marine environment, he still managed to launch this powerful assault. The battleship under Lieutenant Colonel Will was a newly commissioned vessel boasting a fully upgraded weapons system and a displacement of nearly 100,000 tons, a true behemoth. Such a massive battleship was not easily capsized. To humans it seemed as stable as an island. Yet under the colossal wave unleashed by Qin Zhong, the battleship resembled a lone leaf on the ocean. With just one fierce charge, accompanied by a sky-rupturing waterspout, the entire battleship was forcibly shifted nearly a kilometer sideways by Qin Zhong's immense impact. The tremendous force caused the ship to rock violently. Every soldier had to cling tightly to the vessel. A single misstep would send them flying into the sea. Roar! A terrifying prolonged bellow echoed across the vast ocean. Qin Zhong's nearly 100-meter-long form made him resemble an ancient leviathan from the deep, exuding an aura of boundless, mysterious oppression. Under this overwhelming pressure, everyone aboard the battleship felt a primal fear rising from the depths of their hearts. After drifting through the ocean for an extended period, Qin Zhong had devoured the essence of countless fish, and his size had grown to an astonishingly dreadful extent. Now Qin Zhong's bulk rivaled that of the nearly 100,000-ton battleship. An ordinary human standing before him seemed as insignificant as an ant. Each of his eyes was as large as a dozen people combined. His green vertical pupils resembled abyssal fissures, radiating an irresistible charm and danger that beckoned one to explore. Fire! Open fire! Suppressing his terror, Lieutenant Colonel Will looked up at Qin Zhong's colossal form and shouted frantically to his men. Spurred by his command, the soldiers swiftly adjusted the gun mounts, locked the sights, and loaded the shells in a seamless sequence. With a decisive wave of the flag, massive shells were launched from the barrels. The recoil alone pushed the battleship 20 to 30 meters across the sea. The shells' trailing flames spiraled through the air. As the acrid smell grew closer, Qin Zhong's pupils contracted sharply. During his time in the ocean, Qin Zhong's strength had never ceased to grow. The abundant marine life had all fallen into his maw, and their rich essence continuously expanded his body. If before entering the sea he had feared land-based artillery, now after his oceanic journey his scale defense had become immeasurably powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Each shell struck his massive serpentine body like a heavy hammer. Under the formidable defense of his scales, the shells failed to tear through his flesh. However, the sheer kinetic force of the impacts penetrated directly into his body, causing excruciating pain that made his serpentine form writhe uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, Qin Zhong moved his colossal body like a shadow of an ancient beast that could blot out the sun, rapidly closing in on the battleship from above. He's coming. He's coming. Soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by the sheer size of the creature, even the act of loading shells slowed down and frequent minor mistakes occurred. Humans are, after all, part of the natural world. It is only with the support of modern technology that they delude themselves into believing they have transcended the ecological cycle. They act as gods, commanding other species and planning the future. But this is only true when modern weapons hold sway. Once those weapons fail against an enemy, humans are no different from any other creature. Enduring the heavy bombardment, Qin Zhong soon positioned himself above the battleship. His massive form blocked the sunlight, casting a deep, ominous shadow over the vessel. Watching the humans tremble under his oppressive size, observing their frequent loading errors, and seeing their sheer terror, Qin Zhong spoke to them for the first time. Without modern weapons, you are no different from other animals. The ancient genetic freeze response to powerful adversaries is deeply etched into your DNA, so much so that you cannot even stand firm before me. As Qin Zhong spoke, Lieutenant Colonel, while his face pale with terror, shouted, "It can speak. It is a sentient being." His voice was a mix of fear and shock. Bingo. Correct answer. The prize is death. Qin Zhong uttered the cruelest words in the most casual tone. With a flick of his tail, which had been submerged in the ocean, his massive form coiled around the entire battleship, ensnaring it tightly as panicked soldiers scrambled. Time to experience the thrill of a death roll, Qin Zhong said with a merciless tone. Then, exerting his strength and leveraging the ocean's power, he began to rotate. The entire battleship became like a spinning wheel, rolling wildly across the sea surface amidst countless desperate screams. Admittedly, towing a nearly 100,000-ton battleship was strenuous, but once the initial momentum was built, the rotational force became self-sustaining. The battleship, like a hamster on a wheel, spun uncontrollably, flinging soldiers, whom Qin Zhong regarded as ants, into the sea, sending shells plunging into the depths and ripping the ship's hull apart. Amidst the horrific sound of tearing steel and a triumphant roar, the entire battleship sank into the ocean depths, becoming part of the endless marine debris. After disposing of the troublesome battleship, Qin Zhong looked at the soldiers struggling desperately on the surface and muttered to himself, "Fend for yourselves. Hope human ships rescue you from this plight." With that, he turned his gaze toward a distant point in the ocean where a large cruise liner lay anchored. He ignored the liner and dove deeper into the sea. Defeating a single battleship was nothing. Human weapons were far more formidable. Once human factories ran at full capacity, such battleships could be produced in abundance. But Qin Zhong had only one life, and at least for now he lacked the confidence to challenge humanity. As Qin Zhong rapidly descended into the deep, news of the battleship's destruction quickly spread via satellites to major powers across the globe. A monster capable of defeating a 100,000-ton battleship piqued the intense interest of corporations worldwide. So far, information about the Leviathan in the ocean, Qin Zhong, was known only to the upper echelons of these companies. Soon the satellites monitoring the area began to withdraw. Each satellite had its own mission. They had been temporarily borrowed by companies to monitor the actions of the Axiar Arms Company. Dedicating a satellite specifically to tracking the sea monster would require a period of resource reallocation. However, shortly after the satellites withdrew aboard a massive cruise liner named the Fuguei Wan, a young girl screamed excitedly. It looked over. That sea monster looked this way. This girl was the little princess of the Eichmann financial company Yali. After she had glimpsed the monster on the beach before, the head of the company arranged this cruise to help her relax and forget her fear. But unexpectedly, Yali had encountered the monster again. Yet to her surprise, Yali once again laid eyes on the beast. As the colossal golden python utterly annihilated the battleship in the Pacific Ocean, its heroic and formidable presence astounded all the young people aboard the Fuguin. In this world, there exists a phenomenon known as giant beast worship syndrome, which generally refers to the transformation of humans from resistance to submission when faced with anything overwhelmingly powerful and irresistible. Conglomerates forged by money pervade the entire world like an endless canopy, shrouding the planet, imposing boundless oppression upon humanity. Faced with this terrifying canopy, humans cannot resist, nor can they summon any thought of resistance. They can only submit, humbly selling everything to appease those giant beasts. The concrete manifestation of this phenomenon is that from birth to death, humans inevitably exist only under the shadow of a certain conglomerate, unable to escape, compelled to comply. This sense of helplessness in the face of money's dominion penetrates deep into everyone's heart. Except for a few in this world, even Yali, the little princess of the Eifman Financial Company, cannot help but harbor this syndrome in her mind. Thus, after witnessing the golden python annihilating the battleship, the young people on the Fuguin did not feel a sense of shared outrage at the death of their own kind. Instead, it was an extreme worship mixed with fear. Their eyes, fixed on the giant beast's figure, brimmed with longing, a reverence for overwhelming power. Before they could obtain such terrifying strength, they became utterly submissive. After the golden python vanished from the Pacific's surface, Yali, the owner of the Fuguin, hastily ordered the captain to rescue the naval officers, thrashing and calling for help in the open sea. Once the defeated naval officers who had fought the golden python were rescued, the young people on the Fuguin gathered around them. They incessantly inquired about everything concerning the golden python, attempting to draw closer to the giant beast through verbal descriptions. This is truly awe-inspiring. That such a creature exists in nature is absolutely miraculous. A young man named Baigong Yuan, whose career interest was journalism, listened to the naval officers' accounts of the giant beast while muttering excitedly to himself. Under the persistent questioning of these young people, the naval officers described every detail about the golden python. The reason for their eagerness was none other than the money in the hands of the young people on the Fuguin. The young people who could associate with the little princess of the Eifman Financial Company were naturally of immense wealth and status. Almost all of them were heirs to various corporations, representing a formidable power behind them. Faced with the inquiries of these young people, even Lieutenant Colonel Wei Er had to provide a detailed account. This was a world dominated by money, where the status of wealth often far surpassed any other form of power. Soon as the details of the golden python incident were uncovered, everyone present reaped great benefits. The young people satisfied their craving for giant beast worship, while the naval officers gained a substantial sum of money. Both sides were delighted, mutually benefiting from the exchange. 3 days after the golden python capsized the battleship, a blurry video clip rapidly spread across social networks worldwide, causing a tremendous stir. In an inland city, Gao Yin, just off from a busy day at work, wearily stepped into his tiny room of less than 5 square meters. The cramped room could barely accommodate a bed and a work computer, with no space for anything else. Turning on the computer, Gao Yin prepared to continue his unfinished tasks, even though it was after hours. Gao Yin's fingers busily tapped the keyboard, a stream of code rapidly materializing under his touch. 3 hours later, his work completed, Gao Yin slumped wearily into the hard chair, motionless. Working 28 days a month from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with a 1-hour lunch break, and a monthly salary of a mere 5,000 Union yuan. Such was Gao Yan's life after graduating from a commoner's school, simple and monotonous. Gao Yan had repeatedly wished to change this life, but he simply lacked the power to do so. The treatment at all companies was the same. Without absolutely indispensable skills, changing jobs meant starting over from scratch as a novice with no foundation. After resting a while to ease the fatigue in his mind, Gao Yan decided to browse some social networking sites to relieve stress. As he surfed the web, the image of the golden python soon caught his eye. As a suddenly viral video in today's online society, the golden python's powerful act of capsizing the battleship evoked worship from countless people. They too yearned for such strength, even if it was but a futile fantasy. Under the dim glow of the computer screen, Gao Yan watched the golden python's formidable presence and the overwhelming might with which it overturned the battleship, his eyes filled with reverence. Such immense power is truly the creation of a god. No, it is a deity itself. Shells couldn't even scratch it. This giant beast is far too mighty. Countless individuals hidden behind social networks continuously voiced their worship of the golden python. The worship of the powerful, cultivated through years of societal indoctrination, had been deeply etched into everyone's genes. Scrolling through the online comments, Gao Yan excitedly typed, "What is the name of this incredibly powerful giant beast?" With Gao Yan's question, people on the internet suddenly realized they still didn't know their idol's name. Soon the conversation shifted to what the golden python should be called. Many names, some Chinibu, some solemn, some sacred, were proposed but quickly dismissed. "How about calling it the first evil god, the annihilating serpent?" suggested a netizen with the username Princess Yali, as the online community heatedly debated the giant beast's name. In a society ruled by money, there was no shortage of scheming individuals who constantly monitored the actions of certain people. Princess Yali was one of their targets. Soon, with the push from these insiders, the name, first evil god, the annihilating serpent, quickly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Thus, the golden python's designation in human society was quickly established, becoming a symbolic icon. An evil god, a deity beyond the established order. In a lavishly decorated villa, Yali saw that the name she had proposed had been swiftly adopted. Thrilled, she rolled around on her large bed, letting out bursts of inexplicable laughter. She lifted the golden scale necklace around her neck, crafted by the finest artisan from the scales of Qinzhong that she had found. Wearing the golden scale necklace, Yali felt as if she were constantly united with her idol, the first evil god. Yearning for mystery, craving power, and worshipping the strong, Yali was the epitome of giant beast worship syndrome. While the online world was abuzz, an ultimatum from the Axial Arms Company arrived in cyberspace. Having a battleship capsized by a giant beast was a disgrace to the Axial Arms Company, especially since for operational convenience the vessel had been flying the company's distinctive sword-and-gun family crest, which only further infuriated Ms. Kylie. Thus at Ms. Kylie's behest, an ultimatum demanding the removal of all videos was issued to the legal departments of various internet companies. In this ultimatum, Ms. Kylie sternly warned these internet companies to delete the video and ban all related content, or else they would be held accountable. However, faced with Ms. Kylie's ultimatum, most internet companies, aside from a few timid ones, simply ignored it. Currently, the annihilating serpent was the hottest topic in the online world, and for the internet, a hot topic was a gold mine. Having struck a gold mine, was it possible for these internet companies to give it up? With the emergence of a super hot topic, a parade of unscrupulous opportunists came forward. Those who advertised under the annihilating serpent's name created virtual images of it, produced films and TV series about it. A string of money-making schemes were churned out like an assembly line. With piles of cash right before their eyes, only a fool would refuse to cash in. At present, internet companies were profiting gleefully from the annihilating serpent trend. They would not flinch even if a joint government decree were issued, let alone a threat from an arms company. Making money was the ultimate priority. Everything else was trivial. With the active promotion of major internet companies, Ms. Kylie's ultimatum not only failed to suppress the trend, but instead accelerated the rapid exploitation of the annihilating serpent topic. In her private courtyard, watching television, reports of internet company executives and various related individuals proclaiming their plans to produce films, TV series, and even game and animation derivatives based on the annihilating serpent. Ms. Kylie smashed the television in front of her into pieces. With a deafening explosion, a piercing alarm blared throughout the private courtyard. Soon a large number of black-clad bodyguards rushed into Ms. Kylie's room, alert for any danger. A pack of ghostly vultures. One day I'll have you all drawn and quartered. Ms. Kylie cursed fiercely. Then she turned to the people behind her and said, "Clean this up." "Yes, mistress," several servants hurriedly replied. Escorted by a crowd of bodyguards, Ms. Kylie left the private courtyard. Ghostly vultures. That was how the industrial magnates of this world referred to internet companies. They came and went without a trace. Wherever there was flesh-hot topics, they would swarm and devour it clean. They cared nothing for anyone's threats, only worrying whether they themselves would earn enough money. Even the globally renowned arms giant, the Axial Group, could not instill the slightest fear in them. Such were these ghostly vultures, a horde of demons driven mad by money. While human society reveled through the night over Qinzhong's affairs, Qinzhong himself was deep in the ocean searching for allies. Since ancient times, the deep sea had remained an unexplored frontier for humanity, harboring many unknown creatures. Qinzhong's goal was to find them, using the power of the bloodline evolution system to create his own minions who would divert humanity's attention away from him. If only one giant beast existed in the world, the eyes of all humanity would be fixed on Qinzhong. Inevitably, a nuclear bomb would be dropped, sending him to his doom. But if there were more than one giant beast in this world, having these companions to share the pressure would greatly reduce the odds of Qinzhong becoming a nuclear target. Qinzhong was deathly afraid, so he conceived the idea of seeking companions. In the boundless deep sea, he roamed, searching for truly colossal beasts forged by nature. In the boundless abyssal zone of the ocean, 4,000 meters beneath the surface, Qinzhong's serpentine body coiled and writhed endlessly in this lightless realm. This was a true world of darkness where the light of distant stars could never reach. Even with humanity's advanced technology, few could venture into the deep sea abyss over 4,000 meters below. Gazing into the distance, Qinzhong saw only an infinite expanse of blackness. If not for his powerful sonar resonance, he would surely have lost his way in these depths. He had wandered for what felt like an eternity, the endless darkness rendering time meaningless. Layers of sonic pulses radiated outward, yet they rarely returned any echoes. It seemed as if no life existed in this abyssal layer, but Qinzhong knew that was impossible. Nature's splendor ensured that every corner harbored some miraculous form of life. Luring them out, however, would require great effort. But Qinzhong had a plan. He would shed his own blood. After countless enhancements from the bloodline evolution system, his blood now possessed extraordinary power. It acted like a key, unlocking the path of evolution for any creature that consumed it. Since he could not find other life forms, he would let them come to him. With this thought, after hundreds of attempts to steal the cranial abilities of various creatures, and fueled by the faith and soul energy of humans on land, Qin Zhong, now able to wield a crude form of telekinesis, tore open his own scales. One by one the golden scales covering his body were lifted by his telekinetic force. The excruciating pain like 1,000 cuts ravaged his nerves. The agony made him grind his teeth, and his massive serpentine body thrashed wildly in the endless ocean. Great waves surged across vast expanses of sea. Driven by torment, Qin Zhong, in this lifeless abyss 4,000 meters deep, stirred up a storm. Vast volumes of seawater churned with his movements, forming a colossal waterspout that mercilessly shattered countless rocks and disrupted the ocean's order. In mere moments, large tracts of the deep sea became a chaotic maelstrom. As the waterspout grew, blood continuously seeped from the gaps between his scales, spreading rapidly. Driven by the raging waterspout, Qin Zhong's precious blood quickly permeated a vast area of the ocean. In the pitch-black seabed far beyond the abyssal zone lay the Hadal Zone, over 6,000 meters below the surface, a terrifying distance. In this realm devoid of light, a giant octopus with 12 tentacles drifted slowly. Due to the extreme environment, the octopus's hunting range was enormous, covering an area the size of a small island. This colossal octopus prowled the deep sea, hunting crustaceans to fill its stomach. Suddenly a beam of light pierced the darkness. In this lightless abyss, illumination was a rare phenomenon, piquing the giant octopus's curiosity. It shifted its massive body, slowly approaching the glowing metal shell. To the octopus, this shell was a research submarine designed for deep-sea exploration. When the devastating serpent first appeared and caused global uproar, they were dispatched by the joint organization to dive into the deep sea and search for traces of the creature. Dozens of such small exploration submarines were deployed, all with the same mission: to locate the devastating serpent. They were not required to engage it directly, simply pinpointing its location would suffice. Yet the ocean was immense. Even 100 submarines would be a drop in the bucket compared to the vastness of the Pacific. Thus the researchers tasked with tracking the serpent paid little attention to their mission. Instead, they eagerly joined the expedition for another reason. They wanted to leverage the joint organization's resources to explore the deep sea, documenting its breathtaking wonders. Humanity is drawn to mystery and the unknown. Nothing sparks curiosity more than the creatures of the deep. Inside a small submarine, several researchers diligently recorded everything they observed, through video, photographs, and written notes, considering these their true rewards. The deep sea holds so many secrets. If we publish these findings, the world will be astonished. Watching an undocumented species drift past the submarine, one researcher exclaimed excitedly. They had gathered a wealth of data even without finding the devastating serpent. The unknown creatures they had already cataloged would make them immensely wealthy. But just as they prepared to record more, the entire submarine jolted violently, shaking everyone off balance. What just happened? As the trembling subsided, panic erupted inside. Stay calm, everyone. It's just a collision with a rock. Nothing serious. The submarine's commander shouted over the intercom, trying to steady the crew. In a confined space, stress runs high. Panic could be disastrous. Thanks to the commander's reassurance, the crew gradually calmed down. But before 5 minutes had passed, the submarine shuddered again. To their horror, a tentacle covered in suckers appeared on the porthole. In the submarine's lights, they glimpsed a giant octopus in the murky water. The octopus was enormous, each tentacle over 10 meters long, and its body estimated at more than 40 meters. Against such a leviathan, the small submarine was like a toy. Only the sub's sturdy construction kept it from being torn apart. What do we do? I don't want to die. I have so much life ahead of me. I want to go home. Cries and sobs filled the submarine as fear gripped everyone. At over 6,000 meters deep, any crack in the hull meant certain death, with no chance of escape. The crushing depth, the lightless abyss, the giant octopus. Each layer of pressure weighed on their hearts, confronting them with death's terror. Quiet down. As long as the octopus doesn't breach the hull, we're safe. I'll find a chance to escape. Trust me, none of you will die before I do. The commander boasted confidently over the intercom, trying to contain the rising panic. In moments of chaos, a leader is essential. With someone taking charge, their chances of survival increased. Outside, the giant octopus toyed with the oval submarine, pushing it back and forth, thoroughly entertained. But inside, the crew suffered, constantly fearing a breach, enduring the submarine's violent spins, the psychological strain overwhelming. While the crew panicked under the octopus's threat, the commander calmly asked his deputy, "Is there any way out?" "Almost none. The octopus is fixated on the sub. We won't escape until it loses interest," the deputy replied quickly without hesitation. "Are we going to die here?" the commander despaired. "No, there's still hope." The deputy suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "Where?" the commander asked eagerly. "Sonar shows a massive waterspout passing through in 10 minutes. We can use its force to escape the octopus's grasp." "Excellent. Prepare immediately. Don't miss any chance to survive." "Understood." With the sudden glimmer of hope, the crew's spirits reignited. A thunderous waterspout roared from afar, pulling vast amounts of seawater into its vortex. The seawater churning within the spout absorbed traces of Qin blood, then spread it across the endless abyss. Bleeding Qin was like a sower casting his blood-laced water far and wide. The terrifying suction of his spinning tore at the surrounding sea, shattering countless rocks and shredding marine life. Countless creatures were ripped apart by the waterspout he created until it became a colossal vortex spanning nearly 2,000 meters. The raging vortex overturned the entire ocean, instilling terror in countless marine beings. Even the giant octopus that toyed with submarines was no exception. Its eyes filled with fear as the approaching waterspout loomed, its body signaling panic. With a boom, it tossed aside the submarine and fled in the opposite direction. The moment it released its grip, the prepared commander restarted the submarine. Dodging the waterspout with all its might, the submarine rapidly ascended toward the surface. In that critical moment, a scholar named Talasha used the sub's lights to take a photo upward. The image captured, albeit blurrily, a great serpent spinning to form a waterspout, tearing through countless lives, and a giant octopus over 40 meters long fleeing in terror. Before the serpent's divine might, even the octopus that played with submarines was forced to flee in panic. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things flourish. The death of a mighty creature gives rise to the survival of countless weaker beings. Though Qin was no whale, he was far more formidable than any whale could ever be. Moreover, his blood possessed the ability to shatter the evolutionary limits of living beings, transforming it into a unique celestial treasure. Any creature that obtained this treasure would ignite a new wave of evolution. In the deep sea, in the abyssal realm of endless darkness, where countless ephemeral creatures drifted through the boundless ocean floor, droplets of blood, carrying the power to break limits, fell from the higher waters. Like divine blood from the heavens, the moment they touched the seabed, they triggered a tremendous transformation. A rustling commotion stirred the depths as swarms of tiny creatures roamed the ocean floor. The blood droplets falling from the upper layers emitted an inexplicable fragrance, stirring countless seabed creatures into action. They devoured each droplet as their own sustenance, indulging in a frenzy of feeding. Sometimes two seabed creatures would collide, sparking a fierce battle. The victor would devour the loser's flesh to grow stronger, all in the evolutionary war ignited by Qin blood. Racial boundaries blurred rapidly and taxonomic classifications vanished swiftly, as if countless grains of rice were crushed into fine powder by a heavy hammer, no longer distinguishable from one another. Now they shared a single racial name, the abyssal race. They dwelled in the ultra-abyssal zone of the seabed, more than 6,000 meters below the surface. Qin rampaged wildly through the abyssal layer of the ocean, a deep-sea realm more than 4,000 meters below the surface. The devastating whirlwind he had created spanned both the abyssal and ultra-abyssal layers, scattering Qin blood across the deep-sea levels of 4,000 and 6,000 meters. Compared to the entire ocean, Qin blood was insignificant. The sea was far too vast. Even if all his blood were drained, it would not satisfy the evolutionary needs of all marine creatures. But Qin didn't need to drain himself completely. His blood served only as a catalyst, a spark to break the evolutionary limits of living beings. Once the limit was shattered, the advantage of evolution would be passed down through death and consumption or through reproduction. The path of procreation would ensure the inheritance of these gains. Marine life in particular often gave birth to hundreds or thousands of offspring, greatly expanding Qin's influence. With such cannon fodder drawing human attention, his chances of being struck by a nuclear bomb would plummet. Full speed ahead. Full speed. We must escape this tearing underwater whirlwind. The crew of numerous submarines screamed frantically. Amid the oceanic upheaval as the abyssal race slowly took shape, many exploration submarines lurking in the deep sea desperately dodged the devastation of the whirlwind. Under the fearsome tearing force, numerous submarines disintegrated. Even specially forged steel could not withstand the devastating whirlwind's might. People could only submit, following the whirlwind's rotation, to gradually escape its range. Not a single misstep was allowed, or it would mean destruction and death. Inside the submarine carrying Talasya, amidst the shouts and roars of the crew, she quietly gazed at the dark scenery outside the window. Illuminated by the submarine's lights, Talasya glimpsed secrets hidden in the deep sea. So this is the birthplace of our race. It's truly desolate. Talasya murmured to herself, staring at the virtually empty expanse of sea outside. Talasya, be an heir to the underwater civilization. 300 years ago, during the upheaval that destroyed the underwater civilization, her ancestors had fled the deep sea and landed on the shores of America. After 3 centuries of evolution, the Bian clan had fully integrated into human society. For 300 years, Talasya's people had never stopped searching for the cause of the underwater civilization's collapse, but they had found nothing. Now Talasya had come to the deep sea on her ancestors' orders, one of those seeking the truth. But like her predecessors, Talasya found nothing. except for the photograph of the enormous serpent of destruction in her hand. She had gained no other discoveries in the deep sea. As Talasya calmly gazed outside, a sudden flash of light struck her eyes. She squinted toward the source and was astonished to find an ancient city. A bustling city built from countless seabed rocks with bizarre corals scattered around them. Mysterious faint markings revealed signs of civilization. Could it be the underwater civilization city? Talasya pressed her body against the window, her eyes locked onto the suddenly appearing city. She had a premonition that the lost origin of the Bian clan, gone for 300 years, would be uncovered today. She quickly grabbed the camera hanging from her neck, ready to photograph the city. But just as she positioned the camera and pressed the shutter, a massive serpent tail suddenly appeared before the lens. Click! The sound of the shutter echoed in her ears. No! A desperate roar erupted from deep within Talasya's throat. She watched in despair as the underwater civilization city was instantly destroyed, her heart filled with boundless regret. Talasya, what's wrong? Hearing her cry, her colleague rushed over, holding onto the shaking cabin, and asked urgently. In this moment of fleeing the devastating whirlwind, any disturbance would ignite panic like a startled bird, spreading chaos throughout the submarine. Forced by the question, Talasya suppressed her grief and turned to her colleague. Nothing. I just saw a person appear. Scared me. She did not mention the underwater civilization city. Having lived in the human world for over 300 years, the Bian clan understood human nature all too well. Human xenophobia was so intense that even within their own species, wars never ceased. If humans discovered the Bian clan's identity as heirs of the underwater civilization, the Bian clan could hardly imagine what would happen. Every member of the clan kept silent about anything related to the underwater civilization. A person. The colleague comforting Talasya's face turned grim. They all knew too well what it meant to see a person in the deep sea. It meant a corpse. No submarine could survive the devastating whirlwind. Many were torn apart, and countless humans were crushed by the deep-sea pressure. Occasionally, a grotesque corpse drifted past the submarine window, triggering weeping and vomiting. The fragility of human life was starkly evident. Qin Zhong continued driving the destructive whirlwind, shattering countless intact things. But he cared nothing for it, not even for the mysterious undersea city that had appeared. Beneath the mighty whirlwind, it was utterly fragile. Qin Zhong had no interest in exploration. He only wanted to return to the world of sunlight as soon as possible. That was his true home. He had grown tired of his deep-sea life. Darkness and more darkness with almost no light had placed immense psychological pressure on him. This made him yearn even more for the sun, trees, beaches, and the feeling of solid ground, intensifying his desire to return to the surface. But all this required sufficiently powerful creatures or enough anomalous beings to draw human attention. Otherwise, he feared he might run headfirst into a nuclear bomb. This was not paranoia, but an inevitable outcome. As Qin Zhong devoured more and more diverse life forms in the underwater world, his ability to seize brain organs accumulated rapidly. Combined with the abundant faith energy from the human world, his soul power had become immensely strong. Now every drop of blood he scattered into the sea carried a part of his consciousness. Longing for light, chasing light, heading toward the world of light. These thoughts and consciousness were deeply imprinted in the brains of every creature that consumed his blood. These imprints would drive the seabed creatures toward the bright world of the land. Roar! A dull roar echoed through the deep sea. A giant octopus desperately chased a submarine. As a creature that had just brushed past the devastating whirlwind, the giant octopus had also received Qin Zhong's blood. While helping the octopus break its evolutionary limits, the blood also imprinted Qin Zhong's longing for light deep into its brain. The powerful consciousness drove the octopus's actions, making it risk its life to return near the whirlwind's influence zone. Several submarines emitted light. Their lights were like the sun, mesmerizing the giant octopus, making it crave and even want to possess them. Thus those submarines with lights were in dire straits. A deep-sea behemoth relentlessly pursued them, forcing them to flee at full speed toward the surface. In this chase, the giant octopus followed the fleeing submarines, rising steadily toward the bright world. After an unknown stretch of time, the devastating whirlwind Qin Zhong had driven finally subsided. The abyssal layer was now calm, devoid of any life. During the previous wave of destruction, the human submarines had fled without a trace. Who knew if another whirlwind would come? They dared not gamble with their lives. Now only Qin Zhong remained in the ocean. After drifting through the boundless sea for a moment, he suddenly opened his massive maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs. A sonic message roared from the depths of his throat, rapidly traveling into the deep sea. My devout subjects, awaken from the endless abyss. Come with me to the world of light. That is our true paradise. The roaring sound waves carried Qin Zhong's command, spreading swiftly across the vast deep-sea region. The voice was like a divine decree, compelling countless seabed creatures to obey. In an instant, the creatures that had been locked in battle ceased their movements and began a mighty march toward the direction Qin Zhong had indicated. They chased the light, they yearned for the light, they longed to come to the world of light. We know not whence we came, nor whither we go. The first sight upon awakening our intellect was slaughter and devouring. In this battlefield of blood and flesh, only the strong can survive while the weak are destined to be consumed. It was the great dark will that bestowed upon us the direction forward. The world of light is the goal we yearn for. In the hatal zone of the deep sea, over 6,000 meters below the surface, lay the eternal lightless abyss. A scale-armored abyssal jellyfish gazed upward at the dark will that guided their path, speaking thus. With its words, wave upon wave of abyssal races advanced toward the world of light. Through endless slaughter and devouring, these abyssal races not only absorbed the evolutionary power from Qin blood, but also implanted into their minds all knowledge of the human world from Qin consciousness. As the saying goes, the beauty of heaven far surpasses the glory of hell. Distance creates beauty. Qin concealed nothing about the human world. Instead, he presented it completely to these abyssal races whose minds were still in chaos, newly awakened to consciousness. However, the vast amount of information overwhelmed their tiny brains, unable to fully receive or comprehend any malice from the human world. They only saw the towering buildings, splendid scenery, and radiant light of the human world. Everything seemed like a paradise. Completely oblivious to the pressures humans now endured, this made the abyssal races yearn even more for the human world. Due to differences in thought, the abyssal races perceived the human world as a radiant paradise and their own as a dark abyss. Thus they embarked on a crusade to conquer heaven, marching under the great dark will to launch an expedition to the celestial realm. The vast abyssal army advanced in darkness, though the lack of light made it impossible to discern how many abyssal beings participated in this crusade. The surging waves stretching thousands of kilometers indicated that the army was colossal in number. Qin could already imagine that once this massive abyssal army landed on the human world, even if they could not immediately overcome the might of human civilization, they would throw the entire human world into chaos. Amidst such global turmoil, Qin's own presence would be quickly diminished, thus avoiding the fate of being nuked. If a single monster appeared in the human world, humanity would naturally regard it as an enemy of civilization. But if a horde of monsters appeared, the initial monster would be quickly diluted. And that was exactly the effect Qin wanted. To use these monsters born from his blood as cannon fodder until he possessed the power to dominate the entire human world alone. Looking down at the surging tides below, shrouded in dark mist, Qin could not determine their numbers. Nevertheless, he gazed expectantly at the boundless surging waves and exclaimed from the heart, "Everything of the human world, I have returned." His massive serpent tail swept through the heavy seawater, and a colossal floating water cannon erupted, propelling Qin forward. Less than 4,000 meters ahead of Qin and his abyssal army, a giant octopus was chasing a research submarine. Since there was only one octopus, the pursued submarines implemented a split strategy. By constantly separating, they evaded the octopus's deadly pursuit one by one. Under this tactic, submarine after submarine surfaced and escaped the frenzied chase. Only 2 submarines remained clinging together, refusing to separate. This was not due to noble human camaraderie or a vow to share life and death, but because neither wanted to be the last cannon fodder. Thus the 2 submarines stuck together, unwilling to part. "Captain, if we continue like this, none of us can escape. Why not gamble on that 50% survival rate and separate from the other submarine? Let fate decide life and death." Watching the giant octopus relentlessly pursuing them, Talasha rushed to the captain's cabin and said anxiously. Hearing this, the captain rolled his eyes and replied, "You think I don't want to gamble? The problem is the captain of the other submarine won't give me the chance." With that, the submarine captain opened the communicator and said to the other captain, "Old buddy, let's just take a gamble. Say no more, brother. I'll share life and death with you." Under the threat of this giant octopus, don't speak such disheartening words. Before the submarine captain could finish, the other captain cut him off and hung up the communicator without giving him a chance to respond. Faced with this coward who disguised his fear as loyalty, the submarine captain shrugged and said, "See, that's how it is. It's not that I don't want to gamble, but the other side won't give me the chance." In the face of the life and death crisis posed by the giant octopus, the submarine captain spoke in an unusually relaxed tone. The captain's duty was to calm nerves, so no matter how anxious he felt inside, he could not lose his composure. Hearing the other captain's reply, Talasha was furious. After finally finding traces of the underwater civilization city, the other's cowardice meant she couldn't even report it to her family. Yet no matter how angry Talasha was, she could not change the situation. They could only wait, hoping for a turn of events. Powerful sonar signals expanded outward, transmitting distress calls across vast stretches of the sea. In this critical moment, even at a depth of over 4,000 meters, they did not forget to call for help. Though the chances of rescue were minuscule, they could not abandon hope. At this critical juncture on the seabed, about 3,800 meters below the surface, a massive base sat quietly in the deep sea. Suddenly, the distress signal from the deep was received by the base's signal detection personnel. The signal operators quickly reported the distress call up the chain, and after passing through several layers it eventually reached the base commander, Colonel Waterfowl. Colonel Waterfowl did not belong to the military hierarchy of the United Organization, nor was he a private army of any major conglomerate. He belonged to no legitimate organization, ranking 342nd on the United Organization's most wanted list, classified as an A-level fugitive. Even his so-called colonel rank was self-appointed, carrying no legal validity. With nearly 30 billion humans on the planet, being ranked 342nd among them spoke volumes about how heinous Colonel Waterfowl was in the eyes of the United Organization. And his actions indeed lived up to that reputation, as exemplified by his current operation. Before the distress signal arrived, Colonel Waterfowl was in conversation with the leader of the mercenary group executing Operation Scythe, codenamed Brother Dong. How certain are we of destroying the Wong family this time? Under the virtual projection, Brother Dong's holographic image spoke. I'm 80% sure the Wong family will be wiped out. By using the 3 million lives on Jinlu Island as leverage, we'll extort $100 billion United dollars from them. Once that money is drained from the Wong family's accounts, their capital chain will collapse. Then I'll contact international short sellers to squeeze every last drop of their wealth, avenging our blood debt. Colonel Waterfowl said with savage determination. And if the Wong family refuses? Brother Dong asked again. Then I'll press the button that will unleash the deep-sea weapon, drowning the entire Jinlu Island under the sky-high waters. Colonel Waterfowl snarled. 3 million lives. Do we really have to go this far? Brother Dong said with a tinge of reluctance. It's not that we want to go this far. It's that this hellish world forces us to. The entire Abyssal Organization, all 3827 of us, are desperados, each alone. We have 19135 relatives who died at the hands of the Wong family. We once hoped the united legal system would deliver justice and avenge our dead. But what did we end up with? The Wong family was declared innocent while we were branded as the damned. Thieves, rapists, murderers, antisocial personalities. The most heinous crimes in human history have been pinned on us. The world has abandoned us. Our only reason for existence is to take revenge on the Wong family. Until the Wongs are dead, we will never have a bright future. This has become the obsession of our entire Abyssal Organization. There's no turning back. Colonel Waterfowl recounted their story with the coldest, most merciless words, shattering the last shred of Brother Dong's pity. Holding the deep-sea weapon, nicknamed the Abyssal Flame, named by all this would be their weapon of revenge. To exact vengeance, the entire Abyssal Organization had already become demons. Brother Dong closed his eyes and murmured, "This flame of revenge will surely consume the entire Wong family." As his resolve hardened, the final fate of Jinlu Island began to tilt. The Wong family, as the absolute rulers of Jinlu Island, had controlled it for nearly 150 years. During that century and a half, the Wong family had cultivated goodwill on the island, established various charitable foundations, and built a strong presence in the eyes of the 3 million residents. The Wong family was seen as the epitome of great benefactors on Jinlu Island, recognized by the united legal system as the foremost philanthropist. Moreover, with the factories they ran on the island, the Wong family had tied the entire population to their enterprise. The Abyssal Organization had no choice but to oppose them through such extreme means. There was a saying on Jinlu Island: if the Wong family's factories shut down for a single day, at least 2.8 million people would become destitute. The remaining 200,000 were either Wong family members or visiting tourists. Such was the Wong family's power on the island. Even the United Organization's local forces dared not defy them. They were the undisputed, uncrowned kings. For such an uncrowned king, ruining 3827 families was nothing. Even if the number doubled, what could the islanders do? To survive, to avoid becoming paupers, to avoid suffering the same fate as the Avengers. The remaining people would still applaud the Wong family, sing their praises, and thank them for the jobs. As the Wong family's golden age reached its peak, the Avengers from the deep, wielding the Abyssal Flame, placed the scythe of death against the necks of 3 million people on Jinlu Island. With a mere flick of the hand, they could turn the entire Jinlu Island and the glorious age the Wong family had built over nearly a century and a half into nothing but a fleeting dream in the ocean. SSSHHH, SSSHHH. The footsteps from the deep sea drew closer to the surface, and the surging tides grew increasingly pronounced. The distress signal from the exploration submarine, relayed through the layers of the Yuanhai Organization, swiftly reached Colonel Shuinio's hands after he concluded his conversation with Brother Dong. Colonel Shuinio glanced at the distress signal reported from below and said to the executor, "Save them if you can. Don't let them die in the deep sea." With the colonel's command, a massive signal wave began transmitting the Yuanhai Organization's location to the exploration submarine, directing them to take shelter there. "We're saved." Upon receiving the signal from the Yuanhai Organization, the entire crew of both submarines erupted in jubilant cheers. Hope at the brink of death is the finest remedy in the world, capable of lifting even the most despairing heart. "Brothers, I'll go ahead and scout the situation for you." Just as Talasia's submarine was rejoicing, a voice came from the other submarine. Then their vessel accelerated, propelled by immense thrust, rapidly distancing itself from the current position. Damn it, they've been conserving power all along. The submarine captain slammed the hatch frame in fury. As one of the two submarines sped away, the giant octopus that had been trailing them for hours shifted its target to Talasia's submarine. Its thick, long tentacles like fishing hooks kept trying to snatch the light, representing the submarine. Yet the crew refused to succumb to death. Under the captain's skillful maneuvering, the submarine darted like an agile fish weaving through the pursuit. While the captain played hide-and-seek with the giant octopus, the first submarine had already reached the Juvenile organization base. Guided through the base's passageways, the group quickly entered the organization. Upon arrival, the first submarine's crew immediately informed the Juvenile personnel about the giant octopus. The Juvenile organization naturally dismissed such a tale of being chased by a giant octopus. Having been established in the deep sea for over 40 years, they had never encountered any giant creatures. Even if such creatures existed, they believed modern weaponry would reduce them to debris. Thus, they paid no heed to the octopus threat, missing the crucial window for preparation. 7 hours later, the Juvenile base lay in ruins. Heavy casualties littered the area with weapon fragments scattered throughout. The giant octopus's tentacles probed like ants into an anthill, searching for sunlight through the holes smashed into the base. As it explored, twisted steel fragments continuously fell into the deep sea. In just 6 hours of battle, the 40-year-old Juvenile organization was annihilated 3,000 meters beneath the surface. Except for Talasia, who possessed marine genes, and was fortunate all other humans perished in the deep. A massive steel slab crashed onto the seabed. Clutching a breathing apparatus, Talasia stared at the giant octopus in terror, her mind trembling. What kind of monster is this wielding such immense power? Could the downfall of the ancient seabed civilization be linked to monsters dwelling in the deep? Having witnessed how easily the giant octopus demolished the entire Yuanhai organization, and recalling how Qinzhong's single-tail strike destroyed the entire seabed civilization city, Talasia couldn't help but suspect that the monsters were responsible for the civilization's ruin. As Talasia pondered the cause of the seabed civilization's fall, amid her terror, the last glimmer of light within the Yuanhai organization was extinguished, plunging the world into darkness. Enraged at the loss of the light, it had chased the giant octopus, thrashed violently across the base, reducing it to even greater rubble. Then the giant octopus departed from the ruined base, heading toward the Radiant Kingdom as commanded by the Dark Will. The giant octopus had been drawn to the Yuanhai organization by the light. Once the light vanished, it lost all interest in staying. Shortly after the giant octopus left, Talasia emerged from the debris, breathing a long sigh of relief. "I'm saved. I don't know why it left, but I survived," she murmured, grateful for her narrow escape. The crushing pressure at 3,000 meters depth is a domain where humans cannot survive. Almost the moment the Yuanhai base shattered. As the vast ocean surged in, it was doomed that no one in the organization would survive. Had Talasia not possessed marine genes, even she would not have remained alive in the deep. Gathering oxygen equipment from the ruins, Talasia prepared to ascend from 3,000 meters, intent on escaping this abyssal trap. But just as she was about to act, a long, resonant roar echoed from the depths. In the pitch-black darkness of the deep sea, there was no visibility whatsoever. One could not see even an inch ahead. Unable to see any other creatures, Talasia's caution compelled her to remain hidden in the Yuanhai ruins, waiting to see what would happen. Soon after she concealed herself, a massive ocean disturbance appeared above her head. The surge was like a ship brimming with terrifying power. Even though Talasia could not see it, the sheer dread emanating from the depths of her genes made her feel hopelessly terrified. It's him. It's him. No doubt about it." Talasia screamed inwardly. That familiar sensation instantly brought back the memory of a monster she had once encountered. The giant sea serpent that had destroyed the entire seabed civilization city with a single tail strike. The monster that terrified Talasia. Clamping her hand over her mouth, she dared not make a sound lest she attract the monster's attention. Though she could not see the giant sea serpent at that moment, the fleeting glimpse she had once caught allowed her mind to reconstruct its form. Such was the deep impression Qinzhong had left on her, that even without recollection his mere presence filled her with terror. Talasia waited in dread for the giant sea serpent to depart. Yet as it gradually moved away, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a series of surging currents swept toward her. In a state of near paralyzing fear, she found herself surrounded by a vast host of abyssal creatures. With the faint vision granted by her marine genes, Talasia could see these abyssal beings up close. They were crustaceans, their thick armored shells like suits of mail covering their bodies. As these abyssal creatures drew near, a fierce, murderous aura swept over her. The fear rooted in her genes left Talasia helpless. She could only let the currents carry her along with the immense deep-sea army. Because of their shared goal of seeking light, these deep-sea life forms would not attack until they reached the Radiant Kingdom. Thus Talasia survived being swept into the abyssal host. And so she became a witness to a brutal clash between the denizens of the deep and the humans from the land. The deep-sea army marched onward like an unstoppable tide of time, drawing closer to the radiant kingdom. Talasya lay motionless on a shelled creature like a rabbit in a wolf pack, too terrified to move a muscle. All around her densely packed abyssal legions stretched in every direction. There was no escape. So she had to find a way to survive in this hostile environment. After a long journey, as Talasya was pondering escape, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Miss, you've been hitching a ride on me for quite a while. It's time to get off and stretch your legs. Otherwise, when the expedition to the kingdom begins, I doubt you'll have any combat capability left." The voice, deeply resonant, spoke in standard human language. Talasya was astonished. She wondered silently. Then, realizing something, she looked down at the abyssal creature she was riding on and asked incredulously, "Was that you speaking?" "Of course it was me. Who else would it be?" The abyssal creatures originated from Qin Zhong's blood and consciousness. His powerful blood had broken their evolutionary limits, and his consciousness imparted extensive human knowledge. Through constant combat and evolution, some of the more powerful abyssal beings had mastered human language with cognitive abilities on par with, or even surpassing, ordinary humans. The abyssal creatures speaking now saw nothing amiss. Abyssal beings came in all bizarre forms, and even if the creature on its back looked odd, it harbored no suspicion. With the abyssal creature's first words, curiosity overcoming fear, Talasya began to converse with it. After a long free-flowing chat, Talasya gradually grew familiar with this being, whose name was Yuanling. Ever since its birth, Yuanling had been locked in constant battles in the deep sea. Despite mastering human language, it had rarely had the chance to speak. Now, having a companion willing to talk, Yuanling's excitement blazed. Unsullied by the complexities of human society, its thoughts were simple and pure. In her conversation with Yuanling, Talasya felt a rare sense of relaxation. No need for scheming. No need to weigh each word. They just exchanged their true thoughts, and even disagreements were nothing serious. For a moment, Talasya felt that this kind of communication was the original purpose of language. Unconsciously, she began to enjoy this feeling. Conversing with these simple-minded abyssal beings brought her a long-missed ease. But time always passes quickly. As faint glimmers of light appeared, the entire abyssal army grew excited. "Talasya, when we reach the Radiant Kingdom, we'll claim the biggest and best spot together," Yuanling said enthusiastically. It was then that Talasya suddenly recalled the goal of Yuanling and his kind was to attack the human world. She felt a bizarre sense of absurdity. She was conversing with the enemy of humanity. Though Talasya was not of human origin, but belonged to the undersea civilization. In some ways, she was even related to these abyssal creatures from the deep sea. Yet after centuries of living on land and generations of legacy, Talasya's allegiance had inclined toward humanity, and conquest often heralded the beginning of death. But now it was futile for Talasya to dwell on such thoughts. Surrounded by the abyssal beings, she had to first secure her own foothold before seeking other paths. Thus Talasya followed in the footsteps of Yuanling, the abyssal creature, embarking on the journey back to the land. As a preeminent warrior among the abyssal horde, Yuanling held an extraordinary status within the army. Apart from a dozen or so even more powerful abyssal beings, none could rival Yuanling. With his protection, no one dared to attack Talasya, who appeared human, as a companion. In the infinite deep sea, the sunlight was near at hand. From Qin Zhong's perspective, he could faintly discern the coastline of a floating island. "Having paid a tremendous price, I have finally set foot on the journey back to land. This time I will make a stunning debut," Qin Zhong murmured excitedly to himself in the depths of the ocean. Having wandered at the bottom of the ocean over 6,000 meters deep for far too long, Qin Zhong deeply missed the days of the human world. Returning to land now, with such a vast number of cannon fodder as shields, he feared nothing. Soon Qin Zhong would ascend onto the land and once again bask in the warmth of the sun. This yearning emotion of Qin Zhong spread through the entire abyssal army. Sharp howls echoed in the deep sea, and the endless horde grew frenzied. They craved the light, yearned for the heavenly kingdom, and also lusted for the slaughter within it. "We will soon set foot on the territory of the heavenly kingdom. Then Talasya, don't wander off. I will protect you," Yuanling assured Talasya. Through their interactions along the way, his conversations with Talasya had earned his friendship. This bond of friendship made Yuanling willing to protect Talasya despite her weakness. He did not know what this feeling was called, yet he cared deeply about it. "I understand. I won't leave your side." Talasya clung tightly to the protrusions of Yuanling's scales, preventing herself from falling behind in the army's advance. Bathed in sunlight, Talasya finally saw clearly what kind of army she was in. Sharp fangs, keen claws, pitch-black metallic scales, and erect horns. Like demons depicted in myths, an aura of evil and ferocity permeated the entire abyssal host. Faced with such a visibly brutal and savage army, Talasya would be insane to leave Yuanling's protection. The sunlight shimmering on the ocean resembled the afterglow of divine glory imbued with a sacred air. And it was this sacred atmosphere that drove the entire abyssal army into a frenzy, eagerly yearning to enter the heavenly kingdom and enjoy its splendors. As the abyssal army was about to land on the island on a cross-sea bridge on Jinlu Island, Brother Dong and his men were surrounded by the coalition forces. Despair filled their eyes. "You leave me no choice. Then let us all perish together." Amid the mocking laughter of the surrounding officers, Brother Dong pressed the button of the abyssal flame, activating the scythe of death that would reap the entire island. Yet seeing Brother Dong's dramatic gesture, the officer in charge of surrounding them showed no fear. "A mere commoner dares to oppose my Wong family. Utterly absurd. Today you will die without a burial ground." With a wave of his hand, a roaring metal storm riddled Brother Dong's team with bullets. Limbs and remains flew in all directions, and in no time they were reduced to unrecognizable shreds. When Brother Dong and his men had attempted extortion with the abyssal flame, the Wong family had paid no heed. Having ruled Jinlu Island for 150 years, they had weathered countless storms. They would never bow to some unknown, dubious threat from the deep sea. Thus the Wong family used their connections in the coalition to deploy 500 men to search the entire island for the extortionists, coupled with rewards for capturing Brother Dong and punishments for aiding them. Within 5 days, Brother Dong and his followers were completely cornered by the Wong family's vast power. And as they were gradually driven into a dead end, Brother Dong, for the safety of the 3 million lives on the island, never once pressed the button. This only convinced the Wong family that the threat was a lie, escalating their actions. Eventually, the Wong officer forced Brother Dong into a corner until the very moment he activated the abyssal flame. The Wong family's 150 years of arrogance on Jinlu Island made them believe nothing could threaten them. Brother Dong's kindness sealed his fate, and the island's eager cooperation in hunting him down turned the abyssal flame, which should have terrorized the entire island, into a complete joke. So when the button was pressed, everyone thought it was a fake. After eliminating Brother Dong's group, the Wong family immediately held a celebration announcing the various crimes of the group before the entire island's populace. The final verdict was a severe punishment, death. Throughout the entire process, the Wong family had the final say. Using this incident, they expanded their infiltration into the coalition, while the island's united organization could offer no resistance. Thus, amidst the Wong family's revelry and the islanders' daily toil, they passed 2 peaceful days, until a colossal wave arrived. That day, as people entered factories for their routine labor, terrified screams erupted from every corner of Jinlu Island. People stared in horror at a wave that covered the entire sky, nearly 500 meters high, rising against the wind. It seemed to swoop down upon the entire island like the sky collapsing. Once this massive wave struck, Jinlu Island would be completely submerged. The abyssal flame did not cease because of people's joy. The moment the button was pressed, the fate of the 3 million islanders was sealed. 2 days earlier, as the abyssal army rapidly approached the human heavenly kingdom, Qin was reminiscing about the good life on land, planning for his future enjoyment. Suddenly, a violent tremor traveled from the ocean floor to the surface. Under this terrifying shock, large numbers of the abyssal army were thrown into disarray. Though the individual strength of the abyssal creatures minimized casualties, the violent shock still inflicted heavy damage on many. "What is happening?" After the violent tremor, feeling the intense pain in her body, Talaxia quickly asked Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling's power spared him from the impact, but the tremor made him gaze gravely at the seabed. "The shock comes from below. I can clearly sense something moving the entire ocean floor forward. Hold on to me." The moment Yuan Ling spoke, Talaxia instinctively grabbed his horn. Boom! A terrifying shock erupted from beneath the seabed, unleashing immense force that churned the heavy waters. Almost the entire seabed plate shifted dramatically, propelling the seawater forward. Boom! A towering wave shot up from the sea surface, shattering a giant whale into pieces. Vast patches of bloody flesh scattered across the ocean, and a massive wave carried the whale's carcass forward. What in the world is happening? Did humans just drop a nuclear bomb on me the moment I decided to return to land? Qin wondered suspiciously, but the overwhelming force that followed left him no chance to resist. He could only go with the sudden wave swept along in a mad rush toward an unknown direction. Under this terrifying wave, not only was Qin tossed about, but the entire abyssal army was also caught up. "Why am I so unlucky?" Qin lamented his misfortune while desperately resisting the wave's terrifying tearing force. He hoped to lessen his fall's impact. Propelled by the wave, the entire abyssal army's speed increased by 300%. Ahead of the wave, a giant octopus drawn by the light and approaching Jinlu Island was about to land. Suddenly, the wave from behind lifted it, sending it flying high into the air. "Look, what is that?" The people, nearly voiceless from terror, stared at the towering wave, a deep despair overwhelming them. Only then did they realize that the extortionist's words had been true. As everyone stood frozen in fear, a sharp scream rose from the crowd, drawing their attention to the giant octopus. On the nearly 500-meter wave, a giant octopus rode the wind, its writhing tentacles like gleeful demons, instilling boundless terror. And this was far from the end. as the giant octopus began to descend from the wave. A golden python burst out from the wave, its sharp fangs like divine swords tearing the sky, revealing immense power to the people on the island. Roar! A terrifying howl pierced the clouds. Countless densely packed creatures formed a dark canopy over the entire island, shrouding everyone's vision. The sun's light was gradually obscured, and thick darkness enveloped the whole island. Someone wept in despair. Is this the power of a demon god? We are doomed. Some tried to flee, some scrambled to hide, others buried their faces like ostriches. In the apocalypse, all manner of human reactions unfolded, each person different. Xinzhong had originally planned to use the abyssal creatures as a diversion when landing in the human world to prevent humans from targeting him with nuclear weapons. But unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, he appeared like a demon god, descending effortlessly, annihilating an island. Under such a massive spotlight, there was no way for Xinzhong to stay low-key. He could only feel utterly exasperated. The towering floodwaters directly engulfed vast stretches of islands. Buildings were mercilessly destroyed, roads submerged, and the cross-sea bridge linking the two lands collapsed. The island of Zhenlu became a place of utter despair, with almost no one able to escape this deadly trap. The rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades echoed across the Wang family courtyard, set against the backdrop of tidal waves swallowing the entire island. Members of the Wang family hastily prepared to board the helicopter, fleeing the island about to be overwhelmed by the flood. Take off immediately. We're heading inland. The head of the Wang family urged urgently. Under his relentless prompting, the pilot pulled the takeoff lever, lifting the helicopter clear of the rising waters. A massive wave crashed directly into the Wang family courtyard. The moment the helicopter lifted off, the violent currents instantly demolished the ancestral home that had stood for over a century. Countless Wang clan members who had not yet escaped were swept away, their fates unknown. Watching his family's century-old legacy crumble beneath a single colossal wave, the head of the Wang family was filled with regret. If I had known those people were telling the truth, I would have killed them outright. He lamented bitterly. He did not believe his past actions were wrong. He merely regretted not being ruthless enough to eradicate all his enemies completely. But now it was all over. Against the might of nature, no matter how vast the Wang family's power, they were nothing more than a fleeting bubble beneath the waves. As the helicopter soared into the sky, the head of the Wang family was already scheming how to rebuild on the mainland. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the helicopter, nearly throwing him out. What is happening? He roared angrily. Then he saw a massive tentacle with suction cups gripping the ascending helicopter. With a tremendous force, the entire aircraft disintegrated and exploded in midair. Thus, the powerful family that had ruled the island of Zhenlu for over a century and a half was utterly annihilated. Xinzhong glanced casually at the exploding helicopter under the giant octopus's attack and paid it no further heed. He did not know those people, their deaths stirred no emotion within him. Even as the entire island of Zhenlu suffered heavy casualties from the tidal waves, with nearly half the population wiped out, Xinzhong's heart remained unmoved. First, Xinzhong was no longer human, so he felt no kinship or sorrow for human deaths. Second, humans now appeared to him as tiny as ants. Without seeing their anguished faces or hearing their screams, it was truly difficult to stir any emotion in Xinzhong. Xinzhong raised his serpentine body, standing like a mystical pillar amid the endless waves unmoved. With a serpentine body over 300 meters long and a towering height of over 100 meters, Xinzhong resembled a true demon god. Amid the endless thunder summoned by the turbulent sea, he displayed his immense power under the dark oppressive clouds. Massive clashes of moisture generated countless bolts of lightning above Xinzhong's head. Jagged, twisted flashes frequently streaked across the sky. The formidable power of the lightning made Xinzhong's scalp tingle, fearing that at any moment it might strike him. Under the pitch-black, thunderous sky, he surveyed the entire island. Torrents of water swept across the island, erasing most traces of modern civilization one by one. Tumbling cars shattered building debris, human corpses bloated by seawater, and abyssal creatures roaming freely across the island. All of this formed the scene before Xinzhong, causing him to frown deeply. He had led the abyssal creatures to land to draw human attention, but such mass human death was not what he wished to see. If the human world was a realm of darkness, then Xinzhong had once been a great beacon, drawing the full attention of humanity upon himself. Now, by leading the abyssal creatures ashore, he had made that dark world even brighter, thereby splitting humanity's attention among multiple fronts and reducing his own prominence. However, Xinzhong's plan was veering off course. If the abyssal creatures continued their rampant destruction amid human deaths, they would likely provoke a nuclear strike, wiping out all abyssal creatures on the island. Some presence was acceptable, but not overwhelming. The abyssal creatures' presence had now reached a peak. They had used the power of the sea to annihilate an island with a population of 3 million. Such immense hatred was practically suicidal. With a roar, a resounding bellow echoed across the entire island. Both the abyssal creatures looting in the flood and the struggling humans trying to survive were drawn to Xinzhong's cry. From today onward this island belongs to the abyssal race. Everything on it is our property. Qin Zhong's hoarse low voice resounded over the island, leaving countless survivors stunned. Am I insane, or has the world gone mad? A monster speaking human language. A middle-aged man standing on a high building muttered to himself. Everything happening today shattered his former comment since the sudden giant wave that engulfed the entire island, two colossal monsters rampaging across it, hordes of black creatures surging from the sea and freely slaughtering, and now the golden python that could speak. It all made him wonder if he was still dreaming, a dream too bizarre for words. That's the destruction serpent, the first evil god. A young man behind him said fearfully. As an avid internet surfer, he knew all too well what the destruction serpent symbolized. It was a creature that could match human armies, capsize a battleship, and survive relentless pursuit by global powers. Ordinary weapons were nearly useless against it, only nuclear bombs could destroy it. But if a nuclear bomb were used on this island, not a single person would survive. The intense heat and deadly radiation would turn the entire island into a true wasteland. Destruction serpent. What is that? People sheltering in the same building crowded around the young man, asking. Constantly busy with work and survival, they rarely kept up with cutting-edge world news. So when they heard the somewhat Chinibu term destruction serpent, they gathered eagerly to learn more. The young man was a member of an online organization called the Serpent Worship Cult, which focused on collecting all information about the destruction serpent, a small group outside mainstream internet circles. Apart from a few who joined for money, most members were giant monster worshippers fanatically obsessed with the destruction serpent. Hearing their questions, the young man recounted from memory the battles between the destruction serpent and human military forces. When they learned that the destruction serpent had single-handedly capsized a battleship, everyone gasped. Such a powerful monster. We're doomed today, they said in fear. Just as the humans on the island felt the specter of death under Qin Zhong's command, the abyssal creatures abruptly changed their behavior. They switched from wanton slaughter to protection, rescuing those trapped in the floodwaters and carrying them to safe areas. According to the Dark, they would now rule this island, and all humans on it would be the property of the abyssal race. Thus, to secure their share of the spoils, powerful abyssal beings began a new round of competition. A single command changing the fate of multitudes. This feeling of commanding countless beings filled Qin Zhong with genuine exhilaration. This is it. Use the humans on this island as hostages to deter the major human powers from using nuclear weapons. With a monster island as a beacon, humanity's focus on me will greatly diminish. While Qin Zhong schemed to reduce his presence, Yuan Ling and Talasha were busy rescuing more people. They found a tall building and repeatedly dove into the water, pulling drowning humans to safety and reviving them. Thanks to Talasha's familiarity with humans, Yuan Ling was among the top abyssal creatures in gathering population, second only to a few giant abyssal beings. Most others were no match for him. With a punch, Yuan Ling sent a fellow abyssal creature who dared to compete for humans crashing into the seabed. He asked Talasha, how many humans do we have now? Talasha thought briefly. About 3,000. 3,000. Too few, far too few. If I want more, I'll have to take them from my own kin. Under Talasha's analysis, Yuan Ling knew that once the island disaster ended, rewards would be distributed based on merit. The more leverage one held, the stronger one could become. So to maximize his gains, Yuan Ling began attacking other abyssal creatures. As long as he didn't kill them outright, the Great Dark would not intervene. In the ocean abyss, the strong possess everything, and the weak deserve to lose everything. While the abyssal creatures fought among themselves, Qin Zhong, acting as the sea-stabilizing pillar, sensed something unusual. A peculiar energy was gathering beneath the island. It resembled faith energy, but not as pure or easy to absorb and strengthen. Looking down at the submerged island, Qin Zhong's serpent eyes shifted slightly. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the sights of another world. In a gray haze-filled realm, countless illusory human figures writhed and wept bitterly. Their piercing cries were extremely harsh, evoking a deep sense of discomfort. Gazing at those struggling, weeping phantoms, Qin Zhong murmured, could these be the souls of the dead? He leaned down slightly toward one phantom. As he drew near, a torrent of chaotic memories rushed into his mind, violently assaulting his consciousness. Qin Zhong's memory of a human lifetime paled in comparison to his now enhanced awareness. Less than a century of life, and more than half of it shrouded in chaos. Human memories in such a state were merely trash to Qin Zhong. Useless, yet impossible to discard. Gaze upon them long enough, and one risked becoming as lethargic as a salted fish. After storing a soul within his memory paradise, vast, churning memories, and a small fraction of soul energy began to fill the space belonging to his own soul. Reflecting on what this soul had brought him, Qin Zhong murmured to himself, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. A soul suspended in chaos grew extraordinarily ethereal, so fragile that even a gentle breeze could shatter it. Such a soul was the very definition of a salted fish. Lacking purpose or direction, they simply awaited death. Yet to dismiss such souls as entirely useless would be a mistake. Accumulated gradually, they still constituted a considerable source of soul reinforcement energy, but it required an extended period of refinement. By filtering out the unnecessary, only the soul energy that mattered to Qin Sheng remained as reward. Like fermentation, the longer the sedimentation, the purer the soul energy he could harvest. Surveying the island where the crowd perished in anguish, Qin Sheng whispered, "You seem pitiful enough. Very well. I shall establish a kingdom of the dead for you. Within this realm of the dead, I'll ensure you live until living itself becomes unbearable." As he spoke, Qin Sheng closed his eyes. Against the backdrop of chaos engulfing Jinlu Island, he resembled a deity, descending to the mortal world, beginning to restructure this disordered realm. "I am the one who destroys worlds, and I am the one who saves them, as life and death cycle endlessly. Eternal among the memories of the gods." His voice drifted across the island like a distant melody, soothing restless souls and calming troubled minds. Qin Sheng prepared to craft an illusory realm across the 500 square kilometer island, a colossal phantom world where both the dead and the living of Jinlu Island would participate. This illusory domain would serve to gather the souls of the departed, distill the worthless remnants from their memories, and extract only what held value for Qin Sheng. Through this method, the people of Jinlu Island could find release from suffering, while Qin Sheng would harvest soul energy, a victory serving two purposes. This undertaking demanded an enormous quantity of soul energy far beyond what one person alone could sustain. Yet the flood that had ravaged Jinlu Island had claimed nearly 1,800,000 lives, and the soul energy offered by their deaths proved more than sufficient. Qin Sheng merely needed to establish the framework for a realm of the dead. Those unwilling to endure suffering would naturally gravitate toward it, allowing the kingdom to form through their own volition. Once established, the realm would sustain itself, so long as the living continued to make offerings. Within Qin Sheng's memory paradise stretched an endless expanse of blank space. Even while submerged in the deep sea, he had never ceased expanding it. The memory paradise had grown virtually boundless. Since thought knew no limits, a realm forged by consciousness could be no different. Boom. A tremendous shock reverberated through the memory paradise, and Qin Sheng's expression darkened, though his golden scales concealed his face from outside view. Yet it was clear that the terrifying pressure surrounding him, capable of suppressing the very heavens, had weakened to some degree. That shock came from Qin Sheng slicing through his memory paradise itself, a realm integral to his soul, meaning each cut was akin to carving into his very being. The searing pain defied description, but fortunately Qin Sheng's bloodline ran powerful, its vitality already nourishing and regenerating the damaged portions of his soul. The bloodline evolution system proved an invaluable asset, driving simultaneous advancement in both his spiritual and physical bloodlines. As they grew, the two bloodlines fed and reinforced one another in a continuous cycle until they aligned, so deeply interconnected that Qin Sheng could heal spiritual wounds through his physical bloodline and mend physical injuries with soul energy. This formidable ability gave Qin Sheng the confidence to undertake the creation of a kingdom of the dead. Boom. An invisible wave radiated outward from his center, spreading rapidly across the 500 square kilometer island. Beneath the wave's influence, every living being on the island heard the same voice echo within: "Come, let us forge the covenant between the living and the dead, where the deceased shall shield the living and the living sustain the dead. Let this bond of life and death endure until the world itself reaches its end." As Qin Sheng's voice resonated across the island, countless intricate clauses of the covenant poured directly into the souls of both the living and the dead. It was a covenant binding the living and the dead, the deceased pledging everything they had to build the foundation of the kingdom of the dead. This would secure an afterlife path for the living, while the living in turn would dedicate fragments of their soul energy to sustain the realm's operation. With Qin Sheng standing as guarantor, this life and death pact united both sides. Jinlu Island had suffered devastating losses from the wave disaster. Deaths among family, friends, lovers, children, and all those bound to the living. While the desperate struggle for survival had left no room for mourning the dead, now that the abyssal races had rescued many survivors and the immediate danger had passed, grief and sorrow for their lost loved ones naturally overwhelmed them. Under these tangled circumstances between the living and the dead, seal after seal manifested in the void, each forged so that the deceased might continue existing. Each signed covenant erupted upward as streaks of light piercing through the oppressive storm clouds and restoring brightness to the sky. Light after light shattered through the darkness, revealing the kingdom of the dead to the islanders. A true paradise where every desire of humanity found fulfillment. In a realm built upon illusion, fulfilling the deepest longing of each departed soul required little effort. Through the collective hope of the island's people, a magnificent kingdom descended upon the earth, gathering countless souls of the dead within it. One by one, the departed bid farewell to the living before the kingdom of the dead slowly sank beneath the island's surface. While Jinlu Island witnessed what should have been a miracle from ancient myth over 100 nautical miles away across the Pacific Ocean. A united joint aircraft carrier fleet navigated the turbulent seas, cleaving massive waves, like an invincible warrior god displaying its prowess across the boundless ocean. Suddenly an order from the joint organization's headquarters reached Colonel Will, the carrier's commanding officer. Earlier this same officer had been defeated with ease by Ching, reducing him to a laughingstock within naval circles. A warship captain bested by a mere beast had nearly cost him any chance of promotion, forcing him to the brink of mandatory retirement. Yet fortune eventually turned in his favor. After a mysterious intermediary arranged matters, and he completed a critical mission, Will avoided the dismissal that might have ended his career. Instead, high-ranking officials within the Joint Navy took notice, promoting him to full colonel and placing him in command of a formidable aircraft carrier fleet. As Will opened the orders from headquarters, his eyes flashed with sudden intensity. With a sharp strike against the steel table before him, he declared, "At last we meet again. This time I will make you pay." He rose swiftly from his cabin, leaving a deep palm imprint on the dented steel table behind him. After surviving impossible odds to escape that hellish place, Will now fought not just for duty, but for his own future. Now faced once more with that golden serpent, old wounds festered alongside fresh resentment, driving him to act. Almost immediately under his command, 50 Firebird missiles launched from the carrier formation, each trailing thick plumes of exhaust as they tore through the skies, aimed directly at the overcast horizon above Juvenile Island. To the islanders, the sky had cleared and brightened, yet outsiders still saw violent thunder and rain persisting. The storm born of colossal waves wouldn't dissipate so easily. That radiance was merely an illusion conjured by Ching. Just as the life and death covenant was being sealed, an inexplicable sense of peril surged through Ching's mind. Without conscious thought, Ching twisted his head aside. Yet in that instant, 50 high-explosive projectiles struck him at supersonic speeds. The Firebird, a recent joint organization development, flew at twice the speed of sound, its destructive power capable of leveling a 5-story building in an instant. All 50 struck without exception, inflicting devastating wounds upon Ching. Great quantities of flesh and blood rained down across the entire island, painting the skies crimson. The 300-meter serpent was cleaved in two at the waist, and excruciating agony tore through Ching's soul. Never before had death felt so immediate, so perilously close. It struck. This time there's no surviving this. Through the torrential rain, Colonel Will watched the golden serpent reduced to mangled flesh as its colossal body crashed down, satisfaction flooding his heart. If he could bring this serpent back and earn the favor of that high-ranking figure, Will's future prospects would be limitless. With adrenaline surging, Will immediately ordered the carrier group to advance toward Juvenile Island. He intended to present the golden serpent himself, trading it for the position he coveted. But just as Will rejoiced and the islanders trembled in fear over the broken covenant, the entire island of Juvenile shook violently beneath their feet, sending shockwaves through their terror. With a loud clatter, countless fragments of stone continuously slid from the island's edge into the sea, while an immensely powerful force solidified the entire island into a single entity. During this process, wherever humans who had forged a life and death contract stood, a golden light completely shielded them. This golden light was an absolute defense that fire could not burn through and water could not penetrate. Under the protection of the golden light, the humans watched as slabs of shattered stone flew from afar, instantly pulverized upon striking the golden barrier. At that moment their hearts were filled with astonishment, yet before they could voice their bewilderment, a wave of fatigue surged into their minds, plunging all living beings on the island into deep slumber. A roar, a long resonant cry echoed between the sea and sky, swiftly sweeping across vast waves, churning up endless tides and causing the surrounding waters to tremble incessantly. At that moment the carrier strike group was en route, sailing at full speed. Even if they detected the anomaly of the land-calming island, they could not react in time. "What in the world is that?" an officer asked in terror. "A moving island," Colonel Will replied, as if seeing a ghost. All the soldiers stood on the deck, staring in shock at the island 100 nautical miles away. It was actually moving. Like a living creature before the eyes of the entire carrier strike group, the island extended its head covered in countless thorns toward them. As the island monster stretched out its head, two massive scales of earth suddenly jutted out from its sides. Boom. The two scaled earth plates closed together on the monster's back, making it resemble a colossal alligator snapping turtle from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Raising limbs like pillars that stabilized the sea, the alligator turtle monster swam step by step toward the carrier strike group. Wherever it passed, immense waves swept across the endless sea as if it had emerged from ancient myths, terrifying every soul in the carrier strike group. "Fire the Firebirds now." Watching the alligator turtle approach at a non-negligible speed, Colonel Will, acting out of caution, immediately ordered his men to attack. Soon 200 missiles soared into the sky, screeching sharply as they hurtled toward the alligator turtle. Come on. Let me see just how powerful this body is." As the missiles from the carrier strike group ascended, Ching's voice rumbled low inside the alligator turtle. After being hit by 50 missiles, Qin Zhong almost thought he would die. But unexpectedly, the realm of the dead he was constructing played a huge role, drawing his soul into the core of the entire island, and in a most peculiar way turning the whole island into a mobile beast. The living beings on the island were the energy source of this monster. As long as they did not all perish and the realm of the dead was not utterly destroyed, the monster's vitality would be inexhaustible. Such a powerful body thrilled Qin Zhong, making him eager to clash head-on with the human military might of the carrier strike group. While Qin Zhong fought using the land-calming alligator turtle, his true body lay at the island's core, nourished by endless energy, his wounds steadily healing. According to Qin Zhong's estimation, his true body could not become active again for some time. Yet with the land-calming alligator turtle, he felt no regret. Moving its massive body, it stirred up terrifying waves. Protected by the two scaled earth plates, no seawater could enter the turtle's interior. In this mode of movement, to avoid unnecessary casualties, Qin Zhong used his powerful soul energy to put all living beings to sleep. Now let's have a good fight. Watching the cluster of missiles rising high, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. Boom, boom, boom. 200 missiles struck the land-calming alligator turtle in a blanket attack, the smoke almost engulfing it. Under the tense gaze of the carrier strike group sailors, the turtle exhaled a mighty breath from its mouth. Instantly, a fierce storm force took shape, blowing away the explosion smoke. What? Incessant cries of disbelief rang out. Every sailor in the carrier strike group was stunned by the sight before them. Under the assault of 200 missiles traveling at twice the speed of sound, the alligator turtle emerged unscathed. Continue. Activate level 1 combat orders. Hurry, keep firing. Don't let this monster get close, or we're all dead. At Will's urgent shouts, the entire carrier strike group sprang into frantic action. Loading ammunition, launching missiles, scrambling fighters, destroyers at full power. In an instant, the entire carrier group entered battle mode, bringing powerful weaponry to bear. Buzz. Fighters roared overhead above the land-calming alligator turtle. Gazing at this bizarre creature, the pilot's lips trembled. What is this? Why does such a monster exist? Shaking with fear, the fighter pilot pressed the launch button. Blazing exhaust trails burned as 8 missiles streaked toward the turtle's head. Boom, boom, boom. After a violent explosion, thick smoke shrouded the entire head. Just as the pilot anticipated the result, a towering waterspout shot straight up from the sea surface. With a single strike, the fighter jet worth tens of millions of Union dollars was destroyed. Blazing fire consumed the fighter's tail, and with a massive explosion, a towering wave rose from the aftermath, stirring up terrifying swells. The defense of the land-calming alligator turtle was so formidable that the weapons carried by the carrier strike group were almost useless. Like toys, the turtle casually stirred the waves around it. These mighty warships, like plastic models in a child's bath, shattered in the blink of an eye. Torn steel, exploding flames, detonating magazines, panicked sailors fleeing. A chaotic scene painted a brutal picture. The requiem of a dying carrier strike group. Will hurried out of the captain's cabin, looked up at the alligator turtle that seemed to cover the entire sky, his heart pounding. An inexplicable pressure radiated from the turtle, making it hard for him to breathe. Why is there such a monster here? What has happened to this world? Will said, barely believing it. Ever since he encountered the golden python and was defeated, the world had changed almost daily, rapidly surpassing Will's understanding of it. So much so that today, even the carrier strike group, humanity's symbol of maritime dominance, was easily destroyed by this sudden alligator turtle. Is this still a world for humans, eh? Will knelt on the deck in disbelief, unmoved as the warship began to list. Captain, as long as there is life, there is hope. Don't give up. Seeing Colonel Will kneeling in despair, an old officer who had served in the Navy for years quickly helped him up and dragged him off the aircraft carrier, which was about to be utterly destroyed by the land-calming alligator turtle. The old officer led the despondent Will to a lifeboat. With the roar of the engine, the small boat, carrying only 7 or 8 people, sped away. Boom. Less than 15 minutes after the lifeboat departed, a massive explosion roared across the sea. The old officer and Colonel Will turned to look at the explosion. They saw the aircraft carrier, one of humanity's ultimate weapons, crushed under the alligator turtle's foot, reduced to a heap of scrap on the ocean. With a body spanning 500 square kilometers, Qin Zhong made humans seem less than ants, and even the carrier strike group was insignificant before him. Under these circumstances, Qin Zhong's primary target could only be the ships. After ruthlessly destroying all vessels, the numerous brutal predators in the Pacific would teach the frantically fleeing soldiers a lesson. One by one, the warships were stomped to pieces by Qin Zhong, tons of scrap metal sinking to the Pacific floor, becoming a wreckage graveyard. After effortlessly annihilating the entire carrier strike group, Qin Zhong grew arrogant. Since they can't harm me at all, let me test the power of a nuclear bomb. With that, Qin Zhong dropped his still healing body into the sea and transferred most of his consciousness back to his true body. Then he separated the land-calming alligator turtle from the python body to avoid a double death in a nuclear strike. After completing all preparatory measures, he used divine descent to drive the turtle. He directed this near-invincible monster straight toward the headquarters island of the Union, the planet's largest military organization. This would be a bold gamble. If even nuclear weapons could not stop the turtle's advance, Qin Zhong would abandon his previous caution and become audacious. Living in hiding was unpleasant. Qin Zhong wanted to live openly where others might dislike him, but could not defeat him. But if the Union managed to intercept the turtle's attack, Qin Zhong would have to lie low for a while. Under his command, the turtle rapidly drifted toward the Union's headquarters island. Like the drifting of continents in ancient times, the object drifting this time was an island, and the journey was compressed to 4 months. In 4 months, the turtle would formally arrive at its target. A great crisis was advancing on humanity's headquarters, which at that moment was busy gathering specific intelligence about the destruction of the Carrier Strike Group. Will's Carrier Strike Group had been destroyed too quickly. The entire battle lasted less than an hour. Such a rapid annihilation left the headquarters utterly baffled. A flood of intelligence poured in from various sources, piecing together the detailed scenario of the strike group's demise. While the human headquarters was in a frenzy, Dr. Lance in the prison of Rocket City received the first-hand intelligence of the fleet's destruction transmitted by Colonel Will. There are so many unknowns in this world. How delightful. Dr. Lance murmured with keen interest as he read the intelligence report. As the executor of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project, Dr. Lance wielded immense authority. With the full-scale launch of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project, a multitude of derivative products emerged from this research. Up to the present day, Dr. Lance's research has advanced to the second stage, elevating human strength by 10 levels beyond the original foundation. Dr. Lance named them Awakened Extraordinaries. An Awakened at level 10 could, in a non-direct confrontation, defeat a fully armed squad of soldiers. As long as such an extraordinary was not directly hit by bullets, they could eliminate their enemies at the fastest possible speed. However, this power was not something anyone could endure. When creating Awakened Extraordinaries, only 12 out of 100 individuals survived. Thus, Dr. Lance's experiment was also called Hell's Transformation. Only by enduring hellish torment could one obtain unmatched power. Yet despite Dr. Lance's significant achievements, he was still a long way from his ultimate goal. The Oli Pharmaceutical Group aimed to dominate the global market, and for this reason the board of directors approved the Spirit Serpent Serum Project. However, Dr. Lance's primary research had yet to yield results, and although the secondary research produced the Awakened, it was still far from the goal of global market dominance. Only drugs suitable for widespread use could rapidly spread across the market. A mortality rate as high as 88% was far too steep, failing to pass the Joint Review Board's qualification audit. With such a high death rate, few would dare to take the drug unless they were mentally unsound. Although the drug might bring unprecedented power to humanity, it was still insufficient for mass production. The ultimate goal of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project was to extend human lifespan. Power was merely a byproduct. Even the mighty monarchs who once unified the land when facing the end of their lives begged for survival, like humble ants struggling in vain against death. While perusing the recent changes in the global situation, Dr. Lance ignored the impending crisis of the United Organization, as it was no longer something he could intervene in. His focus now was on how to reduce the high mortality rate of the Spirit Serpent Serum, thereby achieving extended human lifespan. His research had already proven that those who took the serum had their lives prolonged. The telomeres in their cells were extended, thereby significantly prolonging their own lifespans. According to scientific measurements, if nothing unexpected happened, these Awakened would live a record-breaking human lifespan of 150 years. 150 years, half the span of a glorious dynasty. What an enviable length of life, driving countless humans to madness. This result drew the close attention of the entire Oli Pharmaceutical Group and all informed parties. It was for this reason that Dr. Lance wielded immense power, not only altering the strategic direction of the Oli Pharmaceutical Group. Moreover, beyond the group, many unknown forces were eyeing the success of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project. Yet despite Dr. Lance's significant breakthrough, the serum's high mortality rate remained a major obstacle before him. Apart from resolute warriors, many would fall under the high mortality rate of the Spirit Serpent Serum. The persistently high death rate, along with the decaying rulers hidden behind the scenes. These two forces together formed both the resistance that hindered Dr. Lance's progress and the impetus that drove him forward. Perhaps I should seek inspiration from that Spirit Serpent again. Looking at the intelligence showing the artillery-stricken golden python, Dr. Lance said thoughtfully. From Qin Zhong, he had gained the qualification to develop the Spirit Serpent Serum and achieved major research breakthroughs. Now that the research progress had hit a snag, he once again turned his attention to Qin Zhong. With this thought, Dr. Lance opened the communicator linked to Colonel Shaka. As a blue holographic projection appeared, Colonel Shaka's rough voice said, Dr. Lance, what urgent matter brings you to call me at this late hour? It was nearing midnight. The sky outside had turned completely black and neon lights illuminated vast swaths of the city, turning the entire Rocket City into a city that never sleeps. With Colonel Shaka establishing a military base in Raqqa City and the influx of many other corporate forces, this border city had become prosperous, earning the nickname Night City. Whenever midnight came, the entire Night City grew lively. Dr. Lance's experiments had produced a large number of awakened in Raqqa City. To optimize their growth, he adopted a free-range approach to cultivation. Using the entire Raqqa City as a pasture, he released his awakened into the city. They were divided into several factions that fought each other amidst bloodshed and flames. Only then could the full combat power of the awakened be tested, activating the spirit serpent serum within them to its maximum extent. Only in this way could Dr. Lance glimpse the secrets hidden behind the serum. I wouldn't call you if it weren't important. Are you available? Dr. Lance spoke politely. Hearing Dr. Lance's words, Colonel Shaka raised an eyebrow, then hid the hand behind his back, dismissing the beautiful woman from the bed, and laughed heartily. Available? Of course I'm available. If you say so, Dr. Lance, I'm always available. As the highest authority in Raqqa City, Dr. Lance's power was astonishing. Not to mention a mere colonel like Shaka, even a general in the military hierarchy, could not defy Dr. Lance's words in Raqqa City. Since Colonel Shaka is available, dispatch your awakened legion to the Pacific Ocean to find traces of the golden python. Your last capture attempt failed, greatly angering the board members. I hope this time you won't disappoint them. Dr. Lance spoke in the calmest tone, uttering words that made Colonel Shaka's blood run cold. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back, and he quickly replied, yes. I will not let the board down. Good. I hope you work hard. If you succeed, you will not be shortchanged. With some maneuvering, maybe you'll even earn the title of general. With that, Dr. Lance ended the holographic communication with Colonel Shaka and continued his research. Qin Zhong never imagined how valuable he was in the eyes of Dr. Lance and others. As he chose to attack the headquarters of the United Organization, more malicious gazes converged upon him. As the originator of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project, no matter how high Dr. Lance's security clearance was under the powerful tactics of major forces, it leaked like a sieve. Within an hour after Dr. Lance and Colonel Shaka's conversation ended, over a dozen ships from different forces raced toward the Pacific Ocean. These ships came from various forces across the planet, all with a common goal: to capture the Golden Python and gain access to the Spirit Serpent Serum Project. While major forces on the planet were busy dealing with Qin Zhong, a piece of news about the annihilation of a carrier battle group spread through the global internet, igniting a frenzy among netizens. Able to destroy a human carrier fleet. What exactly is this creature? I heard it was originally an island that turned into this powerful monster for unknown reasons. Can humanity resist such power? Where is the future of humanity headed? Fierce debates raged across the internet. The formidable power of the land-crushing turtle overturned human cognition. It was a monster that had been an island. Amid such heated discussions, one might think humanity would unite against the monsters. Yet the opposite was true, except for a very few. Most humans suffered from a giant beast worship syndrome. They felt no hatred for the monster that destroyed the carrier fleet. Instead, they longed to stand alongside it. They revered the mighty monster like a deity, believing it came to deliver punishment. This phenomenon was entirely due to an iron rule in human society. What is not one's own, outsiders should not explore too much. In an era where forests, beaches, mines, and even parts of the sea are privately owned, outsiders concerning themselves with property that does not belong to them is unlawful. Digging deeper into the specifics of such property could trigger the union's legal system. Under this indifferent attitude, the giant beast worship syndrome was severe among internet users. With the push of unscrupulous companies, the more invincible the monster, the more worshippers it gained. Soon, driven by numerous internet companies, merchandise related to the second evil god land-crushing turtle spread rapidly alongside the first evil god annihilating serpent. As when Qin Zhong first appeared, many film companies began riding the trend, producing content about the land-crushing turtle and annihilating serpent. To maximize the benefits, a team name, Evil God Group, silently took shape. Using the methods of building a star team, they paired the annihilating serpent and the land-crushing turtle as members of the Evil God Group. In the Church of the Viper God sect, Qin Zhong browsed the world's internet through the body of a prison knight. As the mouse wheel turned, overwhelming information about the Evil God Group appeared before his eyes. Watching this surreal development, Qin Zhong patted his forehead and said helplessly, "Everything in this world is just." He was at a loss for words to describe it all, it was too surreal. He casually turned off the computer and thought for a moment, then said, "Since this world is already surreal, a little more won't hurt." Thus, while the Evil God Group trend was still hot, Qin Zhong planned to spur the birth of other evil gods. Let the Evil God Group become the byword of this era, as you wish. He wrote the words, "Great Devouring Octopus," on a draft, and said cheerfully, "The first evil god of the Evil God Group, the Annihilating Serpent, and the second evil god, the Land-Suppressing Turtle, so the Great Annihilating Octopus is the third evil god." The Annihilating Serpent's feat was capsizing a battleship, thus establishing the title of Evil God. The land-suppressing turtle's feat was destroying a carrier strike group, further spreading the fame of the evil god. By this calculation for the great annihilating octopus to become the third evil god, it must have a decent feat. On the draft paper, Qin Zhong wrote down the specific actions since the evil god's appearance preparing for the third evil god's debut. Originally, Qin Zhong's grand reappearance destroying an island brought him close to the danger of being hit by a nuclear bomb. But who would have expected that the destruction of the carrier strike group and the appearance of the land-suppressing turtle would quietly pass that crisis and also establish the name of the evil god group? If he didn't maximize the benefits of the evil god group's name, even Qin Zhong wouldn't forgive himself. Just as Qin Zhong was pondering how to create a debut feat for the third evil god, the great annihilating octopus, the intelligence phone on his desk suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Qin Zhong asked, coldly imitating the prison knight's demeanor. As the sole agent of Qin Zhong in the mortal world, the prison knight's body was almost Qin Zhong's second body. "Lord Prison Knight, it's me, Bob. I have urgent matters to report to you." On the other end of the line, manager Bob spoke humbly. As the controller of the entire Viper Church, the prison knight held the title of acting pope within the Viper Church. Manager Bob's current status was all granted by the Viper Church, so he had to be extremely cautious when speaking to the prison knight, who was known as the acting pope, fearing that a wrong word would cause everything he currently possessed to vanish. On the surface, the Viper Church had no pope, all actions were guided by the knights. Currently, the Viper Church had 5 knights executing its policies. In a religion with a true God, there is no need for a pope, a transcendent being who can exercise divine authority. "Speak. What urgent intelligence requires you to report personally?" Qin Zhong said calmly. As a pawn planted in the military by Qin Zhong, manager Bob not only had the task of earning funds for the Viper Church's development, but also the task of monitoring military movements. After all, the Viper Church was too close to the military, and they needed to prepare in advance for any major accidents. "Lord Prison Knight, according to the intelligence I have gathered in the early hours of today, Colonel Shaka, stationed at the Beast Forest, left his garrison. He headed towards the Pacific Ocean. As for what he did exactly, I am sorry for my incompetence, but I cannot find out for now." Manager Bob reported to the prison knight. "Head towards the Pacific. How can an army colonel interfere with naval affairs?" Qin Zhong said with some confusion. Then he said to Manager Bob again, "Continue tracking military intelligence, and be careful not to expose yourself." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Prison Knight. I will devote myself utterly to the cause of the church," Manager Bob said loyally. Then the two hung up the communication. Qin Zhong looked at the draft paper in his hand, pondering Manager Bob's intelligence. He murmured to himself, "Heading towards the Pacific, could it be to find me? Perhaps I know how to make the third evil god famous." Gathering some of the intelligence in his hand, Qin Zhong's eyes grew brighter. To increase the members of the evil god group, a sufficiently powerful feat was needed. Destroying a few warships, Qin Zhong thought, should be enough. It seems the birth of evil god members is entangled with the Allied Navy. Qin Zhong laughed heartily. Since the emergence of the evil god title, the powerful Allied Navy had become the farming experience for the evil god's achievements. Whether it was the annihilating serpent's famous battle or the land-suppressing turtle's world-shocking feat, both were inextricably linked to the Allied Navy. Now, as Qin Zhong intends to promote the third evil god, the Allied Navy seems to have a new role again. In the Pacific Ocean, within the sealed-scale armor defense of the land-suppressing turtle, which was constantly approaching the United Human headquarters, the giant octopus, forced in his slumber, woke up. It moved its 12 tentacles, completely unable to understand what had happened. All around was pitch black, as if it had returned to the dark abyss of the ocean. But it clearly remembered coming to the human paradise. Now what was this situation? Just as the giant octopus was confused about the situation, suddenly its pupils turned white, and a crystalline white light filled its eyes. Qin Zhong's voice spoke from its mouth as if talking to itself. "From today, I am the third evil god of the evil god group, the great annihilating octopus. My mission is to destroy the Allied Navy fleet, thereby demonstrating my power to the world." Like a repeater, after Qin Zhong's consciousness forcibly resonated with the great annihilating octopus and conveyed his meaning. The great annihilating octopus repeated Qin Zhong's meaning once more. Then, as the scale armor defense of the land-suppressing turtle cracked open a gap in the sky, like a scar of heaven, the massive sea creature was directly flung out. Boom! Its bulky body heavily fell onto the sea, splashing countless waves. The great annihilating octopus said in a somewhat frenzied tone, "Destroy, ravage, let the name of the evil god spread across the entire planet." Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The great annihilating octopus dived beneath the ocean, swiftly heading towards the direction from the Beast Forest to the Pacific Ocean. The Beast Forest was originally the Amazon jungle, but because of Qin Zhong's blood, the beasts in the Amazon jungle underwent a major mutation. Since then, the Amazon jungle was renamed the Beast Forest and also designated as a military restricted zone. There was a peculiar connection between Qin Zhong and his bloodline. Through this connection, Qin Zhong could map out a rough route by connecting 2 points. For example, now Qin Zhong could clearly sense that a large number of humans with his blood in their bodies were advancing towards the Pacific Ocean. Through the connection of bloodline positions, Qin Zhong guided the great annihilating octopus towards Colonel Shaka's direction. Thus in Qin Zhong's mental perception a state like this appeared. In the chaotic world of thought, two distant light points were approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. After arranging the opponent for the great annihilating octopus's famed battle, Qin Zhong began to try using his bloodline control ability to influence the offspring on the ships. Although Qin Zhong was reluctant to admit the fact that every creature implanted with his blood was his descendant, the truth was the truth. It would not change due to one's will. Closing his eyes and concentrating his mind resonated with the bloodline crossing vast distances of space. In an instant, Qin Zhong's consciousness descended upon a ship in the Pacific Ocean. In the midnight dream, an awakened warrior with serum power inside was having a sweet dream. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in his dream, causing his brows to furrow. In reality, Dr. Lance's serum application experiment was divided into two parts. One was using Lakazi City as the experimental site, allowing the awakened ones to fight freely to explore the serum's maximum potential. The test subjects in this part were prisoners from the jails. Using each jail as a base, they explored the serum's power through bloody battles after midnight in Lakazi. Inside these people, to prevent them from losing control, Dr. Lance implanted a micro-heart suppressor developed by the arms company. This small device was placed near the heart of the prisoner awakened ones. As long as these awakened ones dared to have any rebellious thoughts, Dr. Lance could make them die completely at any time. Awakened ones were powerful, especially the 10th level awakened ones who were like mini supermen. However, under the threat of a fragile internal biological environment, these awakened ones had to submit to Dr. Lance. Apart from these prisoner awakened ones, the other part was the qualified soldiers in the military. To ensure the success of this operation, Colonel Shaka brought a full 60 awakened warriors selected from his subordinates. For this, Colonel Shaka paid the price of nearly 500 soldiers' deaths. It must be noted this was a time of peace, not a war-torn era. The death of over 500 soldiers directly led to the suspension of serum injections. Therefore, before the high mortality rate of the spirit snake serum was reduced to a certain level, every military awakened one was a very precious seed. Ma-en was one of these 60 awakened warriors. Formerly, Ma-en was a police officer in Lakazi City. However, during a cleanup operation against an underground gang, his family information was leaked. For this, he paid a heavy price. All members of his family except himself were burned to death by gang members. Blazing with rage, he joined the spirit snake serum injection program to avenge his family. He hoped to use the power of the spirit snake serum to crush each of the gang members who dared to burn his family. Fortunately, he succeeded. The serum power was activated in his body, providing Dr. Lance with a new sample. Thus, under Dr. Lance's instructions, the gang members who burned Ma-en's family were directly erased from the archives. In this data-driven society, once an archive is completely erased, it means the person no longer exists in this world. Driven by the fire of revenge, Ma-en gave those gang members the most brutal retaliation. After Ma-en's revenge concluded, a woman carefully arranged through big data analysis entered his life. This woman perfectly matched Ma-en's imagination of his other half, as if arranged by a deity. Thus, with the help of someone with ulterior motives, the two quickly fell in love. This was of course not the arrangement of a deity, but the result of Dr. Lance's special authorization. To accelerate the breakthrough of his research, Dr. Lance turned his attention to reducing mortality by focusing on the next generation of awakened ones. As long as the awakened ones could produce offspring, Dr. Lance could observe the domestication process of the spirit snake serum during the reproduction between ordinary women and awakened ones. Thus, he could find a way to lower the high mortality rate of the spirit snake serum, thereby completing his research results. Every awakened one was a good sample. As long as there were enough samples, the secret of longevity within the serum could be found. This was Dr. Lance's belief. In the midnight reverie, Ma-en's brows furrowed incessantly, as if trapped in a malevolent nightmare. A golden python's silhouette flickered intermittently within his mind, yet shrouded like mist, its full form eluding his sight. In this elusive golden python, Ma-en sensed an inexplicable familiarity. It was as if this golden python were an old friend he had not seen for ages. He drew closer to the mist where the python resided, yearning to behold its true visage. Step by step, as if walking through a corridor, Ma-en's footsteps echoed in the gradually dissipating mist. Soon a space sealed by countless bars appeared before Ma-en. He approached the bars, desperate to see the python within. Suddenly, a pair of golden eyes emerged from the darkness behind the bars. The golden pupils met Ma-en's gaze, and an indescribable terror surged through his heart. With a cry, Ma-en jolted awake from his dream, drenched in cold sweat that soaked his bedsheet completely. Lights flickered on in the cabin. His cabin mates, startled by his sudden scream, were roused. An unlucky one fell from the upper bunk, crashing heavily onto the floor. The sergeant of berth 403 where Ma-In stayed, quickly rose and asked what happened. Under the attention of the entire squad, Ma-In wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said calmly, "Nothing. Just a nightmare. Just a nightmare. You made me fall from the upper bunk. How are you going to compensate me?" The unfortunate soldier, clutching his forehead and knee, rose painfully from the floor and spoke to the startled Ma-In. Seeing the irritated expressions of his comrades, Ma-In quickly apologized. My fault. My fault. Once this mission is over, I'll definitely treat you all to a good meal." With Ma-In's repeated apologies, the others did not dwell on it. As soldiers who had walked the line between life and death, they shared an innate bond. Especially after undergoing serum enhancement, they found themselves subtly ostracized by other soldiers in daily life, which only strengthened this bond. The military revered strength, yet Ma-In and his group had become strong through serum enhancement. Aboard the ship sailing toward the Pacific, there was a sense of alienation. Not openly expressed, but privately other soldiers made their feelings known. To put it precisely, it was the fear of prey facing a predator which led to their rejection. After the lights were turned off again, Ma-In found no sleep. Lying in his bunk, he recalled the golden python from his dream and murmured to himself, "The first evil god, the devastating serpent." As a member of the evil god group promoted by internet companies worldwide and the originator of the title, Evil God, the image of the devastating serpent was deeply ingrained. Even Ma-In, who rarely followed the media, had some knowledge of the devastating serpent's image: golden scales, a massive body, and a pair of brilliant golden eyes. Why did the image of the devastating serpent appear in my dream? What is going on? Baffled, Ma-In was completely sleepless. While Ma-In was puzzled by the appearance of the devastating serpent in his mind, Qin Zhong's attempt to invade Ma-In's consciousness failed. Opening his eyes to the bright light, Qin Zhong summarized his invasion attempt. "It seems that aside from my followers and some defenseless beasts, invading other beings' consciousness is still quite difficult." To test his control over bloodline, Qin Zhong had just invaded the consciousness of a human implanted with his blood. During the invasion, Qin Zhong encountered immense resistance. The defenses formed by the individual's consciousness firmly blocked the channel between Qin Zhong and the human mind. If not for the resonance of bloodline that lured Ma-In deeper into the mist, Qin Zhong would not even have seen the manifestation of Ma-In's consciousness in the mist. From this invasion, Qin Zhong drew several conclusions. It was difficult to resonate with a non-voluntary mind, and the bloodline's influence on others' consciousness was very weak. Currently, Qin Zhong's control over the bloodline was only effective among the followers of the Viper sect. If he wished, he could take over the body of any follower at any time. However, it was extremely difficult to invade the consciousness of those who carried his blood but were indifferent to him. If not for Ma-In's slight familiarity with the image of the first evil god, the devastating serpent, and his latent tendency toward giant beast worship, Qin Zhong would have found it hard to influence him. After a brief summary, a small plan took shape in Qin Zhong's mind to use the influence of the evil god group to create a pan-belief network for the evil gods worldwide. Humans are also part of the animal kingdom. Through intensive brainwashing and propaganda, humans could be influenced by external factors. Qin Zhong's plan was to use his wealth to acquire numerous companies related to cultural dissemination, using them as a base to shape the belief in the evil gods globally. With this foundation, Qin Zhong could indirectly influence the entire world. Even a slight effect on a massive scale could trigger a storm sweeping across the globe. What a promising idea, Qin Zhong said, rather narcissistically, looking at the plan he had outlined. With this plan, the construction of the evil god group was accelerated. Now the most important thing for Qin Zhong was to make the third evil god, the annihilating octopus, famous at the cost of the Navy's annihilation. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. While humans had set their sights on the power of eternal life contained in Qin Zhong, he had likewise set his sights on them. The annihilating octopus, the fishing vessel commanded by Colonel Shaka, and other participants all became part of this plan to make the annihilating octopus known. Above the azure Pacific Ocean, ships from various directions sailed through the vast sea, cutting through the waves. These ships were equipped with the most advanced sonic weapons capable of easily hunting their targets by releasing sonic attacks. The sonic weapon, the tsunami cloud bomb, was one of the newly developed weapons with formidable combat capabilities. According to test results, once hit by the tsunami cloud bomb, the enemy's internal organs would be completely shattered. On the deck of a battleship, Talisi of the Amon Arms Company basked lazily in the bright sun. As the third-generation scion of the global first-tier company Amon Arms, Talisi's father Smir was a strong contender for the company's succession. The patriarch of Amon, Talisi's grandfather, was nearing the end of his life. Even with advanced medical care, he had at most 3 years left. Such a powerful old man was naturally unwilling to face death. When he learned of the Spirit Serpent Serum project, he immediately issued orders to the family members within the company. Whoever helped him obtain the finished product of the Spirit Serpent Serum would be assisted by him in establishing a new conglomerate outside Amon. Amon Arms would fully support the establishment of this new company until it could operate independently. The patriarch knew that if he lived too long, the appeal of being an heir would greatly diminish. No one would want to be an aging crown prince, no matter how distinguished the title. As long as the old emperor lived, the crown prince was a conspicuous target, always at risk of perishing without a burial place. Therefore, to motivate his descendants in the competition for the spirit serpent serum, the patriarch of Amon Arms promised them the right to carve out their own territories. With the full support of the parent company, they could establish a massive conglomerate second only to the parent company. Under such circumstances, even if the patriarch did not die, the heirs could still gain substantial benefits. Thus, Talisi, the third-generation scion of Amon Arms, followed his father's orders to the Pacific. He prepared to participate in the hunt for the devastating serpent, using it as leverage to delve deeper into the Spirit Serpent Serum project. The world was dominated by 5 super first-tier conglomerates which sat at the pinnacle. The Spirit Serpent Serum project was almost immediately infiltrated by them at its inception. The leading company of the project was no longer just Oli Pharmaceuticals, but a joint venture between the 5 super first-tier conglomerates and Oli. As transcendental entities in this world, they were guaranteed a share of the finished Spirit Serpent Serum. Below them were over a dozen global first-tier companies, which competed and cooperated with each other. Regardless, these global first-tier companies formed a second tier. Even after the Spirit Serpent Serum project succeeded, it would take time to navigate their relationships. This was precisely unbearable for those facing death in each company. In the face of death, even a single second could mean the difference between life and death. To shorten that second, the patriarchs of these companies poured hundreds of billions into the project, hoping to be the first to consume the finished product. A roar inaudible to humans resounded in the deep sea. The annihilating octopus sensed the ships above. It began to rise slowly, preparing to annihilate the fleet. Like how long until we reach the target location? Talisi asked, lazily basking in the sun. Young master, about 100 nautical miles to the location where the carrier strike group was destroyed. Blood sprayed onto Talisi's face as Lack, his servant, was reporting. Because of his sunglasses, Talisi thought Lack had spat on him. Irritated, he removed his glasses to punish the audacious servant. But the moment he took off his sunglasses, he was stunned by the scene before him. A giant octopus tentacle had emerged from the sea, piercing through Lack's chest. In the sky, a massive shadow slowly spread over the entire battleship like a dark curtain swallowing the sun, filling all with fear. To secure adequate intelligence resources at the earliest opportunity, several well-funded internet companies acquired a fleet of space satellites, all in pursuit of the evil god's trail. In the digital realm, traffic is currency, and trending topics are gold mines. Now that a colossal gold mine had emerged before these internet giants, how could they resist the frantic chase? As Ms. Kelly of iShare Arms Company remarked, internet companies are like ghostly vultures. Wherever a hotspot arises, they are sure to appear. A vast constellation of satellites blanketed the entire Pacific Ocean. Never before had humanity paid such close attention to the changes occurring in that vast expanse. Seawater cascaded like a torrential downpour from the colossal body of the great annihilation octopus as it emerged, slamming onto the battleship's deck and battering its surface. Casually tossing the dead body he held into the sea, the great annihilation octopus wrapped its 12 tentacles around the entire warship. The suckers on its tentacles anchored to various points on the battleship. As immense force tightened, the shriek of twisting steel echoed in everyone's ears. Soldiers aboard fired their rifles repeatedly at the creature's body. Yet each bullet vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, quickly silenced. Bang, bang, bang. The clatter of bullets against the steel deck rang out repeatedly before their eyes as the great annihilation octopus's body contracted and expanded. A cascade of spent bullets appeared. What kind of monster is this? Our weapons are useless, a soldier gripping his rifle stammered. Against the backdrop of steel screaming as it was torn apart by the great annihilation octopus, every soldier was paralyzed with fear. Thump! Taylor's body hit the deck heavily in terror, and he scrambled frantically toward the cluster of soldiers. Boom! The battleship's hull was ripped cleanly in two. Taylor was only a step away from crossing the threshold of life and death and reaching the crowd of soldiers. But it was too late. The torn steel, sharp as a dagger, pierced straight through Taylor's body. In his eyes of unwillingness, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire warship. The ammunition magazine, detonated energy leaked from the ship's core, and raging flames turned the entire vessel into a hellish inferno. Amid screams of desperate flight, the battleship, cradled in the great annihilation octopus's embrace, became a ruin on the sea. Towering flames rose from its grasp. As the great annihilation octopus submerged once more into the Pacific, its solo performance came to an end. A flood of videos and images transmitted via satellite rapidly entered the databases of top-tier internet companies. Leveraging the manufactured hotspot of the evil god group, a scheme to rake in money was swiftly set in motion across the entire internet industry. Even the small advertising firms that Qin Zhong had recently acquired received orders from higher-level internet companies. The digital world buzzed with activity. As for the battleship soldiers and Taylor, who had played mere supporting roles in this internet money-making frenzy, their fate mattered only to their own families and stakeholders. The titans of the internet industry paid them no heed. In a bustling metropolis on a large continent, under the scorching sun, crowds surged through the streets. On the flat surfaces of buildings lining the avenue, a screen advertisement for the Evil God Paradise played leisurely. This promotional screen for the Evil God Paradise was the work of Film Media, a subsidiary of Afuman Financial Company. As a well-known ghostly vulture in the internet world, Afuman Financial Company was blacklisted by industrial magnates. Even the push behind the current Evil God Group, Hotspot, bore the shadow of Afuman Financial Company. And Yali, the little princess of Afuman Financial Company, the jewel of its CEO, served as the chairwoman of Film Media. From the first moment she glimpsed the form of the great serpent of destruction, Yali was deeply captivated by its boundless power. A severe case of giant monster worship. Inside the Film Media building, Yali sat in her office chair. Her eyes filled with a dreamy haze fixed on the projections of the evil gods, the great serpent of destruction, the land tortoise of calming, and the great annihilation octopus. Yali murmured with obsession, "When will I ever have an intimate encounter with these transcendent beings?" Just as she was lost in the evil god's overwhelming power, the golden scale necklace she always wore around her neck began to emit a faint glow. As the golden light flickered, spanning the vast Pacific distance, Qin Zhong, situated in South America, perceived an unknown consciousness calling to him incessantly. The urgency of the call made Qin Zhong remark with great surprise, "No blood resonance, so the caller isn't my follower. Yet as a non-believer she can link with my consciousness. What does this mean?" Qin Zhong's blood evolution system was rather rigid. Aside from explaining some basic functions, it left everything else for him to discover. Operations like establishing a religion or achieving consciousness resonance were never hinted at within the system. Following the profound sense of heightened consciousness resonance, Qin Zhong attempted to communicate with the calling awareness. As his golden eyes closed, the small room he occupied instantly grew dim. Perhaps because he had spent so long in the deep ocean, returning to land made Qin Zhong feel a strange unfamiliarity with sunlight. This made him more neutral. He longed for neither light nor darkness, but rather the shadow that lay between them. A dim glow enveloped the cramped office, giving Qin Zhong a sense of security. Within this space his consciousness traversed half the globe, arriving at another sunlit land. Whoosh! An imperceptible beam of light attached itself to the projection screen in front of Yali. On it was a portrait of the great serpent of destruction. The golden serpent coiled into a golden vortex, standing like a deity in the clouds above the sky. Beneath the clouds, Yali gazed at it with devout and worshipful eyes. To regard the golden serpent as the god in her heart, that was Yali's current belief. Just as Yali was lost in fascination with the portrait of the golden serpent on the screen, suddenly the serpent that spanned the sky stirred. "My devout follower, I have received your call. Now speak your wish, and I shall grant it." A holy and majestic voice resounded in Yali's ears, startling her. She thought she had misheard. Quickly tiptoeing closer to the screen, she said excitedly, "My lord, is that you speaking?" "Of course it is I, my devout follower. Speak your wish." The holy and majestic voice came from the serpent on the screen. Under the gaze of the golden serpent deity, Yali first prostrated herself in fervent worship, offering the most sincere reverence, then carefully spoke. "Great deity, your devout follower dares not ask for much. Only that you may grant me the power to change my destiny." The golden serpent deity and Yali conversed while Qin Zhong observed from the sidelines. The so-called golden serpent deity was of course not Qin Zhong. He was not so bored as to casually promise a wish without first understanding a person's background. The one speaking with Yali, this follower he had never met, was Yali's own heart. Qin Zhong merely used his powerful soul energy to subtly guide the image of the golden serpent deity that already existed in Yali's mind. He then let the two converse on their own, allowing him to observe the situation. Using this illusion-like method, Qin Zhong easily breached Yali's already fragile mental defenses, thus learning why she was so devoted to the great serpent of destruction. The root cause was an arranged marriage within a powerful family. Yali, the little princess of Afuman Financial Company, ranked last in the company's succession line. Without the affection of the company's leader, she would have been a marginal figure in the family. But precisely because she was cherished by the leader, she became a pawn in a marriage alliance between two financial conglomerates. Bailong Commerce Group, a behemoth spanning the international market, had proposed a marriage alliance with Afuman Financial Company to solidify their strategic partnership. Faced with the combined force of two such conglomerates, Yali had no way to resist. Even if she was unwilling, she had to obey her family's arrangements. Having grown up in this family, she understood its power, a force that ordinary people could never match. In despair, she could only turn to a nebulous deity. The golden scale she had found on the beach among the gullies became the bridge connecting Qin Zhong and Yali. After learning the source of everything, Qin Zhong smiled, a rebellious girl unwilling to submit to family arrangements. What a godsend! Having grasped the situation, Qin Zhong nearly laughed out loud. He had been worrying about his inability to infiltrate human society with his current power, leaving his intelligence network lagging behind when Yali delivered herself to him. As a monster irreconcilably opposed to human society, he had to ensure his intelligence gathering was at the cutting edge. He needed to know every move of humanity, every deployment of their armies. Only then could he react before any unforeseen event. Qin Zhong was terrified of death, afraid of dying, without knowing why. Thus, to harness the power of Afuman Financial Company, Qin Zhong decided to support Yali's rise within the Afuman family. As Yali conversed with the Golden Serpent deity, Qin Zhong's consciousness joined in. I can grant you the power to change your destiny, but in return you must prove your devotion to me. Qin Zhong's voice was authoritative and calm. My lord, what would you have me do? Yali asked piously. It's simple. Soon a company under the Viper cult will contact you. Your task is to cooperate with them and jointly develop the Evil God Group project. You must spread the name of the Evil God Group across the entire world. Qin Zhong laid out his terms plainly. Your divine will is what I shall obey. Yali replied without hesitation. Then receive my power. Qin Zhong laughed heartily. In Yali's astonished gaze, a brilliant golden light separated instantly from the golden python deity. It went straight into Yali's forehead and then settled in her mind. Focus all your spirit, visualize my form, and become one with me. Qin Zhong's sacred and majestic voice echoed in Yali's mind, guiding her consciousness into high resonance with his own. Since Yali's body did not have her own blood as a source of power, she could not utilize certain developments related to physical strength. But that didn't matter. Qin Zhong had another method to help her enhance her power. Humans are emotional creatures, and every action they take is filled with a power that can influence others. However, many people are not adept at using this power, leading to its waste. What Qin Zhong needed to do was to make Yali rediscover and develop it. All living beings have the habit of clinging to powerful figures, such as the fox using the tiger's might to intimidate weaker creatures. This is the ultimate essence of clinging to a powerful figure. What Qin Zhong wanted Yali to do was to cling to him, using his presence to give her boundless confidence, thereby completing her enhancement in spirit energy and vitality. Following Qin Zhong's guidance, Yali, like an ancient meditative practitioner, deeply imprinted Qin Zhong's image in her mind with every breath. Imitating Qin Zhong's movements and demeanor, she continuously drew closer to his likeness. In this way, Yali obtained a trace of Qin Zhong's soul energy. Sir, you can't come in. Chairman Yali ordered that no one should barge into the office. Just as Yali was following Qin Zhong's guidance to gain power, an anxious female voice sounded outside the office. Why can't I come in? Yali is my fiancée. Sooner or later, she will enter the Zhang family's door. A slick-haired man rushed into Yali's office, just in time to see Yali following Qin Zhong's guidance to gain power. At that moment, Yali exuded a serpentine aura, giving off an extremely seductive feeling. Even the secretary who entered the office following the Zhang family's young master's push was astonished when she saw Yali. Previously, Yali was beautiful, but she gave off a sense of immaturity. Now, however, Yali felt like a fully ripe apple full of tempting charm. The Zhang family was the ruling family of the Bailong Commercial Group, and also the alliance target of the Afuman Financial Company. After Zhang Long, the young master of the Zhang family, rushed into the office and saw Yali's seductive appearance, a wave of heat surged in his heart. He shouted at the secretary, who was stunned by Yali's appearance, "Get out." The secretary looked at Yali in confusion and then, under Yali's signal, withdrew from the office. What are you doing here? With Qin Zhong's support behind her, Yali was brimming with invincible confidence. He was a powerful deity capable of destroying battleships and could communicate with her directly across vast distances. This overwhelming power left Yali with no reason to be afraid. We are engaged, why can't I come? Zhang Long looked at Yali, his eyes filled with lust, but his words did not weaken his own momentum. Hearing Zhang Long's words, Yali frowned and said, "That was agreed upon by my grandfather. It has nothing to do with me." Your grandfather's agreement is your agreement. What's the difference? Zhang Long said, pressing his advantage while constantly moving closer to Yali. In this situation, where one side retreated and the other pushed further, Yali was soon backed into a corner. Just as Zhang Long was about to make a move, Qin Zhong's voice sounded in Yali's ear. You can try the power you just gained. Use the momentum of slaughter. Qin Zhong's words were full of sacred majesty. Although there was a hint of a show-watching attitude, Yali could not perceive it. Yali, we're getting married soon. What's the use of hiding from me? You'll be mine sooner or later, so why not take this good opportunity and just do it? A pair of groping hands reached for Yali's fair skin. Extreme anger made Yali, without any hesitation, use the power of slaughter. The use of soul energy is divided into several categories: slaughter, majesty, intimidation. A series of powerful means constitute a form of spiritual damage distinct from physical harm. Although this power is not as direct and straightforward as physical force, once it takes effect, it is extremely troublesome. Under Yali's deliberate intention, Zhang Long's eyes suddenly met hers. What he saw now was no longer the seduction or tenderness in Yali's eyes, but a slaughter imbued with boundless bloodshed. The powerful mental attack directly struck Zhonglong's soul. An ordinary mortal who had never undergone any enhancement, facing the slaughter momentum from Qin Zhong channeled through Yali, was like a rabbit seeing a hawk, his heart filled with nothing but fear. In just a moment of eye contact, Zhonglong trembled all over, unable to move an inch. Cold sweat drenched his back, his hands trembled incessantly, and a stream of yellow fluid dripped from his crotch, accompanied by a terrified scream before the secretary waiting outside could enter Yali's office. Zhonglong rushed out in an extremely disheveled state, as if being fiercely chased by a tiger. "Chairman, this..." The secretary looked at the mess in the office at a loss. "Find someone to clean it up," Yali said somewhat wearily. Launching a mental attack consumes tremendous energy. For a novice like Yali, this attack would require at least 10 days to half a month of rest. How does it feel to control your own destiny? Qin Zhong's voice sounded in Yali's ear. "It's fantastic." Even though she felt extremely exhausted mentally, Yali said happily. Power was the foundation of all strength. With this foundation, Yali felt she could say no to anyone, even the ruler of the Afuman Financial Company. Seeing Yali immersed in her power, Qin Zhong nodded with satisfaction and said, "People immersed in power are more unable to extricate themselves than those immersed in money. From now on you will work for me." After briefly explaining some matters, Qin Zhong used his identity as the prison knight to notify the Viper God sect members to contact Yali. They were preparing to jointly execute the plan to make the Evil God Group famous worldwide. Only when the Evil God Group's reputation grew louder would Qin Zhong's life be safer, and at the same time, he could indirectly harvest the faith power of the entire world through this method. Just like now, even though Qin Zhong and Yali had never met, he could still easily control everything about Yali. Leaving Yali to revel in her newfound power, on the other side, Qin Zhong continued to drive the land-suppressing crocodile turtle toward the United Headquarters. A two-pronged approach. If the land-suppressing crocodile turtle was not afraid of nuclear bombs, then everything done now would be the foundation for Qin Zhong to rule the world. And if the land-suppressing crocodile turtle could not withstand the nuclear bomb attack, the current preparations would establish a highly sophisticated intelligence network for Qin Zhong. Either way, Qin Zhong would not allow himself to suffer a loss. In the blue Pacific Ocean, the massive waves pushed by the land-suppressing crocodile turtle swept across vast areas. Surging foam appeared around the turtle, as if boiling. After about 2 or 3 days of straight travel with space satellites watching every moment, even a fool would know that the target of the land-suppressing crocodile turtle was the United Headquarters, let alone they were not fools. A terrifying monster capable of destroying an aircraft carrier fleet was now heading straight for the United Headquarters. It would be false to say they were not afraid. In the central conference hall of the United Headquarters, council members whispered among themselves, discussing the arrival of the land-suppressing crocodile turtle. A monster that can destroy an aircraft carrier fleet and is not afraid of the blazing bird. "What can we do now?" Griffin, the Supreme Counselor, the theoretical supreme ruler of the planet, asked the many council members below. Under Griffin's inquiry, a council member in a sharp suit stood up and said, "Currently near the United Headquarters, the nearest aircraft carrier fleet will take at least a day and a half to arrive. And that monster known as the land-suppressing crocodile turtle can reach the United Headquarters in at most 8 hours. With its power, it will be difficult for us to hold out until reinforcements arrive." This council member analyzed the current situation. Although it somewhat dampened morale, it made everyone more aware of the crisis. "Then what power do we have left to resist the monster's attack?" Griffin asked again. Although as the supreme ruler of the entire planet, Griffin theoretically had the armed forces of the whole planet under his jurisdiction. However, theory was just theory. Griffin's position was akin to a mediator resolving conflicts among council members, and in essence, he was just a mascot. He didn't even know how many forces were currently near the United Headquarters, so he could only ask the military council member beside him. A council member who looked like a general stood up and said in a resolute tone, "Currently, we have only 8 battleships, 12 frigates, and various other vessels. Plus 1500 ground troops. That is the total force the United Headquarters currently possesses." As this military council member spoke, a chill wind swept through the hall. Everyone was speechless. The United Organization that ruled the entire planet could only muster such a meager force at this stage, not even enough to fill the monster's teeth. Not long ago, the monster had destroyed an aircraft carrier fleet, and now they were sending more food to the monster. That was truly a death wish. However, no matter how much the council members complained, at this critical moment, survival came first. After some discussion, Griffin smiled and said, "I wonder which general is willing to lead the troops to defend against the enemy outside the headquarters." As soon as Griffin said this, everyone fell silent. Facing a monster that could destroy an aircraft carrier fleet, charging in at this time was simply seeking death. Everyone present was shrewd, who would be willing to be a sacrificial lamb for others. Seeing everyone's silence, Griffin slammed the table and said angrily, "Our nearest reinforcements can arrive in just a day and a half. Can't you even hold out for a single day? Under Griffin's questioning, everyone fully demonstrated the meaning of silence is golden. The council members were all representatives of major financial groups, and their words were not their own. Seeing the silence, Griffin hardened his heart, and following the principle of better you than me, said, "Since none of you are willing to step forward, I will personally appoint someone." Adhering to the principle that silence is golden, the members of the assembly hall bowed their heads in contemplation, while Griffin's aged fingers slowly swept before them like the pointer of a giant roulette wheel. This thrilling scene made everyone's hearts nearly leap from their chests, for once chosen by Griffin, there would be no turning back. Griffin's finger like a spinning wheel swept past the terrified eyes of the assembly members and quickly reached the end of the line. Just as the members were anticipating whom Griffin would select, his finger circled back from the end once more. Witnessing the members' terrified expressions, a flicker of satisfaction arose in Griffin's heart. "Let you old bastards always oppose me. If I don't give you a scare, I'll never vent this anger." At this critical moment of life and death, Griffin still had the heart to jest. If Qin Zhong knew, he would once again marvel at the absurdity of this world. After several rounds of heart-pounding suspense, Speaker Griffin finally determined the last personnel for the mission, a clerk responsible for recording assembly proceedings, Sa Yanlong. Sa Yanlong stared at Griffin in disbelief, trying to evade his pointed finger by shifting his position. But as Griffin's finger remained fixed on him like a nail, Sa Yanlong finally felt the sheer absurdity of this world. He was neither a general nor a council member, merely a clerk tasked with recording documents. Yet he was chosen as a combatant to fight monsters, leaving him utterly speechless with despair. In the end, Griffin dared not select those council members with powerful backing, as each was supported by major financial conglomerates. Offending any of them would make his retirement far from comfortable. Having sat in the highest seat of the speaker for so many years, Griffin knew well that he was merely a scapegoat. Whenever the conglomerates stirred up trouble too difficult to handle, he would be the one to bear the fall. Thus, following the principle of picking on the weakest, Griffin chose the powerless clerk, Sa Yanlong, as the sacrificial lamb. The current military operations system was equipped with highly advanced artificial intelligence. Even a pig placed in command could execute brilliant maneuvers, leading to the absurd reality that the commanding officer was merely a scapegoat. Once any incident occurred, the commanding officer would inevitably take the blame. With no war for over 200 years, the AI-assisted system was more than sufficient to support a battle. Filled with helplessness and the expectations of the council members, Sa Yanlong embarked on a path of buying time at the cost of his own life. As long as Sa Yanlong could hold out until reinforcements arrived, he would be considered to have completed the mission. According to Griffin's promise, Sa Yanlong would be promoted directly from an ordinary clerk to the rank of lieutenant general, specifically responsible for monster-related affairs. This sudden monster attack exposed many deficiencies, primarily the lack of any established protocol for dealing with such creatures. To prevent future incidents, Griffin planned to establish a dedicated military organization for monster management. While the council members breathed a sigh of relief that someone else was taking the risk, Sa Yanlong embarked on his journey with the Union's only 8 battleships. Guided by the AI assistant, he merely had to make decisions like choosing from multiple choice options. Why am I so cursed to end up in this disaster? Sa Yanlong smashed things around the captain's cabin, venting his frustration. In the Union Central Assembly Hall, Sa Yanlong dared not voice any dissent. But here in the fleet, where he was the supreme commander, he had no such restraint. Bang! A porcelain teacup was hurled viciously against the doorframe, spraying shards of ceramic onto the face of the colonel, who had come to report. To ensure that even if Sa Yanlong failed, he could still bear the blame for operational incompetence, the Union Council members directly voted to grant him the acting rank of Lieutenant General, giving him ample face. Reporting General. I have urgent matters to report. The colonel wiped the ceramic dust from his face and spoke loudly. Out with it. I'm annoyed enough. Sa Yanlong collapsed weakly onto the bed, speaking with a listless tone. Hearing his superior's words, the colonel glanced around and then furtively approached Sa Yanlong. He whispered, Speaker Griffin left you a great gift. In this fleet, there are 10 medium-sized nuclear warheads stored. If you absolutely cannot hold out, you may use the nuclear counterattack. The colonel spoke in the lowest voice, uttering words that shocked Sa Yanlong the most. As the ultimate weapon of this planet, the power of nuclear bombs was self-evident. Upon hearing that the fleet carried 10 nuclear warheads, Sa Yanlong jumped up instantly. He immediately said, Since we have 10 nuclear bombs, let's fire them all. Blast that monster to kingdom come. Upon learning of the existence of such ultimate weapons, Sa Yanlong no longer panicked and directly ordered the launch of the nuclear bombs. But Speaker Griffin instructed you to use them only in a crisis. We haven't even spotted the enemy, yet firing them now seems inappropriate. The colonel said, somewhat bewildered. What is a crisis? Now is the crisis. I'm in charge here. I say fire, so fire. Why ask so many questions? Sa Yanlong scolded the colonel. Yes, sir. The colonel promptly saluted. Safety was paramount. Sa Yanlong cared little for Griffin's warnings. Survival mattered most. Thus, the nuclear warheads originally reserved for emergencies were launched just 300 nautical miles from the Union headquarters. Under Sa Yanlong's command, the warships fired them one by one. After more than 500 years of rapid development, nuclear bombs had evolved into various types. Each warhead, carrying immense energy, soared into the sky and charged madly toward the land crocodile turtle. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation, Qin Zhong was still propelling the land crocodile turtle forward, intending to catch the Union headquarters off guard. But Qin Zhong could never have imagined that the Union headquarters would be so reckless, deploying the ultimate weapon, nuclear bombs, as casually as if playing a game. At that moment, the land crocodile turtle was sailing across the ocean with most of its massive body submerged beneath the sea. Only its carapace was exposed above the surface, covered in a patch of green. Upon closer inspection, the green turned out to be traces of trees and grass. The land crocodile turtle was originally a monster formed from an island. Its essence was not flesh and blood, so it was hardly surprising that flora grew on it. In fact, were it not for its feat of capsizing an entire aircraft carrier fleet, no one would have known that the island was the monster itself. People would simply have thought its movement was a bit faster than usual. Under the close surveillance of space satellites, the nuclear bombs soaring into the sky appeared on the screens of global internet companies. Are they really using nuclear bombs as a means of attack? A monster capable of destroying an aircraft carrier fleet. Using nuclear bombs against it is not surprising. Do you think this monster can withstand a nuclear strike? I doubt it. As humanity's ultimate weapon, how could a monster possibly resist? A chorus of discussions echoed behind the internet world as the leaders of major internet companies debated the outcome of the battle in the Pacific. They all remained pessimistic about the land crocodile turtle's chances despite its record of destroying an aircraft carrier fleet. But its opponent was a nuclear bomb, humanity's ultimate weapon, the power that had allowed humans to dominate the planet. Under the watchful eyes of the world, and without Qin Zhong's notice, the first nuclear bomb roared in and struck the carapace of the land crocodile turtle he commanded. Qin Zhong first felt a sensation like a mosquito bite, then an intense heat rapidly formed on his back. Boom! A blinding flash and a terrifying roar exploded violently behind Qin Zhong. The extreme heat, reaching hundreds of millions of degrees, vaporized his carapace, turning large swaths of earth and rock into black crystal. Excruciating pain invaded Qin Zhong's mind, destabilizing the realm of the dead he had established, threatening to collapse at any moment. The land crocodile island was merely an inanimate object. Its movement was made possible by Qin Zhong using the realm of the dead as its brain and the contractual power of countless souls as its energy source. Thus, he had imbued a lifeless object with life, transforming it into the land crocodile turtle. Now, under the impact of the nuclear bomb, the searing heat penetrated the carapace, threatening the living beings within. This instability caused the realm of the dead to falter, and the land crocodile turtle teetered on the verge of disintegration. To prevent this, Qin Zhong channeled vast amounts of soul energy into the realm of the dead. Roar! A painful cry arose over the Pacific Ocean as massive clouds of spray shot into the sky in a desperate attempt to block the remaining nuclear bombs. It's doomed, declared a voice from behind the internet world. Under the savage bombardment of the nuclear bombs, the land crocodile turtle had already shown signs of breaking apart. Without Qin Zhong's desperate efforts to maintain it, the turtle would have been reduced to a pile of rubble in the Pacific. Just as Qin Zhong was struggling to hold on, the second nuclear bomb hurtled in. Boom! With the combined assault of blinding light, deafening sound, and searing heat, the land crocodile turtle appeared beyond saving to those watching from the internet world. Yet, just as the observers lamented the imminent death of the turtle in the cinemas inland, as the evil god films promoted by major internet companies were being screened, the cultists of giant monsters cheered and rejoiced. A surge of powerful energy traveled through a mysterious spatial channel, instantly reaching Qin Zhong's soul body. Feeling the overwhelming power, Qin Zhong roared with laughter. You want me dead? It's not that easy. Boom! The third nuclear bomb directly struck Qin Zhong's carapace, nearly shattering the land crocodile turtle entirely. But at that critical moment, fueled by the immense soul energy, the turtle underwent a transformative change. From the realm of the dead, at its core, threads of black energy spread outward, extending to every corner of the entire land crocodile island. These black threads wove through the island, binding all parts together. As the threads connected every section, Qin Zhong's consciousness yanked them taut. Instantly, the land crocodile turtle transformed into something entirely different. The devastating nuclear bomb dealt Qin Zhong a brutal blow. The third warhead alone sent him reeling, his form shattered and disorganized. If it were not for the coincidental launch of the evil deity film from inland with masses of faith energy converging from all directions, Qin Zhong's Zhenlu crocodile turtle avatar would long ago have been reduced to a desolate ruin upon the ocean surface under the bombardment of nuclear weapons. Sustained by the devout worship of the evil deity faction, powerful threads of dark energy wove through Zhenlu Island, binding it together and preventing its collapse. Yet this proved insufficient, as the fourth nuclear bomb descended like divine retribution, and a second sun erupted on the horizon. The scene resembled an apocalypse. The intense nuclear radiation instantly reduced the flora covering the crocodile turtle's back to ash, while massive clouds of radioactive dust rained down from the sky. At this moment Qin faced an unprecedented crisis. A single misstep would seal his demise. Struck by the fourth warhead, the stable structure previously maintained by dark energy was violently assaulted by immense force, causing the delicate balance of those threads to rapidly destabilize. A series of hair-raising cracks echoed from within the Jinlu crocodile turtle's body, as the fourth nuclear strike finally triggered the very catastrophe Qin had feared most. From the creature's limbs, fractures spread outward in spiderweb patterns racing across its entire form. As these cracks proliferated with terrifying speed, jagged fissures tore through Jinlu Island itself. These earth-rending wounds devoured living beings indiscriminately, creatures from the abyssal depths and the island's native inhabitants alike. Their souls perished in the merciless maw of the collapsing earth, and amid this spiraling catastrophe, the already dwindling population was halved once more. Qin felt the sudden surge of soul energy from countless deaths, yet simultaneously witnessed the diminishing current as those same lives were extinguished, and understood he teetered on the edge of ruin. A single deviation would shatter the entire island, yet facing this horrifying dissolution Qin refused to yield. He roared with all his might, "Reconcile!" Harnessing that sudden surge of soul energy, he transmuted it into the dark threads that bound the island's structure, forcing its fractured form to knit back together. Through Qin relentless effort, the myriad cracks across Jinlu Island began to close, the vast chasms gradually merging and sealing. Just as Qin neared completion of the island's restoration, the fifth nuclear bomb descended silently upon him, unleashing another blinding solar flash before he could react. The colossal energy struck his back, instantly reversing his hard-won progress. Damn it! I can't continue this attrition war. If these unknown quantities of nuclear weapons keep coming, they'll wear me down right here in the open ocean. I need to change the battlefield. As Qin endured the relentless barrage, his mind raced through every possible escape from this dire situation. The test of nuclear capabilities had concluded. Qin's current power was nowhere near sufficient to withstand such weapons. With the outcome clear, there was no point in trading blows. He needed to disengage from this battlefield immediately. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel carrying Sai Yanlong, the man designated to take the blame, Sai Yanlong approached intelligence personnel with visible eagerness. "How does it stand? Has that monster perished?" Upon receiving the inquiry, the intelligence officer responded with professional conciseness, reporting, "Sir, the monster remains alive, but is in its death throes." Bang! What? Can't even nuclear weapons kill it? What manner of creature is this? Sai Yanlong slammed his fist on the table, his voice cracking with shock and dread. Nuclear weapons, embodying the raw power of atomic fission, had long stood as humanity's ultimate weapon and greatest source of pride. In fiction across all mediums, nuclear arms consistently represent humanity's final resort. Encountering an adversary that nuclear strikes cannot eliminate typically heralds civilization's doom. Yet despite Sai Yanlong's reluctance, he could not halt what was coming. 10 nuclear warheads represented his final wager, and he had committed everything to this single bet. "Sir, the issue isn't that nuclear weapons are ineffective against it. It continues to struggle beneath the blast, though we cannot predict when it will finally fall." The intelligence officer delivered his assessment with clinical precision. Though Sai Yanlong writhed with impatience over the uncertain outcome, he was forced to wait. After weathering the fifth strike, Qin teetered on the edge of exhaustion. He sought to evade the next barrage, yet his body moved without his command, preventing him from diving into the ocean depths. Qin fixed his gaze calmly on the sky, understanding that panic would solve nothing and only waste his dwindling reserves of time. As he concentrated, the sixth nuclear weapon plummeted directly toward him. Watching it detonate across his back once more, he felt the suffocating despair of being consumed by searing heat. A sudden clarity struck Qin's eyes as an idea formed. "I can channel the nuclear energy into the Jinlu crocodile turtle's body, transforming its internal structure into magma channels. This will grant it far greater combat capability." He murmured to himself, his eyes brightening with each word. To test this theory, after briefly mending the island's wounds, he awaited the seventh warhead in silence, unaware of how many remained. Looking upward with defiant eyes, he roared, "Come then. Let us see if nuclear fire can truly destroy me." As his scream echoed across the battlefield, the seventh nuclear bomb descended from the heavens, as if answering his challenge. Boom! Blinding light and scorching heat enveloped him, instantly accompanied by terrifying shockwaves. Unlike before, when he had merely endured the nuclear barrage, Qin now acted the moment the energy reached his back. Maintaining his structural integrity, he channeled his remaining soul energy into telekinetic force, rapidly redirecting the nuclear blast energy. The heat surged through every inch of his body in an instant. like bathing in a hot spring composed entirely of radioactive energy. Boundless thermal energy flooded his form as Qinsheng desperately compressed it toward the center of the Junlu crocodile turtle. Massive quantities of fractured rock were crushed inward, the nuclear explosion's immense force shrinking the entire island's expanse. Crackle, crackle. Strange crystalline rocks shed from his body. His spiritual control remained insufficient to manipulate matter at the atomic level. As he accumulated nuclear energy within to forge magma channels and transform himself into something resembling a miniature planet, rocks incompatible with his new structure were forcibly expelled. These anomalies, fundamentally different from ordinary crystalline rock, peeled away from Qinsheng's surface and rapidly slid toward the ocean. Within moments, the sea surface bristled with blood-red crystalline formations surrounding him. But Qinsheng had no time to attend to them now. At this moment, Qinsheng was furiously compressing and restructuring his internal form. Under immense pressure, it was like striking a flame into life. As scorching energy surged through the center of his body, a furnace core resembling a heart quietly took shape. This core devoured vast quantities of nuclear energy, then pulsed with frantic rhythms, driving torrents of power through every vein of Qinsheng's being. As if unlocking the meridian channels of his physique, molten rivers of crimson magma rapidly formed within him. These dense networks of vessels spread throughout the Junlu crocodile turtle, intertwining with the dark energy that permeated every part of Qinsheng's form. Before the 8th nuclear strike arrived, this vast vascular network encasing his entire body was fully established within him. Boom, boom, boom. The energies of the 8th, 9th, and 10th nuclear weapons struck him in rapid succession. Terrifying energy ravaged his form. 10 consecutive nuclear blasts left no trace of life within him. The over million humans, countless abyssal creatures, and innumerable plants and animals were all consumed, becoming permanent residents of the realm of the dead. Were it not for the surrounding ocean, Qinsheng's current state could easily be described as a pockmarked miniature planet. With the 10th warhead detonated, all eyes turned to the aftermath. Under the watchful gaze of satellites from every major global power, the dust cloud from the nuclear explosions swept away with the ocean winds. A shattered wasteland emerged before the world, revealing the exposed Junlu crocodile turtle. All present gasped in disbelief. The cratered earth lay bare before them, and black crystals covered the monster's entire form. "That monster is finally dead," Sa Yanlong declared with triumph. "We have achieved victory over the beast." The Congress members at United Headquarters cheered wildly. Truly a magnificent and perfect creature, but ultimately no match for humanity's ultimate weapon. Across the Pacific, Ms. Carey spoke with stunned certainty. Faced with the assault of a super beast, every person, regardless of their factional allegiance, naturally belonged to humanity's side. Thus, when the beast was utterly destroyed, everyone felt a sense of shared triumph. But as these humans celebrated their victory, the motionless Junlu crocodile turtle suddenly stirred to life once more. Roar! A terrifying guttural growl erupted from the crocodile turtle's maw. "Humans, this is merely the beginning. I shall return." Glug glug, glug glug. Amid universal shock and terror, white bubbles rose from the crocodile turtle's body, and there before everyone's eyes it sank back into the sea. The crocodile turtle's power was undeniable. Surviving 10 nuclear strikes should have killed it. A profound shadow fell over everyone's hearts. After the entire body of the Junlu crocodile turtle submerged into the deep sea, leaving aside the reactions from the human side, at least Qinsheng felt a surge of euphoria. Surges of thermal energy cascaded through Qinsheng's body as magma-transformed blood flowed to every part of him. The energy from the nuclear explosion was completely devoured by the body of the Junlu crocodile turtle, imbuing Qinsheng with an incredible, immense power. At this moment, he urgently needed to release this energy. Though Qinsheng had absorbed the energy from fewer than 5 of the 10 nuclear warheads, he still felt an overwhelming sense of being bloated. "I must release this energy as soon as possible, or this body will be ruined." While suppressing the nearly bursting energy within, he continuously plunged deeper into the ocean, using the terrifying pressure of the deep sea to repeatedly compress the energy that threatened to explode. While most of Qinsheng's attention was occupied by the Junlu crocodile turtle, the red crystals that had fallen from his previous forced transformation under the nuclear blast drifted with the ocean currents toward land. Intense radiation energy permeated vast areas of the sea. Deterred by this energy, humans were temporarily unable to venture into the nuclear explosion zone. Thus, they could not prevent the red crystals from drifting toward the land. After an unknown period of time, as waves crashed onto the land's beaches, crystalline red crystals appeared on the coast of Yangzhou. Driven by ocean currents, these crystals spread across vast stretches of land. The colossal creature, spanning 500 kilometers in area, had shed an enormous number of crystals during its transformation under the nuclear explosion. In Laka City, a seemingly ordinary city by day with the influx of Oli Pharmaceutical and numerous other conglomerates, this former border city had become a bustling hub. Not only were wages rising day by day, but housing prices and all other costs were also skyrocketing. It resembled a grand economic development, and though people were unaware of the true source of this boom, it did not stop them from participating and driving the city's growth. Yet even as Laka City flourished, its midnight hours operated in a state of extreme chaos. Under the control of an unknown powerful force, no crime occurred between 8 a.m. and midnight, making it a paragon of virtuous city that everyone yearned for. But once the clock struck midnight, the city transformed into a lawless land. Powerful awakened roamed everywhere, engaging in bloody battles to entertain the city's hidden master. This was Laka City, a place where order and chaos coexisted yet remained strangely organized. On this day, as the sun was about to set, an awakened took advantage of the rare peaceful hours to visit a beach connected to the Pacific Ocean and watch the sunset. His robust physique, bathed in the sunset's glow, exuded the vitality of an ancient Greek deity. On his chiseled face, a pair of languid eyes gazed at the descending sun. Dao Duanlong, an experimental product of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project, was a powerful level 10 awakened. Capable of tearing steel with his bare hands and single-handedly destroying a small army, he was truly a living weapon of immense power. Yet even a powerhouse at the pinnacle of human strength was subjugated under the rule of the city's hidden master by a mere heart suppressor. A level 10 awakened was so powerful that ordinary humans were like ants that could be crushed at will. Dao Duanlong watched the dying sun, a fierce, killing intent hidden behind his languid eyes. He muttered to himself, "One day you will fall like this sunset, dead by my hand." He vowed in his heart. Possessing such immense power yet forced to bow to weak humans, he was deeply resentful. However, resentment aside, unless he found a way to neutralize the heart suppressor, Dao Duanlong would not gamble with his life. As Dao Duanlong lounged on a beach chair enjoying the sunset's afterglow, numerous subordinates stood guard around the beach. Suddenly driven by the waves, pieces of red crystals were washed onto the beach where Dao Duanlong was. The moment the red crystals appeared on the sand, all awakened within 200 meters felt the call of a mysterious force. Dao Duanlong abruptly stood up from the chair. The sunset's glow fell upon him, imbuing him with a sacred aura. As a super-evolved human, through the Spirit Serpent Serum, every aspect of an awakened far surpassed ordinary people. In strength, speed, and even charm, ordinary people were worlds apart. Such a perfect human evolution would never have been obtained by former prisoners like Dao Duanlong, if not for the Spirit Serpent Serum's high mortality rate. Sensing the power that kept calling to him, Dao Duanlong smiled with delight. "It seems our chance to escape this prison of Laka City has arrived. Let's go," he ordered his men in a low voice. In just a few seconds, a dozen shadows traversed the 200-meter beach and appeared before the waves. Following the elusive call of that power, Dao Duanlong and his men easily located the red crystals. Under the sunset's glow, the red crystals before the awakened appeared as blood red. Bending down to pick up a crystal, the moment Dao Duanlong touched it, a surge of immense energy poured into his body. Under the influence of this powerful energy, Dao Duanlong's heart, already as strong as a pump, began to beat wildly. A torrent of blood was pumped from his heart to every part of his body, and a sense of power far greater than before surged through him. Up! A fierce roar burst from deep within his throat. In an instant, his eyes turned blood red. However, to the shock of his subordinates, black scales appeared all over Dao Duanlong's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, these scales quickly covered his entire form. From his feet upward and head downward, a thick layer of black scales enveloped his body, and sharp bone spikes emerged from his back. At the same time, a diamond-shaped red crystal appeared on his forehead, imbuing his entire being with an air of mystery. At this moment, Dao Duanlong resembled a creature from another planet, radiating an explosive sense of power. "Boss, what's happening? How do you feel?" a subordinate awakened asked, somewhat bewildered. As the leader of their faction, and a level 10 awakened, Dao Duanlong was their lifeline. If they lost Dao Duanlong, they would almost certainly be annihilated by other awakened factions. Thus, every awakened was tense when it came to Dao Duanlong, who was tied to their survival. Under his subordinates' anxious gazes, Dao Duanlong, now covered in black scales with dark energy swirling around him, said excitedly, "Don't worry. I've never felt so powerful. With the help of these crystals, we might soon escape this cage." His low voice instilled strong confidence in the others. Then, with a thought, the black scales quickly receded. Dao Duanlong returned to his previous perfect form like an ancient Greek god. "Take all these crystals. Leave none behind." Holding an irregular red crystal, feeling the powerful energy flowing within him, he ordered his men. During his transformation, under the power of the red crystal, the heart suppressor inside him was instantly destroyed. Now Dao Duanlong felt no foreign threat to his life within his body. He had never felt so free. After over an hour of frantic collection before the sun set, Dao Duanlong and his men gathered all the red crystals they could find. Carrying the power-enhancing crystals, Dao Duanlong hurried back to his underground base in Laka City. Even though the awakened didn't know what the red crystals were the moment they touched them, a surge of energy flooded their bodies. Every awakened felt the destruction of their heart suppressors. The red crystal was a sacred relic. This quickly became common knowledge among them. After Dao Duanlong left the Pacific waters, once again washed large numbers of red crystals ashore. Glowing with a blood-red light under the moon, they appeared on the coast. This made the sea appear eerie and enchanting. As time passed, the moon rose high, and under its abundant light the coverage of the red crystals expanded until it enveloped the entire Laka City. A special wave spread through Laka City. Ordinary humans could not perceive it, only awakened with the spirit serpent serum in their bodies could sense it. Suddenly, a large number of awakened became active, rushing toward the beach. In a hidden underground base, a young hacker about 16 or 17 swiftly operated his computer. His fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard like lively sprites. With the final press of the enter key, all surveillance in Laka City instantly entered a loop. Footage of past events was transmitted to the monitoring room set up by Dr. Lance, who believed he controlled all the awakened in Laka City. But he never imagined that without the heart suppressors the awakened would have long gone out of control. A large number of awakened gathered on the beach, summoned by the red crystals, while Dr. Lance remained oblivious. Through the bloodline connection of the awakened, Qin Zhong, who was in the Viper Church, sensed each of those bloodlines growing stronger. He murmured to himself, "Laka City is about to descend into chaos." These words, spoken like a prophecy, carried a natural authority that compelled belief. Within the city of Rakas, the awakened had gone mad under the influence of the red crystals. The Tier 10 awakened who controlled the major factions remained silent under Dr. Lance's grip. An innate pressure coiled around their hearts. Faced with Dr. Lance, seemingly an ordinary man, every sensible awakened dared not overlook him in the slightest. Thus, even after obtaining the sacred red crystals, the awakened still dared not be careless, fearing to draw Dr. Lance's attention. 10 days later, when no more red crystals emerged from the sea, the Tier 10 awakened gathered in an underground base. A heavy silence condensed in the underground chamber as bright lights illuminated the space. 13 powerful Tier 10 awakened, all clad in black robes, stood at the center. One of them spoke, "The collection of the sacred crystals is complete. When do we escape this prison that cages us?" With that opening, it was as if a switch had been turned in the silence, and the others began to voice their thoughts. "I've long been sick of this place. I want freedom." Freedom is not so easily obtained. As long as Dr. Lance's minions exist, freedom is but a distant hope. Though I hate to admit it, despite possessing such immense power, even enhanced by the sacred crystals, we still pale in comparison when opposing Dr. Lance. Amidst the discussions, all expressed the invincibility of Dr. Lance as the creator who granted them their current strength. Even though Dr. Lance was merely an ordinary man, he still exerted an overwhelming pressure upon them. It was like a baby elephant chained from birth. Even when it grew into a giant, the chains still bound its neck, denying it any freedom. "I think we need to accumulate enough power. Only under the influence of the sacred crystals, as we grow stronger, will our chances of victory increase." Hidden beneath the black robe, a Tier 10 awakened Guo Qianfan spoke. As one of the elite among the 13 Tier 10 awakened, Guo Qianfan's words carried weight. Moreover, these awakened were reluctant to confront Dr. Lance prematurely. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus to wait until their power was further strengthened before planning their escape from Rakas. After the discussion, the 13 Tier 10 awakened dispersed. Thereafter, they maintained the battles Dr. Lance expected, though the intensity of these conflicts gradually diminished. Beneath the surface, human strife simmered, while Qin Zhong was far from idle in the deep sea. The force of the nuclear explosion was like a ticking bomb, ready to tear him apart at any moment. Under such a critical crisis, rest became a luxury for Qin Zhong. Roaming the abyss, he searched for creatures capable of withstanding the nuclear blast. Boom! A violent explosion echoed in the deep sea as a colossal whale was blasted to pieces by the overwhelming power of the nuclear detonation. Gazing at the blood and flesh scattered across the vast depths, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, "It seems flesh and blood cannot withstand the energy of the nuclear explosion. After so many experiments, none have succeeded. Is this body destined to perish under the nuclear energy? How unwilling I am." The Jinlu crocodile turtle, as the sole being in Qin Zhong's possession capable of enduring a nuclear blast, was his trump card. Such a trump card was about to be destroyed. How could Qin Zhong accept that? Driven by fury and reluctance, Qin Zhong furiously discharged vast amounts of nuclear energy on the seabed. Huge water cannons detonated in the deep, turning countless fish into mere specks of dust in the ocean. He continued drifting through the depths, unsure how long he had roamed. One day, while still venting nuclear energy in an attempt to expel excess power, Qin Zhong persevered. Whether by fortune or misfortune in his struggle to survive the nuclear blast, he inadvertently transformed the furnace core, which beat like a heart within him, into an organ akin to a nuclear reactor. The benefit was that Qin Zhong would now have an inexhaustible source of energy. The drawback was that the energy he expelled was a mere drop in the bucket. The nuclear energy he released each day was far less than what was produced daily, leaving him still facing the grave crisis of bodily disintegration. And this crisis drew ever closer, causing Qin Zhong great distress. Just as he was striving to delay the Jinlu crocodile turtle's collapse, a massive fossilized dragon egg caught his attention. Staring at the gigantic fossil egg, Qin Zhong, considering his rock-like body, mused, "Perhaps I can use incubation to birth the excess energy from within." With this thought, he grew restless. The Jinlu crocodile turtle was on the verge of disintegration, and any method had to be attempted. To ensure that at least one fossilized dragon egg could hatch an entity capable of withstanding nuclear energy, Qin Zhong spent considerable effort scouring the seabed for more such eggs. He swallowed the fossilized eggs into the Jinlu crocodile turtle's belly, surrounding them with nuclear energy, and activated them in a manner similar to how he had awakened the turtle itself. Under his manipulation, one fossil egg after another turned to ash in an instant. The overwhelming rigid energy of the nuclear blast was too much for ordinary rock matter. Yet Qin Zhong was not discouraged, for this method was the best he could conceive at the moment. Through countless experiments using each fossil egg as a sample, he gradually mastered the precise force required for incubation. From initially turning them to ash almost instantly, to making them endure for 10 hours. Qin Zhong spent an entire month. Although he still hadn't managed to hatch a single egg, his refined control had bought him several more months before the imminent explosion. Bang! 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 One fossil egg after another shattered. After accumulating vast experience over 3 months, one fossil egg finally showed the signs of life he had hoped for. Gazing at this fossilized egg, whose dinosaur species was unknown, Qin Zhong said with a hint of excitement, Finally one is succeeding." Bang! Just as the egg was about to hatch, Qin Zhong felt the life within it, but in his excitement, he applied a little too much nuclear energy. Instantly, the promising fossil egg turned to ash, and the faint life force vanished. Damnation! Qin Zhong roared in fury, unleashing massive waves of nuclear light that detonated in the deep sea, turning countless fish into dust. "Calm down. Steady your mind. You can succeed. Don't give up." Encouraging himself, he began incubating another egg. With the experience of hundreds of failed eggs and one nearly successful, Qin Zhong proceeded with familiarity. Bolstered by extensive experience, his progress was swift. Within 3 days, a fossil egg showed faint signs of life. Learning from his previous mistake, he maintained a steady mindset throughout. After another 3 days, a miniature nuclear reactor compressed from a large amount of nuclear energy was transplanted into the fossil egg. The time until the Jinlu crocodile turtle would explode was successfully delayed by 10 years. Yes, Qin Zhong had not completely solved the problem of the turtle's imminent explosion, he had merely postponed it. Faced with a nuclear reactor that beat like a wild heart, forcibly stopping it might cause his body to go into shock and die. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose this method of delay. He expelled the fossil egg containing the miniature reactor from his body. Unlike the Jinlu crocodile turtle, the life form about to hatch from the egg was perfectly compatible with the nuclear reactor core. Under Qin Zhong's incubation, the fossil egg had become a semi-rock, semi-carbon-based life form. This creature would grow under the power of the reactor, adapting to its energy over time. Compared to the soon-to-be-born fossil egg, Qin Zhong was unfortunate. The Jinlu crocodile turtle was highly incompatible with the nuclear reactor. The energy it produced could not be fully absorbed. Thus, Qin Zhong had to devise various ways to dissipate the immense energy. With the success of the fossil egg, a new idea struck him. He could revive the souls from the kingdom of the dead, giving them rock-like bodies, and have them be born from his own body. In this way, Qin Zhong would become a giant power bank, channeling excess energy into these resurrected beings. This would not only solve the explosive crisis, but also grant him a batch of highly capable fighters, a twofold benefit. After laying the fossilized egg, the new life form, Qin Zhong quickly departed. He had no interest in a scene of parental recognition. He had many urgent matters to attend to, no time or energy for child rearing. Shortly after his departure, the fossil egg, drifting in the deep sea, began to throb, surging with potent energy. A powerful mosasaurus from the Mesozoic era awakened from the fossilized egg. Roar! With a piercing, resonant dragon roar, the mosasaurus broke free from the egg. It quickly devoured the protective fossil shell, and its body expanded rapidly under the influence of the nuclear reactor. In no time, the mosasaurus grew to over 20 meters in length, far exceeding the maximum size of its species. And this was not the end. As time passed, the creature's body continued to grow uncontrollably. In the dark, unfathomable sea, a mosasaurus with azure eyes ascended toward the surface, stirring up towering waves. On the surface of the Pacific Ocean, a cruise ship sailed in international waters. It was a gambling vessel from an inland continent, carrying numerous wealthy individuals and a vast amount of capital. While the assembled tycoons from around the world were enjoying their revelry, a piercing, resonant dragon roar echoed from the deep. Then to the astonishment of the wealthy onlookers, a magnificent mosasaurus, as if from a realm of the abyss, appeared before them. Her azure eyes met the gaze of the crowd, and like a spell they captivated countless hearts, deeply enchanting the wealthy patrons. A colossal mosasaur with azure eyes appeared upon the sea, its endlessly enchanting gaze drawing the attention of countless humans. Unlike her many malevolent brothers, the mosasaur's true nature held no desire for destruction. She lingered only briefly above the sea surface before swiftly diving back into the deep ocean. Though she possessed the ability to converse with humans, she spoke not a single word. This aloof demeanor captivated countless humans. As photographs were uploaded to the internet, the Four Evils series, which had just enjoyed massive box office success, experienced a resurgence in popularity. It was like an inexhaustible gold mine. Whenever internet denizens thought they had exhausted its riches, they would discover that what they had found was merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, to further inflate the popularity of the Four Evils series and extract more value from this vein, the mosasaur was introduced as the fourth member of the Four Evils, Tianping mosasaur. Some had suggested placing the mosasaur under a separate designation, but the proposal was swiftly rejected. The internet community could not afford any major risks. Creating a new trend carried far too much danger, especially if netizens failed to embrace it. Therefore, to mitigate the risk, Tianping mosasaur was incorporated into the Four Evils roster. The group now comprises four members: Hundun viper, juvenile crocodile, turtle dami octopus, and Tianping mosasaur. These four powerful entities each possessed the devastating strength capable of annihilating naval fleets. While internet users worshipped the Four Evils' powers, Tsai Yanlong, newly appointed head of the International Special Service Group under the United Organization, found these beings an utter nightmare. After successfully repelling the juvenile crocodile turtle's assault, and to cultivate his own faction, the Supreme Counselor of the United Organization appointed Tsai Yanlong as director of the International Special Service Group. His mandate covered all matters concerning the Four Evils and their monstrous kin, reporting exclusively to Supreme Counselor Griffin. Griffin had established numerous organizations over the years, though most had been infiltrated and compromised by wealthy conglomerates until they resembled sieves. Yet Griffin remained undeterred in his relentless pursuit of building forces directly under his control, as though it had become an irresistible habit. Griffin had thoroughly enjoyed himself in this incident, establishing the International Special Service Group as his personal instrument. Tsai Yanlong's head nearly exploded. Since assuming command, a relentless stream of troubling reports had poured in from across the globe. Islands where under-dami octopus's assault warships were capsized and dragged into the depths, and vast oceanic territories had been declared off-limits. Neither warships nor merchant vessels dared trespass. All these distressing reports landed on Tsai Yanlong's desk with orders from above demanding he resolve the crisis swiftly so that maritime trade could resume uninterrupted. Bang! In a furious outburst, Tsai Yanlong swept his desk clean like a digital desktop cleaner, sending bottles and containers crashing to the floor in disarray. Solve it. Solve it. You think I don't want to fix this? The question is whether I even can. A bunch of useless counselors who take their pay without lifting a finger. Let them handle it if they're so capable. Tsai Yanlong roared in anger, venting the frustration that had built up over recent days. Director, calm down. Don't damage your health with all this anger. After Tsai Yanlong's tirade, his attendant cautiously approached, offering quiet words of consolation. Calm down. How am I supposed to stay calm? They criticize me for collecting a salary without delivering results. If they're so capable, let them do it. Tsai Yanlong slumped heavily into his chair, reproachfully addressing his attendant. Sir, professional matters require professional handling. Throwing tantrums won't resolve anything, the attendant said with a reassuring smile. What? Aren't we the professionals in those counselors' eyes? Tsai Yanlong retorted casually. Naturally not. According to our intelligence. Within the Oli Pharmaceutical Group, there exists a cadre of awakened individuals capable of tearing through steel and moving faster than automobiles. Essentially, living superheroes from fiction. If we could transfer them over, they might just solve our current predicament, the attendant whispered suggestively. Such people actually exist. Then I can't fall behind. With that thought, Tsai Yanlong prepared to submit a request to his superiors, hoping to bring these individuals under his command. After all, as a newly formed special service unit directly answerable to the Supreme Counselor, other corporate conglomerates would be obliged to accommodate such a personnel request. And so a transfer order from the United Organization reached Oli Pharmaceutical Group. As a world-class pharmaceutical giant, Oli's influence was considerable. Even regional officials dared not oppose their wishes, granting Oli Pharmaceutical favorable treatment across all policy matters. However, this was a direct mandate from United Headquarters. Only the 5 ultra-prestigious conglomerates could rival such authority. No other corporations stood a chance against them. Under these circumstances, Dr. Lance was summoned to Director Halai's private office. Director Halai, what brings me here? Dr. Lance entered and asked offhandedly. As a staunch supporter of the Spirit Snake Serum Project, Director Halai maintained a close personal relationship with the doctor. A transfer order from United Headquarters. Handle it as you see fit. Just don't make things too difficult for us, or we'll both lose face. After all, it remained the world's sole orthodox organization. Even reduced to a puppet by the major conglomerate's influence, it still held overwhelming advantage over inferior forces. Dr. Lance's gaze narrowed slightly as he reviewed the order, then he replied calmly, I understand. The directive from United Headquarters drew Dr. Lance's attention toward Lakazi City, while Qin Chong was simultaneously exerting influence in various directions within the city. The Viper God cult had expanded rapidly over mere months, establishing devout followers across neighboring cities. Yet for Qin Chong this remained insufficient. Without sufficient power to intercept information from higher echelons, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. To alter this situation, Qin Chong resolved to begin planting his influence within major organizations. On a sun-drenched day within the Viper God cult's grand cathedral, Qin Chong, concealed behind a white mask, stood solemnly before those awaiting baptism. During this period, the body of the prison knight had essentially become Qin Chong's human avatar. When idle, he would inhabit the knight's form to bask in Lakazi City's brilliant sunshine. The prison knight welcomed this arrangement equally, though living among family and friends within the memory paradise Qin Chong had constructed fulfilled his deepest desires. Congratulations to two steadfast devotees of the Viper deity for receiving acknowledgement from the great god. From this day forward you shall attain the rank of knight, and channel your lord's divine power. Do you accept it? Qin Chong intoned with grave solemnity. Devotee James. Devotee Lind. We accept. The two responded in unison. Excellent. Then drink your lord's sacred blood, and receive his divine power. The moment Qin Chong spoke, 2 silver vials materialized before them. Without hesitation, they consumed the sacred blood from the vials. A scalding wave surged from their abdomens, and they immediately closed their eyes, chanting the Viper scripture in low voices. The Viper scripture had been collaboratively composed by the 4 knights, designed to help devotees harmonize their consciousness with Qin Chong's more smoothly. As James and Lind chanted, their consciousness began resonating with Qin Chong's. Waves of resonant frequency generated between their minds and his. Over time, the sacred blood that had been raging violently within them, tearing at their bodies, was gradually subdued and brought under complete control. Once the sacred blood was fully tamed within them, their power instantly ascended to the 10th tier of awakened beings. Unlike awakened individuals who must constantly struggle to subdue the spirit snake serum within them through sheer willpower, a gradual process of honing their strength through continuous resistance, their transformation was far more direct. Qin Chong's devotees, by contrast, simply needed to align their consciousness with his to wield the full power of the sacred blood. The disparity between the two paths was immense, completely incomparable. Watching James and Lin's expressions gradually shift from anguish to tranquility, Qin Chong spoke once more. Since you have received my lord's power, you must now fulfill his divine decree. Your devotees shall obey. The pair responded in unison. Excellent. James, I need you to infiltrate the awakened individuals in Lakazi City, so I may monitor their movements at all times. Qin Chong addressed James, once a homeless man, now a devout believer. I shall follow the prison knight's decree. James knelt on one knee, striking his fist against the ground with the resolute conviction of a warrior about to depart for battle. Rising to his feet, he departed the cathedral and hurried toward his destination. Qin Chong's gaze then shifted to Lind, his tone growing solemn. Your mission this time carries greater importance than James's. I need you to infiltrate United Headquarters and gather intelligence. Anything that could threaten the Viper deity, including information on the 4 evils. I shall obey the prison knight's command. Lind offered no further questions, matching James's unwavering determination. As the two departed the cathedral, Qin Chong watched the sunset cast golden light across the interior. Spreading his arms wide, Qin Chong declared with quiet confidence, this place shall soon become a battlefield, and from chaos a new order shall be born. With a thunderous boom, the cathedral doors slammed shut, plunging everything into darkness. Qin Chong leveraged Dami Octopus to blockade key maritime trade routes, forcing shipping companies onto lengthy detours and crippling their price competitiveness through inflated transportation costs. Conversely, within these blocked waterways, the Golden Viper Group, operating under the Viper God cult's complete control, profited enormously by exploiting the very passages others couldn't use. Massive capital flows from diverse sources flooded into the Golden Viper Group, substantially increasing the Viper God cult's financial reserves. Bob, who once served as a manager and now acted as Qin Chong's representative in the mortal world, rose alongside the cult's fortunes to become president of the Golden Viper Group. From the penthouse office of the opulent Golden Viper Group Tower, President Bob mused on life's peculiar nature. Setting aside President Bob's reflections on his peculiar fate, the chaos in Laka City was already sealed once the joint headquarters order reached the Oli Pharmaceutical Group. After a period of power enhancement, the group of awakened possessing a large number of spirit crystal stones greatly increased their strength. With the aid of the spirit crystal stones, many weak awakened broke through to the power of awakening level 10, and quite a few awakened like the 13 awakened leaders gained the ability to achieve full body armor transformation. As the overall strength of the awakened group greatly increased, the various awakened leaders grew dissatisfied with their current situation. They desperately wanted to resist Dr. Lance's rule and lock his city to escape from the sealed prison and flee to a free world with vast expanses. To this end, they formed an organization within the awakened group, the 13 Night Families. Taking the 13 most powerful awakened as clan leaders, these awakened of immense strength established the 13 families. However, shortly after the establishment of the 13 Night Families, while the escape plans of the 13 Night Clan leaders were being formulated, one day in a shopping mall within Laka's city, 7 or 8 law enforcement officers in police uniforms entered the mall carrying firearms. They silently approached their target, a child named Brooke. Thump thump thump. Qin Zhong walked out of the Viper Cathedral and entered the bustling Laka city. According to the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days, the awakened uprising should occur within these days. The awakened with formidable power could no longer restrain themselves. They urgently craved the breath of freedom. Stop. Hurry up and stop, or I'll shoot. A frustrated voice sounded not far from Qin Zhong. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the voice, he saw 7 or 8 police uniformed personnel chasing a child. This child was none other than Brooke, a 19-year-old, who was also a member of the awakened group. Under the pursuit of the officers, Brooke hid everywhere, darting swiftly through the crowd. Possessing the power of the serum, Brooke was far more physically robust than the officers. Like a nimble monkey, he quickly widened the distance from his pursuers. Damn it! Fire! With an angry curse, the officers pulled the triggers. Bullets flew out from the barrels, charging toward the fleeing Brooke. The sound of gunfire caused chaos among the crowd. People frantically scrambled and fled in all directions. As the crowd quickly parted, Brooke's figure appeared before the officers. I'd like to see where you can run, the officer bellowed, then prepared to give chase. Bang bang bang. Several swift as the wind pebbles shot from Qin Zhong's hand, striking the pursuing officers directly. Watching the officers clutch their wrists in pain, Qin Zhong said with a smile, I can't let you catch him. With that, his figure flickered a few times and quickly vanished into the crowd. Brooke was fleeing for his life. He did not want to return to that cold, dark laboratory again. That place was simply the nightmare of his life. Escaping through sparsely populated alleys, Brooke soon shook off the officer's pursuit. Hiding in a dark corner, he looked back to see no one approaching, took a deep breath, and said, Finally got away. As long as tonight passes, we can escape. Brooke looked expectantly at the bright sky as if seeing long-lost freedom. As long as the sun set tonight, the awakened would execute their plan. After tonight, we can escape. That means the uprising will happen tonight. Just as Brooke was panting, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Then a mysterious figure in a pale gold cloak wearing a white mask without traces appeared before Brooke. Who are you? Brooke exclaimed in shock. He quickly stood up and looked warily at Qin Zhong. Since becoming an awakened, no ordinary person had ever been able to approach within 5 meters without his notice. Me. I am from the Viper sect. You can call me the Divine Official, Qin Zhong said softly, his tone filled with kindness without any hint of oppression. Yet despite Qin Zhong's gentle demeanor and seemingly harmless appearance, Brooke still sensed the terrifying pressure from the mysterious figure before him, as if a bloodline-based level suppression made him unable to muster any thought of resistance. Looking at Qin Zhong, Brooke asked cautiously, You call yourself the Divine Official, so what do you want from me? I want to know the specific plan for your escape from Laka City, Qin Zhong said with a smile. That's impossible, Brooke immediately retorted. However, just as Brooke was about to flee, Qin Zhong's white mask suddenly appeared barely 2 millimeters from Brooke's face. A pair of golden pupils like a descending deity left Brooke utterly defenseless. Tell me, child. You will agree. Fear, deep, immense fear, bloomed in Brooke's heart like a flower opening, utterly captivating his consciousness. I don't know, Brooke said with a trembling voice, suppressing his inner terror. Then take me to someone who knows the plan. Under Qin Zhong's soft yet unquestionable tone, Brooke could only nod helplessly and lead the way. Following Brooke, Qin Zhong arrived at a bustling bar. Pushing open the bar's door, an overwhelming wave of hedonistic atmosphere burst forth. Here Qin Zhong sensed an extremely powerful bloodline aura. It was his own bloodline. Although Qin Zhong could perceive the location of his bloodline, discerning the strength of these bloodlines was not so easily felt. Especially since his main body was still healing in the boundless deep sea, which further weakened Qin Zhong's perception. Brothers, quick strike. This guy is trying to pry into our plan. While Qin Zhong was sensing the surging bloodline energy, Brooke took advantage of his distraction and slipped into the crowd in the bar. At the same time, with Brooke's loud outcry, the entire bar instantly fell silent. The explosive music ceased, the colorful lights stopped flickering, and a host of menacing gazes turned toward Qin Zhong. Like wolves circling a rabbit, their eyes were filled with malice. Tonight was the moment the awakened plan would be executed, so the bar which would normally open at midnight was unusually open during the day. Kid, where are you from? State your name. I'll make your death quick. A muscular man with tattoos stepped out from the crowd and spoke insolently to Qin Zhong. Looks like we're in for a good show. Kill him. Don't let him ruin our plan. I'll snap his fragile neck and teach him that some things are not for him to pry into. All sorts of clamorous voices reached Qin Zhong's ears, causing his brow to furrow slightly beneath the mask. Have your leader come out and see me, Qin Zhong said in a low voice. Huh, what did I hear? This kid actually wants to see our boss. Truly reckless. All these people were from the prison, and after gaining great power they became even more arrogant. In the past, if not for Dr. Lance's heart suppressor restraining them, they might have already gone on a killing spree. But with the effect of the spirit crystal stones, the heart suppressors within their bodies were shattered, and now they were at the brink of restraint. A pitiful bunch of ants. Even with power you are still so pathetic. Seeing the arrogant demeanor of these fellows, Qin Zhong directly launched a group taunt. He was too lazy to waste words with these scoundrels. He would prove his strength through power. Because only absolute oppressive force could silence these dregs of humanity. Arrogant brat. Today I'll make you die right here. The tattooed muscular man cracked his knuckles loudly, striding forward to teach Qin Zhong a lesson. Up! A scream rang out, and a figure quickly flew backward. The tattooed muscular man's body embedded in the wall. Even with the powerful physique of an awakened, he was absolutely unable to move for a while. So strong. Did he take some drug? An incredulous voice arose from the crowd. The tattooed muscular man was one of the best among them. Ordinary awakened were no match for him. Now they hadn't even seen Qin Zhong's movement, and the tattooed muscular man was already sent flying. Such a huge gap in power made everyone incredulous. The circle of awakened was not very large. The well-known experts were all known to those present. But someone like Qin Zhong was a first for them. Don't just stand there. Anyone who disagrees can come at me together. Seeing the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Zhong said calmly. He would use his fists to subdue these fellows lest these reckless hoodlums keep causing him trouble. Originally seeing Qin Zhong's strength, these guys had already planned to back down. In the world of awakened, strong is strong, weak is weak, and the strong have unquestionable authority. But Qin Zhong's words instantly enraged them like an erupting volcano. Everyone charged forward with shouts and cries. These fellows, when gathered together, could not be defeated by ordinary troops as long as they didn't encounter elite forces armed with firearms. And into this pack of wolves, Qin Zhong directly plunged. With a series of screams like a waltz of music, they rang out continuously. In less than 3 minutes, every corner of the bar was filled with moaning awakened. To avoid frustrating the night's escape plan, Qin Zhong did not go hard on them. Given the awakened's physique, they would be able to recover before 10 o'clock in the evening. Stepping over the moaning awakened on the floor, Qin Zhong leisurely walked to the trembling Brook. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Now take me to see your leader. I don't want this to happen again. Otherwise you will understand what will happen." The powerful aura radiating from Qin Zhong left Brook unable to oppose in the slightest. He nodded frantically while suppressing his fear from turning into tears. Under Brook's lead, Qin Zhong entered a secret base built beneath the bar. This time Brook dared not play any tricks. Qin Zhong's strength had left a deep impression on him. Inside the underground base, the 13 awakened clan leaders watched Qin Zhong as he arrived, none of them speaking a word first. They had all witnessed the previous fight. Qin Zhong's strength earned their recognition, even though they had never seen this mysterious figure before in Laka City. But because Dr. Lance's people had not yet come to arrest them, the 13 knew that Qin Zhong was not on Dr. Lance's side. Looking at the 13 standing in the circular underground chamber, Qin Zhong introduced himself simply. "You can call me the divine official. Brook, you should leave first." After Qin Zhong briefly introduced himself, one of the 13 spoke to Brook. Although Brook's own strength was not remarkable, he was the offspring of one of the 13. In the human world, connections often outweighed strength. After Brook withdrew, Dao Duanlong, one of the 13, looked at Qin Zhong, who wore a pale golden cloak, and said, "If I recall correctly, your attire is that of the Quiche divine sect. How is it that someone like you who lives in the world of light is willing to consort with us dwellers of darkness?" Dao Duanlong's tone was laced with sarcasm. "The definitions of light and darkness have never been absolute. I merely follow my master's commands. The definitions others impose on us cannot hinder our actions. I came here only to assist you." Qin Zhong spoke calmly, unmoved by Dao Duanlong's words. "Assist us? How do you intend to do that?" Guo Qianfan, one of the 13, asked in confusion. Qin Zhong had already proven his strength, surpassing even them. Having such a powerful opponent join their ranks was a welcome development. They would never refuse it. Yet assistance came in different forms. Supporting through newspaper statements was one, while direct force was another. Though both were aid, they differed vastly. "That depends on your plan of action. I can provide armed support until you escape this city." Qin Zhong spoke calmly, as if nothing in this world could stir his emotions. "We plan to directly assault Dr. Lance's base using the chaos to buy time for our subordinates to escape. Will you join us? One of the 13 spoke with a malicious smile. Direct escape was impossible even by creating chaos in the city. Long experience had taught them exactly what kind of person Dr. Lance was. If his interests were threatened, he would not hesitate to unleash the military to slaughter within the city. Of course. Just tell me the specific time, and I will provide armed support. Qin Zhong said indifferently. 1 o'clock tonight the operation begins. Dao Duanlong declared directly. For a crude group like the Awakened, executing complex plans was inferior to leveraging their greatest advantage. The 13 would act as the spearhead storming Dr. Lance's base to create massive chaos, forcing him to divert attention from the turmoil in Rukaz City. All Awakened were divided into 3 tiers: those storming the base, those creating chaos in the city, and those escaping. They would withdraw in batches by strength, with the strongest leaving last. This was the consensus among the Awakened, using this escape to win the hearts of the others. Even if only a third of the Awakened felt grateful from this event, it would become their stepping stone among the Awakened and in the human world. As time passed, the hour hand slowly approached 1 o'clock in the morning. Countless weaker Awakened stayed in their homes, comforting their families to remain calm. Awakened were still human. They needed the bonds of family to maintain their anchor. Those who did not deeply love life could hardly retain their sanity under the impact of the holy blood. While the weaker Awakened were anxious, the 13 clan leaders and Xinzhong stood atop a high-rise tower crane, silently overlooking the night sky. They wore black robes with dark gold patterns like religious figures from the Middle Ages, exuding an air of mystery. This was a sacred escape, a rebellion of the Awakened against the evil forces led by Dr. Lance. They would redefine light and darkness. After tonight we will leave the darkness and step into the world of light. Then we will no longer fear dying innocently at any moment. We will be reborn in the light. Dong, dong, dong. The chime of the hour struck at midnight, and the 14, like religious devotees, leaped from the top of the tower crane. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying howls echoed in the night as the dark gold robes were thrown back. One after another, armored walkers covered in black scales, but with distinct appearances, appeared in Rukaz City. Armored walker, the name the Awakened gave to their transformed form. Thick scales enveloped the body like ancient knights on the battlefield, symbolizing boundless glory and radiance. Unlike the 13 clan leaders, Qin Zhong did not choose the same transformation. Though he possessed the ability, the transformed appearance was too ugly for his aesthetic. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects landing echoed through the midnight city, shattering large sections of pavement between the skyscrapers, waking countless people from their dreams. They poked their heads out of their windows to see what was happening. What the hell? Don't you let people sleep at night? You sons of bitches. A hot-tempered man leaned out from his window and cursed before even seeing the situation. Oomph. Hearing the insolence, Dao Duanlong snorted, and the red gem on his forehead flashed. A blinding red laser instantly struck the speaker, the intense heat evaporating him. Faced with such a bizarre and terrifying phenomenon, all who dared to look out quickly withdrew, fearing they would meet the same fate. Let's go. We need to act. Let's not waste time here. Guo Qianfan urged, somewhat disturbed by Dao Duanlong's ruthless killing. Oomph. You weakling. Dao Duanlong snorted, then took the lead and charged straight toward Dr. Lance's base. Watching the minor conflict between Dao Duanlong and Guo Qianfan, Qin Zhong murmured to himself, contradictions exist in every aspect of this world. According to the plan of the 13 clan leaders, as long as they created enough chaos in Dr. Lance's base to buy time for the other Awakened to retreat, the operation would be a success. No complicated steps. Only absolute strength was needed. The 14 soon surrounded Dr. Lance's base, a large hospital on the outskirts. This hospital was one of the few large ones in Rukaz City, equipped with comprehensive medical resources capable of treating terminal illnesses that other hospitals could not. Apart from the exorbitant cost, this large hospital had no flaws. Yet no one could imagine that beneath this life-saving hospital lay a devilish figure like Dr. Lance. The injection of the spirit serpent serum was a painful and agonizing process. Many could not endure the torment and died. Even those whose bodies accepted the serum often succumbed to the subsequent brain collapse. For the Awakened, this place was a thorough hell, a hell of their own. Let's charge in. Dao Duanlong took the lead, stepping forward and shattering the protective glass with his claw-like hands. Wah, wah, wah. The piercing alarm blared around the large hospital, quickly waking the numerous soldiers stationed nearby. The grand show tonight begins. Qin Zhong murmured to himself. The 14 powerful Awakened surged into the underground base, slaughtering everything in their path, like incarnations of death. Guards and researchers were snapped neck by neck, and defensive installations proved useless. They rampaged through Dr. Lance's base, smashing precious equipment into scrap, burning valuable research documents. Countless technologies that could revolutionize science were destroyed. Under the 13th's actions, the entire underground base was not far from becoming ruins. While the 13 vented their fury for the torment they had suffered, Qin Zhong brought terrifying pressure to the reinforcements sent to the base. On the open suburban ground, numerous tanks, armored vehicles, and even attack helicopters could not advance an inch, as if an invisible wall blocked their path. All personnel broke out in cold sweat, staring at the figure standing in the air, as if facing their natural predator. Fear and trembling rose in their hearts. Withdraw or die. Facing this formidable military force capable of annihilating a border rebellion, Qin Zhong spoke, without superfluous words, domineeringly. He was no longer afraid of such an army. Even without using his own defense, his powerful telekinesis alone could reduce them to ashes. He refrained from attacking only to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Open fire. The commander, suppressing his terror, ordered through the communication channel to all officers. With the command, no matter how fearful, they pulled the triggers. In an instant, a storm of bullets and artillery shells rushed toward Qin Zhong. You chose death over life. Then go and repent in the underworld. Saying this, Qin Zhong extended his hands horizontally before the incoming storm. Then he pulled his arms outward, and everything before him seemed torn apart by an invisible force, with the screech of twisting metal filling the air. Soldiers' guns twisted, armored vehicles' surfaces cracked, attack helicopters fell from the sky. Shells detonated, bodies tore apart, blood sprayed, limbs flew. In less than 30 seconds, everything before Qin Zhong had become a scene of blood. Death spread before his eyes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, with chaos in every corner of Rukaz City. To escape this hell for the awakened, each awakened did their best to create turmoil. Armored walkers clad in scales roamed the streets and alleys, frantically venting their former fears. Who did this? Who did this? Dr. Lance's tone shifted from confusion to fury in just half a second as he stared at the ruins of his experimental base before him. He had only been away for 7 days to report at the headquarters of Oli Pharmaceuticals, yet in that brief span, everything had changed utterly. How could Dr. Lance not be enraged? Under his scathing rebuke, all the heads who had survived the night of chaos lowered their heads. As the director of the Spirit Serpent Serum Project, Dr. Lance held enough authority to have them atone for this incident with their own lives. After venting his fury, Dr. Lance panted heavily as he gazed at the debris-strewn site. Gather all these broken remnants. I hope you can at least handle such a trivial matter. Hearing Dr. Lance's words, all those who had been cowering in silence breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly filed into the ruined underground base to sort through the scattered documents. Dr. Lance would have loved to dispose of all these useless personnel, but with a shortage of hands and the fact that they had once served him well, he reluctantly chose to let them off the hook. While the others worked on gathering the broken equipment and files, Dr. Lance, escorted by military awakened soldiers, entered a monitoring room, the central control hub where he kept watch over the awakened. This room could view every corner of the city. Even though the awakened had deliberately destroyed some cameras, numerous hidden lenses still captured what had happened the previous night. As footage from various cameras played before Dr. Lance, he quickly gained a rough picture of the events during the night of chaos. What is this? Dr. Lance pointed at the red crystal that had appeared on the foreheads of the armored walkers, his tone puzzled. Having worked closely with the awakened for a long time, Dr. Lance immediately spotted the anomaly. But no one could answer him. The surveillance cameras near the holy crystal stone had been thoroughly wiped clean by the awakened hackers, and all data had been effortlessly deleted. Find out what this thing is, and issue a global Class C wanted order. I want not a single one of them to escape. Dr. Lance slammed the table in fury. A Class C wanted order was only issued by the consortium for supercriminals ranked within the top 2,000. Once such an order was issued, one's life was essentially over. Anywhere under the consortium's control, the wanted person would be doomed to dwell in perpetual darkness. Soon news of the Class C wanted order spread to every faction across the globe. The consortium, as the hegemonic power ruling the entire planet, might not be overwhelmingly strong in control, but to an individual it remained a colossus. Each Class C wanted order represented a bounty of over $100 million consortium dollars, though in the past such bounties were usually placed on entire criminal organizations. Thus few dared to take on such orders aside from some large bounty hunting groups. But this time the orders were aimed at individuals, instantly skyrocketing the value of the awakened. At the very least, every awakened who had escaped from Rukaz City was now worth over $100 million. In fact, some awakened whose actions during the night of chaos had been particularly astonishing saw their wanted rankings and bounties climb even higher. After this incident, the consortium's wanted system underwent a change. Previously, bounties were based on ranking. Only those within a certain rank qualified for high-level orders. Now all wanted orders were tied to bounties. A Class C order meant a minimum of $100 million consortium dollars. Class B orders started at $1 billion, Class A at $10 billion, and the highest level Class S reached an unprecedented $100 billion consortium dollars, a terrifying bounty. A single individual rivaling a second-tier financial conglomerate. This was unprecedented in the history of Blue Star. 100 billion assets defined as second-tier conglomerate, 1 trillion a first-tier, and 10 trillion or more a top-tier conglomerate. The 100 billion bounty of a Class S wanted order stunned all who learned of it. Yet after seeing the footage Lance shared, everyone tacitly accepted the reality. A single person fighting an entire well-trained powerful army and emerging victorious with ease. Such extraordinary power left no room for dispute. The mysterious figure in a dark gold robe who never revealed his face had conquered all of humanity with his might. In the Night of Chaos incident, 1 Class S wanted order was added, 13 Class A, a varying number of Class B, and thousands of Class C. This was a market worth 4 to 500 billion consortium dollars. Capturing just one person would ensure a lifetime of comfort. Driven by immense profit, the ancient profession of bounty hunters revived in the underworld. Even some awakened themselves, tempted by the huge bounties on their peers, turned greedy eyes on their own kind. Though two people might have fought side by side moments before, the lure of immense wealth could still turn them into bitter enemies. Outside Laka City, the 13 who had escaped the Night of Chaos gathered once again to discuss the future of the awakened. We must strike back fiercely, let those greedy hyenas pay with blood. Dao Duanlong slammed the table, roaring in fury. Impossible. Too violent a retaliation will only deepen humanity's hatred of us. That would make our survival even harder. We barely escaped the cage of Laka City. No one wants to go back. Guo Qianfan countered. You coward. If the world treats me with sincerity, I return it with sincerity. They attacked us first. We're only defending ourselves. What's wrong with that? Dao Duanlong snarled, his tone brimming with violence. Fierce arguments erupted under the dim light. The radical faction led by Dao Duanlong advocated for bloody revenge to punish the humans who coveted the awakened, and even the traitors among their own kind. The moderate faction led by Guo Qianfan, however, counseled appeasement, hoping that time and seclusion would make people forget the awakened. Though powerful, the awakened were fragile compared to the whole of human civilization. Both sides clung to their stance, nearly coming to blows in the cramped underground base. Fine. From today we go our separate ways. You take the broad road, I'll cross the single plank bridge. After the heated argument, Dao Duanlong and Guo Qianfan refused to yield. The group of 13 awakened split into two factions: the radical demon party, led by Dao Duanlong, and the moderate secret party, led by Guo Qianfan. Like the vampires of ancient legend, they each embarked on their own path. While the awakened were splitting internally over differing opinions, the external hunt for them continued unabated. To capture the escaped awakened Lance invented a detection device specifically for them, the serum probe. Within a radius of 500 meters, the serum probe could accurately pinpoint any awakened. Armed with this specialized instrument, a horde of bounty hunters like packs of hyenas relentlessly pursued the awakened. Thus the conflict between humans and awakened intensified. The demon party, which had split from the awakened, also began its own campaign against humanity. Large-scale attacks erupted in human cities across the globe. The awakened's superior mobility meant that by the time human forces were assembled, they had already retreated, leaving a trail of devastation. Amid this mutual slaughter, the rift between humans and awakened became irreconcilable. The Golden Viper Group, a newly risen second-tier financial conglomerate on the international market, boasted assets of 500 billion consortium dollars. By controlling the trade routes once dominated by the giant sea octopus, the Golden Viper Group secured maritime trade rights at extremely favorable prices. The group's headquarters was in Lojantine City, North America, a bustling metropolis. At midnight, neon lights illuminated the entire city, turning night into day. Standing atop the Golden Viper Group building, Qin Zhong, with his back to the silently waiting CEO Bob, asked coldly, "What is the current situation of the awakened?" Hearing Qin Zhong's question, CEO Bob immediately replied, "Prison night, the situation is grim. The demon party, led by Dao Duanlong, has clashed several times with the coalition forces. Though they suffered no major losses, their living space is shrinking under the encirclement. I estimate the demon party will be wiped out soon." Listening to Bob's intelligence, Qin Zhong gazed at the nightscape outside the window, pondered for a moment, then said, "Prepare a fund of about 1 billion consortium dollars. Lobby the councilors of Lojantine City to pass a policy allowing the Golden Viper Group to establish a security force. Then use the remaining money to set up a mercenary alliance website on the dark web specializing in underground assassination contracts." Hearing Qin Zhong's instructions, Bob hesitated. "Prison night, this would easily draw the consortium's investigation. Then we'd lose more than we gain. Let them investigate," Qin Zhong said decisively. "As you command, Prison night." Bob quickly withdrew. The power of the Viper cult gave him great confidence even in the face of such blatant violations of coalition law. Under Qin Zhong's orders, Bob executed them unwaveringly, knowing that at worst they could pay a fine. This was a world dominated by money, where enough consortium dollars could solve any problem, even breaking the law. After Bob left, Qin Zhong murmured to the night sky, "What a nuisance. The demon party only knows brute force. As a Class S wanted criminal on the consortium's list, the priest, also called the Holy Lord by the awakened Qin, Zhong, naturally bore the responsibility for the survival of the awakened, not for any noble reason, but to forge his own power within human society. The Golden Viper Group was one such tool, and the awakened were another. Amidst the great battle of that tumultuous night, the names of the Dark Lord and the 13 apostles spread among the awakened. As the mighty ones who delivered the awakened from their prison, Qin Zhong and the 13 apostles commanded immense prestige within the awakened community. They were also the most wanted individuals by the United Organization. The United Organization was the representative body of the rulers. As a member of the ruling class, Oli Pharmaceutical naturally had the authority to mobilize this institution, not to mention the obscure forces lurking behind Oli Pharmaceutical. Combined, these factors gave the United Organization formidable capability to hunt the awakened. In the underground networks of every city, the awakened were as precious as gold. Indeed, their value far exceeded that of gold, and countless bounty hunters were also pursuing the awakened. Perhaps these bounty hunters could not menace the powerful awakened, but they showed no mercy toward the weaker ones. Greed blinded their eyes, stripping away human kindness and exposing raw, brutal savagery. To some extent, the bounty hunters chasing this gold mine of the awakened became even more frenzied. Lana City, a large metropolis in North America, had a permanent population of 2.3 million and a transient population of over 30 million. It was a bustling tourist city with beautiful rivers, scenic landscapes, and a rich historical ambience. The dazzling nightscapes that lasted till dawn all contributed to this monster devouring countless sums of money. As a major city with a large transient population, Lana City naturally attracted the awakened who had just fled from Laka City. Both those from the Secret Council and the Magic Party Alliance took up residence here. They made this prosperous metropolis their stronghold, leveraging the concealment of the vast transient population to minimize the effectiveness of the United Organization's wanted list. Initially, this method proved highly effective. Faced with a large city whose transient population reached 20 to 30 million, even the officials of the United Organization found it impossible to track them down. Thus, the awakened thrived in this city. Both the Secret Council and the Magic Party lived joyfully and without restraint. Their physiques, several times, even dozens of times, stronger than ordinary humans, allowed them to lead far more comfortable lives even when doing menial labor. However, the good times did not last. With the invention of Dr. Lance's serum probe, bounty hunters who purchased it from the black market flooded into the city. Using the convenience of the serum probe, 1 week awakened after another was captured and sent back to the laboratory. The total number of awakened was only a few thousand, and after long coexistence, almost every awakened knew one another. The bounty hunters' reckless capture of the awakened immediately enraged both major awakened factions. Thus, a unique battlefield unfolded within this metropolis. Using superhuman logical thinking and the enhancements granted by becoming awakened, a hacker from the Secret Council breached the underground black market information system of Lana City. All bounty hunters who had entered Lana City were exposed, and a massacre ensued. Every bounty hunter involved in capturing the awakened, along with their entire families, old and young, were slaughtered. Within just 10 days, hundreds of murders occurred in Lana City and its neighboring towns. Such blatant actions drew the attention of the United Organization, triggering a massive war. Gunfire and explosions echoed through the once prosperous metropolis. The people living in the city trembled in their rooms, terrified that stray bullets would strike their heads and claim their lives without reason. A hotel that had been bustling with people just over 10 days ago now lay in ruins. Shattered rubble filled every floor of the hotel. Broken glass shards were everywhere. The acrid smell of gunpowder stung the nostrils, and yellow bullet casings littered the ground. A mercenary squad rushed through the broken entrance of the hotel, raising their weapons and scanning the surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. The continuous electronic beeps guided the mercenary squad forward. The deputy captain, codenamed Xionglu, asked the captain leading the squad, Shanyang, "Are you sure there's an awakened in this hotel? Could it be a mistake? This place was a battlefield just days ago. What awakened would be foolish enough to hide here? The safest place is the most dangerous one. Maybe that's what they think." Shanyang said, sweating profusely as he stared at the serum probe indicating the direction. For Shanyang, no amount of caution was too much when facing an awakened. The war that had raged across the entire city a few days ago had shown everyone what superhumans were capable of. Leaping across dozens of meters, flying from rooftop to rooftop, moving with lightning speed that humans could not catch, tearing steel apart with bare hands. Human bodies were as fragile as noodles before such power. Once an awakened closed, and the only outcome was death. Having witnessed the awakened's abilities firsthand, Shanyang had to remain vigilant at all times. Searching from the first floor upward, Shanyang and his team did not skip a single room. The serum probe was convenient, but it could not pinpoint the exact location. The serum probe's positioning was planar. Once inside a building, it became completely useless. This was why battles between human armies and the awakened always erupted inside buildings. A devastating scenario for a tourist city. Since the war between the awakened and the human army broke out in Lana City, its population plummeted from a peak of nearly 20 to 30 million to just over 5 million. Only a few were original residents, while most were people trapped in the city by the sudden outbreak of war. Searching floor by floor, the mercenary squad soon reached the 9th floor of the hotel. This level housed a bar that at its peak welcomed over 1,000 patrons and occupied a vast area. But when the mercenary squad stepped into the bar, they were stunned by what they saw. What happened here? Xionglu could hardly believe his eyes. Just over 10 days ago, the place was spotless. Now it was covered in debris. Not the dust from shelling, but something that seemed to have aged centuries appearing before him, as if across time. Crack! Xionglu touched the edge of a bar table. With a gentle squeeze, the entire table collapsed into dust. Then, like a domino effect, a rumbling crash followed. Everything before them turned into a mountain of wood chips. As the wind from a shell hole ahead swept through, everything vanished without a trace. Standing in the now empty bar, Xionglu, Shanyang, and their men broke out in a cold sweat. Go! Get out of here! Something's wrong, Ron. Shanyang's legs trembled uncontrollably as if a chill wind brushed his neck, making his hair stand on end. At Shanyang's shout, a strange girlish voice echoed in the empty bar. Leave? Why leave? Won't you stay and play with me? Let's play together. A soft breath sounded, and then to the horror of the onlookers, a fierce wind blew from all directions, enveloping everyone. Anyone touched by this wind became like a sandcastle on the beach. With a torrent of sand pouring from their clothing, every member of the mercenary squad disintegrated, as if eroded by time, vanishing without a trace. Only their combat suits and weapons remained on the now clean bar floor, shrouding everything in eeriness. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. By combining my blood with mutated soul energy, it creates an ability akin to weathering. Anything touched by this wind is reduced to nothing, as if aged by time itself. Standing atop a distant rooftop, Qin Zhong smiled softly, clad in a robe with dark gold patterns. His original blood came from the system, that wretched thing that refused to explain anything. Thus Qin Zhong had to discover on his own the myriad peculiar abilities stemming from his blood and soul. Over these days he had uncovered many strange powers, abilities born from the fusion of his blood with humans, which greatly benefited him. Qin Zhong's blood was like a key to unlocking power. For ordinary people, the path to power was gradual, progressing from physical to spiritual to attain supernatural abilities. Yet among them were those who never followed the conventional route. Their mental frequencies differed from the norm, standing apart from ordinary people. This divergence allowed them to unlock the use of supernatural abilities before their bodies were strengthened to a certain threshold. Super speed in an instant, turning into a phantom and appearing hundreds of meters away. Weathering, causing objects to experience eons and moments, turning them into dust. Fire breathing, burning their own spirit to exhale formless flames. One by one, these extraordinary abilities emerged among the awakened, bringing Qin Zhong surprise after surprise. Even Qin Zhong himself had not mastered supernatural applications, yet those who used his blood had already grasped such powers ahead of him. It would be untrue to say Qin Zhong wasn't envious, but he absolutely refused to attempt such a thing. The reason was simple: these abilities were powerful, but they consumed one's lifespan. The more they were used, the more life was burned away. According to Qin Zhong's estimates, the little girl who had used the weathering ability had lived only 14 or 15 years in this world, yet her face appeared as that of a 60 or 70-year-old. If she used the weathering ability a few more times, she would likely weather away entirely. He recorded the mental frequency of her weathering ability. These were invaluable knowledge. Once his own physical strength reached the required level, by imitating the girl's mental frequency, he would be able to master the weathering ability. After recording the mental frequency of the weathering ability, Qin Zhong recalled the movements of the United Organization as reported by his intelligence network. The thought gave him a headache. Outside Lana City, large numbers of United Organization regular troops were entering the city's outskirts. This time the United Organization planned to deploy Tongiro troops to fight a large-scale street battle in Lana City, aiming to eradicate the awakened once and for all. Qin Zhong couldn't fathom what deep hatred existed between the United Organization and the awakened that warranted using Tongiro regular troops to attack a city. Even more baffling, this city was under the United Organization's own governance. The surreal nature of this world constantly defied Qin Zhong's imagination. Whenever he thought he had reached the bottom line, the world would slap him in the face and smugly declare that this was only the beginning. Thus Qin Zhong didn't hesitate to summon his main body, which had been recuperating on the ocean floor, to the deep sea, all to guard against the possibility of humans resorting to desperate measures in this surreal world. After all, if they could send troops directly into a metropolis with a population of tens of millions, Qin Zhong couldn't rule out the possibility of them dropping a nuclear bomb. In the endless depths of the ocean, a giant python covered in golden scales rapidly approached Lana City. Fortunately, the city's borders touched the vast Pacific Ocean, or else Qin Zhong would have had to summon the land crocodile turtle instead. And if that happened, Xinzhong was certain the human high-ups would not hesitate to drop a nuclear bomb and pin all the blame on the land crocodile turtle. He firmly believed they were capable of such a thing. As time passed, a formidable force of 200 regular troops set up camp outside Lana City. Among these troops were tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and various ground and aerial vehicles. In short, except for clearly prohibited weapons of mass destruction, they brought everything they could. Looking through binoculars at the sprawling military camp outside the city, Xinzhong remarked in amazement, "Is this a siege? Isn't this a city under your own jurisdiction?" Countless question marks filled his mind. Everything before him was utterly incomprehensible. Seeing the camp preparing meals, Xinzhong guessed they planned to launch their attack on Lana City the next day. Yet even so, he couldn't understand why a city with no defenses warranted such a massive military deployment. For now, his intelligence network hadn't uncovered the reasons behind this, leaving him completely in the dark. While Xinzhong was astounded by the scene in the heart of Lana City, the president of Barton Tourism Company, whose headquarters were located there, was furiously cursing. "This is a personal vendetta, a blatant revenge. I'm going to report them to the United Supreme Council." Barton Tourism Company was a third-rate conglomerate on the international market with total assets of only $10 billion US. To the behemoth Oli Pharmaceutical, it was a mere ant that could be crushed at will. Yet this tiny ant a few years ago had opposed Oli Pharmaceutical in an acquisition deal, snatching a piece of fat that was already in Oli's mouth. It was a hospital valued at over $100 million US. Not huge, but it was a crucial link in Oli Pharmaceutical's North American deployment. Unfortunately, Barton Tourism Company needed that hospital to complete its closed-loop ecosystem in southern North America. The two conglomerates collided. One was a colossus aiming to build an integrated medical empire, the other a local power seeking to complete a tourism economy loop. They fought covertly and openly for 2 years, and finally, with the help of the United Supreme Council's North American branch, Barton completed its loop. From then on, whenever tourists entered cities under Barton Tourism Company in North America, a one-stop service for food, drink, entertainment, and accommodation would bring immense profits to Barton. Barton was thrilled, but Oli Pharmaceutical was furious. Had it not been for the United Supreme Council's intervention, Oli would have struck Barton long ago. As one of the 3 world-dominating powers, Oli Pharmaceutical could crush a small tourism company with ease. Once Oli had swallowed its pride. But now, backed by the prestige of major conglomerates, Oli Pharmaceutical was determined to settle the score. Their mission was not only to capture all the Awakened, but also to swallow up Barton in the process. That was precisely why 200 troops had appeared, not just to target the Awakened, but also to crush Barton Tourism Company. Under the United Supreme Law, an international third-tier company with assets over $10 billion US was entitled to establish a security company and could equip all ground weapons except for aerial ones. An international second-tier company with assets over $100 billion could equip both ground and aerial weapons. As for a company like Oli Pharmaceutical, which was one of the 3 hegemonic powers with assets over $1 trillion, it could equip a full set of armed forces, land, sea, and air. For the above 3 categories, as long as the company could afford it, there was no upper limit on personnel or weapons under current rules. As for the super first-tier international capital companies above them, they could even possess nuclear weapons, the ultimate human weapon. These companies were collectively known as international capital, wielding power far beyond that of lower-tier companies. They were almost like nations missing a few pieces, and their strength was such that only the United Supreme Council could rein them in. Faced with such overwhelming power, no matter how much the president of Barton Tourism Company raged and roared, without support from the United Supreme Council, all his efforts were in vain. Oli Pharmaceutical would not stop its advance into Lana City. "President, why don't we just gather our troops and fight them? Better than taking this humiliation." The head of security beside the president growled angrily. "Fight? Easier said than done. What do we have to fight with? Our armed forces are scattered across various cities. Gathering a force capable of countering 200 men in such a short time is not just a fantasy. It's utterly impossible." The president fumed. International capital companies had no upper limit set by the United Supreme Council, but the funds they possessed inherently capped the size of their armed forces. They were conglomerates, not warlords. Making money was the priority. Who would bother maintaining a massive army that couldn't be used for warfare and only ate up salaries? Therefore, most international capital companies did not keep large numbers of troops in active service. And that left Barton's president completely at a loss. Fighting is hopeless. Negotiations won't work either. In this agonizing dilemma, President Barton could only watch helplessly as his empire stood on the verge of ruin. His heart was filled with despair and turmoil. If he had known this would happen, he would have summoned more troops to guard the area. President Barton muttered to himself repeatedly, "If you are willing, we can help you." Just as President Barton was consumed by his inner turmoil, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Who's there?" The sudden voice startled him, sending the pen spinning from his hand. It was a masterpiece by a renowned artisan costing 100,000 joint yuan. In the past, even a speck of chipped paint would have pained him deeply. But facing this eerie voice, President Barton hardly had time to lament his fallen pen. "I don't hear anything, sir." "Are you hearing things?" the security director asked in confusion. "Impossible. I definitely heard a voice." As President Barton frantically searched for the source, that mysterious voice resurfaced in his ear. "Stop looking. You won't find me. Are you willing to cooperate with us, the Awakened?" The mysterious voice repeated its earlier question. President Barton abruptly rose from his chair and began ransacking his office, desperate to locate the source of that voice. As president of a major corporation, he should not have lost his composure so completely, yet this very display revealed just how utterly astonished President Barton was. Watching from the sidelines, the security director asked puzzledly, "What are you looking for?" "The person who has been speaking," President Barton replied absently. After a devastating search left his office in ruins, he surveyed the wreckage. He muttered to himself, "Could I be hearing things? How could someone speak directly into my ear? This defies all logic." "Science or not is not what concerns us," the voice replied. "What matters is whether you will cooperate with the Awakened and face our enemies together." The mysterious voice spoke again, perfectly at ease, as though it already knew every detail of what was unfolding. "Cooperation? How do we cooperate?" After his fruitless search, the now composed President Barton approached the window. Gazing at the vibrant world beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the thought that everything he owned might be reduced to ashes by artillery fire made President Barton speak with reluctance. "We will help you defend this city until your reinforcements arrive. In return, you must provide our operational funds, and this city will become the Awaken's headquarters." The voice, identified as belonging to the Awakened, continued. Upon hearing these terms, President Barton's brow furrowed. The prospect of cooperating with criminals featured on the joint wanted list filled him with unease. Each of them carried a bounty exceeding hundreds of millions. Just 100 of them would equal the value of his entire Barton Tourism Corporation. Anyone foolish enough to place such a massive bounty on a group was clearly no ordinary threat. Though President Barton lacked insight into the higher authorities, he understood the implications well enough. If he harbored these fugitives, Barton Tourism Corporation would likely become a thorn in the side of Oli Pharmaceutical Group. However, his rapidly spinning thoughts were shattered by the next voice. "So what if you oppose Oli Pharmaceutical Group? Do you truly believe staying neutral will spare you?" "I doubt it. They are coming straight for you. By then, whether Barton Tourism even exists is uncertain." "You can hear my thoughts. How is this possible?" "Espers. The Awakened are espers," President Barton exclaimed in utter astonishment. "You are correct. The Awakened are espers." "What espers, sir?" The security director, worried President Barton had lost his mind, asked in confusion. "Leave now. Do not let anyone enter unless I summon you." With that command, President Barton dismissed the security director and began conversing privately with the mysterious voice. What they discussed remained unknown. All that was certain was the boundless smile that graced President Barton's face as he emerged from his office. After reaching the cooperation agreement with the largest financial group in Lanshan City, far away in a derelict building, the 13 apostles of the Awakened stood assembled. One of them sat cross-legged on the rooftop, his eyes emitting a white glow, gazing blankly into the distance as he spoke. "Then let us cooperate with pleasure." Yuan Gulan of the 13 apostles spoke. As the white light in his eyes dimmed, a faint wrinkle suddenly appeared at the corner of his eye. Yuan Gulan, a member of the secret party, possessed the abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, and mind-reading during conversation. Aside from the combat power granted by armor transformation, his abilities were primarily supportive in nature. As one of the 13 apostles, Yuan Gulan ranked among the most powerful in the Awakened ranks. Yet, even such formidable power came at the cost of burning one's lifespan whenever abilities were activated. Emerging from his abilities activation, Yuan Gulan shook his head and rose from his seated position. Guo Qianfan hurried to his side, supporting him, and asked anxiously, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" "I have not failed. The fallback route has been secured," Yuan Gulan said weakly. Abilities were a blessing, but they could not be used recklessly. This life-consuming price filled him with dread. "Then the next matter is how to resist the joint forces. Let us discuss it." Dao Duanlong spoke first. As Awakened, their lifespan was generally longer than ordinary humans, most exceeding 130 years. As a manifestation of their longevity, their appearances mostly remained youthful. But that was in the past. Now everyone bore visible wrinkles. That the Awakened with lifespans exceeding 130 years had aged so severely revealed just how many times they had activated their abilities in battle over these past days. Approaching the others, Yuan Gulan drew out a sacred crystal from his robe. As the crystal's energy flooded into his body, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes vanished instantly, as though everything that had just happened were an illusion. Watching Yuan Gulan use the sacred crystal, Guo Qianfan spoke with displeasure. "You are wasting sacred crystals so carelessly. They are already scarce, and you still need to recover the stamina expended by your abilities. Can you even afford to use the crystal in your hand?" Hearing Guo Qianfan's words, Yuan Gulan smiled. "Let it be wasted then. Whether I survive these few days is uncertain anyway. If I must die, I will die with style." The energy within sacred crystals could awaken the bloodlines within awakened individuals, allowing those with powerful bloodlines to undergo armor transformation. It could also help awaken recover stamina and energy consumed by their abilities. It was truly an extraordinary treasure. Unfortunately, using abilities consumed one's lifespan limit, and even sacred crystals could not replenish it. Cough cough. Let us not dwell on this. Let us discuss how to handle our current great enemy. Dao Duanlong's cough interrupted the wave of sorrow stirred by Yuan Gulin's words, redirecting everyone's attention to responding to the joint forces' advance. It was clear that Dr. Lands had no intention of letting them live. Therefore, they had no intention of letting Dr. Lands live in peace either. Megacorporations were supremely arrogant, believing everything should operate according to their will. For anything that defied their control, their first instinct was destruction, a warning to all. Only when something proved truly unstoppable and forced its way forward would they concede any flexibility. Guo Qianfan and Dao Duanlong were fighting for precisely that opening. Only by crippling and hurting Oli Pharmaceutical Group's forces would the megacorporations even consider negotiating. Until then, any talk of surrender was merely offering one's neck for the slaughter, expecting humanity to show mercy to lab rats. They, the awakened who had escaped the laboratories, were far too aware to be so naive. While the awakened and Oli Pharmaceutical Group faced off, Qin Sheng stood atop a rooftop, making his own preparations. His true form, the devouring great snake, would arrive in approximately a day and a half. During this time, Qin Sheng had to refrain from any major actions. He needed to avoid drawing the human force's fire. Losing the prison knight's body in the process would be an unacceptable loss. Time crawled forward slowly. As tension gripped, everyone, day gave way to night, and night to dawn. Before long, a full day had slipped away. Fighter helicopters took to the sky, providing aerial surveillance for ground troops. Vast quantities of intelligence regarding Lanshan City were compiled at the Military Command Center. Based on this intelligence, staff officers issued a continuous stream of orders. Every human soldier moved like a worker ant under the Queen's command, each action precisely directed. Under the high-tech command system, officers' awareness extended to the front lines. Through images, videos, and data gathered from multiple sources, the resulting war intelligence achieved remarkable accuracy. At this point, the staff began an operation that struck Qin Sheng as extraordinarily bizarre. Micromanaging frontline combat. Each officer commanded a variable number of soldiers. Under whispered instructions through earpieces, the troops executed orders with machine-like devotion. Number 1. There is someone ahead. Throw a grenade to clear the way. Number 2. Follow up immediately. Number 3 and 4. Push forward. Simple, yet intricate commands reached the soldiers' ears, and they executed them without a shred of hesitation or question. Previous operations had proven the effectiveness of this command structure. Commanders in the rear could issue orders with greater calm, significantly improving soldiers' chances of survival. Whether this truly worked, no one could say. But the surviving soldiers all praised it, and the dead had no voice to complain. Through this sophisticated command operation, the joint forces rapidly advanced into Lanshan City. Step by step, they seized control of Lanshan City's buildings, systematically compressing the awakened's living space. Under comprehensive surveillance across every angle, the awakened were like rats in a magnified view. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to conceal themselves, only able to fall to gunfire. Not every awakened could undergo armor transformation and treat bullets as mere annoyances. Most awakened had merely survived the serum's effects, gaining extended lifespans and modest physical enhancements, but otherwise unchanged. Without the sacred crystals, most awakened would barely outperform ordinary humans. It was the difference between an average person and an Olympic champion, nowhere near surpassing human limits. As the joint forces closed in, the doom of the awakened descended upon Lanshan City. From the rooftop, watching the awakened slaughtered without mercy, Qin Sheng spoke with visible displeasure. Keep this up, and where do I put my face? The devouring great snake's true form would arrive in 18 hours, giving Qin Sheng growing confidence. Between the skyscrapers, a flame erupted from an awakened's mouth, reducing a soldier to ashes in an instant. But as the blaze ignited, a hail of bullets tore into the ability user. Feeling bullets pierce through his body, the awakened laughed maniacally, his face drained of color. Even in death, I will not let you have it easy. The torment he had endured in the laboratory had shown him the coldness of this world. Having barely escaped, his new life had not even begun before these demons from hell dragged him back to reality. Overwhelmed by fury, he pulled the pin on his grenade before dying. With a sharp click, and before the soldiers could react, a massive explosion erupted, obliterating everything within a 50-meter radius. This was a modified grenade. Its devastating power reduced everyone in the blast zone to fragments. Explosions rocked the buildings. The torturous years of the laboratory resurfaced in the awakened's minds as the joint forces pressed their attack. Sometimes an extraordinary memory was no blessing at all. It kept every painful moment vividly alive. Boom, boom. With rocket-propelled grenades closing in, one of the 13 apostles fled for his life. His armored scales and blinding speed made him appear as a shadow, nearly vanishing from human sight. But the soldier operating the launcher pulled the trigger, and a rocket screamed after the Awaken's fleeing form. Custom designed and capable of 4 times the speed of sound, the recoil was so powerful that even soldiers in exoskeleton armor had to brace themselves against the impact. With firepower like this, the soldier could not help but smile. Hitting one of the 13 apostles meant a substantial bounty reward. In war, officers earned promotions and soldiers earned money. It was an unspoken rule within the joint forces. The screaming rocket carved through the air with a roaring wind, its colossal shockwave tearing up sheets of concrete and gravel. In barely half a second it would strike and annihilate its target. Such terrifying speed filled the Awaken's eyes with despair. After fleeing so long, he still could not escape death. The injustice consumed him. He roared in his heart, "Whoever saves me, I will serve as their slave for life." Boom. The monstrous explosion ripped through the buildings, shattering the corner pillars. The already destabilized towers swayed dangerously on the verge of collapse. Yet the soldier who fired the launcher showed no sign of leaving. He needed to confirm the kill with his own eyes to secure the full bounty. This was the entire bounty for an 8-person squad. Since all of them were dead, he could claim it all. On the joint wanted list, this represented a moving vault worth 10 billion joint yuan. Under joint law, everything ran on monetary incentives. Soldiers never worried about unpaid rewards. 10 billion joint yuan was too tempting to ignore. But while the soldier fantasized about keeping the 10 billion for himself, his officer behind him was already preparing to eliminate him. The soldier was far too naive. Joint law may have been meticulous about financial transactions, yet loopholes abounded. As the soldier and officer plotted against each other over the bounty, suddenly a hurricane-force wind erupted between the 2 crumbling buildings. As the gale raged, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the soldier and officer. How could a human possibly block such power? That was a 4-time speed of sound rocket. Both the soldier and the officer screamed in terror as though they had seen ghosts. Before them, as smoke and debris cleared, stood Qin Chong, wearing a featureless white mask and a black robe etched with dark gold patterns. His hand was outstretched, the rocket's fading energy lingering on his palm. The swaying towers suddenly stabilized as if held in place by some invisible force. "We are all human. Have you gone too far?" Qin Chong's voice drifted through the air, calm and measured. In an instant, an invisible force lifted the Awakened behind him. With the surrounding scenery blurring past, they reappeared high above the ground. Once freed from Qin Chong's support, the 2 rocket-ravaged towers collapsed with devastating force. Amidst the soldiers' desperate eyes and harrowing screams, tremendous explosions rocked the city. Massive clouds of dust engulfed Lanshan City. The fall of the 30-story towers drew the attention of nearly everyone. Snipers concealed at key rooftop positions trained their scopes on the devastation. The emergence of 2 figures caught their attention, and they could not help but. Using psychokinesis to envelop his entire body, Qin Chong successfully realized humanity's ancient dream of flight, soaring through the heavens as a mortal being. Fundamentally, Qin Chong's psychokinesis was also a form of esper ability. It was merely because of his extraordinary spiritual power that he was spared the usual penalty of burning away his own lifespan to wield it. Standing among the crosshairs of countless snipers, Qin Chong felt inexplicably exhilarated. After all, he had always been a well-behaved youth before the notion of opposing the World Organization was something he had neither dared to conceive nor ever contemplated in his wildest imaginings. But now, surrounded by enemies on all sides, he soared through the skies under their astonished gazes. With the Esper, one of the 13 apostles, placed upon the rooftop, Qin Chong's voice rode the currents of air, swiftly spreading to every corner of Lan City. Espers are born from humanity itself, we are fundamentally its offspring, rooted in the past, present in the now, and destined for the future as well. We have never harbored ambitions to separate from humanity, for our existence stands as a testament to human evolution. Then tell me, why do you who share our humanity seek to exterminate us? Is it greed that drives you, or that innate arrogance rooted in your bones that cannot tolerate any force which defies your dominion? Qin Chong's words carried the weight of a deity saturated with infinite majesty and solemnity. He addressed the commanding officer of this operation, speaking not merely for himself, but on behalf of all Espers confronting the unified officers. His voice swept outward on the wind, reaching every direction so that all inhabitants of Lan City could hear the words descending from the heavens. Yet reactions to his words varied across the city. Ordinary citizens caught in the crossfire remained uncertain, still grappling to comprehend what had truly unfolded. When the conflict erupted without warning across the entire metropolis, Lan City's external communications were severed entirely, leaving the outside world as ignorant as its residents of the escalating crisis. The city's own inhabitants remained bewildered, aware only that they had been struck by indiscriminate bombardment, their numbers fallen in great measure with no understanding of the underlying cause. On the Esper side, silence held sway as they found themselves at a disadvantage. Qin Chong's voice proved a welcome development. As for the unified officers, he directly confronted their response with swift fire. Strike him down relentlessly. Spare him no words. At the order, snipers concealed throughout the city drew their triggers in unison. Each shot erupted with the sharp crack of a firing pin meeting its primer, acrid smoke billowing as golden projectiles screamed through the air. Ping, ping, ping. The bullets hurtled forward at speeds multiples beyond the sound barrier, their devastating kinetic force capable of punching through any obstacle, leaving gaping holes in their wake. Yet what materialized defied every sniper's grim expectation. Not the visceral ruin of a shattered skull, but something far more unsettling. Bullets hung frozen mid-flight against an invisible barrier, spinning violently and carving visible shockwaves through the atmosphere. Despite their armor-piercing force capable of penetrating 2 centimeters of steel, the projectiles found no purchase against the etheric shield surrounding Qin Chong. Turning his gaze across the storm of bullets converging from every angle, Qin Chong spoke quietly. It seems negotiation was never truly on the table. Perhaps that is inevitable. Until we demonstrate sufficient strength, inequality defines us. Only power exceeding yours can compel you to the negotiating table with any semblance of calm. With that spoken, Qin Chong shifted his will. The bullets meant for his mind reversed course, instantly returning at velocities beyond comprehension. Faint stifled screams marked their deaths as Qin Chong eradicated every hidden assassin with ruthless efficiency. If you would take a life, accept the certainty of your own. Having displayed his might before their eyes, Qin Chong's form ascended rapidly toward the heavens. What is he attempting? The unified officers exchanged bewildered glances as reports of fallen snipers accumulated, their gaze fixed on the figure spiraling skyward. Uncertain. Likely a tactical retreat. Consider, we command 20,000 regular soldiers. However potent his abilities, no force could withstand such overwhelming odds. His staff offered hesitant replies. Though reason dictated that 1 against 10,000 was an impossibility, an insidious unease crept upon them, forcing doubt upon everything they had once considered certain. Ever since the Espers emerged, the manifestation of their extraordinary gifts had already shattered their former understanding of reality into irreparable fragments. Their refusal to grant Espers equal standing stemmed entirely from pride. How could laboratory failures claim parity with those born free? This conviction had taken root the moment the unified officers received their deployment orders. To think Espers wield such formidable power. If I could harness it, my own standing would know no bounds. As the unified officers puzzled over Qin Chong's actions, President Barton privately envied the ability to traverse both earth and sky. Since humanity's dawn, power has been the ultimate aspiration, and the prospect of wielding supernatural force under one's own control has long captivated the imagination of countless individuals. Now, with such overwhelming strength manifesting before President Barton's eyes, who could fail to feel genuine envy? While others speculated about Qin Chong's intentions, he had already pierced through the clouds, ascending over 1,000 meters into the sky. Gazing upon the sprawling cloud cover above, Qin Chong looked down upon the tiny city sprawled beneath his feet. He murmured to himself, "Might alone commands respect from arrogance. With sufficient force one can compel any opponent to the negotiating table. Let this violent storm extinguish the flames of arrogance burning within your hearts." As Qin Chong spoke these words, both arms rose toward the heavens. His immense psychokinetic power surged forth, draining his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Even with the inexhaustible sustenance provided by the Great Old One's literary works and the backing of an entire religious organization commanding the storm clouds above an entire city to unleash torrential rain, proved extraordinarily taxing. For Qin Chong at this moment the feat was still somewhat demanding. Fortunately, Lan City's coastal location had already gathered thick cloud cover overhead, sparing him more than half the effort. Had he attempted this in an inland city, his spiritual energy would have been entirely depleted. Look, what is happening in the sky? Soldiers not yet receiving orders continued their mission, hunting for the escaped Espers throughout the city streets. Suddenly cries of shock erupted through their comms, causing the soldiers to look up instinctively. And in that instant they witnessed the sky churning violently with storm clouds. It was as though an invisible hand had driven a rod into the heavens, and with each stirring motion electric charges within the sky collided and built. Rumble, rumble. Jagged bolts of lightning tore across the darkening firmament, warping and blackening the entire sky. The sun's light was mercilessly swallowed by endless sheets of storm clouds, casting a vast black canopy over all below. Why has the sky suddenly turned dark? Citizens huddled indoors gazed at their watches bemused. It was barely 10 o'clock. Since the outbreak of warfare in Lan City, most residents had withdrawn entirely, emerging only when absolutely necessary, like caged birds confined to their quarters. Now as the sky grew dimmer still and thunderous booms echoed through every street, fear gripped the populace. From moments of clear blue skies to this sudden torrent of thunderheads and lightning, every citizen felt an inexplicable dread seize their very bones. How does he possess such power? Does he not fear consuming his own lifespan in the process? Watching the divine officer confront an entire human army ready to clash at the slightest provocation, Dao Duanlong admired Qin Shang's courage even as he struggled to comprehend the source of his tremendous power. As fellow espers, how could the gap in their abilities be so vast that comparison seemed pointless? Thunder echoed across the heavens as increasingly dense rain clouds blanketed the sky. We must act. If his rain saturates our weapons, our combat effectiveness will deteriorate. As the unified officers stood transfixed watching Qin Shang act at will in the sky, a staff officer's urgent words suddenly broke their stupor. Hurry! Fire! Bring him down! The honor of the unified flag permits no desecration. The highest commander of this operation roared at his troops, demanding immediate action. As vehicle after vehicle took aim, streaks of immense firepower soared straight into the sky. The towering flames tore through the moisture-laden heavens, charging unerringly toward Qin Shang. Trying to stop me. Too late. Now let's have some real fun. Qin Shang looked at the dozens of projectiles hurtling toward him, his tone brimming with excitement. Endless lightning converged around Qin Shang, guided by his telekinetic power, as if draping him in a suit of lightning armor. Vast azure bolts of lightning suddenly blazed across the sky. It was as if a second sun had appeared between heaven and earth. With the fierce flash of the lightning, the projectiles all detonated when they were still 600 or 700 meters away from Qin Shang. My eyes. Blinded by the intense lightning, soldiers who hadn't closed their eyes in time were thrown into a state of blindness. Shards of steel rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, mercilessly piercing the bodies of countless soldiers, pinning them to the ground. What exactly is the genetic sequence of the Oracle? Why do I have no records of him? Qin Shang's outstanding performance on the battlefield had caught the attention of Dr. Lance. He frantically began sifting through the vast archives in his possession, trying to find any information related to the Oracle. But no matter how hard he searched, the result was the same. Nothing. It was as if the Oracle had never existed. Impossible. The Spirit Serpent Serum project originated from me. I have backups of all the awakened individuals' data. How can I not find it? He clawed at his hair in frenzy, turning it into a messy bird's nest. Dr. Lance spoke in disbelief. Could there be another person conducting the same research as me? But that shouldn't be possible. After coming up empty, Dr. Lance speculated that perhaps someone else was running a parallel experiment. But he dismissed the idea almost immediately. Not to boast, but given the incompetence of those bureaucrats, even if you gave them 200 years, they couldn't produce a single worthwhile result. While Dr. Lance was racking his brains over the missing gene sequence of the Oracle, his assistant hurried over and whispered, "Doctor, a representative from one of the 5 Sacred Emblem corporations, the ASA Group, has arrived." The ASA Group? What are they doing here? Startled Dr. Lance asked incredulously. It wasn't that, Dr. Lance was overly surprised. He understood the significance behind the Sacred Emblem families. They were families that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful organization on the planet, the Union. They represented the 5 most formidable super conglomerates in the world. With total assets starting at $10 trillion Union dollars and no upper limit, they were terrifying entities. Let's go. Take me to meet them immediately. Dr. Lance rushed out in a fluster, his heart pounding with a tension he had never felt before. Even when he had first proposed the Spirit Serpent Serum project before the entire board of directors at Oli Pharmaceutical Group, he had never felt this anxious. Soon, under his assistant's guidance, Dr. Lance arrived at a spacious holographic projection hall. The room was vast and empty, specifically designed for long-distance telepresence communication. After entering the room, the assistant tactfully withdrew. Alone, Dr. Lance stared at the figure standing with its back to him, unsure of what to say. Anything he might say would seem abrupt. The figure turned around. He wore a pair of pitch-black sunglasses so large that they covered half his face. The sunglasses man looked at the nervous Dr. Lance and said, "Don't be too tense. I'm here for one reason only, the Spirit Serpent Serum. How is your progress on the project?" Hearing the question, Dr. Lance cleared his throat to ease his nerves. Then in a steady voice he replied, "The research on the Spirit Serpent Serum is almost complete. However, due to individual physiological differences, the mortality rate remains extremely high. With my best efforts, I can only raise the survival rate to 32%. Even so, there is still a 68% mortality rate, making it unsuitable for human administration." With that casual remark, Dr. Lance effectively stripped the awakened of their basic human status. The Sacred Emblem representative didn't find anything wrong with that. Hearing Dr. Lance's answer, he thought for a moment and took something out of his pocket. A stone as red as blood appeared before Dr. Lance. He asked, puzzled, "What is this?" "Sacred Crystal Stone. It is used by awakened ones to transform into armor and also provides them with abundant energy." The sunglasses man handed the Sacred Crystal Stone to Dr. Lance and explained, "Sacred Crystal Stone. Why have I never seen anything like this?" Dr. Lance looked at the strange stone in his hand, confused. In his efforts to reduce the high mortality rate of the Spirit Serpent Serum, Dr. Lance had extensively studied various materials from Blue Star, but he had never encountered a sacred crystal stone, nor had he even heard of it. Clasping his hands behind his back, the sunglasses man paced around the room, filled with projection equipment, and said, "The sacred crystal stone is not from Blue Star. Remember that nuclear explosion back then?" At the sunglasses man's reminder, Dr. Lance blurted out, "The nuclear explosion over the Pacific." "Exactly. The sacred crystal stone is a product of that explosion. A strange extraterrestrial life form merged with the continental island, and under the nuclear blast, this special mineral was born." The sunglasses man spoke leisurely. When the continental crocodile turtle had first appeared, extensive research had led scientists to classify it as an alien life form. Only an extraterrestrial organism could bring an island to life. Blue Star currently lacked the ability to animate rock. A product of the nuclear explosion. What does it do? Dr. Lance looked at the sacred crystal stone in his hand again, sensing nothing unusual. According to some awakened, this sacred crystal stone can have a marvelous effect on the spirit serpent blood inside them. You're currently troubled by how to reduce the mortality rate of the spirit serpent serum, aren't you? You could try using this sacred crystal stone. It might just work wonders. The sunglasses man fixed his eyes on Dr. Lance, speaking with interest. "Very well, I'll give it a try." Dr. Lance nodded in agreement. "You're the expert here. I have no say in the matter. It's all up to you. I only hope that when the mortality rate of the spirit serpent serum drops to 0, you will present the first dose. Our family's patriarch is already 103 years old, and he can't wait any longer. As long as you can shorten the completion time of the serum, the ASA group will provide you with any support you need." The sunglasses man looked at Dr. Lance, his tone resolute. As one of the most powerful forces on Blue Star, this statement meant that Dr. Lance's backing had just grown even stronger. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Dr. Lance declared firmly. "Good. I'll await your good news." With Dr. Lance's answer, the sunglasses man patted him on the shoulder and strode out of the room. While Dr. Lance was elated by the support from the ASA group, the Union forces in the city of Lanus were in grave difficulty. The entire city had turned into a massive thunder domain. Endless lightning bolts struck down from the sky at random, instantly annihilating any soldier who dared step into the forbidden zone. At this moment, the whole of Lanus City had effectively become Qinzhong's territory. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, smashing an armored vehicle that had attempted to sneak into Lanus City into a heap of scrap metal. Electricity still crackled over the wreckage, startling the soldiers following behind and making them halt. "Damn it. Another failure." At the military command center in the rear, the Union officer cursed in frustration as yet another probe came to nothing. "Using others' lives as the price to test my limits. You people really are something." Since Qinzhong had covered the entire sky with dense clouds, the Union forces had never stopped probing. Rationalizing that Qinzhong's power couldn't last forever, they repeatedly sent out their subordinates to test the strength of the lightning net he had constructed. As soon as the lightning net's intensity weakened even slightly, they would dispatch a large wave of soldiers to charge. And how did they judge whether the net's intensity had weakened? Not by the experience of the frontline soldiers, but by their gut feeling. If they thought the net had weakened, their men had to charge. Regarding the command style of these Union officers, Qinzhong could only remark that the F2 rush tactic was indeed humanity's greatest tactical command move throughout history. As long as one had a strong enough heart, anything could be taken in a single wave, and the number of casualties meant nothing in the face of victory. "By tomorrow, I'll show you what despair really means." Watching yet another charge, Qinzhong snarled while eating instant noodles. Qinzhong was merely a fragment of consciousness that had descended upon the prison knight. He himself did not require sustenance to maintain his energy. However, the prison knight was different, a living man who would starve without food. Devouring the instant noodles in large mouthfuls, Qinzhong simply filled his stomach. With a long, resonant burp, he rose from the dust-covered rooftop. Gazing at the soldiers charging towards the lightning net, he said with malicious intent, "Since you're so eager to enter, then I shall let you in." With these words, Qinzhong began to dissolve the lightning net surrounding the entire coastal city, planning to trap these troublesome flies in a snare. Thunder rumbled and bloomed in the sky, and as time passed, the resounding thunder gradually weakened. The observer watching the sky noted the slow weakening of the thunder and exclaimed joyfully, "I knew he couldn't hold on." Trying to control the entire thunderclouds over the sky with one man's power, utterly overreaching. Soon he reported the news, and a group of glory-seeking officers hastily dispatched their soldiers, fearing that others might snatch their credit. Outside Lanus City, several squads of soldiers cautiously advanced, frequently glancing up at the sky, worried that the thunder might suddenly strike. "Is it really safe this time?" Soldier 1 said worriedly over the communicator. Should be safe now. The thunderclouds are not as dense. Perhaps the divine priest's power is exhausted," Soldier 2 said uncertainly. "Do not speak recklessly during the mission or face military discipline." As Soldiers 1 and 2 conversed, the officer in command imposed a gag order. "Do not let your subordinates harbor unnecessary thoughts, or they will commit many avoidable errors. Though the officer did not know the exact meaning or origin of this saying, it did not hinder him from enforcing it. Through the soldiers' field of vision, the coalition's gaze once again entered Lana's city. No thunder attacks, no awakened ones ambushes, no traces of human presence, and not even a single life sign appeared on the detectors. The outskirts of Lana's city were eerily silent, as if it had become a ghost town. Between the streets and alleys, only the footsteps of marching soldiers echoed with no other sound. To achieve a decisive victory, over 20,000 coalition soldiers marched into the outskirts of Lana's city. Most of them were combat troops. The officers, of course, would not venture inside. As the coalition forces entered Lana's city, officers directed their units to search and occupy various buildings once again. For a time, the city's subways, hospitals, and buildings fell under the coalition's control. Yet Qin Zhong paid no heed to this. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to trap all these soldiers within the city. He was stalling for time, until 10 o'clock the next morning when his main body would arrive. By then, as long as his opponents did not deploy a nuclear bomb, he would be invincible in this city. Sea water turns to mist, drowning countless realms. Watching the horde of enemies enter his domain, Qin Zhong murmured to himself. As he spoke, the city gradually became damp. A vast amount of moisture seeped into every corner, and the dropping temperature made everyone shiver. The abilities to lower temperature and turn water to mist were the superpowers of two among the awakened ones. Originally, Qin Zhong did not wish to use such life-burning methods to secure victory, but the situation forced him to do so. Burning life force was still better than letting the enemy wipe out all the awakened ones. In Qin Zhong's eyes, the awakened community was a vast gold mine. With enough awakened individuals, he could harness all kinds of abilities for himself. Whoever tried to destroy the living space of the awakened would face Qin Zhong's relentless opposition. Unnoticed by the coalition soldiers, thick fog filled the entire city, obscuring their path forward and their retreat. In the vast white fog, visibility was zero. Everywhere was a sea of white. Damn, we've been tricked again. As soldiers lost contact one by one, and the communicator crackled with static, the officers hiding in the rear cursed furiously. But no matter how they roared, the officers deprived of their soldiers were like toothless tigers. Fragile before Qin Zhong, the thick fog enveloped the entire city. Even the combat helicopters circling above could not penetrate the fog. Losing visual advantage, everyone was as blind as a bat, unable to devise any countermeasures. Just wait until 10 o'clock tomorrow, then everything will end, Qin Zhong murmured as he looked at the endless fog, his own vision also obscured. The ability to turn water to mist allowed its user to extend their perception into the fog, reaching far-off distances. In this way, the ability user would have the upper hand. However, extending one's perception into the fog was clearly an impossible feat. How vast was Lana's city? Qin Zhong could not see its boundaries. To extend his perception into every corner of such a colossal city would make him a god. Thus, when the fog transformed, Qin Zhong did not bother to extend his perception into it. Everyone was trapped in the thick fog, including Qin Zhong himself. Having temporarily dealt with the situation in Lana's city, Qin Zhong turned his attention back to his main body in the deep sea. As for the prison knight's body, he handed it back to the prison knight for autonomous control. In the deep sea, the realm of lightlessness. As his consciousness returned to his main body, a surge of abundant soul energy and renewed vitality permeated every aspect of Qin Zhong, bringing him immense pleasure. Feeling his body sway in the seawater and watching countless fish lured by the charm power swim into his mouth, Qin Zhong sighed with heartfelt emotion. Eat when full, sleep when full. Such a life is truly blissful. The moment his fragment of consciousness returned to the main body, the recent pleasures flooded into Qin Zhong's mind. This rapid filtering of pleasurable information gave Qin Zhong a sensation akin to a cat on catnip. In a word, bliss. While his partial consciousness inhabited the prison knight's body and another part directed the main body's movements, the consciousness in the main body had not been idle. Relying on the power of the bloodline evolution system, Qin Zhong continuously devoured the brains of various creatures and swallowed the essence blood of many fish. Through this accelerated system-assisted enhancement, Qin Zhong's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Plump, nutrient-rich cells provided him with abundant vitality. Powerful blood energy surged through his body and boundless strength flowed wildly within. With a mere flick of his tail, a loud sound of water bursting echoed in his ears. The very fact that such a sound occurred in the deep sea indicated the immense power of Qin Zhong's physical form. Sensing his own strength, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, perhaps I should evolve once more, so that I might be able to use my superpowers without any cost. Decided, he began the process of bloodline evolution on his own without the system's aid. He channeled his surging soul energy toward his blood energy, shaping the soul energy into needle-like points to pierce openings in the blood cells. These openings were minuscule, almost non-existent. By combining soul and blood energy, Qin Zhong embarked on a unique evolution. Previous evolutions had focused separately on the physical body or the soul. Now as soul and body energies interconnected, a peculiar transformation was taking shape. Bloodline imbued with soul energy, soul infused with bloodline power. The combination gave rise to a wondrous change rapidly occurring within Qin Zhong. But this wondrous change was only the beginning. To complete the evolution, Qin Zhong would need a very long time. While Qin Zhong was engrossed in his evolution, his destination, Lana's city, arrived. Thick, dense fog shrouded the entire Lanasi city, severing all contact between those inside and those outside. Gently lifting his head from the water, Qin Zhong cautiously gazed toward the direction of Lanasi city. He needed to find a good spot to land on Lanasi city, lest he be bombarded by human artillery before even setting foot on land, forcing him to retreat in disarray back into the sea. That would be quite humiliating. However, within just 15 minutes of Qin Zhong raising his massive head from the ocean, everyone carrying a serum probe found their alarm devices going berserk. Ring, ring, ring. The piercing alarm and frantic vibrations startled everyone. According to Dr. Lance's serum user guide, the greater the disturbance of the serum probe, the deeper the bloodline concentration within the awakened. It also indicated that the awakened possessed immense power. Yet what astonished everyone was not this, but the amplitude of the serum probe's vibration. This is too exaggerated. What on earth is inside this thing? A bounty hunter who had tried to profit from the shadows during the battle between Qin Zhong and the coalition forces stared at his wildly vibrating serum probe in disbelief. At that moment, behind the thick fog, the people in Lanasi city had no idea what was happening outside. Still lost in the dense fog, they were at a loss about everything before them. The fog had risen for a full day and night, and in this prolonged information blackout, an oppressive mood gripped their spirits, threatening to erupt at any moment. Just as Lanasi city was enveloped in thick fog, a roaring bomber skimmed across the sea surface. The frantic vibration of the serum probes not only confused those inside the city, but also astonished those outside Lanasi. Thus they dispatched reconnaissance units accompanied by several bombers skimming over the sea. A massive looming shadow emerged beneath the sea surface. Its familiar silhouette and awe-inspiring enormity made everyone who saw it involuntarily recall a notorious figure. The first evil god, the Annihilation Serpent. As the most popular member of the evil god group in today's world, fueled by collective hype from internet companies, it had become a terrifying leviathan that amazed the global populace. Such an unimaginable colossal species, seemingly impossible to have originated on the blue star, once led people to speculate that these giant beasts were extraterrestrial creatures. However, unlike the thrilling sensation of watching on screen when the bomber pilots saw the Annihilation Serpent, in reality, they felt not excitement or admiration for an idol, but boundless terror. It was well known that whenever an evil god appeared, it heralded the arrival of utmost destruction. Why is the Annihilation Serpent here? Why didn't our intelligence inform us? In the brightly lit Military Operations Command Center, General Kaishiya, who was in charge of the operation, said angrily. Soon after General Kaishiya finished speaking, a fat officer nervously wiped his sweaty forehead with a handkerchief and said, "Well, General, ever since the Annihilation Serpent appeared at Jinlu Island back then, there has been no news of the Annihilation Serpent. In the endless deep sea, our forces are still unable to penetrate that far. Moreover, we have been busy investigating the disturbances in the strange beast jungle, so we neglected the Annihilation Serpent. I don't care what reason you had for neglecting the Annihilation Serpent's existence. The current situation is your dereliction of duty. After this war ends, if you cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, we will meet in a military court," Kaishiya said fiercely, his tone brooking no argument. Hearing General Kaishiya's words, the fat officer cursed inwardly. "Bullshit military court. You just want money, don't you? And you make it sound so righteous." While secretly cursing, the fat officer obediently sat back down. Serving as an official here did not depend on ability, but on whose family had money and whose corporate backing was more powerful. While the Military Command Center was shifting blame for their responsibilities, Qin Zhong was gradually approaching the coast near Lanasi city. With just a short dash forward, Qin Zhong could charge straight into Lanasi city. Now the negotiations can begin. With his backup in place, Qin Zhong regained control of his prison night body within the fog. Standing on the rooftop, Qin Zhong casually waved his hand forward, and the thick fog enveloping the entire city began to dissipate gradually with time. It's clearing. It's clearing. The fog outside is clearing. As the fog began to show signs of thinning, the security chief beside President Patton exclaimed joyfully, "What are you shouting for? Be steady, don't make a fool of yourself. Besides, I'm not blind. Do you think I need you to tell me whether the fog is clearing?" During the day and a half of dense fog, President Patton deeply felt the fragility of life. The terror of being in endless fog, unable to see one's hand in front of one's face, left a deep shadow in his heart. As a result, he, who was not usually talkative, had become quite verbose. Watching the thick fog dissipate, President Patton seemed to think of something and said to the security chief, "Be more polite to those awakened from now on, or if you die out there someday, don't come to me. And spread the word so no clueless fool causes me trouble." Yes, yes. I will pass on your words and ensure nothing goes wrong. The security chief nodded and bowed, memorizing President Patton's words so he wouldn't forget. After this incident, not only President Patton and the security chief developed a deep fear of the awakened, but almost everyone who experienced it also harbored a heavy shadow of dread toward them. It was simply too powerful, single-handedly stopping the advance of 20,000 fully equipped coalition forces attacking Lanasi City. The billowing fog gradually dissipated, revealing everything in Lanasi City to the onlookers. Gazing at the military command center stationed outside, Qin Zhong spoke again after the confrontation. Earlier your actions suggested you believed my strength was insufficient to negotiate with you. Now my backup has arrived. Today let me see just how deep your arrogance runs. Qin Zhong's voice traveled through the air, penetrating the ears of coalition officers at all levels. It startled those officers who were fiercely arguing and trying to shift blame to line their own pockets. Who is speaking? General Kaishuya was startled, looking around uncertainly. General, it's the priest. The priest is communicating with us using his ability. The fat officer who had just been scolded by General Kaishuya quickly said. Following his words, everyone's attention was drawn to a large screen. On the screen, the camera was aimed at the priest's appearance. Seeing the familiar figure in a dark gold-patterned robe, General Kaishuya clapped his hands fiercely and said, "Ha! The cowardly mouse finally dares to show himself. Seems like your ability can't be sustained indefinitely." General Kaishuya himself had never experienced the blood and fire of the battlefield, let alone directly confronting an awakened, which led to his unrealistic expectations. A large number of military videos were delivered to him, and he only saw clumsy soldiers falling one by one under enemy attacks, not knowing how to dodge, only charging head-on at the enemy. Soldiers as foolish as these deserved to die. However, what General Kaishuya didn't know was that it wasn't that the soldiers were unwilling to dodge, they simply couldn't. The vast difference between a third-person view and a first-person view gave General Kaishuya a sense of intellectual superiority. This was arrogance, a cardinal sin that hindered human progress. Even after suffering a huge loss under Qin Zhong's fog blockade, General Kaishuya still did not let go of his arrogance. He could be panicked by the arrival of the first evil god because the first evil god had proven its invincibility with its unmatched power. A battleship was directly overturned, an island was simply submerged. The terrifying disparity in power left General Kaishuya with no thought of resistance, so much so that the moment news of the first evil god's arrival reached him, he was already terrified. Yet he could fear the first evil god, but he would not fear the priest. In General Kaishuya's view, the so-called awakened were nothing special, just conjuring lightning, creating fog, or spitting fire and water. They suffered this loss only because of unfamiliarity. Once they became accustomed to the way abilities worked in battle, General Kaishuya believed he could easily defeat them. As for how many soldiers would pay with their lives for General Kaishuya's learning process, that was not within his consideration. Soldiers with a monthly salary of 5,000 Union dollars were plentiful. Losing a few didn't bother him at all. Quick! Order continued fire. He has lost his ability to resist. Now is the best time to capture him. When we get the 100 billion Union dollar reward, I'll share it with everyone here. As a name on the coalition's wanted list, the bounty on Qin Zhong had always been a gold mine coveted by countless bounty hunters. And this was precisely why General Kaishuya refused to give up capturing Qin Zhong. In his eyes, Qin Zhong was a walking gold mine. Greed blinded General Kaishuya. Soon, with the military order given, the artillery fire resumed its frenzy. Truly obstinate and unyielding. It seems you won't stop until you've learned a bloody lesson. Watching the missiles with burning tails launch again, Qin Zhong said furiously. Can the priest hold on? His ability has been active for a whole day and night. How much of his lifespan must he be burning? On the rooftop of a tall building in Lanasi City, Yuan Gulin, one of the 13 apostles, watched the roaring launches and said with concern, "If he can't hold on, there's nothing we can do. Right now the priest is the hope of all of us awakened. If the priest falls, we have no chance of being lucky." Beside Yuan Gulin, Gui Qianfan said dejectedly, "The awakened were powerful, and the 13 apostles were even more overwhelmingly strong. After armor transformation, they were immune to bullets, moved with lightning speed, and were practically superhuman in every aspect. However, this power came at the cost of severe bodily depletion, and after only a few uses the body would completely collapse. Holy crystals could activate the spirit snake blood within awakened, enabling them to transform and gain a powerful defense that was impervious to bullets. Yet the consumption was also enormous, though not as drastic as burning lifespan when using abilities. But their current situation was like adding coal to a furnace. Burning for a while was fine, but if it kept burning without stop, it would eventually explode. The priest will surely win. Since he appeared here, he must have a way to resolve this crisis." Unlike the others' dejection, Dao Duanlong had full confidence in Qin Zhong, because he had no choice but to be confident. His stamina and lifespan had been greatly drained in the recent battle. He was now on the verge of collapse. If he used armor transformation once more, his body would suffer from violent chi blood surge, and he would die bleeding from all 7 orifices. Priest, you must hold on. All our hopes are on you. At that moment, almost all the awakened were silently praying. In Rocket City, they had tasted the warmth and cold of the world. Now that they had barely escaped that hellhole, they never wanted to go back. Just as Qin Zhong was about to use the Annihilation Serpent's body to have a unique conversation with General Kaixia, suddenly a surge of soul energy from within Lanasi City rushed wildly toward Qin Zhong. This soul energy was imbued with great hope, longing, and the power of yearning for a beautiful future. Bathed in this soul energy, Qin Zhong felt a powerful will to survive. Feeling the soul energy of the awakened surrounding him, Qin Zhong said softly, "Don't worry, the awakened will not disappear from this world. Not only will the awakened not disappear, they will become the future direction of human evolution. This is my promise to you." As Qin Zhong's words echoed, every awakened person involuntarily felt a sense of inner peace, as if someone was soothing their restless hearts. Crossing his hands in front of his chest, Qin Zhong's hands seemed to be pulling at something, causing the air around them to twist violently. What is he doing? Large amounts of artillery exploded around Qin Zhong, but were all blocked by his telekinetic defense network. For a moment, General Kaixia, at a loss, looked at Qin Zhong with eyes full of hatred. A hatred like a child blaming Qin Zhong for not giving up resistance. But as General Kaixia glared at Qin Zhong with hatred, he suddenly noticed Qin Zhong making some movements. So he involuntarily asked. With General Kaixia's exclamation, everyone's attention was drawn to Qin Zhong. Watching Qin Zhong's strange movements, someone couldn't help joking. That move looks just like the way the protagonist summons a powerful mecha in sci-fi movies. And just as the words faded, the entire ground began to shake violently. The shaking ceiling and trembling earth with visible black cracks sent all officers scrambling out of the military command center in panic, losing several hats and shoes along the way. When the officers burst out of the command center, they witnessed a sight they would never forget. The air over Lana's city twisted violently, as if scorched by searing flames, and cracks almost visible to the naked eye appeared around Qin Zhong. It was as if space itself had been torn apart, with endless tremors underfoot. Amid the violent shaking, buildings that had withstood artillery fire began to collapse one after another. Spiderweb-like fissures spread across the ground of Lana's city, revealing terrifying bottomless darkness that inspired dread. This is an earthquake. He can control earthquakes. How can an awakener be so powerful? General Joshua exclaimed in terror. Controlling earthquakes was fundamentally different from controlling thunder or mist. The latter could be avoided, but earthquakes were inescapable once encountered. Imagine sleeping soundly when the divine officer triggers an earthquake. You would die without even knowing how. Now General Joshua was truly afraid. His legs trembled uncontrollably with fear. His voice quivered. Stop. Stop. We can talk about this calmly. No need for such drastic measures that might harm our mutual goodwill. General Joshua wanted Qin Zhong to stop. He was terrified. Facing the power to control earthquakes, he felt a deep primal fear. Boom. Just as General Joshua was about to say more, a deafening explosion erupted from the earth's fissures, and a shadow that blotted out the sun appeared behind Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong heard Joshua's words, but he had not caused such a massive upheaval for show. He intended to settle this matter once and for all. A terrifying roar echoed between heaven and earth, sending shockwaves of sound in all directions. After a storm of dust, everyone was covered in grime, looking disheveled. After brushing off the dust that obscured his vision, the fat officer looked toward the divine officer. His voice turned utterly fearful. That's the first evil god, the serpent of destruction. The fat officer's words struck like thunder, drawing everyone's attention. How is this possible? An awakener connected to the first evil god, the serpent of destruction. Aren't evil gods impossible to communicate with? How did they make contact? Countless incredulous cries rose from the crowd. Qin Zhong had never heard a simple sentence uttered in so many different tones. It was truly an eye-opening experience. You want power to negotiate? Then I'll give you power to negotiate. Qin Zhong's voice rang out again amid the stunned silence. Unlike his previous 2 negotiation attempts, which General Joshua had deemed almost powerless, this time Qin Zhong's approach was overwhelmingly domineering. Now witness the true might of an evil god. As he spoke, Qin Zhong spread his arms, and as if drawn by an invisible force, his body rose from the rooftop. Boom. The moment Qin Zhong ascended, the serpent of destruction, which had been hovering behind him, lunged forward, its massive fanged maw swallowing the jail knight whole. Then, under countless horrified gazes, it charged directly toward the military camp where General Joshua was stationed. Along the way, buildings collapsed, the earth split apart, and countless thunderous sounds echoed like sonic roars pounding against people's ears. General Joshua, the target of this assault, was more terrified than ever. He stumbled backward, stammering, "Let's talk this out. We can discuss anything." But Qin Zhong paid no heed to Joshua's pleas. He knew well that negotiations without military force were unreliable. To make the talks more credible, he decided to teach General Joshua a lesson, to make him understand the sheer power Qin Zhong wielded, so that he would never dare to resist. As the Serpent of Destruction drew closer, collapsed buildings rolled like weeds toward the military camp, crushing everything in their path. In that moment, General Joshua truly understood even a single grain of dust from the era could bring unavoidable despair to an individual. Save me! Save me! He fled wildly, crying out to his comrades for help. But everyone abandoned him. After all, no one would risk their own life for another. The Serpent of Destruction was clearly targeting General Joshua, the Supreme Commander. To survive, the others scattered, leaving him alone. Pursued by the furious tremors, General Joshua fled desperately until he reached a seaside cliff with no escape. To Qin Zhong, the cliff was but a small mound, but to Joshua, it was an insurmountable chasm. Mercy, please. I'll agree to any terms. On his knees, General Joshua begged, tears and snot streaming down his face. Mixed with the dust from his frantic escape, he turned into a muddy mess. Roar! The Serpent of Destruction's bellow echoed across the sky, and its fangs appeared before General Joshua, the stench of blood overwhelming him with despair. Bang! As Joshua was paralyzed by the serpent's terrifying presence, Qin Zhong leaped from his own body and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending him into the sea. A graceful arc arced through the sky, and Joshua plunged into the ocean. Help! I can't swim. He flailed wildly, looking like a salted fish about to drown. Qin Zhong reached out and grasped the air, and a powerful force lifted Joshua like a chick. Now, General Joshua, can we talk properly? His voice was icy cold. Yes, yes, I'll agree to anything. Under Qin Zhong's coercion, General Joshua was forced to sign a series of unequal treaties. These included canceling the joint warrant and ceding Lana City to the Awakeners. With Qin Zhong's overwhelming power, Joshua had no choice but to stamp the contract Qin Zhong had prepared. Holding 3 copies of the Lana City Treaty, Qin Zhong released General Joshua. Boom! With a splash, the Serpent of Destruction plunged into the sea. The purpose of this visit was to demonstrate that the Awakeners had formidable backing. Until the Serpent of Destruction was eliminated, any provocation against the Awakeners was equivalent to offering one's head to its gaping maw. Qin Zhong knew that the Supreme Council would not accept some of the treaty's excessive clauses, but that didn't matter. What he needed was an unspoken understanding with the Supreme Council, mutual non-aggression within agreed boundaries with consequences for violations. Seeing Joshua's pathetic state, Qin Zhong smiled lightly. General Joshua, until we meet again. Farewell, farewell. Joshua forced a smile, his dignity as a general completely shattered. Then goodbye. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Qin Zhong flew away, leaving Joshua alone on the cliff edge, bewildered. General Joshua had never been to Lana City and was unfamiliar with the area. But that was no concern of Qin Zhong's. No matter how much Joshua cursed after he left, his first priority was survival. A month later, after the Lana's Treaty, the high-ranking officials of Earth knew that evil gods were not mindless beasts. They were highly intelligent beings capable of communication. This realization sparked not fear, but a new understanding. The Serpent of Destruction's blood gave rise to the Awakeners, and the land-crushing turtle produced a strange metal St. crystal after the nuclear explosion. 2 of the evil gods had created new substances, prompting other research institutions to eagerly investigate what the Great Extinction Octopus and the balanced mosasaur might produce. Driven by curiosity, many researchers headed to the octopus Forbidden Sea to obtain tissue samples from the Great Extinction Octopus for study. As the evil gods' powers were revealed, they gradually integrated into human society. The Serpent of Destruction's communicability also inspired some ambitious individuals to establish contact with other evil gods. Using the power of evil gods to secure a high position in the human world became a widely shared goal of expansion. Power has always been the ultimate pursuit of human society. Even though Lana City had just endured war, it attracted the covetous gaze of many financial conglomerates thanks to the backing of evil god power. They sought to rebuild the city and indirectly harnessed the power of evil gods. Construction companies poured into the city. As the ruins were cleared and foundations laid, the city, ravaged by war and evil god power, gradually regained its vitality. In a few years, it would likely be restored to its former glory, perhaps even more prosperous. Such was the power of evil gods, one of the ultimate forces on par with nuclear weapons. The source of power that humanity now frantically pursued. While Lana City was laboring to rebuild under Qin Zhong's watchful gaze deep within the re-established underground laboratory in Raqqa City, DR, Lance was conducting research on the Spirit Serpent Serum using the holy crystal obtained from the ASA Group, DR. Lance was utilizing the holy crystal acquired from the ASA Group to advance his research on the Spirit Serpent Serum. With the interplay between the holy crystal and the Spirit Serpent Serum, one after another unheard-of mysteries were unveiled. DR. Lance exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly incredible. I never imagined that the problem that had plagued me for so long could be solved with the help of the holy crystal. Heaven helps me. The Spirit Serpent Serum Potion is about to be successfully developed. As Dr. Lance burst into excited laughter, the researcher AMU, who had always been by his side, suddenly had a spark in his eyes, only to quickly dim again. As the focus of major conglomerates, the Spirit Serpent Serum Potion was quickly hyped to a high price in the underground black market the moment it succeeded. Even though the finished Spirit Serpent Serum Potion had not yet truly entered the underground black market, the series of products related to it had already exceeded $1 billion. This was just the beginning. Soon on the international market, the stock price of Oli Pharmaceutical Group soared, and the shares of other companies also rose rapidly. The Spirit Serpent Serum Potion had the effect of extending lifespan, and what did that mean? It meant a vast market was waiting to be explored by countless conglomerates, a brand new field that would drive the entire world into a frenzy. Longevity, a goal pursued by countless emperors and generals since ancient times, had been realized in this era. Soon, with Dr. Lance's complete success in the Spirit Serpent Serum research, the survival rate of those injected with the serum increased to nearly 100%. A flood of orders poured in from all over the world, and piles of cooperation letters appeared on the desks of the board members of Oli Pharmaceutical Group. Suddenly, Oli Pharmaceutical Group became the darling of the entire world. Even a mere clerk position was fiercely contested by countless people eager to enter. While the international market was buzzing with news about Oli Pharmaceuticals, AMU, who had been staying with Dr. Lance for years, once again connected with Ms. Kelly. Respected Ms. Kelly, I have fully mastered the method of producing the Spirit Serpent Serum. Now I think it's time to discuss my compensation. As the communication projection rose, Ms. Kelly's alluring figure appeared before the spy AMU. Oh, you can master the serum production method. How did you do it? Ms. Kelly asked curiously. She knew that the serum potion, as the most treasured item on the market, had been hyped to a price of over $100 million for a single small bottle on the underground black market. Although the price was inflated due to the yet-to-be fully open production line, it showed how urgently the market craved this potion. And yet AMU, the spy, claimed to have mastered its production method, something Ms. Kelly found hard to believe. I learned the production process back when the Awakened caused chaos in Raqqa City. AMU simply stated a shocking fact. What? You mean you were involved in the Awaken's escape back then? Ms. Kelly said in disbelief. The Awakened, as test subjects for the Spirit Serpent Serum, were under constant surveillance by Dr. Lance's subordinates. Yet despite such tight vigilance, the Awakened still managed to escape, and even Dr. Lance's deeply hidden lab was completely breached by them. This incident had long been a thorn in Dr. Lance's side. After the Awakened fled Raqqa City, he ordered a thorough investigation of most of his staff, but in the end nothing was found. After many other events, Dr. Lance forgot about it. Now Ms. Kelly realized that without a mole, the Awakened could never have escaped so smoothly. After pondering the information from AMU in her mind for a moment, Ms. Kelly spoke. What do you want? State your terms. If she could obtain the serum production method, that would be ideal. Being dependent on others was never pleasant. To accumulate enough capital and recoup funds from the serum potion, Dr. Lance cunningly divided the serum into several tiers for sale. Except for the Asa Group and the other 4 Holy Emblem families who could obtain the complete version of the serum, everyone else received only defective products. Health potions for healing the body, longevity potions for extending life, awakening potions for awakening abilities. Various categories of potions were derived from the original Spirit Serpent Serum. Oli Pharmaceutical Group had squeezed every ounce of profit from the Spirit Serpent Serum project, refusing to let even a shred of profit slip away. As a pharmaceutical group, selling medicine was their forte. Among the derivatives of the Spirit Serpent Serum, the most valuable was undoubtedly the awakening potion that could awaken human abilities. Taking this potion not only extended the body's lifespan to a maximum of 150 years, but also turned the user into a superhuman beyond ordinary people. The specific effects had been clearly demonstrated in the Great Battle of Lana City. The power to control water and fire, command thunder and lightning, and create thick fog, making one as formidable as a deity. Only such potions were of the highest value. However, their production was very scarce. Even with her abilities, Ms. Kelly could only obtain potions for rejuvenation and lifespan extension at most. The negative effect of burning one's lifespan to use abilities was kept a secret among the Awakened, as there were no large-scale Awakened with powers among humans yet. Ms. Kelly could not obtain the high-tier potions, and the mid-tier ones required constant purchases. This state of dependence was extremely uncomfortable for Ms. Kelly. As the head of an arms company, she was used to others following her lead, not the other way around. Now learning from AMU that he might have mastered the formula for the Spirit Serpent Serum, Ms. Kelly became intensely interested. I can give you the formula unconditionally, but the key to the serum isn't the formula. It's the raw materials. Let me be clear, if the formula can't be used due to the raw materials, I won't be responsible. With the serum formula as leverage to negotiate his compensation, MU spoke with newfound confidence. What are the raw materials? Ms. Kelly asked with interest. The secret lies in the beast jungle. The power of the awakened comes from the doomed serpent. I think that's why the priests among the awakened can contact the first evil god. And as the place where the doomed serpent first appeared, the beast jungle, formerly the Amazon jungle, contains many remnants of the evil god's bloodline. No one can obtain the true evil god's blood, but by hunting the beasts in the beast jungle one can extract enough evil god blood. AMU briefed Ms. Kelly. Very well. Then hand over the formula. Now you can state your terms. Ms. Kelly said after a moment of thought. I want $10 million Union and send me to the city of the evil god Lannis City. AMU said calmly. All right. In 1 week you'll get what you want. Ms. Kelly replied without hesitation. As the head of a $1 trillion conglomerate, $10 million Union meant nothing to her. Good. How do I deliver the formula to you? AMU continued. 1 week from now, when you are sent to the city of the evil god Lannis City, you will hand the formula to my people. Ms. Kelly brushed her hair lightly and said softly. Then happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After the verbal contract was made, AMU ended the call. The value of the serum formula was far greater than the $10 million Union AMU demanded. But AMU was self-aware. He knew that $10 million was the maximum he could reasonably ask for. Any more than that would be beyond what he could bear. Originally, according to their agreement, AMU would be given a regional manager position at Axier Arms Company after the mission succeeded. But now circumstances had changed. Having witnessed the immense value of the serum, AMU grew afraid. He feared he might die at Dr. Lance's hands, so he chose a different form of compensation. $10 million Union. That was the price AMU demanded, but it was far from the true value of the serum. The remaining profit from the serum was his insurance for safety. $10 million Union was enough for AMU to start anew in the city of the evil god Lannis City. Only under the protection of Axier Arms Company when he reached Lannis City could he truly enjoy the freedom of a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea. Stepping out of the hotel room he used to contact Ms. Kelly, AMU pulled down the brim of his cap to hide his face. Looking at the bustling crowds on the street, AMU murmured to himself, everything in this world depreciates in value from the moment it is born. If something appreciates against the norm, it's only consuming something invisible behind the scenes. People treat these invisible things as non-existent. When these intangibles are exhausted, everything that has been rising will be like a castle in the air. It will collapse, instantly forming a beautiful spectacle. So rather than walk on a hanging garden, it's better to land steadily. With these thoughts, AMU disappeared into the dense crowd. The serum was just a stepping stone for his rise. He would sell it at the most appropriate time, not the highest. And now was the most appropriate moment. To cut through all the troubles swiftly before everything catches up, then disappear far away. This was AMU's survival wisdom. A week passed quickly. Boarding a cruise ship nominally for vacation, AMU left the dangerous Raqqa City for his new life, a place beyond the reach of Oli Pharmaceutical Group, the city of the evil god Lannis City. The conflict between the Awakened and Oli Pharmaceutical Group was no longer a secret. After the Awakened settled in Lannis City, the news about Oli Pharmaceutical Group's human experiments was fully exposed by them. For a time, Oli Pharmaceutical Group faced widespread condemnation on the internet with a ferocity that made it seem like a rat crossing the street. But with the successful development of the serum, batches of longevity potions were handed out as hush money, and the internet suddenly fell silent, as if the whole human experimentation incident had never happened. Except in Lannis City, where the news survived thanks to the Awakened, it vanished from every other corner of the global internet. It was precisely this conflict between the Awakened and Oli Pharmaceutical Group that made Lannis City AMU's first choice. Here, Oli Pharmaceutical Group had no reach. Even if AMU's sale of the serum formula was later exposed, he wouldn't worry about his life. As the cruise ship approached the city of the evil god Lannis City, AMU took out a vial of the spirit serpent serum from his suitcase. This was the most complete serum with the same functions as the Awakens. AMU had obtained it at great cost, nearly exposing himself to Dr. Lance. When entering a society, one must follow its rules. In Lannis City, the Awakened are the true masters behind the scenes. Privilege. That was what the Awakened enjoyed in Lannis City. Anything related to them received official support from the city government. This was the result the priests had achieved with the power of the doomed serpent, and it was a formal legal document endorsed by the authorities before a complete fallout. Injecting the serum into his body, AMU felt a vast power stirring deep within his bloodline, a long-lost sense of vitality. This complete serum really packs a punch. AMU casually tossed the syringe into the trash, feeling the powerful strength surging through him, and muttered to himself. Lannis City, a towering city gate, stood with a massive bronze bell atop the city tower. Whenever someone with the evil god's blood passed through the bell would automatically ring, alerting the relevant personnel. Lannis City was the city of the Awakened, welcoming all Awakened. But Awakened existed elsewhere too. With the full development of the serum, large quantities of the serum had created many more Awakened who were not aligned with those in Lannis City. Hence the device resembling a spirit alarm bell was installed to monitor the arrival of any unknown awakened. Clang, clang, clang. The prolonged resonance of the ancient bronze bell drew the attention of the surrounding vehicles. As a city on the verge of revival, it teemed with countless opportunities for development, attracting a multitude of outsiders. They sought their own opportunities here while the privileged individuals whose status was enshrined in the city's laws stood apart. The awakened could be considered the favored offspring of the city, akin to the heirs of dark gods. As those who bore the blood of these dark gods, they were the objects of envy for nearly every human. Thus, upon hearing the bell toll, countless vehicles involuntarily came to a halt, their occupants straining to spot the unfamiliar awakened at the checkpoint. The system of the bronze bell recorded the status of all awakened in Lana City, and only an unfamiliar awakened would cause it to ring. So the moment the bell sounded, the gates at the entrance and exit of Lana City were sealed off completely. Soon 2 figures in robes adorned with dark gold patterns approached, causing the driver of the car, carrying AMU, to look utterly flattered. They spoke to AMU saying, "Visitor from afar, are you our friend or our enemy?" As the question was posed, AMU felt a peculiar aura scanning him. Sensing this strange aura, AMU thought to himself, "This must be the mind-reading ability." He replied directly, "A friend, of course. I hold an irreconcilable grudge against Dr. Lance. Blocking one's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Calling it an irreconcilable grudge is not an exaggeration." After AMU spoke, his identity was confirmed. With the checkpoint reopening, AMU entered the city through the express lane under the envious gaze of the crowd. This was the current state of Lana City, a city dominated by the awakened. Hovering in the sky, Qin Zhong observed the city's revitalization and shook his head with a smile. The people of this world seem accustomed to privilege. Even the awakened acting this way doesn't provoke any resentment. After a brief reflection on the human nature of this world, Qin Zhong turned his attention away. With the survival issues of the awakened within Lana City resolved, the next step was the missionary work of the Viper Serpent cult. Under the leadership of the 4 knights, the forces of the Viper Serpent cult soon established a presence in Lana City. As a cult unmistakably linked to the Serpent of Destruction, the Viper Serpent cult naturally received preferential treatment in Lana City, with all policies giving them the green light. With this official support, the faith energy Qin Zhong collected each day increased significantly. For a time, the fusion of flesh cells and soul energy within his body accelerated. According to Qin Zhong's estimation, once all the flesh cells and soul energy within him were fully integrated, he would be able to use various abilities unconditionally. Thus, he could truly wield the power to command the elements before the world, solidifying his identity as a true god. However, this grand goal remained distant, far from Qin Zhong's immediate reach. The urgent task now was to continue increasing the number of dark gods. Only by diverting all of humanity's attention to the dark gods could Qin Zhong, as one of them, avoid drawing undue notice. As for when this relentless proliferation of dark gods would cease, it would depend on when Qin Zhong's evolution was complete. Turning his attention back to the boundless deep sea with the experience of hatching the scale mosasaur, Qin Zhong planned to use ancient fossil organisms as a blueprint to create the 5th dark god. The birth of each dark god would capture the attention of most of humanity. Coupled with the explosive surge of movies, animations, and novels, a well-organized system flourished. Every time he created a dark god, Qin Zhong could reap an additional reward. This was one of the reasons he was so keen on crafting dark gods. Survival was only part of it. More importantly, he savored the feeling of having his creations appreciated by the entire world. While Qin Zhong searched for the fossilized dragon egg as the raw material for the 5th dark god, the great annihilation octopus, which was wreaking havoc on the Pacific maritime trade routes, found itself in trouble. Unlike the other dark gods, the great annihilation octopus lacked the reputation of the doomed serpent in annihilating an island, the terrifying power of the land-crushing crocodile turtle in withstanding nuclear bombs, or the mysterious aura of the scale mosasaur. All it possessed were its 12 tentacles and its massive size. Relying on its sheer size, the great annihilation octopus dominated the Pacific maritime trade routes, stirring up chaos and contributing to the rise of the Golden Viper Group. Everything had been going smoothly. Even though the great annihilation octopus caused trouble on the maritime trade route, ships could simply take detours to ensure their cargo's safety. Humanity saw no need to contend with a mere octopus. However, with the successful development of the spirit serpent serum and the miraculous properties of the holy crystal, the attention of many merchants turned to the great annihilation octopus. As a fellow member of the Dark God group, it seemed unreasonable that the doomed serpent could produce the spirit serpent serum, the land-crushing crocodile turtle could yield the holy crystal, while the great annihilation octopus offered nothing. With this thought in mind, a host of merchants sailed forth in their warships and cargo vessels, launching a campaign to capture the great annihilation octopus, hoping to reap enormous profits. Among these merchants was Smil. As the first heir of the Amon Arms Company, he had been cast out of the company's succession line after the old man's lifespan was extended. With capital injection from the Amon Arms Company, he established a new shipping company for maritime trade. As a small firm yet to make its mark on the international capital stage, Smil's Bolin Shipping Company was quite modest. But that did not dampen his determination to set sail. Moreover, his son had died at sea, and he felt compelled to avenge him. Smil's son was Thales, who had been sent to sea to find the doomed serpent. The great annihilation octopus had first appeared before humanity, with Thales's demise as its prelude. Great annihilation octopus, one day I will slay you with my own hands, using your blood and flesh to honor my son and to expand the Bolin Shipping Company. Standing on the wind-whipped deck, Smil gazed at the distant octopus on the ocean and spoke with venom. Having dealt with the great annihilation octopus for a long time, he had once accidentally discovered a major secret about it. Consuming part of the octopus's limbs or body fluids could regenerate lost limbs. The moment this secret was uncovered, Smil imposed a gag order. Although the spirit serpent serum had not yet caused such a stir at the time, his merchant instinct told him that a vast fortune lay behind this discovery. He had intended to monopolize the great annihilation octopus, using it as the catalyst for the Bolin Shipping Company's rise. Yet fate did not always favor Smil. It allowed him to uncover the secret early, but did not grant him enough time to capture the octopus. Once the news of the spirit serpent serum and the holy crystal spread worldwide, the great annihilation octopus went from being ignored to being the ultimate prize in the eyes of merchants everywhere. Suddenly, a flood of merchants surged in, crowding out Smil's opportunities. Fortunately, the secret of the octopus had not yet been discovered, so these merchants sailed the seas with the attitude of shoot an arrow and see if it hits, deploying only modest forces. If these merchants ever learned the octopus's secret, his small shipping company would be no match for international capital that could command the winds and rain. He would not even know how to die. Although Smil had once been the heir of the Amon Arms Company, he had been expelled and now helmed a transport firm. As the saying goes, brothers keep clear accounts, let alone these two separate companies. Often, even if Smil and the head of the Amon Arms Company were father and son, the Amon Arms Company would not show any mercy when enormous profits were at stake. Woo, woo, woo. A series of deep horn blasts echoed across the sea as a warship appeared near the great annihilation octopus. Seeing the emblem of the Ali Pharmaceutical Group on the flag, Smil sneered. Ali Pharmaceutical Group. You people are truly insatiable. Not content with the spirit serpent serum and the holy crystal, now you want to seize the octopus's regeneration fluid. Do you think I'll let you have your way? Then Smil sent messages to other captains on the Pacific, using the octopus's secret as leverage to rally them against Ali Pharmaceutical. Smil planned to capture the great annihilation octopus once and for all before the full force of international capital entered the Pacific, lest the opportunity slip away. In response to Smil's summons, a group of captains, each weaker than the Ali Pharmaceutical Group, but not to be underestimated, gathered to discuss their attack plan. While Smil and the captains were engaged in heated discussions, the target, the Ali Pharmaceutical Group's warship, had no sense of caution and sailed straight into the octopus's forbidden waters. This fleet was originally the 1DR. Lance had dispatched to the Pacific to search for the doomed serpent. But as events unfolded rapidly, plans changed. The fleet's objective shifted from the doomed serpent to the great annihilation octopus. Colonel Shaka stood on the ship's deck, flanked by a group of soldiers possessing the same physique as the awakened. Unlike the awakened, whose abilities were triggered by constant stimulation after their awakening, these soldiers had not received sufficient mental stimulation, so their mental frequencies rarely underwent mutation. Thus they could not develop abilities. Without the aid of holy crystals, the strongest among them only reached awakened level 10, and they could not enter the armorization state. Compared to their counterparts, these soldier awakened were already relatively weak. However, that did not matter much on the vast ocean, where the gap between one or two awakened was not significant. Raising his telescope to look at the distant octopus, Colonel Shaka said confidently, "This octopus monster is mine." Compared to his repeated failures with the doomed serpent, Colonel Shaka saw the great annihilation octopus's seemingly weak appearance and thought it was a pushover. And that was more or less true, as a chaotic battle erupted among the warships of various conglomerates. When Qin Zhong arrived at this Pacific region, he witnessed the aftermath, the remains of many warships drifting forlornly on the sea. Ships were sinking one after another, and countless people were struggling for their lives. As for the protagonist of this battle, the great annihilation octopus was nearly cut in half. One of its tentacles had been severed and a huge gash gaped at its waist. Seeing the octopus in such a miserable state, Qin Zhong clicked his tongue and said, "What a poor creature. It got surrounded and attacked. Better hurry back to the depths of the sea to recover." With these words, Qin Zhong extended his long tail, wrapping it around the body of the damny octopus and pulling it into the depths of the sea for recuperation. As for the shattered warships and the people struggling endlessly on the ocean, what did that have to do with Qin Zhong? Not killing them was already merciful. Helping them survive was far from his concern. The Pacific Ocean was an extremely perilous sea. Within its boundless, icy waters lurked countless dangers. During the assault on the dammy octopus as it fought desperately in its death throes, most ordinary humans were annihilated outright upon its surface. This included Colonel Shaka of the Ali Pharmaceutical Group, and Smear, who had tried to gain an advantage but ended up losing his life instead. Father and son both perished in the Pacific, both at the hands of the dammy octopus. One could not help but call it a twist of fate. Among the crowd struggling on the sea's surface, the icy seawater gradually drained their warmth. Some ordinary humans died directly on the Pacific Ocean, leaving only the soldier awakened who could rely on their formidable physical strength to survive upon the vast sea. Yet even their survival would not last long. Without a turn of events, they would perish completely on the Pacific within a few hours. But perhaps fortune favored them. As Mayan, a policeman turned soldier, struggled desperately, a dorsal fin suddenly rose into view. This instantly jolted Mayan, whose strength was almost completely spent and who had been on the verge of drowsiness, back to alertness. "Run! There's a shark!" Mayan roared. Sharks were the hunters of the sea. Any creature targeted by a shark found it nearly impossible to escape completely. As the news of the shark's appearance spread to every awakened individual, panic immediately seized them. Swimming in the ocean was like boiling a frog slowly. The danger was not immediately felt. Although they knew they might die at sea, the process was gradual and did not provoke a drastic emotional shift. But the sudden arrival of the shark jolted the drowsy crowd awake. Driven by the sharp stimulus, everyone exerted their utmost strength, paddling frantically across the sea. However, the shark, which they regarded as a great enemy, did not even consider these humans as prey. Its target was a tentacle dozens of meters in diameter, a limb the dammy octopus had lost during its battle with the fleet. After being severed for some unknown reason, this tentacle neither sank to the seabed nor floated to the surface. It merely hung 2 or 3 meters below the surface, resembling a giant python from above. The people thought the shark was hunting them, but its true target was that tentacle. From the severed limb of the dammy octopus emanated a strange allure, calling out to the shark to devour it. Following its instincts, the shark quickly opened its gaping maw, its fanged jaws tearing into the broken tentacle of the dammy octopus. As chunks of flesh entered its stomach, the shark began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Meanwhile, mistaken in thinking the shark would devour them, Mayan and the others paddled frantically. After covering several hundred meters without seeing the shark, they finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. Mayan had never imagined that a person utterly exhausted could unleash such tremendous power under the threat of death. But this burst of energy came at a cost. The moment he stopped paddling, Mayan felt pain everywhere. Every movement hurt excruciatingly. If not for the fear of sinking into the sea, he would have liked to rest. Yet the desperate will to survive compelled him to keep swimming, searching for any glimmer of hope. But looking around, there was nothing but an endless ocean with no land in sight, and even the shattered warships had long since sunk into the depths. A dead end. This is a dead end, Mayan said in despair. On the vast sea with fewer than 10 awakened individuals, what a hopeless sentiment it was. Just as Mayan was losing all hope of survival, the shark that had dived to devour the dammy octopus's tentacle reappeared near him. Unlike the previous dorsal fin, this one was pure black. It seemed to be covered in a thick layer of scales. As the shark broke the surface, it charged at them like an ancient warrior in full armor. "Run!" Mayan shouted again. Then, driven by the shark's deadly pursuit, Mayan and the others demonstrated what it meant to tap into their potential. The intense stimulus of death wildly agitated their minds, and the abnormal mental frequencies constantly stirred the evil god blood within them. Finally, after a frenzied chase, just as the shark clad in black scales was about to open its maw and swallow them whole, Mayan's eyes, under extreme mental stimulation, turned a glowing white. As white light flooded his eyes, intense cold radiated from every part of his body. In an instant, a vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean froze into ice, and Mayan, as if climbing stairs, dashed onto the surface, thick layers of ice forming rapidly beneath his feet. At that moment, driven by the terror of death, Mayan did not notice his own condition. He sprinted across the Pacific, leaving a trail of ice in his wake. Though they did not understand what had happened, driven by the will to survive, the remaining people scrambled onto the ice slabs Mayan had created, evading the shark's attack. After a desperate struggle, watching the shark reluctantly depart, Mayan and the others sat on the ice, gazing at the setting sun, pondering their future. "How do we survive?" Mayan asked helplessly. "Who knows? Live one day at a time," his teammate replied, lazily lying on the ice. In this half-dead state, uncertain of when they would live or die, Mayan and the others awaited a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in the deep sea 8,000 meters below the surface, it was a realm of absolute darkness. Here not only was Qinzhong's true form, the annihilation serpent, present, but also the other 3 evil gods, the Jinlu crocodile, turtle, the Tianqing mosasaurus, and the injured dammy octopus, which was recovering. This seabed, a place humans had never set foot, had become Qinzhong's lair. Here he need not worry about being disturbed by humans. The dammy octopus was busy healing, under the influence of a mysterious power. Its severed tentacles were regenerating. As for the Tianqing mosasaurus, it slept on the ocean floor. As the only female among the 4 evil gods, Qin Zhong did not understand why she loved sleeping so much, especially leaning against the Jinlu crocodile turtle. Meanwhile, the Jinlu crocodile turtle was occupied with organizing the humans in the death realm, attempting to revive them. As the embodiment of Qin Zhong's consciousness, its wisdom in handling affairs was inherited from him. Seeing the peaceful surroundings, Qin Zhong thought he should feel at ease. But contrary to his expectation, he felt no comfort in this deep sea. Instead, a strong restlessness drove him to act. Reflecting on this feeling, he muttered to himself, could it be that I've stirred up trouble so often that now I feel uneasy without causing some? Regarding his own state, Qin Zhong made a rare assessment. He was being cheap. Before, he had always wanted to divert human attention elsewhere to keep himself safe. But now that he was safe, Qin Zhong felt completely out of sorts. Thus, to alleviate this restless itch, his mind were frantically searching for a place to find some amusement. After much deliberation, Qin Zhong finally thought of a destination, the place where he had first arrived in this world. The Amazon jungle, now also known as the Beast Forest, a rainforest sanctuary in South America. Without a word to his 4 evil god companions, Qin Zhong flicked his long tail and swam towards South America. The Beast Forest was teeming with beasts, and Qin Zhong planned to add a little trouble for Dr. Lance so that he would stop obsessing over trivial matters that annoyed him. Qin Zhong's body glided swiftly through the ocean. Wherever he passed, all creatures made way, as if a king were traveling, and no one dared to look upon his majesty. Qin Zhong thoroughly enjoyed this state. However, as he passed through a certain sea area, while basking in this enjoyment, he sensed something amiss. Although creatures fled from his path, leaving few fish in sight, it was impossible for the area to be so completely devoid of life. Not even a single small fish or shrimp for thousands of li around, as if the sea were empty. Gazing at this eerie scene, Qin Zhong muttered, could this place be haunted? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a tremendous roar sent massive waves charging toward him. The powerful impact struck his body, giving him the sensation of hitting a wall. Fortunately, Qin Zhong's body was extremely powerful. This strange attack had no effect on him. He turned to look at the source of the attack and saw a shark covered in pitch-black scales charging toward him with a fierce lunge, clamping onto his tail and gnawing wildly. Its sharp fangs scraped against Qin Zhong's golden scales, giving him the strange feeling of being tickled. Looking at this shark, which carried a trace of his own blood, Qin Zhong could sense the chaotic thoughts in its mind. This shark truly wanted to devour him. But because its fangs were not sharp enough, and its bite force insufficient, it seemed as if it were merely acting cute toward Qin Zhong. Observing this little creature constantly attacking him, Qin Zhong's golden pupils rolled, and then, as if struck by an idea, he said to the armored shark, you go attract the humans' attention while I carry out my plan in the Beast Forest. I'll count to 3. If you don't object, I'll take it as your agreement. 1, 2, 3. Good, you agreed, so you can't go back on your word. After amusing himself by talking to this mindless creature for a while, Qin Zhong used his soul force to violently invade the armored shark's thoughts, assigning it the task of frenziedly attacking human coastal vessels. Don't be fooled by Qin Zhong calling it a little creature. It was only small in comparison to him. In truth, this creature was a full dozen meters in size, a colossal beast that no one who saw it could underestimate. In the city of Raqas, the Golden Viper Group was transferring its assets. As a formidable religious force, the Golden Viper Group's development advanced in tandem with the spread of its faith. The target city for the Golden Viper Group's relocation was the city of evil gods Lannis. In this metropolis teeming with awakened, nearly all who were not aspiring to become awakened were potential followers of the Viper God. This fertile ground of faith represented the most crucial clientele for the company's growth as far as the Golden Viper Group was concerned. Once the Golden Viper Group had fully transferred its funds and every trace of Qin Zhong's influence was completely purged from Raqas, a border city in South America, Qin Zhong began his operations in the Beast Jungle. The most perfect serum among all serums, the Awakened Serum, required a vast quantity of evil god's blood to produce, making it a treasured asset of the Ali Pharmaceutical Group. Since the successful development of the serum, the output of the Awakened Serum had never been able to increase. Ultimately, it was due to the scarcity of beasts in the Beast Jungle. Often a mere milliliter of evil god's blood could be extracted from dozens of beasts. Such a vast disparity left Dr. Lance deeply troubled. Previously, the defective serum could be developed with just 2 or 3 beasts. Apart from its high mortality rate, the defective serum could maximize the power of evil god's blood. However, the successfully developed serum required dozens of beasts for extraction. The increase in the number of beasts by more than tenfold greatly amplified the difficulty of producing the Awakened Serum. In short, troubles abounded everywhere. The failure to develop the serum was vexing, and its success brought its own share of frustrations. And these frustrations infuriated Dr. Lance even more after AMU leaked the serum's formula. When he chanced upon counterfeit life-extending serums and other serums from Ali Pharmaceutical Group, apart from the Awakened Serum, appearing on the underground black market, he realized that someone had divulged the formula. Thus, under Dr. Lance's leadership, a massive purge unfolded within the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group. Numerous corporate spies from other companies were rooted out and sent to prison. However, they could do nothing about the prime culprit behind the leak, the researcher AMU. AMU had fled too swiftly, leaving Dr. Lance unable to apprehend him. Tormented by a constant stream of vexations, Dr. Lance, now a board member of the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group, issued a lockdown order on the beast jungle. In Dr. Lance's mind, even if the serum formula was leaked, what of it? As long as the raw material for extracting evil god's blood remained in his hands, no matter how ingenious his competitors might be, a serum formula without its raw material supply was nothing but a scrap of paper. With the lockdown order in place, the rate of counterfeit serum production in the underground black market was immediately curbed. After all, as the world's sole mine producing evil god's blood, the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group was inherently invincible. As long as it controlled the beast jungle, and with the backing of the Holy Emblem family, the ASA Group, behind Dr. Lance, it was difficult for any competitor to oppose the group. Thus, a run on the underground black market was easily quelled into nothingness. Only in the resolutions of the Supreme Joint Council did proposals occasionally arise calling for the opening of the beast jungle to allow other companies fair access. However, such proposals were quickly vetoed by the ASA Group, which rejected all motions related to the matter. Thus, under the ASA Group's protection, both the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group and Dr. Lance himself embarked on a path of rapid development. In this sheltered growth, the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group's total assets soon surpassed the 8 trillion mark, carving a bloody path through the international capital market and rising to the ranks of elite global capital. Just as the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group was sweeping all before it, surging ahead in the international capital market, a sudden upheaval in the beast jungle brought a significant shift in the group's development trajectory. That day, in Director Hale's private office, Dr. Lance and Director Hale discussed the situation in the beast jungle. What exactly happened in the beast jungle that it has become a stumbling block to our development? Looking at Dr. Lance across from him, Director Hale spoke with displeasure. This was a critical moment for the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group, with the backing of the ASA Group, to break through the 10 trillion mark. Any misstep would cause everything to collapse. Director Hale did not wish to see any unexpected disruption in the group's development, so he directed his question at Dr. Lance. The beast jungle had always been Dr. Lance's domain. With trouble there, Dr. Lance had to answer for it. This is a good thing. Amidst the chaos in the beast jungle, I've discovered something encouraging. For some unknown reason, the concentration of evil god's blood in the beasts has increased. Do you know what this means? It means the production rate of our serum series products will greatly accelerate. Just wait and see. This disturbance in the beast jungle is not a halt to the group's development speed. It's a clarion call to charge forward. In response to Director Hale's inquiry, Dr. Lance showed no irritation. Instead, he explained with an extremely excited tone. Seeing Dr. Lance's excitement, Director Hale raised an eyebrow and said, "Since it's a good thing, I won't interfere further. In any case, I hope you can fully resolve this matter by the next board meeting." Director Hale said solemnly to Dr. Lance, "Don't worry. I won't let this incident have any impact on the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group." Dr. Lance assured him. "Then go ahead and handle it. I'll take care of the troubles at the Supreme Joint Council. You don't need to worry." Director Hale said, rubbing his temples wearily. "I'll take my leave then. Make sure you get some rest." After inquiring about Director Hale's health, Dr. Lance withdrew from the private office. Amidst the greetings of the staff, he left the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group's building. Standing on the top floor watching Dr. Lance depart through the floor-to-ceiling window, Director Hale shook his head with a troubled expression and muttered, "I hope everything goes smoothly this time. Otherwise, the beast jungle might really have to be opened up." As the raw material base for serum production, the beast jungle had always been coveted by various conglomerates. Almost every time the Supreme Joint Council convened, proposals regarding the opening of the beast jungle emerged endlessly. And they presented the benefits of opening the beast jungle for global market development from every angle. The proposals were written so persuasively that if Director Hale had not been directly involved, he would likely have been thoroughly misled. Director Hale was well aware that behind every proposal introduced at the Supreme Joint Council, there were shadows of other Holy Emblem families. As one of the greatest discoveries of the 26th century, the serum was highly valued by members of the Holy Emblem families. Moreover, Director Hale knew that the Holy Emblem families were lobbying the members and the chairman of the Supreme Joint Council. They were preparing to bypass the ASA Group, the interested party, and forcibly pass a bill to open the beast jungle. If the current disturbance in the beast jungle could not be resolved, it might not be long before the beast jungle transformed from a private territory into a public domain. At that point, the Ollie Pharmaceutical Group's monopoly advantage would vanish and the group's high-speed development track would be abruptly broken. In short, these were troubled times. Back in Raqa's Dr. Lance opened the documents in his hands. He looked at the various species that had mutated under the influence of evil god's blood, each given a bizarre name, and read them aloud one by one. electric-winged lizard, sound-eating venom, scorpion, heavy flame, fire bee. Seeing these peculiar names, Dr. Lance deeply suspected that whoever named these beasts had read too many web novels. Since internet companies monopolized various online channels, innovative literary works had vanished, leaving only historical myths that had circulated for centuries. After reciting the names of some beasts, Dr. Lance pondered for a moment, then closed the document and approached the communicator. "Summon Colonel Maggie to my office." With Dr. Lance's command, Colonel Maggie soon appeared before him in crisp military uniform. After saluting Dr. Lance, he stood respectfully awaiting instructions. Ever since the emergence of the giant serpent of destruction, many people's fates had undergone earth-shattering changes. For instance, Dr. Lance, once a scientist of no renown worldwide, had become one of the greatest scientists of the 26th century, amassing immense wealth and fame. Similarly, Colonel Maggie had been promoted in rank by Dr. Lance to mobilize the military after Colonel Shaka went missing in the Pacific. Their fates had all changed, and the source of it all was Qin Zhong's appearance. While Dr. Lance toiled to clean up the mess in the beast jungle, Qin Zhong was orchestrating a far larger-scale slaughter within it. By releasing a special induction wave, he caused all creatures containing evil god's blood to hybridize, reproduce, and breed. Through this method, he passed down the evil god's blood from generation to generation. The reproductive cycle of animals was dozens of times shorter than that of humans. Moreover, Qin Zhong held control over the reproductive cycle of the beings implanted with evil god's blood. Now Qin Zhong could release a pheromone at any time, causing these beasts infused with evil god's blood to enter a state of heat, leading to the massive reproduction of offspring. Suddenly, a wave of reproduction swept through the entire beast jungle. Numerous animals of different species, driven by the influence of evil god's blood, began to experience reproductive urges. Under the domination of this special urge, the turmoil that had been rising in the beast jungle subsided for a time. Dr. Lance was pleased with this development. After instructing his people to closely monitor the beast jungle, he turned to new research directions. After all, Dr. Lance was at heart a researcher and a scientist. Though he had been caught up in the capital battlefield for a while, once things calmed down, he would inevitably settle down to focus on research. And according to Qin Zhong's estimates, it would take at least 5 years for the next generation of beasts in the beast jungle to mature and bring about a transformative change. It is now 2768. By the time 2773 arrives, the beast jungles will erupt in full force. So what should I do in these 5 years? Every event requires foreshadowing, and the eruption of the beast jungles is no exception. Only with sufficient groundwork can the most magnificent fireworks be unleashed. As the beast jungle's matter was being prepared, Qin Zhong pondered what he should do. After much deliberation, Qin Zhong concluded that matters concerning the evil god were largely in order. Everything needed time to accumulate and ferment to yield even more splendid results. The current priority was to establish the defensive force of the Golden Viper conglomerate, which had risen to become a second-tier financial group with international capital influence. According to the Union's legal code, such an entity was entitled to possess its own ground and air forces, essentially all terrestrial and aerial power except naval fleets. As the saying goes, use it or lose it. Seizing the calm period, Qin Zhong decided to build a military force under the Golden Viper conglomerate with its ranks drawn from loyal followers. Acting on impulse was one of Qin Zhong's tenets, and adapting to circumstances was another. Driven by various reasons, he began forming the Golden Viper force. Using his identity as a prison knight, Qin Zhong officially registered a security company named the Golden Viper Knights under the Union's jurisdiction, affiliated with the Golden Viper conglomerate. With a massive capital injection of $200 million Union from the conglomerate, it became a formidable entity in the North American local capital arena. International capital represented by billions of Union dollars operated on the global stage, with money flows often totaling tens of billions. Local capital, on the other hand, was dominated by hundreds of millions, with its battlefields spanning the continents. For instance, North America was a market largely led by local capital except for the powerful international players. In this market, companies with millions of Union dollars were common players, while those with assets exceeding 100 million were colossal entities rarely seen. In the 26th century, the purchasing power of the Union dollar remained robust. 96% of the global populace survived on a monthly salary of $3,000 to $4,000. As long as they avoided luxury goods, $3,000 to $4,000 sufficed for daily life. Education and healthcare, however, were monopolized institutions beyond the reach of ordinary people. To describe the common folk of this era, they were literate illiterates. With $200 million Union dollars, Qin Zhong purchased a base the size of 3 football fields. Within this base, the exclusive domain of the Golden Viper Knights, Qin Zhong began his construction endeavors. The formation of the Golden Viper Knights required ample manpower, but Qin Zhong could not mobilize the knight followers of the Viper Serpent cult, as they had more critical tasks. Thus, Qin Zhong faced the challenge of recruiting new members, especially non-religious followers. Their lack of interest in the Viper faith meant their consciousness frequencies could not align with Qin Zhong's, preventing them from gaining knightly power through the evil god's blood. However, Qin Zhong recalled that Amu, one of the few who knew the serum formula, was in lands. As the evil god himself with all raw materials and formulas at hand, Qin Zhong realized he could forge a new knight order by finding suitable candidates. With this thought, Qin Zhong couldn't help but slap his forehead and mutter, "I've been thinking too much about solving problems with violence. My mind has rusted from disuse." Having made up his mind, Qin Zhong, using the prison knight's body, sped toward Amu's location via telekinesis. Since arriving in lands the awakened city, Amu had been living a carefree life with $10 million Union at his disposal. $10 million Union. A fortune that ordinary people could never amass in several lifetimes. Even the interest from a bank deposit far exceeded an average person's annual earnings. With abundant wealth and a powerful physique, Amu indulged himself. He frequented various bars, mingled with countless beauties, and occasionally lent his awakened identity to front companies for prestige. Amu lived like a protagonist in an urban novel, making even Qin Zhong envious upon learning of his recent activities. Had it not been for his true form as the serpent of destruction and the borrowed nature of the prison knight's body, Qin Zhong might have succumbed to such a hedonistic life. But there were no what-ifs. After pinpointing Amu's whereabouts under his new name Yoja, Qin Zhong prepared to wait. At midnight, in a bustling underground nightclub run by awakened individuals, youthful energy swirled. Countless vibrant young men and women released their hormones. Qin Zhong, wearing a traceless mask, felt out of place the moment he entered. An aura of keep away seemed to surround him. Wherever he walked, people instinctively cleared a path. Once he passed through the crowd, these youths acted as if he didn't exist, continuing to revel in their youthful exuberance. Sensing this strange phenomenon, a word crossed Qin Zhong's mind: psychic ability. Only such power could cause this. "It seems the owner here has noticed me," Qin Zhong murmured to himself. But the owner had done more than notice. Upon seeing Qin Zhong's traceless mask, he rushed out of his office. Before Qin Zhong could find a seat, the owner personally approached and greeted him. "Holy Lord, why have you graced my humble establishment?" Looking at the nightclub owner, Qin Zhong said softly, "What, not welcome?" After Qin Zhong's battle with the Union forces in lands, his reputation among awakened individuals soared, earning him the title Holy Lord. Many awakened ones admired him. Now meeting the real Holy Lord in person, the nightclub owner felt like a fan meeting their childhood idol. "Of course not. You're always welcome. Name anything you desire, and I'll have it ready." The owner spoke with utmost deference. Seeing his reverent attitude, Qin Zhong wasted no words. He said directly, "When Yoja arrives, bring him to me." "Understood. Rest in my office, Holy Lord. I'll handle it properly. Just wait and see." Led by the nightclub owner, Qin Zhong waited alone in the office for the arrival of Yoja, the talent he sought. During this time, Qin Zhong didn't idle. He perused the intelligence on awakened individuals provided by the owner. Since the first evil god helped them establish a foothold in lands, the awakened had been busy. They formed various companies, gradually controlling every aspect of lands, even eroding the influence of their former partner Barton Travel Company. Lands was steadily becoming a city truly governed by awakened individuals, though full control was still a short distance away. The erosion of power over lands peaked after Yoja's arrival. Yoja, a former researcher at the Institute, had been nearly fully involved in the development of the serum. It was thanks to this that he managed to steal the serum formula. With Yoja's help and the energy of spirit crystals, the awakened nearly eliminated the flaws in using psychic abilities. From drastically shortening life expectancy with each use, they reduced the cost to a brief depletion of stamina recoverable by consuming high-calorie foods. Yoja's arrival successfully transformed the use of psychic abilities from burning life force to burning physical energy. Because abilities no longer consumed life, the nightclub owner freely used repulsion and forgetfulness powers after Qin Zhong's arrival. Reviewing the awakened's recent activities and Yoja's performance, Qin Zhong couldn't help but acknowledge their talent. Time passed quickly. Just as Yoja stepped out of his home and hadn't gone 10 meters, a black car stopped before him. A bald man got out, bowed, and said, "Lord Yoja, the Holy Lord summons you." Then he opened the door, gesturing for Yoja to enter. Seeing the golden sword emblem on the car's hood, Yoja's brow twitched. He muttered inwardly, "Trouble's coming." The Holy Lord was a legendary figure among the awakened, having single-handedly faced 20,000 regular Union troops. For such a powerful being to seek him out could only mean trouble. "Let's go then." No matter the trouble, Yoja couldn't escape. In this city of awakened, the hierarchy resembled medieval nobility. The Holy Lord stood at the apex, able to issue any command to the awakened below, and they could not truly refuse. Beneath him were the 13 apostles, leaders of the 13 Nightfall families, who styled themselves as princes in imitation of the vampire system from 5 centuries ago, bestowing various titles. Though the system's effects hadn't fully manifested yet, Yoja had begun to sense a clear disparity growing among the awakened. Cautious by nature, Yoja actively aligned with the 13 apostles, leveraging his contributions to secure the title of Count. Once the Awakened truly took control of the city, the title system would be fully implemented. Now the highest-ranking noble summoned him. He had to go whether he liked it or not unless he wanted to leave the city. Escorted by other Awakened, he enjoyed green lights all the way. When he arrived at his usual nightclub, he found it cleared out with heavy security forces on alert. Everyone looked tense, as if preparing for war. Seeing the scene, a deep sense of unease grew within Yuja. I haven't done anything recently. Why would the Holy Lord summon me? He muttered nervously. Now that he was here, there was no escape. In the end, he followed the escort into the legendary Holy Lord's presence. Creak. The sound of the door opening reached Qin ears. Without lifting his head from the book he was reading, wearing a seamless mask, he said, "Have a seat." "Do you know why I summoned you here?" Qin asked while still reading. Sitting nervously opposite him, Yuja stammered, "No." Even when facing Dr. Lance, Yuja had never felt such tension. But facing Qin despite the latter's calm demeanor, Yuja could not help but tremble. Seeing Yuja's anxious expression, Qin set down his book, interlaced his fingers, and rested his chin on them. His golden eyes fixed on Yuja's face, he spoke in a relaxed tone, "Don't be so nervous. I called you here for something good. I heard that you are implementing a system of noble titles here. Is that true?" Qin asked Yuja. Yes. Even though Qin told him to relax, the human fear of a powerful predator still made Yuja tremble uncontrollably, as if facing a primordial beast. Hearing Yuja's reply, Qin continued, "How about this? You come work for my company, and I'll help you elevate your title to Duke." Under Qin's persuasive words, Yuja hesitated not a moment before answering, "Deal." "Very good. Then it's settled. Come to this address tomorrow to find me. I'll tell you what to do then." With that, Qin tossed a business card with the address to Yuja, and before the latter could react, vanished from sight. From the first moment he saw Yuja, Qin knew this was a man who sought to enjoy life. So to get his venture on track quickly, he had to play a little trick. He offered Yuja a job in a manner that brooked no refusal. After Qin's swift departure, Yuja stared at the Golden Viper Night Company card on the table and the address on it, muttering in frustration, "Didn't I come here for freedom? Why am I about to start working again?" Yet no matter how unwilling, faced with Qin's personal invitation, he had to comply. After escaping from Dr. Lance, Yuja could still hide in Lana's city. But if he left Lana's, there would be no place left for him in the world. By then, the Ali Pharmaceutical Group, aware of his whereabouts, would surely exact vengeance for his theft, and even 1,000 cuts would not satisfy their hatred. Yuja had no escape now. He could only obediently follow Qin's orders and do his work. Pulling himself together, he took a deep breath and said, "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Just work right. I'll do it." The next day at the Golden Viper Night Company's base, Qin stood at the main gate. At that moment, apart from Qin, there was almost no one else in the entire base. When Yuja arrived and saw the desolate state of the base, he was stunned. "Sovereign Lord, it's so quiet here. Is it just the two of us?" "That's right. The Golden Viper Night Company was just established less than 3 days ago. But we have plenty of funds, we just need some talent to get things started. And you are the first talent I've recruited." Qin stood beside Yuja, hands behind his back as he spoke. Soon, under Qin's guidance, Yuja toured the entire base. Qin also appointed him as vice president, putting him in charge of research and development. Vice president and concurrently director of R&D, with a monthly salary starting at 100,000, no upper limit. That was the generous offer Qin made to Yuja. Yuja's first task was to develop a device called the Mental Frequency Mapper using the materials provided by Qin. Qin intended to use this device to search for ability-adapted individuals throughout Lana City. Supernatural abilities are born from the combination of mutated mental frequencies and the blood of an evil god. The mutated mental frequency is the key factor. Among the many awakened, only a few can acquire a secondary mental frequency mutation through external stimuli, thus gaining abilities. The majority of the awakened never awaken their abilities and can only strengthen themselves with the blood of the evil god. The device Qin asked Yuja to develop was meant to sift through the population of Lana City. It would screen for natural mental frequency mutators, then grant them the blood of the evil god to trigger their ability awakening. Finally, he would recruit them into the Golden Viper Night Company to serve him, saving Qin the trouble of extensive screening to find ability-adapted individuals. This was like drawing cards across the entire city of Lannis. Most of the city's population were ordinary people without mutated mental frequencies, so Qin would likely waste a lot of evil god blood before getting a good card. But now Qin cleverly used a tool to cheat, directly filtering out those who could never awaken abilities. Thus, no matter how bad his luck, he would at least end up with someone who had an ability. With such people, everything they did would yield twice the result with half the effort. Hearing these demands from the client, Yuja the contractor felt a headache coming on. He had escaped from Dr. Lance for freedom, and there was a faint spark of desire to be his own master burning in his heart. Otherwise, with his abilities, he wouldn't have ended up on the run. But now under Qin, Yuja had no choice but to work. Seeing Yuja's troubled expression, Qin said considerately, "Don't worry. No need to rush, we have plenty of time. Just develop the device within 6 months. Qin Zhong didn't put too much pressure on him. After all, this was just a game of amusement. Success or failure, it was all just to pass the time. Yu Jia, who had been troubled by the client's demands, was momentarily moved by Qin Zhong's words. To let him waste 6 months drawing a salary at the company's startup phase, such a fool was rare. Yu Jia looked at Qin Zhong's seamless mask and thought to himself. Then he said to Qin Zhong, "Don't worry. 6 months I'll get it done." Yu Jia assured Qin Zhong. In response, Qin Zhong shrugged and said, "Then let's begin. Tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to provide it." With Qin Zhong's words, the establishment of the Golden Viper Night Company slowly got underway. Qin Zhong spent his days in his office reading newspapers and drinking tea, living a retired life. He would occasionally take a stroll, living a life that made others envious. Every morning at 6, sitting on a park bench watching the office workers rushing to work, he couldn't help but mutter about the decadent capitalism. This life continued for nearly 5 months. On the 29th day of the 5th month, Yu Jia completed his task just barely within the deadline Qin Zhong had set. The mental frequency mapper, which Yu Jia also called the mental radar, looked similar to the Dragon Ball radar Qin Zhong had seen in his past life. Yu Jia set a range for ordinary people's mental frequencies. Those within this range were standard ordinary people and would not show up on the mental radar. Anyone whose frequency exceeded this range would inevitably be a talent with ability potential. Holding the device, which was like a Dragon Ball radar, Qin Zhong said to Yu Jia, "You've worked hard. I'll give you half a year off. You can go play however you like." With that, Qin Zhong left the base with the mental radar, leaving Yu Jia frozen in place. "That's way too casual," Yu Jia said helplessly behind Qin Zhong, who merely waved his hand in response. Arriving at the rooftop of a tall building in Lana City, Qin Zhong gazed down at the dazzling night scenery below. Looking at the new facilities being rebuilt in the distance, he took out the mental radar and activated it. With a beep, a peculiar wave quickly scanned the area within 800 meters. The radar screen was blank, not a single person with ability potential. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly. It seems that naturally talented individuals with ability potential are really not that many. Most are those who awaken abilities through external stimulation, but even those are rare. Then he flew across the gaps between buildings using a carpet search method, scouring every inch for signs of a natural ability user. Under this exhaustive search, after a long time, just as dawn was about to break, he finally found one. Flying directly to the person's window, Qin Zhong carefully observed his every move. Gao Yin was a programmer from an inland city, living a 6 to 8 life, working 6 days a week with 1 day off. His physical condition was rapidly deteriorating, but he had no choice. He had to support his parents. Heavy loans suffocated him, and if he stopped working for even a day, his financial chain might collapse. Under such extreme pressure, Gao Yin was gradually sinking deeper into a living hell. Putting down his work, Gao Yin stretched deeply to relieve his tired body. His joints cracked, and a wave of dizziness and fatigue washed over him. He crawled to bed and lay down for a while to ease his discomfort. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he saw that the hands had reached 4 o'clock. 2 more hours before I have to go back to work. At most I can rest another hour and a half. What kind of life is this? The busier I am, the poorer I get, the busier I become. I wonder if anyone would even know if I died here one day. Lying in bed staring helplessly at the ceiling, the nearly 30-year-old Gao Yin lamented. He had originally worked inland where the job was tiring and the pay low, but at least it was close to home. But with the large-scale development of Lana City, his company won the network construction project there. So Gao Yin and his colleagues were sent there. His salary increased a bit, but the workload remained the same, and now he was far from home. He couldn't tell if it was a gain or a loss. Using mind reading to analyze Gao Yin's thoughts, just as he was considering death as an escape from his current hardships, Qin Zhong's voice sounded in his ear. "Death doesn't solve everything. It's just a way to run away." "Who's there?" Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Gao Yin quickly sat up, suppressing his fatigue, and warily scanned his surroundings. In Lana City, he knew no one except his colleagues. Hearing an unfamiliar voice suddenly in his ear, he couldn't help but be on guard. "Look out the window," Qin Zhong's voice came again. Following the voice, Gao Yin turned to look out the window. There, outside his window, a person wearing a seamless mask and a robe with dark golden patterns was floating in midair, feet off the ground. "Holy crap, this is the 16th floor, and this guy can fly." Gao Yin was instantly startled. Imagine at dawn a flying stranger suddenly appears before you. It's a miracle you don't die of fright. After the initial shock, Gao Yin looked again at the figure. He felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After a moment of thought, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're the Sovereign Lord." Gao Yin was utterly astonished. This was the Sovereign Lord, the superhuman who could fight against 20,000 regular troops. To put it bluntly, the entire Lana City was under the Sovereign Lord's control. Here his words carried 10 or 100 times more weight than the official authorities. "You could say that," Qin Zhong replied somewhat speechlessly, having been given this title without his knowledge. The title of Sovereign Lord was not self-proclaimed. It originated from some Chinibu awakened during the escape from Lazar's city. Then after the Battle of Lana City and the promotion by the 13 Apostles of the Awakened, the title of Sovereign Lord resounded across the world, becoming synonymous with the Awakened. Hearing Qin Zhong admit he was the Sovereign Lord, Gao Yan cautiously approached his window and said warily, "May I ask what the Sovereign Lord wants with me? I don't have anything worth your attention." As for his impression of the Sovereign Lord, Gao Yan didn't feel too good about it. Before coming to Lana City, according to the propaganda of the inland media, the Awakened led by the Sovereign Lord were a bunch of thugs who had destroyed the city and taken it under their control. The Sovereign Lord topped the wanted list, bearing all sorts of crimes. Such a heinous criminal. Even though what he saw in Lana City differed greatly from his understanding, the preconceived notion still made Gao Yan's impression of the Sovereign Lord unfavorable. "I came to you because I have important business. My Golden Viper Night Company has just opened and urgently needs some professionals. So I came to you." Qin Zhong's opening words stunned Gao Yan. He never imagined someone like the Sovereign Lord would speak like this. He immediately refused. "Sorry, I'm not looking to change jobs." With that, Gao Yan was about to draw the curtains and go to sleep. Not paying attention to outside temptations was the principle passed down in his family. But Qin Zhong didn't give up. He took out a bottle of red, evil god blood from his robe and handed it to Gao Yan. Seeing Gao Yan's puzzled expression, Qin Zhong said, "Take this. You'll come to find me. The Golden Viper Night Company welcomes you anytime." Then Qin Zhong flew upward, leaving a bewildered Gao Yan standing there. A single mote of the age's dust, even a tiny one, can be a catastrophic calamity. A single thread of fate's favor, even a slender one, can bring boundless fortune. "Young man, you will come to me." Qin Zhong laughed heartily. His cheerful laughter echoed in Gao Yan's ears. So the next day, just as Gao Yan arrived at work, he was immediately fired for being 15 seconds late. He wanted to demand an explanation from his company, but the security guards directly threw him out of the gate. The unified law had no provisions for labor protection because centuries ago some people deemed such clauses utterly useless. Ordinary citizens could never contend with the giant corporations. Thus, led by an insider dispatched by a consortium, the labor laws were simply abolished. After Gao Yan was thrown out of the company manager looked at the security chief and said, "Has the matter of Gao Yan been resolved?" "Don't worry. I've handled everything properly, ensuring Gao Yan won't find any trouble with us." The security chief replied respectfully. "Good. A man with cancer, too afraid to leave the company and seek treatment on his own. He wanted to stay and cause us trouble. What a malicious heart." The company manager said matter-of-factly. Then he added to the security chief, "In a few days arrange for them to have health checkups. Get rid of those who bring trouble to the company as soon as possible." "Yes, yes." The security chief nodded obsequiously at the manager's words. Large companies held 2 physical examinations every year, and the results were never disclosed to the employees. After each checkup, some unlucky souls were cast out of the company, and soon after they would die from various illnesses. Clearly Gao Yan had now suffered the same fate. Once he was completely expelled from the company in Lana City, Gao Yan instantly became a homeless wanderer. This month's salary hadn't been paid yet, and last month's wages had already been sent home. His housing was provided by the company, and now that he was terminated, Gao Yan didn't even have a place to stay. The dust of the times weighed down on him like a 1,000-pound burden, suffocating him. What did I do wrong? Just 15 seconds. How can that outweigh 8 years of hard work for the company? From beginning to end, Gao Yan couldn't understand why he was fired. Being 15 seconds late was never a big deal before. In the past, he could ask for a favor and they would turn a blind eye. Because of his work, he usually had a decent relationship with his superiors. But this time, for some unknown reason, his boss didn't even utter a word of plea and directly had the security guards throw him out. It was as if all those past old brother and old friend talks had never existed. He had thought his boss was a good friend, but never expected that his superior would not help him at all. Walking on the bustling avenue surrounded by the flowing crowds, listening to their laughter and chatter their worries about daily work, Gao Yan's heart felt colder than ever, as if he stood apart from the world, not belonging to this lively scene. "How do you feel?" "Feeling the weight of the times, can't breathe." Just as Gao Yan was utterly crushed by reality, Qin Zhong's voice sounded in his ear. Gao Yan was already standing on the rooftop. Suddenly hearing Qin Zhong's voice, he said in an unfriendly tone, "What are you here to laugh at me? Those with value are valued by fate. When you lose your value, fate will naturally abandon you. And when you not only bring no value, but even cause trouble for others, everyone will kick you when you're down. Your boss, your colleagues, even your friends, they will all be the same. That is the law of this world, cruel and real. Take a look at this. At least you'll know why you were fired today after working for the company for 8 years. Qin Zhong casually handed Gao Yan a medical report, which clearly stated terminal cancer. Cancer, ever since humanity's birth, has been an incurable disease. So it was in the past, so it is now, and as for the future, who knows? Staring at the report in his hand, Gao Yan's voice trembled. So that's it. I was fired because I have cancer. Then I have no regrets leaving. He let the report slip away, looking down at the mass of humanity from the high-rise, and felt the urge to end it all with a single leap. Do you really want to give up everything in this world? This cruel, yet beautiful world? Let your parents spend the rest of their lives in the agony of losing a child. Don't you want to use your own power to take revenge? One question after another poured from Qin Zhong's mouth, striking Gao Yan's heart, relentlessly fueling his growing fury. Yes, I don't want to give up this world nor my parents. I want revenge. But I have nothing. The only thing I have is cancer, a devil that will drag my parents into hell. I'm a coward. I'm just a burden to this world. After shouting, Gao Yan crouched down and wept bitterly. It was clear he was in great pain, but Qin Zhong's words showed no sympathy. What are you crying for? Can crying solve anything? I told you. When you have no value, fate will leave you. But you are not without value now. Otherwise, why would I waste my time talking to you? Do I look that idle? Qin Zhong's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Gao Yan's heart. This man before him was the awakened Saint Lord who ruled over the life and death of every being in this city. Such a powerful person must be able to solve his problem. So Gao Yan quickly wiped his tears, approached Qin Zhong, and said anxiously, "What value do I have? Name it, and I'll sell it to you." Seeing Gao Yan suddenly filled with hope again, Qin Zhong couldn't help but marvel at how complex humans were. Right now you have no value. You're just an ordinary person. But once you drink the evil god's blood, your worth will be vastly different. The moment Qin Zhong spoke, he nearly extinguished Gao Yan's flame of hope. Qin Zhong could almost visibly see Gao Yan's eyes dim from brilliant light to dead ashes. However, a major twist sent Gao Yan into a 180-degree turn. Under Qin Zhong's reminder, Gao Yan took out the evil god's blood he had received from Qin Zhong earlier that day at around 4 o'clock. Gazing at the small bottle glowing with a red radiance, Gao Yan never imagined that just 6 hours ago he had refused the Saint Lord's offer out of fear of being tricked. But now 6 hours later, Gao Yan found himself facing the same choice again. And this time there was no turning back. Refusal meant death. Kid, you've hit the jackpot. Do you know how much this little bottle is worth on the underground black market? A full $1 billion United dollars. Nearly 10 times the total assets of your current company. Qin Zhong, with a look of amused anticipation, told Gao Yan the value of the bottle. By then Gao Yan had already tilted his head and swallowed it. As a stream of heat flowed from his throat into his internal organs, a feeling of power surged within him. But Gao Yan couldn't care about that now. He frantically tried to induce vomiting. He wanted to spit out that drop of red blood. $1 billion United dollars. Enough for his family to live comfortably for hundreds of lifetimes. If he could sell it, his parents would never have to worry about money again. However, the evil god's blood dissolved instantly upon entering the mouth. No matter how hard Gao Yan tried to gag himself, he couldn't bring it up. All he got was a series of dry heaves. He hadn't eaten anything this morning. Give it up. Even if you hadn't swallowed that drop of evil god's blood, you wouldn't have been able to sell it. If I sell it, it's worth $1 billion United dollars. But if you sell it, not only will it be worthless, it will bring you death. That's how strange the world is. The thing you yearn for all your life. In the end, it's worth less than that drop of evil god's blood you just swallowed. Under Qin Zhong's continuous consolation, Gao Yan finally gave up his futile efforts. Patting Gao Yan's shoulder, Qin Zhong said with great interest, "Come on, let me see what your superpower is." The reason he had gone to such lengths to persuade Gao Yan instead of using force was that Qin Zhong wanted to see what a naturally gifted superpowered person was really like. Superpower? What superpower? Leaning against the rooftop railing, Gao Yan reflected on his life. Just seconds ago he had been in utter despair, and now the tables had turned. Suddenly hearing Qin Zhong mention superpowers, Gao Yan asked in confusion, "Wow, you're that out of the loop. What's this city called?" "Lana's City, the city of evil gods, and also the city of awakened. Don't tell me you came here without doing any research." Under Qin Zhong's reminder, Gao Yan quickly said embarrassedly, "Superpower. Superpower. I know. With repeated assurances, Gao Yan tried to activate his ability. Unlike post-awakened individuals, natural superpowered beings could activate their abilities with little effort. Moreover, Gao Yan was fortunate enough to have a perfected ability, so he didn't have to burn his own lifespan. As Gao Yan activated his superpower, his body gradually became transparent, and within moments he completely vanished before Qin Zhong's eyes. However, the use of this ability didn't last long. In less than 2 minutes, Gao Yan collapsed to the ground exhausted. By this time, Qin Zhong hadn't even managed to record Gao Yan's spiritual frequency. Looking at the weakened Gao Yan, he said helplessly, "Come on. Let me take you to eat. After you eat, show me your superpower again." As Qin Zhong helped Gao Yan toward the stairs, a blood-curdling scream erupted from a nearby building. Then a figure plummeted to the ground, the terrible force crushing it into a pulp of flesh. Looking at the gruesome scene, Qin Zhong patted Gao Yan's shoulder and said, "See, not everyone is as lucky as you. This world is cruel and real. At every moment people chose death under immense pressure, but not everyone had Gao Yan's fortune to encounter Qin Zhong." Under Qin Zhong's guidance, they found a hotel run by an awakened for their own kind. Entering the hotel, Qin Zhong ordered a table full of high-calorie food, and Gao Yan ate to his heart's content. The fluctuation of the spiritual frequency could only be observed by Qin Zhong when the superpower was activated. When it wasn't, Qin Zhong could only sense that the frequency was different from ordinary people, but he couldn't tell exactly how. After Gao Yin wolfed down his meal and replenished his energy, Qin Zhong, to avoid unnecessary trouble, took Gao Yin directly to the base of the Golden Viper Knights. In the vast open training ground of the base, Qin Zhong looked at Gao Yin and said, "Now you can activate your superpower again." Following Qin Zhong's command, Gao Yin activated his ability again. Almost instantly, he vanished from Qin Zhong's sight. As Gao Yin's superpower activated, Qin Zhong clearly recorded his spiritual frequency. By now, Qin Zhong had accumulated a considerable number of spiritual frequencies. He planned to record them in some way and then sell them as teaching materials to other awakened, enabling them to become superpowered individuals as well. While Gao Yin was having a great time playing around, Qin Zhong returned to his office. There, Yu Jia was lounging comfortably in Qin Zhong's office chair, resting. $2 billion United dollars. This was the fund Qin Zhong could freely allocate. With this vast sum, he had added countless conveniences to his work. Inside the Golden Viper Knights base, there were numerous fitness facilities. It was a perfect entertainment complex integrating fitness, sauna bar, and more. Yu Jia spent more time here than even at his own home. Except for the lack of people, everything was run by fully automated robots. Yu Jia had no idea how much Qin Zhong had spent on this setup. He only knew that Qin Zhong was a true tycoon and not an ordinary one at that. Opening the door, Qin Zhong's sudden entrance startled Yu Jia. When he saw Qin Zhong, he jolted upright and greeted him. "Go back to sleep. Don't mind me," Qin Zhong said, picking up a pen and paper from the desk and starting to scribble something. Seeing Qin Zhong so focused, Yu Jia asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, may I ask what our company's main business is?" Since joining the Golden Viper Knights, he had never seen any business activity. This puzzled Yu Jia greatly. The days of lying back and earning money had been incredibly enjoyable. He had fallen in love with this company, but the question remained, if a company didn't make money, was it just for fun? Wasn't it afraid of going bankrupt? Even though Yu Jia knew with his little finger that the Saint Lord could never go bankrupt, the bounty on his head alone was a staggering $500 billion United dollars. Such a huge sum might not be redeemable, but tens of billions were still easy. Still, the Saint Lord might not go bankrupt, but if he kept losing money like this, he might lose interest. Then he might simply shut down the company, and Yu Jia would lose this great job. So for the sake of his future, Yu Jia decided to inquire about the company's business. "What? Weren't you reluctant to come before? Now you've changed your mind?" Qin Zhong wrote on the paper while teasing Yu Jia's inconsistent behavior. "How could that be? I never said that." Yu Jia quickly denied it. The main business of the Golden Viper Knights is to establish a guard force for the Golden Viper Group. But the guard force needs personnel, and I look down on ordinary fighters. So I have to train them myself. You can think of the Golden Viper Knights as a company integrating education, military, and medical services. As for the main business, it's to train Golden Viper Knights. Qin Zhong explained to Yu Jia. At the same time, he placed a piece of paper, whether it was a drawing or writing, in front of Yu Jia. "Take a look. What can you see?" "Training Golden Viper Knights," Yu Jia said doubtfully as he followed Qin Zhong's words, walked over, picked up the paper, and examined it carefully. At first glance, it looked like a drawing. Closer inspection, it seemed like writing. Upon even closer look, it was neither drawing nor writing. As for what it really was, Yu Jia had no idea. But he felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Yet searching through all his memories, he was certain he had never encountered it. Just as he tried to examine it more closely, Qin Zhong's sudden shout jolted him awake. Only then did he realize he was drenched in sweat, and 2 hours had passed. But Yu Jia hadn't noticed any anomaly. He felt as if no time had passed. "What exactly is this?" Yu Jia asked Qin Zhong, holding the indescribable object. "It's a spiritual frequency chart for the fire-type superpower. In theory, if an awakened can mimic the spiritual frequency on this chart, then they can activate the corresponding superpower. But I'm not sure if my drawing is wrong or if your understanding is flawed. It looks very simple to me, yet every time you get lost in it and can't pull yourself out," Qin Zhong explained while eating a watermelon. While Yu Jia was absorbed in the fire-type spiritual frequency chart drawn by Qin Zhong had already gone outside and arranged everything for Gao Yin. In the Golden Viper Knights, Yu Jia served as the RD director and vice general manager, while Gao Yin was directly appointed as the network security director with a monthly salary of 80,000 United dollars. This salary was ridiculously high for a programmer of Gao Yin's level, even higher than what his former boss had earned. But Qin Zhong didn't mind. First, he was very wealthy. The 2 billion United dollars still had plenty left. Second, Gao Yin was an awakened after all. With the powerful learning ability of an awakened, reaching his current salary level was only a matter of time. Although not every awakened was a top-tier existence, every one of them was at least above average, bordering on the elite level. They might not match the extraordinary geniuses among humans, but they were definitely far more intelligent than most. That was the awakened, a new human race comprehensively surpassing humanity. Yu Jia had always been intrigued by the scribble-like object in Qin Zhong's hand, and now that he understood that deciphering it would grant mastery over fire-based abilities, his interest deepened. His enthusiasm became even more intense. Yuzha had once been a researcher, though he merely served as an assistant to Dr. Lance. Yet the fact that he managed to steal the complete formula of the serum while working under Dr. Lance clearly indicated his genius, a genius who had already shown before becoming an awakener. Now that he had become an awakener, his abilities had greatly enhanced, making him lose interest in most ordinary research projects. In this era, anything developed by oneself did not belong to the individual, but to the company, and using such assets for personal gain was illegal. Faced with work that never felt like his own, often without even the right to credit, Yuzha's motivation was severely lacking. After stealing the complete serum formula, he had amassed 10 million Union dollars. At that time, Yuzha would rather squander his talents and live a decadent life than return to that nauseating work. Even now, had it not been for Qin Zhong's formidable power in Lanasi City and the potential threats from beyond and the crisis with the Awakeners, Yuzha would not have joined the Golden Viper Night Order. He despised doing work that wasn't his, earning a meager salary to waste his life. But now things were different. Even though Qin Zhong hadn't asked him to research and develop the spirit diagram, Yuzha eagerly volunteered. Your Holiness, why not entrust the editing of the spirit diagram to me? I am deeply interested in this work, even if it means no salary. Yuzha looked at Qin Zhong with hopeful anticipation, his eyes suddenly bright with longing. It reminded Qin Zhong of children craving candy, their intense desire overwhelming him. Hardly any awakener was ugly. Though not all possessed peerless beauty, they stood out from the crowd like cranes among chickens. Even those who were once hideous would become handsome after injecting the Awakener's serum, transformed by the power of the evil god's blood. This was why Qin Zhong insisted on calling it evolution, not the official term of genetic mutation. In strength, physique, speed, charm, and even intelligence, the trait humans pride themselves on, Awakeners surpassed ordinary humans by several times, or even dozens of times. If this wasn't evolution, then what was? Qin Zhong didn't know what the official media of the Union were doing. Outside Lanasi City, they persisted in talking nonsense with their eyes wide open. They insisted on calling the Awakeners human evolution shaped by Dr. Lance, mutants resulting from genetic mutation. The top executives of human companies had already injected the Awakener serum and become Awakeners themselves, yet the official media continued to propagate the narrative that Awakeners were mutants. Since other cities were not his territory, Qin Zhong couldn't control what they said for now. But within Lanasi City, the city, he completely controlled. Such talk of mutants was forbidden. Anyone discussing this matter, if it caused serious disputes, would be arrested by the Union enforcers in Lanasi City. Qin Zhong had to admire the Union organization for this. They perfectly embodied the principle of adapting to local conditions. In Lanasi City, under Qin Zhong's control, the Union officially supported Awakeners. But outside Lanasi City, they showed a completely different face. Two local organizations under the same Supreme Assembly could form such a stark contrast. One had to admit they had made great concessions in maintaining Blue Star's unity. Facing a handsome man staring at him with seemingly affectionate eyes, the intense desire practically bursting forth, even though Qin Zhong knew the meaning behind that gaze was entirely different from what he imagined. He still felt a chill. Humans were creatures of beauty with a strong desire to possess anything beautiful. Forcing himself to block out Yuzha's yearning gaze, Qin Zhong cleared his throat and said, I can entrust this work to you. But your mental strength is insufficient to handle the next stage. You saw what happened earlier, just one glance at the spirit diagram. And you lost 2 hours without even realizing it. And this is only the simplest kind, which at most can be used as a lighter if understood. If you can't even handle such a simple spirit diagram, I worry that when you encounter a more advanced one, you might sink into it completely. Qin Zhong calmly explained the difficulties and the conditions required for the work. The Golden Viper Night Order was meant to cultivate military force, but the spirit diagram Qin Zhong used as teaching material for Awakeners was too difficult to simplify. Qin Zhong was also anxious, but he wouldn't lower the difficulty of the spirit diagram just to rush things and ruin Yuzha. He already had few people on hand. If he ruined another one, he would have to start recruiting from scratch again. Hearing Qin Zhong's refusal, Yuzha clutched the precious diagram and said reluctantly, How can this be? What must I do to qualify for this work? Qin Zhong deeply understood Yuzha's unwillingness. Having everything ready but being sentenced to death at the starting line was indeed frustrating. So he said again, What you can do now is to improve your mental strength so that you won't be lost in the mysteries of the spirit diagram. Only then can you be qualified for this work. Improve mental strength. How? The mind is invisible and intangible. How does one operate on it? Yuzha asked in confusion. I don't know either. If I knew the specific method, I wouldn't be so troubled. If you want to continue participating in the translation of the spirit diagram, you'll have to find a way yourself. I can't help you for now. Qin Zhong said regretfully to Yuzha, then took back the spirit diagram that Yuzha treasured and continued his own translation work. The spirit diagram was a language of extreme difficulty. To ordinary people, it looked like scribbles evoking only a sense of artistry without any deeper meaning. But to an awakener, the diagram revealed its profound mysteries. Depending on the strength of their mental power, the outcome would vary. sinking completely into it, being severely injured while resisting, or finally deciphering it. 3 outcomes corresponding to 3 levels of mental attainment: beginner, proficient, and master. This classification was Qin Zhong's simple division. Beginners knew the existence of the mystery, but not its origin. This was Yu Zha's current state. He could sense the diagram's importance, but his own condition forced him to pay a heavy price just to glance at it. A single careless moment could cost him vast amounts of time. Even though awakeners had long lifespans, they couldn't afford such immense waste. Qin Zhong, on the other hand, was at the master level, able to use it with ease, but teaching remained difficult. Translating this spirit diagram that enabled the use of abilities was what Qin Zhong needed to do. He was laying the groundwork for the future when the Golden Viper Knight Order would be on track and awakeners could learn abilities. Alright, go out and rest for now. Come back to take over this work when your mental strength is no longer beguiled by the spirit diagram. Under Qin Zhong's instruction, Yu Zha kept looking back as he left the office, reluctant and unwilling. Previously, Yu Zha had been indifferent to all work because the fruits of labor never belonged to him. He was just a salaried worker. No matter how well he worked under Dr. Lance, it was impossible to rise to a position where he could negotiate with the board of directors of Oli Pharmaceutical Group like Dr. Lance did. In this world, resources were limited. Getting scraps was already a favor. Expecting to cut a slice from the big cake was a dream many cherished. Yu Zha thought he couldn't achieve it, nor did he have the ability. Perhaps he was a master in research, but he was far inferior in scheming and politics. But the matter of the spirit diagram was entirely different. It was the source of supernatural abilities. Mastering how to obtain abilities meant possessing an inalienable power. This was unlike external knowledge. No matter how proficient one was in knowledge, if they couldn't resist the overwhelming force of the company, everything they produced was not theirs. However, supernatural abilities were completely different. Once mastered, even if one broke with the company, they could rise again with their formidable power. As he stepped out of Qin Zhong's office through the crack in the door, he saw various spirit diagrams being drawn by Qin Zhong's hand. Yu Zha's eyes burned with fervor. He desperately wanted to grasp this power. The power that could determine his own destiny, the key to changing his life. But to obtain this key, he needed some prerequisites. The foremost was the enhancement of mental strength. Previously, when interacting with some awakeners, Yu Zha had studied the emergence of abilities and easily reached a conclusion. The generation of abilities was caused by intense mental stimulation in awakeners. In Laka City, almost every awakener had undergone such stimulation, leading to mental aberrations. After escaping Laka City, these mental aberrations manifested as various personal abilities. Thinking about the principle of ability generation, Yu Zha looked at his own hands and muttered to himself, "I can't just go and get stimulated, can I? That's not realistic." While Yu Zha was seeking ways to enhance spiritual strength and Gao Yin was preparing for network security construction, Qin Zhong had already completed 10 spiritual diagrams with his remarkably swift hand-drawing speed. Before the moon rose, he had drawn 10 spiritual diagrams, each containing one of the 10 types of abilities: water, fire, earth, wood, metal, wind, thunder, sound, light, and darkness. The abilities contained in these 10 spiritual diagrams were not very powerful, merely on the level of a lighter or a water gun, utterly useless for combat or offense. Qin Zhong had drawn these 10 spiritual diagrams not for any other purpose, but to serve as a testing tool. By examining these diagrams, awakened individuals could gauge their own spiritual strength. The abilities within the spiritual diagrams posed certain dangers. If a powerful ability were rashly shown to an awakened one with weak spiritual strength, it could cause severe harm. He mounted the 10 spiritual diagrams for testing spiritual strength with golden serpent frames. Looking at the 10 diagrams framed by coiled golden serpents, he felt a surge of pride. At this moment, Qin Zhong was filled with a sense of pride. He declared boldly, "Today the world will witness a brand new beginning. And this beginning will be led by me." In the brightly lit building, even though no one else was present, Qin Zhong's mere presence imbued the entire Golden Viper building with an inviolable dignity. Drawing a large number of spiritual diagrams also allowed Qin Zhong to slightly enhance his own spiritual strength. Although the improvement was minuscule, every bit counted and accumulated over time, it would become a considerable gain. Oh, shit. Just as Qin Zhong was feeling complacent about his masterpiece, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside Lana City in the metropolis known as the City of the Evil God. They were also awakened individuals, but unlike those in the City of the Evil God, they belonged to the military. They were also subordinates of Dr. Lance, the same batch of awakened ones who had injected serum power before the serum potion was perfected alongside the 13 apostles. They came to Lana City on Dr. Lance's orders. As the city with the largest number of awakened individuals, the City of the Evil God had always been Dr. Lance's focus. As the first batch of experimental subjects injected with serum power, they differed from the awakened ones who emerged after the serum was perfected. In Dr. Lance's view, their potential was far greater. They could absorb and digest the evil god's blood injected into their bodies without relying on the suppression of holy crystal stones. Such humans possessed immense research value, helping Dr. Lance advance further along the path of serum power development. Yes, Dr. Lance's main focus remained serum power, but unlike before when he pursued longevity through serum power, he now sought the abilities granted by serum power. During a previous battle in Lana City, the abilities displayed by various awakened individuals aroused great envy. This power, which could be one's own, was intensely desired by countless wealthy company owners. The power of money drove Dr. Lance to go further. He wanted to plunder the abilities of awakened individuals. Sensing the arrival of these military awakened ones, Qin Zhong had only 2 words to say to Dr. Lance. Can't you just take it easy? Would it kill you to take it easy? But these words would never reach Dr. Lance's ears, nor did Qin Zhong intend to let them. First of all, as a fanatical scientific researcher, Qin Zhong considered Dr. Lance highly qualified. Without him, there would be no awakened individuals, so Qin Zhong held a certain appreciation for Dr. Lance. It was precisely because of Dr. Lance's many operations that the world's attention never focused on Qin Zhong. They were all captivated by the awakened individuals. After all, compared to the formidable and troublesome evil gods, the awakened individuals represented a power almost within reach, along with the longevity that emperors and generals throughout history had sought. If the secrets of the awakened individuals could be unlocked, the world's landscape would change entirely. For this very reason, Qin Zhong had never made a move against Dr. Lance. Otherwise, given Dr. Lance's constant troublemaking, Qin Zhong would have killed him long ago. Outside Lana City, a group of military awakened individuals followed behind a man wearing sunglasses. This sunglass-wearing man was from the Asa group, the one who had collaborated with Dr. Lance to obtain the first awakened potion. He was also the second son of the Asa group's leader. Asa Tamiller. The Asa group was a rather conservative force adhering to the ancient imperial system of primogeniture. From birth, the eldest son of the Asa group was designated as the heir, with vast resources pouring in from the moment the child was born. Unlike ancient imperial families where children often died due to various conditions, the Asa group, with the best medical care in the world, had no such concerns. They would give this child the best education, the best resources, everything the world could offer. Compared to the eldest son's fortune, the other children were not so lucky. Apart from a lifetime of inexhaustible wealth, the second son and other children could not inherit any company related to the family business. They were as if abandoned, never having the chance to compete from the start. This inheritance system had lasted for over 300 years, ever since the Asa group was founded, stable and continuous. Until recently, when the new and old generations of the Asa group were about to transition due to the impending death of the old leader. The emergence of the serum potion broke this deadlock. Tamiller used the power of the serum potion to extend the life of the previous Asa group leader, triggering a power struggle. Now the Asa group was in internal turmoil. The old leader wanted to reclaim some of his lost authority, but the new leader would never give up what he had already obtained. While the Asa group was embroiled in this power struggle, Tamiller, the instigator of it all, stood aloof, watching the conflict from a safe distance. A bunch of short-sighted people wallowing in the afterglow of a bygone era. Do they still think this is a world where group power decides everything? No, this world is changing. Since the emergence of awakened individuals, this world will enter an era of individual supremacy. You are destined to be eliminated. Watching the neon-lit Lana City, Tamiller muttered to himself. As the second son of the Asa group, he had never had the right to inherit the family business. All he could have was a large fortune sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. As a hegemonic conglomerate spanning North and South America, the Asa group possessed immense power. Yet Tamiller refused to accept being forced to give up everything without even competing. So when he learned of the serum potion, he invested all his resources into it. He attempted to influence the internal dynamics of the Asa group through external forces. Many had tried this before, but all had failed. Under the powerful influence of the Asa group and the centuries-old ancestral system, no internal vassal would support these second sons in their power grab. But this time was different. With the variable of awakened individuals, the system that had governed the Asa group for centuries was slowly crumbling. As long as I obtain a powerful enough ability like that of the sovereign, no one in the Asa group will be able to stop me from inheriting the entire conglomerate. The centuries-old legacy of the Asa group will be mine. Driven by immense ambition, Tamiller came here to take everything he desired. Capture any one of the 13 apostles and bring them back to Dr. Lance's laboratory. Tamiller would then gain the secret of ability generation. This was Dr. Lance's personal promise to him. As the developer of the serum potion and a hot figure in the international market, Dr. Lance possessed the power to convince Tamiller. So he came. Let's go. After gazing at Lana City and muttering to himself, Tamiller said to his subordinates. As the second son of the Asa group, the wealth at his disposal was enough to bribe these military awakened individuals. Combined with Dr. Lance's instructions and orders, Tamiller became the overall commander of this operation to capture the 13 apostles. Following the original plan, Tamiller infiltrated this bustling city through an inside contact in Lana City. With a massive influx of capital, the entire city of the evil god saw various amusement buildings springing up. Supported by the formidable power of the evil god, the city's safety was guaranteed. Under the premise of safety, the city became a battlefield for capital magnates. Companies from all over the world opened branches here, and the convergence of vast funds made the city exceptionally prosperous. In Tamiller's eyes, this city was no less impressive than the main city controlled by the Asa group, the city of Shenao. After entering Lana's city, Tamiller ordered his subordinates to spread out and search for traces of the 13 apostles. As the strongest beings in this city, besides the sovereign, the bodies of the 13 apostles would provide the most effective results for Dr. Lance's experiments, thereby helping Tamiller obtain abilities. After Tamiller and his group entered the city, Qin Zhong, who had been observing them, muttered to himself, "Want abilities? Why didn't you say so earlier? I can give them to you right now, but whether you can handle them is up to you." Dr. Lance possessed a highly sophisticated set of research equipment that Qin Zhong did not have. Dr. Lance could use this equipment to quickly observe and analyze countless details in experiments, thereby unlocking the secrets of his research projects. Qin Zhong lacked this capability. So for the time being, unable to utilize the spiritual diagrams, Qin Zhong decided to give Dr. Lance and his team a helping hand. Looking at the 10 spiritual diagrams hanging on his wall, Qin Zhong said with a smile, "Dear Dr. Lance, since you have become the father of awakened individuals, there's no need to mind developing a new path for the awakened ones to survive, is there?" So saying, Qin Zhong sent his 10 spiritual diagrams to the largest auction house in Lana City. This auction house had the backing of top-tier international capital, which would attract the world's attention to Lana City, including Tamiller and his group. Qin Zhong believed that any awakened individual who saw these 10 spiritual diagrams would be driven mad by them. However, to prevent the leakage of the power from these 10 spiritual paintings and avoid the terrifying impact they once caused, like Yuza, Qin Zhong specifically reframed them, this time using St. Crystal Stone as the mounting material. With the power of the St. Crystal Stone, it can interfere with the influence of the spiritual paintings, and moreover, the supernatural abilities contained within these paintings are not particularly powerful. Thus, after a series of operations, these 10 spiritual paintings can still affect awakened individuals, but the impact is merely enough to cause a momentary daze from which they can quickly recover with a slight disturbance from others. Unlike Yuza, who would sink into them for 2 or 3 hours in the blink of an eye. After completing the mounting of the 10 spiritual paintings, Qin Zhong, using the name of the Golden Viper Group, submitted these 10 spiritual paintings imbued with supernatural abilities to the Harrington auction house. It was not that Qin Zhong intended to make things unnecessarily complicated, but in this world, when cultural works of uncertain value emerge without a strong background behind them, they can easily be stolen by other corporate forces. Therefore, to prevent such incidents, Qin Zhong used the name of the Golden Viper Group for the auction. Although the Golden Viper Group is a second-tier force in the international capital market, weaker than the backer of the Harrington auction house. In the unique position of Lana City, even first-tier forces in the international capital market dare not act recklessly. With the involvement of the Golden Viper Group, these 10 spiritual paintings were sent to the Harrington auction house for auction. Within the auction house, the manager Joshua was troubled by the upcoming auction. In recent years, due to fierce competition in the international market, few companies or groups have had spare money to invest in purchasing artworks. As for the truly valuable collections, few were willing to sell them. Times have changed. In the heyday of the Harrington auction house, almost every auction was packed. Nouveau riche, eager to integrate into high society, waved large amounts of United dollars to buy collections, flaunting their cultural sophistication. That was the happiest time for the Harrington auction house. Relying on its monopoly, it raked in immense profits, gorging itself to the brim. However, as times evolved, the newly emerged bosses of companies discovered that no matter how excellent their products were, they could not match the speed at which monopoly groups amassed wealth. Thus, a frenzy of mergers and acquisitions swept across the world, with numerous small and medium-sized companies going bankrupt and being liquidated, becoming stepping stones for large financial conglomerates to ascend to international capital. After that tumultuous period, the Harrington auction house plummeted, starting its decline. Its market value dropped continuously, eventually leaving it struggling to survive. Had it not been for the forced blood transfusion from a first-tier force in the international capital market backing the auction house, it would have long since gone bankrupt and been liquidated. Even so, as time progressed, the Harrington auction house reached a critical moment of life and death. Just as the owner of the Harrington auction house, Joshua, was in despair, the rise of Lana City gave him a glimmer of hope. In this world, every period of turmoil inevitably gives birth to a new elite. To integrate into the world order, or for those within the order to win over the new elite, they must establish a channel of communication. Yet such a channel is difficult to build. As new elites who rose by toppling part of the world order, they are naturally wary of the old aristocracy. To resolve this wariness and deepen communication between the two, paying for each other's collections is an excellent method, thereby enhancing their interaction. Thus, the Harrington auction house would revive, and the new and old aristocrats would have a channel for communication. This was truly a win-win situation. Moreover, this new elite that rose were vastly different from previous ones. In the past, even when new elites emerged, they were merely ordinary people. To avoid being besieged by the old aristocracy, these new elites would spontaneously follow the footsteps of the old aristocracy. Though such new elites had value, it was limited because they could not unite. However, the group from Lena City was fundamentally different. Even if they lost their corporate power, they could still seize immense worldly authority with their own strength alone. Such a formidable force would attract worldwide attention, and the Harrington auction house located at this global focal point would once again return to its peak. Joshua's thoughts were beautiful. He had calculated everything except one crucial step: the rise of new elites based on individual power. And the rise of new elites based on corporate power followed completely different strategies. I calculated everything except this. How troubling. Joshua looked at his empty desk devoid of any invitations from the new elites of Lena City. As New World aristocrats representing individual power, awakened beings' strategies tend toward independence. Each one is equivalent to a corporate force, and each person's strategy is ever-changing. Under such circumstances, Joshua's previous experience was useless, leaving him in a difficult position. Joshua held his head and muttered to himself in a daze. These new elites have never experienced the scheming during the rise of corporate new elites, so they naturally have no intention of befriending any corporate forces. Moreover, the Holy Lord, the leader of the new elites, has not made any statement, so no one else can represent the awakened ones. Thus all my efforts so far have been in vain. A leaderless, fragmented state is fatal for corporate forces. Therefore, if Joshua could persuade some internal members of corporate forces, he could act as a go-between and complete the auction house's profit. In this way, the auction house would have the capital to rise. But a leaderless state is useless for the awakened ones. They are individuals. No matter how much Joshua lobbied, unless he could reach the Holy Lord of the awakened ones, everything would be in vain. Other awakened ones lacked such leadership. Just as Joshua regretted his rash decision, his servant rushed into his office. Master, there's great news. The servant said urgently, completely losing his usual calm demeanor. What great news is worth such excitement? Tell me. Seeing his servant, Joshua quickly composed himself, not wanting to lose his composure. The Holy Lord of the awakened ones has sent his 10 collections. The servant said happily. As a servant of the Joshua family for generations, his fate was tied to Joshua's, a shared honor and loss. Once the Joshua family fell, he would likely lose everything he now enjoyed: house, car, money, his children's education rights, and all else. As a servant family that had served the Joshua family for generations, once they left, they would have no reason to exist. The cruel world would then crush them directly. Isn't it just the Holy Lord? What's there to be excited about? Upon hearing the servant's words, Joshua first pretended to be reserved, not wanting to lose his usual calm in front of his servant. But soon realizing it was the Holy Lord's collection, he leaped from his chair. Quickly approaching his servant, he asked nervously, "Are you sure it's the Holy Lord?" "You're not lying to me, eh?" Joshua said in disbelief. After all, it was the Holy Lord, the savior of the awakened ones, the one who rescued all awakened in Lena City, the man who made 20,000 troops retreat with his own strength. Even the arrogant General Joshua was forced by the Holy Lord to sign the Treaty of Lenas. I'm sure. It really is the Holy Lord's collection. It was escorted by special personnel from the Golden Viper Group. I would never mistake their golden serpent coiled around a sword crest. The servant said excitedly, barely containing his exhilaration. The arrival of the Holy Lord's collection meant salvation for the Harrington auction house, that Joshua would not go bankrupt, and that the servant's family would not end up begging on the streets. In a sense, the Holy Lord's collection was the lifesaver of both families. Although Qin was completely unaware of this background, it did not prevent Joshua from offering the highest reverence in the manner of worshipping the gods to the Viper God, the deity of the Holy Lord's religion. After repeatedly confirming that the collection was indeed the Holy Lord's, Joshua rushed out quickly, even losing one of his shoes in his haste, and nearly tumbling down the stairs. When Joshua arrived before the knight escorting the Holy Lord's collection, his eager expression startled the young knight, who had just undergone the holy blood baptism, into drawing his longsword. The sharp tip of the sword pressed against Joshua's Adam's apple. Had he taken another step forward, the blade would have pierced him clean through. Cold, deathly silence. Tension filled the entire Harrington auction house. Seeing their boss threatened with a sword, none of the employees dared to make a move. They knew exactly whose territory this was, for those who didn't were already dead. Before the Golden Viper Group entered Lena City, they had conducted a massive purge of all opponents in the city. All opponents were killed without exception. That incident demonstrated the Golden Viper Group's dominance. They showed no mercy even to first-tier forces of the international capital market. Blasphemers, step back or die. The young knight shouted loudly. His domineering voice stunned everyone. This was the young knight's first mission, and it involved escorting the works of the prison knight, who was known as the deity's representative in the church. There could be no mistakes. Although outsiders called the prison knight the Holy Lord, in the eyes of these young knights the Holy Lord was the prison knight, and the prison knight was not the holy lord. Calm down. Calm down. I mean no harm. I am the owner of this auction house Della Joshua. You can call me Joshua. The Holy Lord's collection is to be auctioned by me. Joshua used all his eloquence to calm the young knight, fearing that the blade might move forward and cost him his life. So you are the owner of the Harrington auction house. Next time, please dress properly when you come to talk to avoid such incidents again. After hearing Joshua's explanation, the young knight lowered his sword and returned it to its sheath. The name of the sovereign symbolized the most powerful figure in Lannis City. By controlling the awakened within the city, he indirectly governed every inhabitant of Lannis. The sovereign was the uncrowned king of Lannis City. At least within this domain, and even across the world, the sovereign's name was renowned. Whether infamous or illustrious, any faction with a modicum of power would recall upon hearing this name the formidable might that single-handedly thwarted 20,000 regular soldiers during the Battle of Lannis City. This was a terrifying power unattainable by any ordinary human. Should the sovereign harbor even a sliver of malevolence, 80% of the world's high-ranking officials would forfeit their lives. Fortunately, the sovereign was not a madman. He safeguarded the awakened and owned conglomerates like the Golden Viper Group, which connected with major organizations worldwide. Once the great financial clans and the sovereign's forces engaged in mutual benefit, a peculiar dynamic would emerge. Favor was the most intricate thing in the world. Through the interweaving of favors, a natural protective umbrella would form for the weaker. With this umbrella, the shrewd could siphon immense benefits in the process. Previously, such an opportunity did not exist. The sovereign, almost like a deity among the awakened, never formally revealed himself in public. People only knew of his might, but understood little of his nature. But now things were different. 10 of the sovereign's collectibles had surfaced, which some interpreted as a signal, a sign that the sovereign was beginning to extend his influence outward. Even if Qin Zhong harbored no such intention, once he took action to spread his influence, the matter ceased to be of consequence. With the 10 sovereigns' collectibles appearing at Harrington auction house, the news spread across Lannis City with minimal promotional expenditure. In an instant, every company with business interests in Lannis City received invitations from Harrington auction house beckoning them to the auction of the sovereign's collectibles. The value of a collectible often depended on its owner. If the owner was sufficiently powerful, the collectible's worth would rise like a tide, becoming the object of countless pursuits. The sovereign, longevity, power, awakened. These became synonyms for new hot topics, symbolizing the ultimate goals that the world's elite pursued throughout their lives. Within merely 3 days of the announcement that the sovereign's collectibles would be auctioned at Harrington, all major corporate powers in Lannis City had gathered. Among these forces were both small fish and big sharks, not to mention some of the biggest leviathans in the international capital market. Their assets ran into the hundreds of billions or trillions. Even a single branch's power when entering a continental market was a colossal behemoth. Yet even such immense corporate entities, upon learning of the sovereign's collectibles, unanimously expressed their utmost regard. Each branch manager canceled all their appointments for that day. Even if a contract worth tens of millions of United Yuan was to be signed, they postponed it without hesitation. This was by order of the headquarters, the true world nobility, the helmsmen of the financial clans. While the sovereign's collectibles in Lannis City were causing a stir, Asa Tamiller, who was also in the city seeking an opportunity to ambush the 13 apostles, looked at the frenzied online news and murmured, "The sovereign, the most powerful among the awakened. His collectibles will surely attract the attention of the 13 apostles. Then outside the auction house I can capture an apostle-level awakened." Unlike others who saw an opportunity to curry favor with the sovereign, Tamiller saw his own chance. As a powerful awakened and the savior of the entire awakened community, the sovereign compelled the 13 apostles, whether they liked it or not, to appear at the auction, thus proving their unwavering support for the sovereign's authority. The 13 apostles' legitimacy stemmed from the sovereign. If other awakened learned that any apostle might betray the sovereign, they would face severe backlash. As the first signal of the sovereign's contact with the outside world, the intensity of this signal was crucial. In Tamiller's view, this marked the beginning of deep cooperation between the sovereign and the world's major financial clans. Good. When the auction ends and everyone lets their guard down, I'll capture one of the 13 apostles and take them to the lab. Tamiller sneered as he watched the news of the sovereign's collectibles spreading online. In his eyes, the sovereign's collectibles were nothing special, more of a show than substance. His goal remained the capture of a 13 apostle to obtain the origin of their superhuman abilities. Yet as Tamiller harbored these thoughts, with the unveiling of the 10 collectibles, ordinary people saw more of the work's artistic value. As a record of the spiritual mutation of humanity, even a simple depiction was a masterpiece of art. Though ordinary people could not grasp the deeper meaning of the collectibles, their first impression was awe, the second was wonder, and each subsequent glance yielded a completely different conclusion. But that was all. Even the most accomplished artists valued them at most 1 million, and that was only due to the sovereign's extraordinary identity. Such was the value of art in this world. With the dominance of global monopolies, opportunities for new elites were scarce, and the common citizens of the United Union lacked sufficient funds to elevate the worth of art. Meanwhile, the old financial aristocrats were not lacking in heritage, they had no need for art to prove anything. In their eyes, nothing held more extraordinary value than gleaming money. Thus, under this context, art valued at 1 million United Yuan was the pinnacle of the current market. But soon a horrifying event unfolded for the artists of the Blue Star world. All the major financial clans, including the 5 ultra-first-class conglomerates, laid eyes on the 10 collectibles. They made moves that baffled every artist. As luxury planes bearing the logos of various financial clans landed at Haisheng Airport in Lana City, the airport transformed into the center of the world. Standing at the exit of Haisheng Airport, He Shui, a newly assigned journalist in Lana City, watched as representatives of companies with resounding names in the international capital market emerged from the terminal, lining up to enter the city. She could hardly believe her eyes. These were faces that frequently appeared in the media, all of whom were arrogant and domineering. To put it bluntly, if she threw a brick here, 8 out of 10 people hit would be branch managers of second-tier international capital companies, and the remaining 1 would be a member of a first-tier financial clan. Watching the bustling scene at Haisheng Airport, He Shui murmured in disbelief. What is happening? Why are so many powerful figures here? Is it just for an auction? If so, what kind of person is the sovereign? Now many were asking the same question. Why had so many important figures descended upon this city, which official media labeled as a den of mutants and evil? What attracted them to risk themselves here? In official propaganda, Lana City was an outright city of sin. Crime rates were sky high, and mutants took human lives at their whim. It was a living hell, a place forsaken by the gods where no one wished to set foot. Yet this evil city, this perilous hell, drew so many influential figures who could sway the world's affairs. Luxury planes landed and took off at Haisheng Airport, incessantly causing extreme congestion. Thus, these dignitaries who usually traveled in private cars were forced to walk out of the airport themselves. Click! A burst of camera flashes. He Shui captured the images of these great figures moving about like ordinary citizens. He Shui was not alone. Countless flashes flickered in the airport, making it appear like a celebrity gala, yet one could not imagine the immense financial power each person possessed. Soon, with the passage of time, the Harrington auction house became somewhat crowded after the influx of wealthy magnates. Less affluent small business owners sat in the main hall with red crystal tables. Only those with extremely formidable influence in the international market could secure a private room on the second floor of Harrington. The Blue Star was a world of money. Only those with enough of it could attain higher status. With so many important figures gathered, any ordinary auction house would have erupted into major conflicts. Worse, it might not only fail to seize the opportunity to rise, but also incur the wrath of untouchable individuals, leading to immediate ruin. Fortunately, Harrington was a well-established auction house with ample experience. From seating arrangements to every service required, Harrington handled everything flawlessly, avoiding any hint of controversy. Standing backstage at Harrington, Joshua watched the arrival of so many financial tycoons, took a deep breath, and encouraged himself, calm down. Calm down. The rise of Harrington Auction House begins today. After today, Harrington will be reborn. The sovereign's influence clearly exceeded Joshua's imagination. Seeing the 5 emblems of the Holy Emblem family on the second floor, Joshua muttered to himself, what kind of magic does the sovereign possess to draw so many people here? From now on, I must flatter the sovereign to avoid angering this colossal crocodile. The more important figures arrived, the more reverent Joshua became toward the mysterious sovereign. And when he saw the icons of the 5 Holy Emblem families, his reverence turned into worship, as if he were venerating a deity. As long as it could bring more profit to Yushia's auction house, he would even revere the sacred lord as a father figure. As time progressed, the sun gradually sank into the ocean, as if the demons rising from the seafloor were swallowing all sacred brilliance into their abyssal void. In this dark night, where capital and wealth converged, an extremely bloody power struggle was about to unfold. Asa, Long Yuan, Cassidy, Nuya, Muradun. These 5 names, renowned throughout the entire Blue Star world, represented the 5 most formidable financial conglomerates of the era. They controlled the vast majority of the world's power, serving as the arbiters of every rule in this financial dominion. In eras past, even the most astonishing events had never witnessed the simultaneous appearance of 5 ultra-first-class financial dynasties. The most recent great event was the Eurasian Commercial War, when the Long Yuan family annexed the entire Eurasian continent, forging a terrifying financial empire near the center of the world. Yet even such a monumental event had merely produced 3 ultra-first-class financial groups at that time. A situation like today, with 5 such towering powers appearing together, had almost never occurred in history. Walking onto the auction stage himself, Yushia held the golden holy hammer passed down through the Harrington auction house for nearly a century. Under this golden holy hammer, a transaction involving the transfer of assets exceeding 1 billion units had taken place. A colossal auction for an island spanning nearly 400 kilometers. That was the highest price achieved by the Dongxing Group, a first-class financial power, and also the auction house's primary benefactor. It was precisely this legendary event that gave birth to the Golden Holy Hammer and propelled the Harrington Auction House to its flourishing heights. However, as the Harrington Auction House gradually declined into decay, the Golden Holy Hammer had not appeared in many years. But this time, gazing at the multitude of eyes below, Yuxia declared confidently within his heart, "I will use this Golden Holy Hammer to once again raise the Harrington Auction House to prominence." Gazing downward at the scrutinizing looks and the utterly ferocious eyes atop the second floor, which resembled those of ravenous wolves, an immense pressure permeated the entire auction house. Under such overwhelming pressure, an ordinary auctioneer would hardly be capable of presiding over this event. Unlike the slave owners and feudal lords who had ruled through history, they at least adorned their deeds with eloquent rhetoric to cloak their true nature. They used the name of God, the banner of empire, the banner of truth, and countless other grand justifications to disguise their actions, convincing the masses that they themselves were righteous. But these vicious wolves feasting upon wealth in this financial world were altogether different. Like insatiable demons, since the establishment of the United Organization, they had completely torn away the hypocritical mask they had worn. Employing every manner of extreme and ruthless methods to plunder the world's riches, these people, representing a mere 0.5% of the Blue Star population, commanded nearly 99% of its wealth. And Yuxia himself was one of that 0.5%. Only he possessed the courage to face such wolves directly. His subordinates, had they been present, would have nearly voided themselves in terror at such a magnificent scene. I trust everyone here shares the same purpose. The 10 masterworks of the Sacred Lord. I shall say no more. I trust each of you has already determined your price. Time is precious to us all. Wasting a single second means the loss of millions or tens of millions in capital. Therefore, I hereby declare the 579th auction of the Harrington Auction House now officially begins. I now invite the presentation of the first Sacred Lord masterpiece, Purgatory Flame. As the Golden Holy Hammer struck with tremendous force, everyone instinctively leaned forward. This was an extraordinary auction. There was no preliminary warm-up phase, for ordinary treasures could never meet the standards of these distinguished figures. Every second of their time represented the flow of massive capital. Even the smallest portion of wealth slipping through their fingers could sustain nearly 10 million lives. Such titans were occupied with affairs of state daily. The fact that they had deigned to appear here was itself a miracle. Should anyone dare delay their precious time, Yuxia could be absolutely certain that these wolves would tear him apart without hesitation in subsequent commercial engagements. This was an extraordinarily efficient world where any component slowing the rhythm would be mercilessly eliminated, whether an ordinary employee of a syndicate or a manager within a prestigious corporation. Their ultimate fate was identical, squeezed until every last drop of value was extracted from them, then callously cast aside by this brutal world. It was a cruel cycle, yet no one could resist the boundless desire drawing them into it. Each believed themselves to be the final victor. As two burly attendants carefully carried forward a painting shrouded in white cloth, all attention was drawn to the artwork known as Purgatory Flame. Rustle. The white cloth covering the masterpiece was abruptly removed, revealing an image beyond the capacity of language to describe. Fire. Upon seeing this painting up close for the first time, everyone felt as though boundless flames were raging madly around them. Beneath this ferocious inferno, all things were consumed. Animals, plants, earth, sky, all living beings, oceans. Everything reduced to nothingness, returning to primordial void. Bring it back. At any cost, bring it back to me. Even as the crowd remained entranced by the first impression of the painting, a manic voice screamed through Tamiller's earpiece, the furious command of the leader of the Asa faction. It was the voice of Tamiller's father, the terrifying patriarch who had once wielded control over the entire Asa group and dominated the North and South American continents. After that grand ambition to annex the South American commercial market, the same desperate, reckless posture resurfaced once more. Having lived alongside his father for many years, Tamiller understood deeply that this was a man who would stop at nothing until his objective was achieved. Precisely because he knew his father's decision was unchangeable, he swiftly and decisively pressed the bidding device, entering an astounding 10-digit sum. With the appearance of this astronomical figure, nearly everyone in the auction house was stunned. Though they had witnessed countless fund flows in their careers, the sheer audacity to unhesitatingly bid such an enormous sum remained incomprehensible to them. Truly worthy of being scion of a world-class, super-financial family. What generosity! 10 billion thrown out without a moment's hesitation, simply outrageous. This is simply unbelievable. Gazing at the sigil representing the Asa group, everyone marveled inwardly. They had known upon arrival that the Sacred Lord's masterworks were extraordinarily valuable, but even their most inflated estimations had barely reached the level of tens of millions. Who could have imagined that the first masterpiece's price would be driven to 1 billion by the Asa group alone? This instantly deterred many from further competition, not merely because of the staggering amount. More importantly, the ASA group had expressed their absolute determination through such resolute action. To collide head-on with them would render their future existence exceedingly difficult. Thus, considering that 9 more masterworks remained, and unwilling to antagonize the ASA group over this single piece, they yielded through mutual tacit agreement, shifting their focus to the forthcoming treasures. The announcement of 1 billion United Yuan effectively sealed the first Sacred Lord masterpiece beyond dispute. Yuxia, standing on the auction platform, could scarcely believe it. The Sacred Lord's masterwork possessed such immense allure that it had already closed at 1 billion right at the opening. Suppressing his excitement, Yuxia asked in the customary manner, "The ASA group bids 1 billion United Yuan. Does anyone offer a higher price?" If there are no further bids after 3 announcements, the first Sacred Lord masterpiece, Purgatory Flame, shall belong to the ASA group. As Yuxia made his 3 inquiries, not a single person responded. They remained utterly captivated by the ASA group's breathtaking display of resolve in throwing out 1 billion United Yuan without hesitation. Seeing no further responses, Yuxia quickly brought down the golden holy hammer and announced, "Then I declare, the first Sacred Lord masterpiece, Purgatory Flame, belongs to the ASA group." With the final descent of the golden holy hammer, the first Sacred Lord masterpiece was sold for 1 billion United Yuan. Throughout the entire process, Yuxia did not engage in the typical auctioneer's tactics of stirring up rivalry, for he knew that the conflicts between financial powers were not to be trifled with. Earning more or less was secondary. Should the fire be redirected toward himself, the losses would far outweigh any gains. Therefore, Yuxia adhered to the principle of this auction: remain composed, observe developments as they unfold. After all, the first masterpiece had already achieved a transaction of 1 billion United Yuan. A mere promotional mention would yield enormous wealth. There was absolutely no need to risk offending so many powerful magnates. However, although Yuxia maintained a calm demeanor, he had clearly underestimated the irresistible temptation that the Sacred Lord's masterworks held for the awakened. With Dr. Lance's successful development of the serum, whether for power or for longevity, orders from across the globe flooded into the Oli Pharmaceutical Group. Although production volume remained limited due to material constraints, it was precisely this scarcity that created an atmosphere where rarity drove value ever higher. All those who received the serum were the most powerful figures from various financial conglomerates, including not only leaders of first-class groups, but even the terrifying patriarchs of ultra-first-class dynasties. These rulers, commanding enormous wealth, almost immediately sensed the profound importance of the Sacred Lord's masterworks to themselves upon laying eyes upon them. Thus, they ordered their subordinates to acquire all 10 masterworks at any cost. Against this backdrop, as the second painting, Glacier Water, appeared before the assembled crowd, a decisive voice rang out. The Longyuan family offers 11 billion United Yuan for this Sacred Lord masterpiece. As the voice echoed, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Longyuan family, that terrifying clan dominating the Eurasian commercial market. Thereafter, the Sacred Lord's masterworks too. Of course, nearly everyone present came for the Sacred Lord's masterworks. A portly businessman remarked, "Alas, we've been deceived." Even as the crowd discussed the Longyuan family's equally prodigious gesture, another voice suddenly cut through the air. As though awakening everyone to some sudden realization, their expressions darkened instantly. "It appears the 5 sacred emblem families are determined to secure the Lord Saint's collection. If this continues, we may not even obtain a single piece. That is not even the worst scenario. If our boss learns that we failed to secure even one piece of the Lord Saint's collection, our fate will be..." One person spoke while their expression grew increasingly grim. "If the Helm Master learns of this, none of us will escape unscathed." Another person echoed, "Thus the first piece is our greatest opportunity. Only by driving the price to an unbearable level and significantly depleting the 5 families' funds. Only in this way can we win a sliver of hope." After the previous speaker, one person carefully analyzed. With the murmurs below, everyone understood this dreadful reality. The mere thought of returning without a single piece of the Lord Saint's collection caused everyone's faces to pale. The world of wealth is merciless. Under the control of the conglomerates, every individual is merely expendable. No matter how many missions one has successfully completed or how many accolades the conglomerate has bestowed, a single mistake means losing everything they currently possess. They may appear formidable among peers, but in truth they are merely high-ranking employees. One misstep could see them callously discarded by their boss at any moment. On Planet Blue, the ladder of upward mobility is exceedingly narrow. Everyone hopes those above them will tumble from their lofty positions. In such an environment, failure on this mission would ensure no mercy from their masters. Their bosses certainly do not lack subordinates. Countless individuals with superior talent and ability are eyeing their positions. The sole reason they remain secure is that their bosses have grown accustomed to using them. But once this mission fails, such ill-fitting tools will be cast aside without hesitation. Recalling their boss's meticulous instructions before their departure, all their expressions turned deathly pale. Bang! The branch manager of the Pela group slammed his fist onto the table, producing a dull thud from the crystal surface. He snarled, "We can no longer afford to give the 5 sacred emblem families an opening. We must act." At these words from the Pela group branch manager, everyone exchanged glances. An unspoken understanding rapidly coalesced among them. Offending the 5 families might bring trouble in the future, but failing to secure the Lord Saint's collection would bring immediate peril. Thus, for their own futures, they had no choice but to antagonize the 5 families. Only then could they protect what they already possessed. As for the 5 families, let them go to hell. Seated in the private room on the second floor, Qin Sheng, wearing a featureless mask, watched the crowd below rapidly unite in shared indignation. He murmured to himself, "Perhaps your boss sent you here precisely to serve as scapegoats. But what does that concern me? I only need to sit back and collect my profits." Qin Sheng was simply watching the tigers fight. Regardless of whether the 5 families or the people below emerged victorious, Qin Sheng's assets would swell considerably. The longer Qin Sheng remained in this world, the more profoundly he understood that money truly could purchase almost anything. Thus he eagerly cracked sunflower seeds, grinning as he watched these corporate tycoons battle one another. With the second piece of the Lord Saint's collection secured by the Longyuan family, the tacit understanding among the 5 families allowed them to conspire against the next family. The first time the Asa group contributed 1 billion United Yuan in a coalition, while the other families and conglomerates remained silent, allowing the Asa group to profit handsomely by acquiring a depiction of Purgatory Flame. 1 billion United Yuan for a painting imbued with secrets of the awakened. Miller felt it was a bargain. The second time, the Longyuan family contributed 11 billion to secure a piece depicting glacier water, while the other families and conglomerates again remained quiet. Thus the Longyuan family also secured a piece of the Lord Saint's collection. If this pattern continued, each of the 5 families would acquire 1 piece, then pour their surplus funds, earned through the family's prestige, into the bidding for the 6th piece. By then leveraging the power of the 5 great conglomerates, they would achieve a monopoly not only over the world's wealth, but also over personal combat strength, ensuring no individual or faction could ever threaten them again. Under the overwhelming martial power of the awakened, incidents like regicide would become impossible. It was precisely this mindset that led the 5 families to instruct state media to propagate the evil nature of mutants. The aim was simple: prevent more people from becoming awakened, thereby threatening the status and authority the 5 families enjoyed. Just as the 5 families believed events would proceed smoothly along these lines, the moment the 3rd piece, the immortal wood, appeared, everything changed. Before the 5 families could even speak, a figure in the hall raised their bidding paddle and declared loudly, "I bid 1,500 million United Yuan." His words immediately furrowed the brows of those from the 5 families in their private room. The unspoken accord had been formed, and now someone dared attempt to shatter it. An unforgivable transgression. Just as they were about to identify which audacious individual dared to defy the prestige of the 5 families, before 3 seconds had even elapsed, another bid rang out rapidly. "I bid 1,600 million United Yuan." Immediately thereafter, one voice after another echoed nonstop. Before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, the value of the 3rd piece, the immortal wood, had been driven to an exorbitant sum of 3,500 million United Yuan. This price was nearly 3 times higher than what the Asa and Longyuan families had paid. Such a staggering difference caused the members of the Curtis family, ranked 3rd, to frown deeply. As if waiting for the Curtis family to make a move, the pace below had slowed considerably compared to before, making it nearly impossible for the 5 families to identify the instigator. Their bids came only at the very last moment, slowly raising their paddles and incrementing by 1 million United Yuan at a time. Because the Asa group had bid decisively from the start, Joshua had not yet had the chance to announce the reserve price or the increment amount. This created a loophole, not quite a flaw, but close enough. Using the Asa group's initial bid as leverage, the people in the hall had already anchored the 3rd piece, the immortal wood, at a 10 billion level. Only when the price approached their breaking point did they begin crawling upward incrementally by 1 million at a time. Through this approach, they forced the remaining 3 families to make a choice whether to use their considerable wealth to drive the price even higher and buy outright, or to abandon this piece and focus their efforts on the next. The former would ensure at least one of them obtained a piece of the Lord Saint's collection, giving them something to report to their bosses. The latter would significantly drain the 5 families' funds, preparing the ground for later competition. And those incremental 1 million bid increases were a form of silent negotiation, slowly pushing the price to its limit so the wealthiest party could simply buy it outright. In this way, they could claim they had tried their best, but were outbid by fierce competitors, leaving them no opportunity. At least they would not end up like the 5 families planned, each spending less than 2 billion to easily acquire precious pieces of the Lord Saint's collection amid the fear of the masses. The conglomerates of the wealthy world needed to be hunters that bare their fangs like brown bears and tigers, not timid rabbits too frightened to even raise a bid against their rivals. What use were you then? The five families were indeed powerful, but the bosses of other conglomerates would never admit weakness. Therefore, navigating this delicate balance was precisely what these employees were tasked to accomplish. They could not offend the five families too severely, nor could they let their shadow bosses perceive them as incompetent. 3,610,000,000 United Yuan. Another bid rang out, a figure now approaching the collective limit of those in the hall. If the five families on the second floor did not intervene, the third piece of the Lord Saint's collection would pass to the hall attendees for approximately 3,700 million United Yuan. Yet at this moment the crowd in the hall was not genuinely interested in these pieces. Since they were not awakened, their enthusiasm for the Lord Saint's collection was rather limited. They were simply following their boss's orders to purchase these items. However, something had gone unexpectedly wrong, nearly costing them their futures. Burning with frustration, the hall attendees fixed their gazes upward, watching for the reaction of those above and awaiting their move. Once an unspoken accord is broken, it becomes nearly impossible to reconstruct. Why should they spend over 3 billion United Yuan for something the five families could obtain so effortlessly? With such thoughts taking root, cracks would form among the five families. In their relentless pursuit to maximize their gains, they would drive the price of every piece to absurd heights, eventually exhausting their competitive energy. As long as this dynamic took hold, the silent alliance among the five families would crumble instantly. 3,678,000,000. Another bid echoed, a number now dangerously close to the limit. The hall attendees' ceiling was 3,700 million. Once that threshold was reached, they would cease bidding entirely and await the final ruling. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic tapping on the table indicated the Curtis family members were contemplating whether to break the five families' silent accord. It was not only the Curtis family pondering this, members of the Noah family and the Morton family were equally deliberating. The Longyuan and Asa families already held 2 pieces each. If they maintained the alliance, the hall attendees would continuously employ this tactic against them. Even if they ultimately paid an astronomical sum, they might only secure a handful of pieces. Conversely, the Longyuan and Asa families, with their overwhelming financial advantage, could potentially acquire 2 or even 3 pieces. Breaking the alliance and competing on equal footing offered the greatest possibility of maximizing their gains. Wealth is sought through risk. Blind alliance to evade danger may ultimately cost us the courage to strike again. As these words left the lips of a Curtis family member, a shocking bid rang out. I bid 3,700 million United Yuan. The immortal wood is mine. With the Curtis family member's declaration, no further bids sounded below. The five families' alliance had been shattered, so they no longer needed to worry. What followed was an even more exhilarating clash of capital. The price of the First Lord's collection from the Curtis family was instantly driven up to 37 billion, and the massive financial gap caused the already fragile alliance to shatter in an instant. The five Sacred Crest families were indeed powerful, but the other conglomerates were no pushovers either. In the face of such enormous prospective profits, whoever stood in their way would be eliminated. A frenzied price war erupted immediately, with everyone in the hall united by a single goal: securing at least 1 piece from the Lord's collections. This strategy served to demonstrate that their failure stemmed not from a lack of effort, but from the sheer overwhelming strength of their rivals. A goal that could only be achieved by driving up the price of every collection piece to astronomical heights. The floor price stood at 37 billion, representing the absolute maximum each attendee could muster individually. Though the five Sacred Crest families possessed considerable wealth, they lacked the resources to acquire every single Lord's collection on their own. Compounding this challenge were the existing tensions between the five families themselves. As bidding escalated throughout the auction hall, staggering figures emerged, one after another, each representing the consolidated power of dozens of regional capital firms being acquired outright. When the auction reached its fiercest moment, with the 9th Lord's collection on display, everyone present in the hall, including the five families seated upstairs, had been driven to a state of reckless abandon through the brutal price war. Satellite-connected calls were being dispatched to the various conglomerates represented here. None of these delegates were amateurs, as their respective leaders had already secured placement among the first batch of serum recipients. It was precisely this knowledge of the serum's power that drove them here at any cost. As each successive bid climbed higher, Qin Zhong found himself nearly laughing aloud. Once this auction concluded, Qin Zhong would pocket billions in joint yuan at minimum, while the factions who acquired the Lord's collections would equally invest heavily in unlocking their potential. With both objectives achieved simultaneously, Qin Zhong's research into widespread awakening abilities would advance considerably. Keep fighting over them. The more fiercely you compete, the greater my satisfaction, Qin Zhong murmured to himself. As the 9th Lord's collection sold for 8,900,000,000 joint yuan, Tom Miller of the ASA Group slammed his fist onto the table. Crafted from a special material with a mysterious obsidian sheen, and it shattered instantly. The deafening explosion of sound reverberated through the private room, sending Tom Miller's subordinates jumping in surprise. Fortunately, the Harrington auction house's exceptional soundproofing and vibration-dampening design prevented Tom Miller's explosive display from affecting those nearby. Consumed by extreme rage, Tom Miller's eyes suddenly turned the color of blood. None of you will leave Lana City today. The staggering sum of 8,900,000,000 joint yuan was entirely Tom Miller's doing. Having already secured one lord's collection at minimal cost by exploiting others' hesitation during the fierce bidding war, Tom Miller now wanted a second. This was impossible for the others to accept, so through malicious bidding inflation, Tom Miller's funds dwindled rapidly and his purchasing budget shrank considerably. He was forced to dip into his personal treasury just to secure the second collection. Having paid such a steep price, Tom Miller gritted his teeth, vowing revenge on those who opposed him. While Tom Miller's menacing glare swept through the room, Joshua stood at the podium, trembling with excitement as he watched the Lord's collection sell for 8,900,000,000 joint yuan. He couldn't believe his eyes. He briefly wondered if he was dreaming. After discreetly pinching himself hard enough to send sharp pain coursing to his brain, Joshua finally understood this was no dream. "Thank you, great Lord. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. From this day forward, you are my deity." Joshua whispered these words to himself, vowing he had never before felt such profound gratitude toward another person. It was the Lord's collections that had presented Harrington Auction House with this extraordinary opportunity. With his excitement peaking, Joshua summoned the final Lord's collection of the day to the stage before the pack of wolf-like bidders. The two employees responsible for transporting the collection moved with painstaking care, terrified of damaging even a fraction of the multi-billion joint yuan artifact. Should they damage any part of it, they'd need to sell themselves across countless lifetimes just to begin covering the compensation. Under such crushing psychological pressure, simply setting the collection down and watching it sit undamaged felt like lifting a 1,000-pound burden from their shoulders, bringing deep relief. With the final collection in place, Joshua struck his golden gavel firmly and announced, without provocation, "The auction for the last piece of the Lord's collection's destruction's dark edge begins now." Silence. Boundless silence fell over the auction house as everyone instinctively glanced at one another, and even the 5 Sacred Crest families on the second floor didn't make their first moves. The ferocity of the earlier bidding war had completely depleted their funds, and several major conglomerate representatives had even pooled their resources together to secure a few of the collections. Only under these dire circumstances did they manage to secure 3 collections. The distribution now stood at 1 piece each for the 3 major Sacred Crest families and 2 apiece for the ASA Group and Dragon Abyss Group. Together they held 7 of the Lord's collections, while the remaining 2 belonged to the crowd in the main hall. Only 1 remained, but they faced an awkward reality. Their funds had been exhausted by investments exceeding hundreds of billions in joint yuan, leaving them with nothing more to spend. Any further spending would risk destabilizing their company's healthy cash flow. In such a cutthroat environment, if competitors caught wind of their financial weakness, it could bring their entire empire crashing down in one blow. Though most of these companies didn't belong to those present as employees, their wealth and benefits were inextricably tied to the corporations they served. Should bankruptcy strike, they'd be dragged into an endless abyss alongside it. Like worker bees in a hive, the moment the colony shattered, so too would they fall into despair. Witnessing this scene, Joshua suddenly harbored a dreadful thought. Could everything be collapsing at the final moment? The earlier battles had been so fierce that massive capital had been entirely depleted. Joshua had witnessed a miracle, but this miracle was falling apart far too quickly. Just as Joshua sensed trouble approaching, a lone bidding paddle rose before the assembled crowd. "I offer 16 billion joint yuan. Bidder number 58, a seemingly ordinary number from a second-rate conglomerate called Sea Lion Entertainment. Its CEO hadn't obtained the serum due to insufficient strength, so under normal circumstances the company wouldn't have attended. But with the Evil God Paradise film series becoming a sensation, Sea Lion Entertainment hoped to ride the wave of the first Evil God's popularity to reignite their own fame. So they came. He Shui served as both a journalist for a media outlet and the third-generation heir apparent to Sea Lion Entertainment. She had come to Lana City intending to observe what was happening while also following her grandfather's directive to purchase one of the Lord's collections as a publicity stunt. As the only human on the planet capable of communicating with an evil god-tier entity, the Lord carried narrative weight equal to any dark god, compounded by his devastating martial prowess and achievements that left humanity in awe worldwide. This made the Lord an incredibly lucrative subject to exploit, with millions in profit calling out. For this venture, Sea Lion's leadership generously provided He Shui with 20 billion joint yuan in auction funds, confident that even with the Lord's extraordinary appeal, this sum would suffice. Even if complete domination wasn't achievable, securing 3 or 4 collections should pose no difficulty whatsoever. He Shui shared this confidence, but as the auction commenced, a cascade of staggering figures left her completely stunned. It was as though joint yuan held no value. Those wildly inflated numbers from the very start shattered He Shui's understanding of reality. Throughout this bewildering ordeal, billions in joint yuan accumulated in the room within moments, making He Shui's 20 billion seem pitifully inadequate by comparison. She couldn't even secure a single collection, leaving her deeply dejected and reduced to a mere spectator. Just as she resigned herself to leaving empty-handed, the fierce competition suddenly ceased. Observing the silent auction hall and the auctioneer who had just announced the 10th collection's sale, she sensed her moment had arrived. Amid the crowd silence, He Shui raised her number 58 paddle. The lady bids 16 billion joint yuan. Will anyone go higher? If not, the 10th Lord's collection of the day will belong to lady number 58. The lady bids 16 billion joint yuan. Will anyone go higher? If not, the 10th Lord's collection of the day will belong to lady number 58. Joshua repeated his question multiple times from the podium, hoping someone would bid again. But as he had anticipated, these people had exhausted their funds. Watching the silent crowd, Joshua sighed internally and thought, this isn't entirely bad actually. The hunger for acquisition among the hall's attendees was palpable to Joshua. Every eye fixed on He Shui, the fortunate winner, like wolves surrounding their prey. Their gazes revealed not attraction, but pure murderous intent. Soon after all the collections were sold, the crowd began filing out. At the auction house's exchange center, Tom Miller passed by a jubilant He Shui collecting her purchase, his tone cold. Young girl, you're fortunate this time, but luck won't last forever. Turning to face him, He Shui furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? She detected the hostility in his words, but couldn't discern their exact meaning. You'll find out soon enough. Tom Miller offered no further explanation and walked out of the Harrington auction house. The preciousness of the Sacred Lord's collection was a concept understood by all who knew what the term Sacred Lord signified. However, this concept of preciousness varied greatly depending on the information each party possessed, leading to a vast disparity in perception. In the eyes of He Shui and the Sea Lion Entertainment Company, the value of the Sacred Lord's collection lay merely in the identity of the Sacred Lord himself. As the epitome of personal martial prowess, he could single-handedly repel the attack of 20,000 fully armed regular troops. Once the Sacred Lord retreated into the underworld, he would become the greatest threat to every person in this world. It was precisely because the Sacred Lord possessed such power that forging a favorable relationship with him through the matter of his collection or making any other choice held immense benefits. Even conglomerates like the Sea Lion Entertainment Company could leverage the pretext of the Sacred Lord's collection to involve the immense interests represented by the first evil god, thereby gaining something. From this perspective, the value of the Sacred Lord's collection lay in the Sacred Lord himself, not in the collection itself. This conclusion, drawn from the information known to the Sea Lion Entertainment conglomerate, and He Shui, aligned with their understanding. But for the 5 sacred emblem conglomerates and all factions aware of the serum agent, this was an entirely different concept. The greatest value lay not in the Sacred Lord, but in the collection itself. The Sacred Lord's power was his own affair, unrelated to their own strength, and even posed a threat to them. However, the Sacred Lord's collection was vastly different. Once they obtained it, they too could acquire supernatural abilities. This was a colossal benefit that could drive the 5 sacred emblem conglomerates and world-class financial groups to take desperate risks, daring to act directly in Rana's city at the risk of offending the awakened, using violent means to seize the Sacred Lord's collection. As soon as the Harrington auction ended, the crowd quickly departed from the auction house. They carried important documents on them, and every moment of delay meant immense profits slipping away. Thus, after the Harrington auction concluded, they wasted no time in heading back. Luxurious aircraft lined up at Haisheng Airport awaiting their owners, the representatives of various conglomerates, who would board these planes and leave the city without delay. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the night, and a towering blaze was clearly visible even from hundreds of meters away. It was the roar of a luxury aircraft being detonated. This loud noise served as a signal, triggering a frantic airport alarm and a series of aircraft explosions that echoed across Haisheng Airport. Everyone still at Haisheng Airport stared in shock at the scene before them, exclaiming in dismay. They had no idea why the aircraft belonging to various conglomerates had exploded. While the people at Haisheng Airport were in shock and panic, on the motorway leading to the airport, dozens of figures clad in black scale armor appeared atop the high-rise buildings on both sides of the road. Roar! A low growl emanated from these non-human, non-beast creatures. On their foreheads was a blue diamond-shaped crystal, and their appearance was strikingly similar to the armored form of awakened beings. These were the military awakened under Tom Miller's command, now in their armored form. Because the serum agent reduced the mortality rate, they did not face the life-threatening crisis of directly confronting the evil god's will. Coupled with the assistance of the sacred crystal, these military awakened could activate their armor with almost no effort. By the Master's order, kill all who have taken the Sacred Lord's collection. An armored warrior now with fangs and claws resembling a standing beast spoke in a low voice. Yes. Then over a dozen armored warriors walked to the edge of the road, gazing at the vehicles speeding below, and spoke with a hint of mockery. Kill. A crocodile-like armored figure leaped with a sudden burst, the wind howling on either side as he descended. Boom. The crocodile armored figure with his heavy build soared high and then crashed down heavily onto the roof of a speeding vehicle. The immense weight pierced straight through the roof and dazzling sparks lit up the road. Frightened other vehicles on the road slammed on their brakes, but speeding cars could not stop so easily. Long skid marks left 2 clear traces on the asphalt road. The driver, drenched in sweat, stared ahead at a luxury sedan crushed flat by the monster. He clearly saw the beast tearing through the hard steel, as if it were paper, effortlessly ripping it apart. A bloodied man clutching a large painting was brutally dragged out by the monster's rough movements. The beast snatched the painting and then crushed the man's head with a single stomp. Such a bloody and cruel scene left the driver's mind blank. He wanted to scream for help, but before he could make a sound, a louder screech of tires behind him was followed by a violent impact that sent him flying. Boom, boom, boom. One car after another rear-ended on the road, and a series of towering explosions erupted continuously. The blazing flames were like midnight fireworks filled with a strange, poignant beauty. After securing the Sacred Lord's collection, the crocodile armored figure did not even glance at the explosions he had caused and vanished from the road in a swift dash. At the same time, on various roads leading to Haisheng Airport in Rana City, armored warriors from different factions were slaughtering their way through. To seize the Sacred Lord's collection for themselves, they did not hesitate to fight on crowded streets. Their powerful defensive bodies made them impervious to vehicle impacts, and their lightning speed prevented cars from escaping. They were like the most ruthless midnight assassins, using the most violent means to snatch the Sacred Lord's collection. In just under an hour, dozens of chain reaction car accidents occurred in Rana City, and the city's emergency lines were flooded. After a frantic sprint, the crocodile armored figure arrived at Tommler's side and handed over the Sacred Lord's collection. Tommler tore off the outer packaging. A painting titled Winter Wind appeared before him. The moment he saw it, Tommler quickly averted his gaze. But even with such swift motion, Tommler still felt his mind momentarily blur. Quick, seal it up. After confirming the authenticity of the Sacred Lord's collection, Tommler urgently ordered his subordinates to place it into a container made of special material. Now we have 3 of the Sacred Lord's collections: fire, wind, and light. There are still 7 not in our hands. Today I will claim all the Sacred Lord's collections. Tommler laughed heartily. As a collaborator of Dr. Lance, he commanded the most military awakened, whose armored forms possessed strength far beyond ordinary human soldiers. Under the assault of numerous military awakened, the newly established human forces in Rana City were powerless to resist. The city's security forces rushed to the scene to handle the emergency, but faced with the might of the armored warriors, these human soldiers were merely cannon fodder. As casualty reports piled up, one of the 13 apostles responsible for Rana City's safety, Dao Duanlong, snarled, "You damn scum, you won't leave this city alive today." Rana City was a paradise for the awakened one at a great cost, including the deaths of many awakened despite the Sacred Lord's assistance. To slaughter freely in this paradise was a slap in their faces. If they didn't teach these intruders a harsh lesson, the awakened would be seen as weak and vulnerable. Issue the order. Have all awakened not on critical duty seal off the city. Let no enemy escape. With Dao Duanlong's command, the entire awakened force in Rana City mobilized rapidly. Because the enemy's strength had caused heavy casualties, human forces were relegated to a secondary role tasked solely with blocking all exit routes from Ranas. In an instant, armored vehicles and attack helicopters roared to life, plunging the entire city into a state of war. A large number of residents evacuated through safe passages into nearby shelters. Once again, Rana City became a battlefield following the previous chaos. Boom. A rocket streaked into the sky, exploding with a deafening roar like a sun releasing boundless light in the darkness. "Nice shot, Gear." A voice of praise echoed in the headset. Hearing his teammates compliment, Gear showed no pride. His armored body hoisted a massive cannon barrel. The blue diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead glowed, and he said in a low voice, "This is no time for celebration. We must secure all the collections as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, the awakened here won't let us off." With that, Gear leaped away from his spot. Less than half a second later, hundreds of high-speed machine gun rounds formed a metal storm trying to engulf him. But against the swift speed of an awakened, it was futile. Gear quickly reloaded his weapon, and without seeming to aim, casually raised the massive rocket launcher skyward. With a whoosh of flame, in less than 2 seconds, the attack helicopter flying overhead became a blazing torch lighting up the night sky. Since the emergence of awakened, powerful evolved humans, various arms companies had produced weapons that ordinary people could not even wield. For example, the massive rocket launcher in Gear's hands, whose immense power could instantly destroy an attack helicopter. Such formidable firepower came with a weight approaching several tons, making it impossible for an ordinary soldier to even lift, let alone use in combat. This was a weapon exclusive to the awakened, usable only by them. After neutralizing 2 attack helicopters, Gear without hesitation loaded a 3rd rocket and aimed it at a mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared not far away. a man wearing a featureless mask and a robe with dark golden patterns. Sacred Lord, Gear said in a trembling voice. The significance of the name Sovereign is nothing short of a bane for everyone who treads the battlefield of life and death. The military awakened dispatched to Lana City fear nothing more than encountering the Sovereign, for it likely heralds their own demise. Against other opponents they might dare to gamble, but facing a being as inhuman as the Sovereign Resistance is nothing short of a death sentence. This has become a common consensus among the underground mercenary world, and even the military facing a formidable entity who single-handedly fought against 20,000 regular troops. Death is the only outcome. Oh, since you know who I am, why did you come to my territory to cause trouble? Is the fear I instill in you so insignificant? Qin Zhong's voice was utterly calm, so calm that Gur felt a creeping chill. It was like a cat encountering a tiger. Gur experienced for the first time what it felt like to have his fur stand on end. Every sensory cell in his body screamed one message: run, run, as far as possible, don't even think of looking back. Looking back meant death. Fear, terror, trembling. All the dread of powerful beings that humanity had lost since becoming the overlord of Blue Star seemed to be rapidly reawakened in this moment of facing the Sovereign. Forcing down the fear of the Sovereign within him, Gur swallowed hard, trying to calm his trembling nerves. Leave here, or I'll fire my weapon. Gur warned the Sovereign loudly, trying to gain a shred of security from the weapon in his hand. Now Gur had no chance to resist. Even though the Sovereign had not manifested his armor, Gur had no doubt that the Sovereign could enter his armored state. As the strongest among the awakened, the ability to manifest armor is a power awakened used to enhance their combat prowess. Gur did not believe that the Sovereign had not mastered it. The only reason the Sovereign appeared before him without entering his armored state was disdain. But there was no other way. In this vast city, Gur could only find a sliver of safety in the weapon he held. Are you threatening me? Do you think that iron rod in your hand can defeat me? Then go ahead and try. But the price of trying will be your life. Qin Zhong spoke calmly as he drifted like a ghost toward Gur's position. Leave here. Stop your steps, or I'll shoot. As Qin Zhong drew closer, an overwhelming dread of death enveloped Gur's heart. He kept stepping backward, trying to widen the distance between them. But the more he retreated, the distance between them did not increase at all. Instead, Qin Zhong was closing in rapidly. Stop! Stop! Gur roared frantically, while the blue diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead was rapidly turning red. This signified that Gur's sanity was succumbing to madness. Unlike the 13 apostles who could maintain clarity amidst insanity, Gur belonged to the second generation of awakened. Their power was acquired with the aid of sacred crystals without undergoing the madness of struggling against the will of an evil god. Thus their forehead crystals were blue. However, once they entered a state of madness, they would face the same life or death crisis as the first generation of awakened. Survive and gain immense power, fail and collapse into death from madness. Under the terrifying pressure, Qin Zhong exerted the diamond-shaped crystal on Gur's forehead quickly turned red. Overwhelmed, he pulled the trigger. In an instant, a towering plume of fire erupted, accompanied by a tremendous recoil from the weapon. Feeling this immense force, Gur had never anticipated the outcome more fervently. Boom! The violent explosion unleashed a torrent of flames directly engulfing Qin Zhong. Facing Gur's attack, Qin Zhong made no attempt to dodge, as if completely indifferent. He's dead. He must be dead. Under such a powerful attack, he can't possibly survive. I don't believe he can survive. Even if he is the Sovereign. Gur kept muttering from fear and terror, trying to alleviate his inner dread. Yet the facts remained unchanged by Gur's fear. A demonic voice sounded from ahead. You've exhausted your last resort. Now it's my turn. As this demonic voice emerged, Gur's eyes constricted to the extreme. Within the blazing inferno, a thin film of psychic energy protected Qin Zhong from the flames. Qin Zhong extended his hands from his long sleeves, slowly crossed them in front of him, then forcefully pushed them apart in opposite directions, as if opening a great door. The smoke and flames trapping Qin Zhong were swiftly parted, and a demonic figure emerged from the fire. Enjoy the fear of death. In Gur's eyes filled with utmost terror, Qin Zhong reached out one hand. Then he clenched his fingers, and Gur instantly felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by a giant hand. A suffocating pain and terror flooded his mind and body. Within 3 seconds, in extreme agony, Gur met his untimely death. Thud! Gur's heavy corpse crashed to the ground. As his armored state dissolved, his terrified eyes remained wide open in death. Having killed Gur, who had destroyed 2 of his attack helicopters, Qin Zhong looked up at the raging fires at various traffic arteries in Lana City and listened to the incessant explosive blasts. He said in an extremely cold voice, "It seems one battle is not enough to deter you. Then today I'll stage another." As Qin Zhong seethed with anger at those audacious fools, not far from him, an armored figure resembling a fierce tiger kept calling out to Gur. "Gur! Gur! Answer me! Answer me!" Hearing the continuous busy tone, the tiger-armored man's expression darkened. Even though his face was concealed by black scales, anyone looking at him could see no trace of joy. Lowering the communicator, the tiger-armored man said to the young master of Long Yuan beside him, "Master, we've lost contact with Gur. He must have been killed by the sovereign." The sovereign. He made his move. Hearing his subordinate's words, the young master of Long Yuan, who had been calm, suddenly turned pale. He looked at the two artifacts representing water and earth in his hands and said reluctantly, "We already have 2 of the sovereign's artifacts. That's enough. Retreat now." Originally, according to the young master's plan, he shared the same goal as Tommy Liu, to kill all other opponents who possessed the sovereign's artifacts and monopolize them all. But now with the sovereign's appearance, everything had come to an end. The sovereign's might was beyond doubt, but once targeted by the sovereign, escape was impossible. Although he had never met the sovereign, the fact that the sovereign could easily kill Gur, one of his top tier awakened, forced the young master to take him seriously. With the young master's order, the entire Long Yuan group's forces began to evacuate Lannis City quickly. However, no matter how fast they acted, they were ultimately too late. Everyone looked at the descending figure in the sky, and their hearts were instantly filled with boundless fear. "Fire!" The young master of Long Yuan shouted without any hesitation. At this moment, any hesitation meant certain death. Following the young master's command, a torrent of bullets rained down upon Qin Zhong. But these specially modified bullets, designed for awakened use and capable of piercing 10 centimeters of steel plate, were terrifying weapons. Yet against the sovereign, they were utterly futile. Watching the bullets hover and spin rapidly before the sovereign, almost everyone shouted, "This is impossible." They couldn't believe their eyes. How could there be such a powerful human in this world? But facts spoke louder than words, as a suffocating pain of a squeezed heart surged through their bodies. Within just 7 seconds, as each special bullet clattered to the ground like a death knell for those audacious fools, each bullet's fall marked the death of a person in terror. Until finally a continuous crisp melody of bullets sounded, playing their final requiem. As Qin Zhong flew past the young master of Long Yuan and the others, he curled his lips into a slight smile. Then Qin Zhong swiftly left the place. Tonight he had many people to kill. Tonight more were destined to step into death. About 15 minutes after Qin Zhong left, amidst the corpses with terrified eyes scattered on the ground, a series of painful labored coughs sounded. The young master of Long Yuan struggled to rise from the ground, the agony of his constricted heart twisting his features almost beyond recognition. He crawled almost to the 2 sovereign artifacts and said with a pained, hateful tone, "I will retaliate. I will." In his twisted face and blazing eyes, boundless hatred brewed. Qin Zhong had deliberately spared the young master's life, intending for him to bring the artifacts back to the Long Yuan group. The reason Qin Zhong had released the sovereign artifacts this time was to leverage the power of these major conglomerates to unravel the secrets of universalizing the spiritual map. If he killed everyone, Qin Zhong would be at a loss. Thus, some from each conglomerate must survive to bring the artifacts back. According to Qin Zhong's intelligence, among the 5 sacred emblem families, the Long Yuan family ruled Eurasia, the Asa group ruled the Americas, Cordis ruled Oceania, Molten ruled all of Africa, and Noah ruled Antarctica. Among them, the Long Yuan family and the Asa group, as the 2 most powerful conglomerates, surely possessed more advanced research technology. Using their methods to study the spiritual map was a relatively cost-effective approach. Therefore, Qin Zhong's goal in this show of force to deter the unscrupulous was to eliminate everyone except Long Yuan and Asa. This even included members of the other 3 sacred emblem families, simply because they were not strong enough. Brutal and bloody slaughter unfolded throughout the night in Lannis City. As a black figure swiftly roamed the skies above Lannis City, all the residents felt as if they had witnessed the true form of the Grim Reaper. Wherever the Reaper passed, a great number of people with faces twisted in extreme terror perished. "Master, according to our intelligence network deployed in the city of Lannis, the Sacred Lord has already made his move and is slaughtering indiscriminately within the city. What should we do now?" As the supreme individual combatant in all of Lannis City, and indeed the entire world, the Sacred Lord's every move was closely watched by all eyes in the absence of large-scale military support. After all, to disregard intelligence concerning one's own life and death would be to court death. Thus, the moment Qin Zhong appeared and struck, every faction immediately received word of the Sacred Lord's movements. Like a death god, elusive and unpredictable, his arrival heralded slaughter and destruction. His power far exceeded their imagination. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Tommler gazed at the 2 Sacred Lord artifacts. He possessed the only ones in his hands. He spoke with reluctance. "Wait a little longer. Once we obtain the 3rd Sacred Lord artifact, we will leave this place immediately." At that moment, Tommler was clad in a black tailcoat, like a noble gentleman, standing unmoved amid the midnight gale. On the rooftop of a high-rise, the excellent vantage allowed Tommler to survey a vast area around him. Through this vigilance over his surroundings, he could flee before the Sacred Lord arrived. Now, before the Sacred Lord's arrival, Tommler's eyes were fixed on a skyscraper across the way where a target of his lay. "Annihilation, dark. That is mine." Tommler's voice carried an unmistakable finality, one that brooked no argument from anyone who heard it. Raised in a world-class conglomerate family as the second son of the Asa Group, he lacked inheritance rights. Yet the Asa Group's wealth allowed him to obtain almost anything he desired. Even if he wished for a star in the sky, those around him would spare no expense, using every connection to capture a meteorite from space, just to please him. All this was merely to keep him happy, for even without the Asa Group's inheritance, he was still the second son of its current head, possessing wealth beyond ordinary reach. This vast fortune, like the sands of the Ganges, made him the center of attention for countless sycophants, and it forged Tommler's extremely domineering personality. He loved to control everything around him. Nothing could stop him from getting what he wanted. With a deafening crash, an awakened clad in armor burst into the lavishly decorated hotel across from Tommler. This was a 5-star hotel in Lana City. After the city's destruction and reconstruction, it occupied a prime location, becoming a lodging for tourists visiting the city. Despite the recent war that had engulfed the entire city, causing countless casualties, it did not deter the flow of tourists. These tourists had not come willingly, who would choose to vacation in a city recently ravaged by war. That would be courting death. Yet their actions were not their own. To drain every last penny from their employees and bind them to the factory assembly line for life. Large manufacturing companies had signed agreements with travel agencies, using company-organized trips twice a year to reap enormous profits. This meant that a portion of the factory workers' meager wages was automatically appropriated by the company before they were even paid to fund these mandatory annual trips disguised as company benefits. Unfortunately, Lana City, having just experienced war, also happened to be a tourist destination. To revive its economy, the city's authorities signed agreements with major companies at extremely low prices, making the city prosperous again through cheap tourism. The shrill sound of alarms blared throughout the hotel. People in the lobby, witnessing the monster that had smashed through the glass entrance, screamed in panic. An armored humanoid with a horn on its head, its entire body covered in black scales, the sharp horn, like a poisoned dagger, instilled fear in all who saw it. With a beastly roar from the horned, armored man, everyone scattered like frightened rabbits, fleeing in all directions. Piercing screams filled the air, turning the place into a slaughterhouse. Power. An immense power surged through the horned, armored man's body. Feeling this energy he could release at will, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Just as the horned, armored man was about to use his power to bully the panicked civilians and demonstrate his invincible might, a cold, murderous voice whispered in his ear, "If you dare waste my time any longer, I promise you will die most unpleasantly." Through his telescope, Tommler watched the scene in the hotel. His voice, though hundreds of meters away, reached the horned man's ear, freezing him in place. Fear, an overwhelming pressure surged in his mind. The horned man quickly said, "Master, I will complete my task at once." With that, the horned man hurried to the hotel elevator and headed to the 15th floor. There lay their target, the 10th Sacred Lord artifact, a spiritual map named Annihilation Dark. Before the operation, each subordinate had a tiny wireless earpiece, allowing Tommler to issue commands at any time. As he stepped out of the elevator on the 15th floor, the horned man punched the elevator car, causing it to explode. The deafening blast sent the multi-ton elevator crashing down to the first floor. To prevent any interference, the horned man destroyed the elevator. The violent tremor shook the entire hotel, setting off shrill alarms. What's happening? The violent tremors felt like an earthquake, and the piercing alarms terrified everyone. Startled by the commotion, Hishue, who had just been showering, rushed out of the bathroom, wearing only a towel that barely covered her alluring figure. With a heavy punch, the hotel room door shattered, revealing the hideous face of the horned, armored man before Hishue. "Hand over the Sacred Lord artifact, and I'll leave you a whole corpse." A low, raspy voice echoed in the room, the sound of explosions serving as a backdrop as a scent of death spread. The sudden appearance of the horned man terrified Hishue, but she quickly suppressed her cries, fearing she might anger the horned man. "Where is the Sacred Lord artifact?" Having smashed through the door, the horned man, covered in black scales like an ancient warrior in armor, stood before Hishue and spoke in a hoarse voice. I don't know, Hishue sobbed. "You're asking for death." The blue rhombus on the horned man's forehead flashed, and he appeared instantly before her. His sharp claws seized her neck like a chick, immobilizing her. "Speak." The intense suffocation turned her face purple. She was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a fist, veins bulging with power, pierced through the horned man's back, tearing through his scales. With a burst of crimson blood splattering across Hishue's face, a calm voice said, "How can you expect her to speak when you're strangling her?" As the words fell, Qin Zhong withdrew his fist from the horned man's chest. The heavy thud of a body hitting the floor followed. The horned man died before Hishue, without uttering another word. Thank you. Gasping for air, Hishue thanked Qin Zhong between coughs. Walking past her, Qin Zhong said without looking back, "You're welcome, but you're exposed." At his reminder, Hishue glanced at herself, then blushed. Before she could say anything, a simple set of clothes appeared before her. "Put them on. You'll face even greater danger soon. Being exposed won't help your escape. As he her face flushed changed clothes, Qin Zhong looked up toward the building across the street. A hint of emotion flickered in his eyes. Thinking of running. Run as fast as you can. Though hundreds of meters away, his voice was crystal clear to Tomaler and his men. It's the Sacred Lord. What do we do? Several of Tomaler's subordinates panicked. Facing the Sacred Lord, a figure that though recently emerged had already become a legend, none of them felt at ease. Don't panic. We're retreating now. Tomaler smashed his telescope to the ground. The high-powered device worth hundreds of thousands of Union dollars shattered, instantly falling from the high-rise to be utterly destroyed. He turned back unwillingly toward where Qin Zhong stood. This was his first retreat before a battle, and the humiliation festered in his heart. One day I will defeat you with my own hands. The Sacred Lord's achievements were clear. Tomaler knew he could not match him, so he did not foolishly stay to fight. Watching them flee at the sight of him, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, "Think you can escape?" "Thank you. Can you tell me your name?" Yixue, now dressed, called out from behind him. She was a romantic at heart, and at the moment of death he had appeared like a god to save her. It was like a scene from a novel or fairy tale. She desperately wanted to know his name. Even if a romance was impossible, friendship would be enough. It was not that Yixue lacked restraint, but Qin Zhong's timing was perfect. When she was on the verge of suffocation, he appeared like a deity and saved her life. In her dazed state, she inhaled the life-saving oxygen and simultaneously etched his image into her mind, never to be forgotten. No need to thank me. After all, this is my territory. To allow riffraff to run rampant would be a sign of my incompetence. Qin Zhong turned his head, revealing half of a featureless white mask to Yixue. On that white mask, a single golden eye exuded an aura of infinite mystery. Protect yourself. This place is not safe. With a soft admonition to Yixue, Qin Zhong launched himself like a cannonball, charging in the direction of Tomaler's escape. The roaring wind buffeted Yixue, making her black hair stream in the air. Boom, boom, boom. A roaring thunderclap echoed through the midnight clouds while jagged lightning bolts darted swiftly across the veiled sky. Thanks to the colossal thunderstorm, no aircraft could enter Lana City tonight. This damn weather. Our extraction team can't get in, roared an armored warrior following Tomile as they fled in panic. The entire Lana City had been plunged into an endless thunderstorm by an unknown force. The helicopter scheduled to extract them at the designated point could not arrive, completely cutting off one of their escape routes. Now at the critical moment of facing the Sovereign's pursuit without backup, they were doomed. Clutching the Sovereign's treasure stolen from elsewhere, Tomile and his men raced through the alleys. Using the shadows to evade the Sovereign's gaze from above, they tried to keep their whereabouts hidden. Is the extraction team definitely not coming? Hiding in the shadow of a wall, Tomile occasionally peeked at the dark, thunderous sky to spot the Sovereign's presence. The Falcons say they can't get in. The thunderclouds over Lana City are too powerful. Entering recklessly would attract lightning, and none of them would escape. Unless the storm lifts, we can't leave by helicopter, said the armored warrior beside him seriously. Hearing this, Tomile snorted. Then they're not coming tonight. This thunderstorm isn't natural. It's the Sovereign's power. Under his will, it won't clear in a short time. What do we do? Are we going to die here today? The armored warrior growled angrily. In truth, they did not fear death, but they feared for Tomile's life. Within the Asa group's sphere of influence. As long as Tomile returned alive, even if they all fell today, their families would receive the best care from the Asa group and live well. But if they returned alive while Tomile died here, their families would have no refuge. Master, then let's do this. You go first. We'll hold off the Sovereign here. If you reach the harbor, you can escape by sea. The armored warrior said earnestly. Looking at his followers, Tomile gave a wry smile. It's not time for sacrifice yet. Contact our fleet off the coast of Lana City. Have them come to extract us. If necessary, shell the residential areas of Lana City to draw the Sovereign's attention and buy us time to escape. In a few words, Tomile revealed his ruthless plan, using others' lives to buy time for himself. Yes, master. The armored warrior obeyed without hesitation, showing no sympathy for the lives of others. Having given the order, satellite communication was used to mobilize a fleet stationed in the Pacific Ocean, which quickly moved toward Lana City. Tomile's plan was sound. Once his fleet arrived, he could board a ship and with the fleet's overwhelming firepower escape from this demonic city. Unfortunately, Tomile's fleet was not the only one in the Pacific. Other factions had also deployed fleets there due to the Sovereign's treasure incident. They too plotted to seize the treasure, which could reshape the future world order. In the eyes of the conglomerates, even the heads of the 5 great families, let alone their scions, would be shot if given the chance. History had seen such deeds, and this time would be no different. As the plans of various parties progressed, Qin Zhong's figure floated silently in the air. His gaze, like that of a proud falcon, swiftly swept across every corner and shadow of Lana City. Using the sensing ability of the evil god's blood, Qin Zhong knew that Tomile and his men had not yet escaped. But these little rats were well hidden, costing him some time to find them. His eyes flicked over a shadow, catching the edge of a tailcoat. Found you at last, you sneaky little rats. Qin Zhong's voice carried no restraint, booming like a loudspeaker, so close that Tomile could even hear his breathing. Hearing Qin Zhong's words, Tomile's wildly beating heart skipped a beat, and then a tremendous force erupted from behind him. Boom! A horrific explosion tore through the low brick wall, sending shattered stones flying in all directions. Tomile and his men were blasted away. Midair, Tomile forcibly activated the holy crystal stone, and a layer of thick black scales covered his body. A sharp dark golden horn grew from his forehead, a blue diamond-shaped crystal shimmered atop it, and his nails turned into dagger-like blades. This form of Tomile would inspire genuine fear in ordinary people. But to Qin Zhong, who could fly, it was pitifully weak. Roar! A surge of energy erupted with a howl. Around Tomile, a dozen armored warriors fanned out, shielding him firmly. Little rats, you must pay for your mistakes with your lives. Qin Zhong declared coldly from the sky, like a god pronouncing judgment on demons. A sacred aura quickly spread through the heavens. Thunderbolts became his wings, and the boundless lightning sea formed a spear in his hand. At that moment, Qin Zhong was the celestial god delivering a death sentence to Tomile and his evil lot. Say goodbye to this world. Boom! A bolt of lightning coalesced into a spear and left his hand accelerated by the raging thunder. In the blink of an eye, a painful scream rang out, and an armored warrior was reduced to ashes by the mighty lightning. Witnessing the brutal scene, Tomile, already in his armored form, widened his eyes in shock, as if seeing something unbelievable. He has grown even stronger. Since the battle with General Joshua, Tomile's intelligence network had analyzed the sovereign extensively, but this lightning spear attack was entirely new. Master, go first. We'll hold him off. An armored warrior turned to Tomile, then used his body as a shield to buy time. Seeing such loyalty, Tomile did not dawdle. He patted the warrior's shoulder and said, "Rest assured your family will be treated well." Then Tomile and the remaining men quickly turned and fled, leaving only one armored warrior to face Qin Zhong. Having planned to let Tomile go, Qin Zhong was not concerned. He looked down at the warrior blocking him and said calmly, "Your loyalty is commendable, but you overestimate yourself. Do you think you can stop me?" A lightning spear crackled to life again, gathering thunderbolts in his hand. The sizzling thunder sounded like 1,000 birds screeching piercingly loud. "See you in the next life." Boom! The terrifying lightning spear scraped through the air, igniting flames as blue and red light interwove, reducing the armored warrior to ashes in his final despair. Next one. Without pausing, Qin Zhong flew onward after killing the warrior. A pair of wings formed from lightning fluttered slowly. Though they gave him no propulsion, they greatly enhanced his intimidating presence. Only the most powerful and fearsome strength could inspire awe in the petty villains. Only then could Lana City enjoy a period of peace under the threat of force. Otherwise, with these awakened power seekers causing chaos, how could Lana City ever be calm? Tonight no one would sleep. To maximize the deterrent effect against these villains, Qin Zhong made no effort to hide his presence. Whether it was the earlier death-dealing slaughter or the current majestic judgment, like a thunder angel, he used absolute power to tell the hidden forces the price of causing trouble in Lana City. Such power. Can I possess it too? In a dark corner, the Longyuan young master, who had narrowly escaped Qin Zhong's wrath, watched the majestic figure in the sky, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Then he wrapped the sovereign's treasure in layers of white cloth, and taking advantage of everyone's attention on the sovereign, quietly slipped away. The Longyuan young master's departure was part of Qin Zhong's plan, so even though his escape seemed clumsy, Qin Zhong paid it no mind. One after another, lightning spears roared from Qin Zhong's hand. Each spear meant the destruction of a powerful armored awakened being. The number of awakened beings who died in Lana City that night was worth tens of billions in combined assets reduced to ash. Woo-woo. Just as Qin Zhong was in the thick of the slaughter, eliminating Tomile's armored warriors one by one, a sudden ship horn blared from the sea, followed by a flaming cannonball roaring toward him. "Quick, we're saved," Tomile said to his men with surging excitement as he saw the ship on the horizon. With their awakened speed, they could run across the sea as if on solid ground. In just 2 minutes they could board the vessel. "Thinking of escaping? You wish." A demonic voice rang in their ears just as hope appeared. Then, a mere step away from salvation, the last armored warrior beside Tomile was turned to ash by a lightning spear right before his horrified eyes. "No!" Tomile roared in fury as a heavy thunderbolt spear pierced straight through his body. A tearing pain transmitted from the wound to his brain, the excruciating agony causing Tomile to lose all consciousness. Whether intentionally or not, the thunderbolt spear that pierced through the ship's hull left Tomile's body intact. Instead of reducing him to ash like the previous armored men, the thunderbolt spear left behind a corpse. Watching the distant ship being pierced through by the thunderbolt spear on the verge of total destruction, Qin Zhong withdrew the endless thunderclouds in the sky and murmured to himself, "I've given you the chance. Whether you can seize it or not is no longer my concern. Good luck to you." With that, Qin Zhong's mission for the night was complete. He had scattered the secrets of the Saint Lord's collection regarding supernatural abilities, and through the night's slaughter intimidated other restless factions. His cold gaze swept across the city of Lannis. Every person with ulterior motives felt an involuntary tremor upon meeting Qin Chang's icy stare. They lowered their humble heads, fearing to incur Qin Chang's displeasure. Had they not just witnessed the Saint Lord slaying even the members of the 5 great sacred emblem families, without hesitation? They mere minnows were no match for the 5 great sacred emblem families. Even if they were under the Saint Lord's power tonight, they would be nothing but futile resistance. After a night of turmoil, the restless hearts of the people stirred by the emergence of awakened supernatural abilities finally calmed down. With a flash, Qin Chong vanished from the sight of Lannis' citizens. As he left, the thunderclouds that had filled the sky quickly dissipated. The sun, which had long slumbered beneath the sea, slowly rose. Its fiery red rays illuminated the land, as if embodying the bloodshed of the previous night, casting an inexplicable chill over everyone in Lannis. The Saint Lord's might was once again proven by force, using the 5 great families as stepping stones. In the hotel that had been damaged the night before, Shui was hastily packing her belongings. She had to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Who knew if anyone would come to rescue her again? Thinking of this, she recalled the enigmatic figure she had encountered the previous night. So that's the Saint Lord? He doesn't seem so terrifying. After packing all her luggage, Shui sat on the sofa and opened a photo album. The photo showed the Saint Lord's half-exposed face, his golden pupils radiating an indescribable majesty like a deity. Shui's left eye had been injured in childhood, rendering it completely blind. This had once been a source of great pain, but with the rapid advancement of technology, a mechanical prosthetic eye capable of restoring her sight was developed. After paying a heavy price, Shui received the implant, which brought about profound changes. The mechanical eye functioned like a miniature camera capable of taking photos and recording videos. It not only restored her vision, but also helped her document her daily life. It was precisely because of this that Shui managed to capture the Saint Lord's image the previous night despite having no other camera. Gazing at the photo she had taken, Shui said reverently, "If only I could meet the Saint Lord again in this lifetime. But that may forever remain a dream. How could someone of such formidable personal power ever be seen again?" Shaking her head regretfully, she lamented having barely exchanged a few words with the Saint Lord. This was a profound regret. However, after a moment of sorrow, Shui turned off her phone, picked up her luggage, and prepared to leave the hotel. She had completed her mission, obtaining the Saint Lord's collection as her grandfather had instructed. She felt she had spent enough time in this city. Click! As Shui opened the door, a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure appeared before her. Saint Lord, how are you here?" Shui's voice was filled with confusion, but also with immense surprise. "What? Not welcoming me?" Qin Chang's voice was gentle, as if naturally capable of putting one at ease. Shui quickly stepped aside to invite him and dropping her luggage on the floor. Following him nervously, she said, No, of course not. I just don't know what you need from me." Meeting the Saint Lord again filled her with the excitement of seeing an idol, overwhelming her with joy. "I want to go with you to the Eurasian continent." Qin Chang's tone was calm. "You want to go back with me?" Shui was at a loss. "What? Is there a problem?" Qin Chang's voice remained gentle, but carried an undeniable weight. No, but if you come with me, I'm afraid it might cause unnecessary trouble." Shui said worriedly. After the events of the night, even a fool could understand the Saint Lord's overwhelming power. The forces of the 5 great families in Lannis had been completely annihilated, and Tomiler, the second son of the Asa group, was missing. Such a nuclear-level figure coming to her territory was unsettling. A nuclear bomb required layers of approval to launch, but the Saint Lord's power could be unleashed at will without anyone's consent. Having such a figure in her domain was a recipe for chaos. When Shui voiced her concerns, Qin Chong chuckled, "Don't worry. I have my ways." With that, the seamless mask he always wore suddenly blurred, and to Shui's astonishment it morphed into her own likeness. The nature of his ability, simulation, could replicate anyone he had seen based on his memory of them. The power of this ability depended entirely on the user. The original ability's effect was limited, unable to perfectly mimic the essence of the person being simulated. But in Qin Chang's hands it was astonishing. If he wished, he could directly invade Shui's mind, learn her entire life's memories and habits, and perfectly replace her identity. This demonstrated the immense potential of the awakened. The variety of abilities was staggering, even with only a few thousand awakened individuals. If all humans could become awakened, Qin Chang's power would grow to unimaginable heights. And this was only the beginning. When the production of supernatural abilities could be replicated, they would become a discipline spreading rapidly across the Blue Star. At that point, Qin Chang's identity would become the foundation of a new world on Blue Star, the father of all humanity. Only those with the blood of the evil god could awaken their abilities. Then, even without speaking or acting, Qin Chang would, through his immense power and status, become the most revered and powerful true god in the human world. Of course this was a bit far-fetched, just a vision of Qin Chong's, but it remained a viable direction. Watching Qin Chong transform into her likeness, He Shui felt not fear, but intense curiosity. Protected by her family, He Shui had encountered little of the dark side of the world, leaving her mind relatively untainted. Most people upon first seeing Qin Chong's ability would quickly turn from curiosity to fear. But He Shui skipped that process, earning Qin Chong's approval. He didn't need a guide to the Eurasian continent who was consumed by schemes and plots. That would exhaust both of them. He Shui was just right, neither a naive simpleton nor a scheming villain. She was merely a girl without malicious intent, and that was enough. So can you be my guide now? Qin Chong asked in He Shui's own voice. Of course. With this ability no one would recognize you as the Saint Lord. He Shui said excitedly. At this moment, she didn't even consider the possibility of Qin Chong replacing her, instead feeling the thrill of meeting her idol. Soon under He Shui's guidance, Qin Chong boarded a direct flight to the Eurasian continent. His purpose there was to screen for naturally awakened individuals. Until the mental blueprints ability could be universalized, the Golden Viper Knight Order could not begin operations. Moreover, the variety of abilities in his reserves was severely lacking, meaning even if the mental blueprint could be universalized, there wouldn't be enough abilities to compile a textbook for the awakened. To solve this problem, Qin Chong decided to travel to the Eurasian continent. In the Americas, the Golden Viper Group, the Viper Cult, the 13 Apostles Yu Jia and Gao Yin were in charge. Qin Chong trusted them. Their presence was sufficient to locate naturally awakened individuals in the Americas. Additionally, having just intimidated the world's prying forces in Lannis, Qin Chong was relatively free for the time being. The Blue Star had a population of over 500 billion, with more than 200 billion residing on the Eurasian continent. As the most populous city on the planet, its greatest prosperity was not in material wealth. It was the highly evolved entertainment and gaming industry. With technological progress, a large number of idle people were rapidly eliminated, leaving most unable to work. To prevent these surplus populations from causing trouble, a series of entertainment games designed to erode ambition and promote hedonism were quickly developed. Among them, semi-virtual games were the most prosperous. They were called semi-virtual because current virtual reality technology could not yet fully immerse humans. Semi-virtual games couldn't solve sleep problems, exercise issues, or even basic bodily functions like eating and drinking. They had many flaws, offering little beyond highly realistic graphics. Strictly speaking, these were games for the poor. The wealthy rarely played them. However, there were always those unwilling or unable to inherit family fortunes who found alternative success in these games. External money injected into the gaming economy, which then spurred consumption. Overall, the Eurasian continent was a pseudo-utopian world. Survival wasn't a major issue, but mental stress could only be released in games. Crossing the vast Pacific Ocean by plane, when Qin Chong landed on the Eurasian continent, he discovered a fascinating fact: games were being imbued with a special meaning, a sense of pride that even the poor could achieve. With game companies serving as the high-end structure and various game studios, large or small, acting as the central nervous system of the gaming ecosystem. A vast number of players from the Eurasian continent functioning as the architectural foundation converged to form gaming alliances that appeared in cities across Eurasia. These gaming alliances were backed by wealthy second-generation heirs who could not inherit family businesses yet possessed substantial disposable income. Thus, they forged a powerful ecosystem distinct from the real world. Within this ecosystem, all games were categorized into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D. Much like the feudal system of ancient times, the game tier was determined by the number of players it could accommodate. The more players a game could host, the more capital it attracted to flow into its virtual world. Through this unique approach of constructing a multiverse of games, the people of Eurasia were rapidly stepping into the second virtual era. If not for the fact that current virtual gaming technology was still insufficient to allow humans to forego sleep and resolve their rest needs through gaming. The number of active people across the entire Eurasian continent would likely have plummeted to an appallingly low level. Even so, when Qin Chong stepped off the passenger plane, what he saw was still a scene of desolate stillness. Inside the vast airport terminal, the flow of people was extremely sparse aside from a few essential passenger service personnel. Based on Qin Chong's rough estimate of the passenger count at Haidong Airport, the total number of people here barely reached 10,000. Seeing this before him, Qin Chong asked He Shui, who was packing her luggage beside him, "Is this situation unique to this place, or is it the same across the entire Eurasian continent?" Hearing Qin Chong's question, He Shui, while struggling with her heavy luggage, replied, "Is this your first time here? This place is actually relatively good. As the largest airport connecting with other continents, the passenger flow is still considerable. In some remote areas, the entire airport, including staff, has fewer than 100 people. With the establishment of gaming alliances, activities like traveling that require flying are generally avoided by people here." Dragging the heavy luggage, He Shui, panting with exertion, came to Qin Chong's side. Salty sweat dripped from her forehead and soon spread across her face. Seeing Hishue struggling so hard, Qin Zhong couldn't understand why she, a person who clearly wasn't short on money, would exhaust herself carrying so much stuff. If she wanted something, she could simply buy it at the destination. Qin Zhong couldn't fathom her reasoning, but that didn't stop him from lending her a hand. After all, she was his guide, and if she tired herself out, it would be his loss. So Qin Zhong cast a glance at her luggage, a golden light flickering in his pupils, then strode forward without a word. How on? As Qin Zhong looked at her luggage, Hishue, as if realizing something, began to speak with a hint of shyness. But before she could finish, she saw Qin Zhong walk away indifferently. Thoughtful of you. Because Qin Zhong's behavior differed from her expectation, she had assumed he would help her carry the suitcase. Her gaze froze, and she mechanically finished the sentence out of habit. Watching Qin Zhong's retreating figure, then glancing at the heavy suitcase beside her, she said with a mix of embarrassment and anger, "What a typical straight man." Saying this, she was about to summon all her strength to lift the suitcase and catch up to Qin Zhong. In order to have some alone time with her idol, she had deliberately sent away all her bodyguards. She thought that with the sovereign by her side, safety would be no concern. Yet she never expected that no other problems would arise, only the issue of the suitcase. The sovereign's collection had already been sent back to the Haishur Entertainment Company by her grandfather's subordinates long ago. Now all that was in her luggage were her personal clothes for changing. Nevertheless, the weight was still considerable. Hishue pulled the heavy suitcase, attempting to chase after Qin Zhong, who was already growing distant. But due to an imbalance of force, she lurched forward more than a dozen steps, nearly stumbling in an ungraceful manner under the momentum. What's going on? Hishue stared at the suitcase in disbelief. Just now when she pulled it, it felt as if it weighed nothing, causing her to lurch forward. What are you waiting for? We need to go. Qin Zhong's voice reached her ears as he stood at the entrance of the airport terminal, watching her hesitate. Coming. Hishue quickly replied. At the same time, she cast a hurried glance downward and immediately spotted the reason for the anomaly. As her eyes moved downward, she could clearly see a thin crack between the suitcase and the ground. It was this fissure that made the suitcase in her hand feel weightless. Is this a superpower? It's incredible. Covering her mouth, Hishue whispered in astonishment at what had just happened. Then dragging the suitcase that now felt almost weightless, she trotted over to Qin Zhong. Hishue's quick sprint made her a striking sight in the airport. Despite the sparse crowd, she still drew the attention of many male onlookers. Following her figure, their gazes eventually landed on Qin Zhong, and a dignified aura emanating from him made them dare not stare directly. In the end, they could only sigh inwardly, that guy is really handsome. Because of his mimicry superpower, Qin Zhong's appearance was completely different from that of the sovereign. Except for Hishue, everyone who saw Qin Zhong would perceive him as an ordinary handsome man. Ignoring the stares of the airport crowd, Qin Zhong and Hishue quickly got into a private car and left the airport. The city Qin Zhong had arrived at was called Donghai City, a bustling coastal metropolis with a permanent population of over 20 million and a vast area. It was one of the dozen largest and most prosperous first-tier cities in Eurasia, serving as a logistics hub connecting North and South America. Vast quantities of goods departed from Donghai City via various sea routes to the Americas. Entering Donghai City for the first time, Qin Zhong's immediate impression was emptiness. The car sped along unimpeded with hardly any traffic lights. Towering skyscrapers stood in Donghai City, but without the backdrop of a bustling crowd, Qin Zhong truly understood what a concrete jungle meant. He also deeply experienced what it was like to live under the shadow of the second world. Most people surviving on the Eurasian continent had already entered the second gaming world. Even those who hadn't entered the game world were busy working in various companies to make a living. This made the entire Eurasian continent feel like a series of ghost towns, sending a chill down one's spine as they walked through them. Those who had lived here for a long time might have become accustomed to it, but for a newcomer like Qin Zhong, it was disconcerting. Having grown accustomed to the bustling crowds of North and South America, coming to this sparsely populated place gave Qin Zhong an odd sensation. It was as if he had traveled through time, crossing into another world with just a single plane ride. As the car sped along, the scenery outside rapidly receded. After a moment of thought, Qin Zhong asked Hishue, which aspect of Donghai City is the most competitive? Since Qin Zhong wasn't speaking, the driver remained silent, and Hishue, feeling bored, was enjoying the rhythm of the music. Suddenly hearing Qin Zhong's question, she was momentarily stunned. After Qin Zhong repeated his question, she replied, the most competitive aspect is naturally the internet world. Unlike the lifestyle in the Americas, everything here is enveloped by a powerful internet network. All social activities between humans can be replaced by the internet. You can obtain the supply of all necessities without leaving home. And within the internet world, the most competitive field is gaming. Once she started, Hishue couldn't stop chattering like a child, showing off the differences between the Eurasian continent and the Americas. In the internet world, the most intense competition is in gaming. Every game company claims to be creating a world. Hishue's words kept ringing in Qin Zhong's ears, helping him understand the situation in Eurasia. In summary, this place was just a foothold. Apart from daily necessities like eating, drinking, and sleeping, people's entire existence was within the game worlds of the internet society. They regarded that as their primary goal, caring little about real life. With vast amounts of real capital converging in the internet world, the money earned from various in-game gold farming activities was enough to let them live a carefree life forever. And this was exactly what the official organizations and financial conglomerates of Eurasia wanted to see. Massive amounts of production resources were quickly being concentrated in the hands of the wealthy. People didn't need to make demands of this world to change its appearance. They only needed to accept what the world gave them and change themselves. After learning about the current state of existence in Eurasia, Qin Zheng felt a tinge of sadness for the people of this continent, but also couldn't help saying, "This is exactly the world I want. A world with no resistance whatsoever." Qin Zheng wanted to promote the existence of awakened across the entire world, but the topic of awakened was a forbidden word in the Americas. Except for Rana City, every other region was doing its utmost to suppress the news of awakened. If it weren't for the fact that awakened had been continuously making their presence known through various means, they would have long faded into obscurity under the blockade of the financial conglomerates. This feeling of existing in the world, yet leaving no trace of your existence, was precisely the power that terrified the awakened. As the car sped through the city, the entire Donghai city unfolded before Qin Zheng's eyes. He said confidently, "Soon this place will be filled with the traces of awakened. But by then it will have a different name." Upon arriving in Donghai City, Qin Zheng utilized his immense wealth to purchase an entire building. This towering structure, standing on the coast of Donghai City, reached a height of 48 stories. Standing on the rooftop terrace, Qin Zheng could even feel the building swaying slightly in the howling wind. Gazing into the distance, he could see the endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Beneath the rolling waves, a shark covered in black scales flickered in and out of view. That was the Fuhai demonic shark, the same shark that had once taken a bite out of the Dami octopus, a name Qin Zheng had given it. Compared to the relatively rational state of other evil gods, the Fuhai demonic shark's mind was clearly deranged. As the fifth evil god, Qin Zheng intended to unveil to the world, its urge to attack was exceedingly fierce. If not for the numerous restrictions Qin Zheng had imposed upon it, the Fuhai demonic shark would have long since caused a disaster of immense scale, shocking the entire world. Sensing the relentless desire to attack emanating from the Fuhai demonic shark beneath the sea, Qin Zheng spoke softly, as if comforting a child, "Don't worry. Your turn will come soon enough. No need to be so impatient." Under Qin Zheng's reassurance, the Fuhai demonic shark's intense urge to attack quickly subsided. It slowly dove into the depths of the ocean, evading the surveillance of space satellites. Ever since the four evil gods emerged from the deep sea, the conglomerates with satellites had allocated numerous resources to monitor the entire Pacific Ocean around the clock, fearing any other unforeseen changes. As the Fuhai demonic shark sank into the deep ocean, Qin Zheng looked down at the Qintian Tower, which he had purchased for $2 billion, and murmured to himself, "My career will begin here until I rule over the entire Eurasian continent." Qin Zheng was brimming with confidence, backed by the four evil gods as his support. Whenever an accident befell him in the mortal world, he would unleash the four evil gods, or any other evil gods that might appear in the future, to divert humanity's attention. Thus, leveraging the chaos caused by the evil gods, Qin Zheng could naturally extricate himself from crises. Descending from the rooftop of the Qintian Tower, the moment the small door to the terrace closed, the howling wind vanished, and everything around returned to calm. When Qin Zheng purchased the Qintian Tower, he cleared out everyone and everything inside the building. No matter what they did, or whether they were of any use to him, Qin Zheng kept none of them. To avoid unnecessary complications, the Qintian Tower now required no living souls within. Taking the stairs all the way from the 48th floor to the basement, the heart of the entire Qintian Tower, the next day, a bright sun rose over the ocean, casting a golden glow over the land. The once bustling Qintian Tower in Donghai City was now empty, and a massive curtain covering the lower half of the building blocked the view of passersby. People walking past the Qintian Tower heard a constant clattering noise echoing from within, and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Yet no one dared to approach the building, as a formidable security force surrounded it, sealing off every entrance. To ensure the smooth execution of his plan, Qin Zheng spent a considerable sum to bribe the officials, obtaining a decree that turned the area around the Qintian Tower into a military exclusion zone for 6 months. Without Qin Zheng's explicit permission, no unauthorized personnel were allowed to step within 500 meters of the Qintian Tower. Furthermore, to prevent the unaware from entering, he hired the best security company in Donghai City to guard the perimeter around the clock. Thus, under layers of defense, Qin Zheng's plan commenced. The longer Qin Zheng used the body of the prison knight, the more his consciousness fused with it. By now, the prison knight's body was almost indistinguishable from Qin Zheng's own. The blood of the evil gods permeated every part of the prison knight, replacing every cell. With so many of its human cells replaced by the blood of the evil gods, even if the prison knight wanted to return to this body, the body's rejection would cast it out. So strictly speaking, the prison knight no longer existed. This body would forever belong to Qinzhou. Clang, 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 clang. The incessant sounds echoed from within the Qintian Tower. Listening to the rhythmic, unbroken noise, Wu Longhai, a low-level employee of the security company, said to his companion, "What do you think is inside that Qintian Tower? Why would the authorities designate it a military exclusion zone and dispatch a security company to seal it off? Who knows? We haven't seen anyone go in or come out these days." Xiaoxi, standing beside Wu Longhai, replied. Wu Longhai was a burly man with a reputation among the lower ranks of the security company, serving as the captain of the East 8th District responsible for intercepting foot traffic. Xiaoxi was Wu Longhai's brother-in-law, and under normal circumstances his physique would never have qualified him for the security company. But with Wu Longhai's help, Xiaoxi, despite his severe lack of fitness, managed to join the company. Now Wu Longhai smoked a cigarette while staring at the Qintian Tower, lost in thought. Before long he finished his cigarette and stubbed it out viciously on the ground. Turning to Xiaoxi and the others who were playing cards, Wu Longhai said, "Brothers, how about we sneak in and see what's inside that Qintian Tower?" After a moment's deliberation, Wu Longhai's curiosity ultimately overpowered the company's prohibition. Also, to guard against any unforeseen incidents, he persuaded Xiaoxi and the others to join him in the adventure. Hearing Wu Longhai's words, Xiaoxi immediately stood up and said, "Yeah, brothers, let's go check out the Qintian Tower together and see what's hidden inside. Let's satisfy our curiosity." As Wu Longhai's brother-in-law, Xiaoxi always followed his lead, supporting whatever Wu Longhai said without hesitation. However, upon hearing what Wu Longhai and Xiaoxi said, Dongzi, one of the men playing cards, said worriedly, "Is this a good idea? This is strictly forbidden by the company. If we get caught, we'll be in deep trouble. Besides, this is a military exclusion zone. If we're caught, we might even go to jail." "No, I can't go. I can't go." Dongzi thought it over and then adamantly refused. "I've got your back. What are you afraid of? Besides, it's midnight now and everyone's asleep. We're not really going inside. Just a peek through the glass. If we get caught, we can say we were checking for intruders." Seeing Dongzi's strong opposition, Wu Longhai quickly explained his current plan, using all sorts of reasoning to gradually lower Dongzi's guard. Finally, he pulled out a trump card and said to the man beside Dongzi, "Brother Meng, are you coming? You're the veteran around here. You're not that chicken-hearted, are you? Afraid to even take a look?" Brother Meng had been a gangster in the past and was naturally hot-tempered. He had only left the gang to keep his family from worrying about him dying on the streets. But leaving the gang didn't mean he had settled down. Stung by Wu Longhai's taunt, the muscular Brother Meng stood up and said, "Afraid? What am I afraid of? When I was on the streets, you guys weren't even born yet. Let's go now, and whoever chickens out is a coward." With three of the security team agreeing, everyone's eyes fell on Dongzi. Now, under the gaze of the three, it was no longer a question of whether Dongzi would go. If he didn't, he would be ostracized by the group. It was a clear violation of company rules, and if caught, he would be in serious trouble. "Dongzi, come with us. If we're careful, there's no risk. We're just taking a look, satisfying our curiosity, not doing anything wrong. You wouldn't let your brothers down, would you?" Coming to Dongzi's side, Wu Longhai tried to persuade him earnestly. "Fine, I'll go. It's just losing a job. What's the big deal?" Dongzi slammed his cards on the table, speaking with bravado. So, led by Wu Longhai, the group stealthily approached the Qintian Tower. Wu Longhai and his team were just one of many security squads responsible for guarding the East 8th District. During the day, dozens of people patrolled the area so tightly that not even a fly could get through. But at night, most of the staff went off duty, leaving only Wu Longhai's four-man team to watch the East 8th District. Familiar with the security routine, they quickly navigated the blind spots. Soon they arrived at the base of the Qintian Tower, which was wrapped in a huge black curtain. Under this curtain, nothing inside the building could be seen from outside. Clang, 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 clang. The sound, like construction work, echoed continuously, so loud in the dead of night that it only heightened Wu Longhai's curiosity. Standing at the foot of the Qintian Tower, Wu Longhai rubbed his hands together and said, "What do you think is inside, so tightly sealed, and with all that noise?" To Wu Longhai's question, Brother Meng replied without hesitation, "Why think so much? Let's just go in and see for ourselves. After all, that's why we came." With that, Brother Meng strode forward resolutely. Having spent years in the underworld, he relied on sheer audacity. To him, no matter how mysterious the building, it couldn't be haunted. So the team originally led by Wu Longhai was now led by Brother Meng. Wu Longhai didn't mind the shift. He turned to Xiaoxi and Dongzi and said, "Follow me. Today's the moment of revelation." The four of them crept up to the black curtain, lifted the edge, and after furtively checking that no one was around, they slipped inside. What is this?" Once inside the black curtain, Brother Meng looked at the sight before him, his face filled with terror and disbelief. Before Mengge, the entire Qintian building was nothing like what they had imagined in their minds. There was no light blazing, no living soul present. In the pitch-black Qintian building, an utterly dark passage extended upward from the basement. This dark passage seemed to devour all light, stretching all the way to the top floor of the entire Chintian building. The whole Chintian building appeared to have been hollowed out by some mysterious force. Except for the perimeter around the building, the center was an incredibly straight, long corridor. There's someone in there. As Meng Guo and the others suddenly saw the building's condition, their hearts were overwhelmed by the shocking transformation. Dong Zi's trembling voice rang in their ears. Following his pointing finger, they looked up and saw a man floating in midair, without any support, staring at them intently. Those eyes, gleaming with golden light, held an utterly cold emotion. The gaze directed at them was like that of 4 corpses already dead. There was no trace of feeling in that look, as if it came from the most frigid machinery. Many times excessive curiosity can cost you your life. Qin Zhong's voice echoed coldly through the dark passage like a death sentence, causing Meng Guo and the others to tremble uncontrollably. Run, run now. Dong Zi forced his body to move and shouted loudly. Interrupted by Dong Zi's voice, Meng Guo and the others, who had been frozen in terror under Qin Zhong's gaze, finally regained control of their bodies. As soon as they could move, the 4 scrambled and crawled, desperate to escape this obviously abnormal place. A ghost. He must be a ghost, no doubt. Meng Guo fled frantically, his words slurred. Just as the 4, driven by the fear of death, were speeding up and about to escape. Qin Zhong's voice, cold as a demon's, rang in their ears. Run. Where do you think you can run? And where can you possibly go? This is your final destination. Come back. With Qin Zhong's words, 4 translucent tentacles extended from his back in an instant. At the same time, the glass doors of the Chintian building burst open wide. From the deep, dark entrance, an immense suction force pulled violently toward the 4. Under this enormous pull, no matter how they struggled or tried to flee, their bodies were dragged inexorably toward the Chintian building. 8 deep scratches appeared on the ground of the Chintian building, and hideous bloodstains were scraped across the uneven bricks as the 4 fought desperately. Amidst their frantic struggles and terrified gazes, 4 translucent octopus tentacles coiled around their waists. In the blink of an eye, the glass doors of the Chintian building slammed shut. Everything returned to silence. Just when I was nodding off a pillow comes. I was exactly short of a few test subjects, and you deliver yourselves to my door. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept. Qin Zhong said calmly. With the capture of Meng Guo and his 3 companions, countless wires of different colors spread densely across the dark passage. Though these dense wires appeared chaotic at first glance, careful observation revealed a strange sense of order among them. Having purchased the 48-story Chintian building, Qin Zhong intended to single-handedly create an S-class game capable of influencing the entire Eurasian continent, thereby accelerating the expansion of Awakened. Qin Zhong aimed to use this opportunity of establishing a game company to select as many innate psychics as possible from Eurasia. Only a sufficiently large base of innate psychics could support the growth of the Awakened. He would let the power of the 5 holy emblem families help him research how to decode spiritual blueprints, while he himself sought more samples of spiritual blueprints. Thus, without wasting time, once the method to decode spiritual blueprints was found, he could directly launch the project to compile textbooks on awakened abilities. Feeling currents of electricity flowing from the astonishingly powerful computer beneath his feet into his body, a vast flood of data continuously filled Qin Zhong's sea of consciousness. He murmured to himself, almost there. It will be completed soon. In just 5 months, the basic framework of the S-class game, Star River, will be finished. The S-class game Qin Zhong intended to build was fundamentally different from ordinary semi-virtual games. The latter, no matter how realistically it simulated the real world, was ultimately a fake world that could not truly affect reality. But the S-class game Star River that Qin Zhong was creating could indirectly influence the player's state through soul power. By playing the game, he could establish mental communication with them. For this reason, Qin Zhong insisted on building the core of the S-class game Star River alone. He trusted no one else. With the 4 peepers dealt with, Qin Zhong returned to building the core of the S-class game Star River. Using the existing conscious states of Wu Longhai and the others, he initiated a preliminary link with their minds. After all, the future S-class game Star River would be a super game spanning the entire Eurasian continent. With such a massive player base, Qin Zhong could not link with each one individually. Therefore, during the construction of the S-class game's core, Qin Zhong was also constantly editing some underlying logic for Star River. Through these foundational logics, he maintained the operation of the entire core. Among these foundational logics, the establishment of mental links with players was the most critical. To enable all humans to connect with Qin Zhong's consciousness without discrimination, he borrowed existing mature technology and built a relatively vast game world. This game world was powered by the computer beneath his feet. Inside this computer that hosted the game core, Qin Zhong added a selection orientation program. This selection orientation program would determine whether a stranger would establish a mental link with Qin Zhong. As Qin Zhong busily constructed the core of Star River, time passed quickly. During this period, He Shui came to see Qin Zhong several times, but he turned her away, claiming he was busy. Over time, the frequency of He Shui's visits dropped sharply. The day before Qin Zhong finished building the core, He Shui ignored the security guards of the Qintian building and forced her way inside. "You may leave now." Qin Zhong watched He Shui, who had barged in through a virtual projection, and said to the guards blocking her, "Yes, Mr. Qin." The guards exchanged glances upon hearing his words, and then withdrew. After all, Qin Zhong was their employer, and his words carried weight. "Speak. What is so urgent that you came to see me?" Qin Zhong's human body was still inside the Qintian building, overseeing the construction work due to the core. So what appeared before He Shui was a virtual projection of Qin Zhong, a figure sitting in an office chair. "Holy Lord, please save my grandfather. The Long family of the 5 Holy Emblem families has taken him. You are the only one who can save him. I beg you." He Shui spoke with tearful eyes, her delicate tone filled with a heart-wrenching plea. "Why did the Long family arrest your grandfather?" Qin Zhong looked at He Shui, who was kneeling and begging him, and used his psychokinesis to lift her up. "Because of that Holy Lord collection I auctioned for 1.6 billion allied yuan half a year ago." As He Shui recounted, Qin Zhong quickly understood the reason for her grandfather's arrest. Having spent 1.6 billion on the Holy Lord collection, He Shui's grandfather naturally wanted to maximize its value. Thus, an exhibition of the Holy Lord collection was planned 3 months ago. Leveraging the fame of the Holy Lord and the evil god, these exhibitions attracted widespread attention. People from all walks of life gathered at the exhibition, which naturally also drew the attention of legendary thieves from the underworld. By Feishua, he was a legendary figure in the underworld, rumored to be able to obtain anything. It was said in the underworld that the 10 Holy Lord collections contained the Holy Lord's immense power. Whoever obtained even one of these 10 collections had a great chance of gaining the Holy Lord's power. The Holy Lord. In today's world, who didn't know of the Holy Lord's might? Since his debut, his almost undefeated record had made everyone yearn for his formidable strength. Now the legend that the 10 Holy Lord collections held the secret of his power only fueled the world's curiosity. So when the exhibition began, the legendary thief, by Feishua, broke in. He took the Holy Lord collection as if no one was watching, leaving He Wu to clean up the mess. At that point, losing the 1.6 billion wasn't a huge disaster, though it was a significant sum. He Wu could afford it. But once bad luck starts, it doesn't stop. 3 days after the collection was stolen, the Long family, which ruled Eurasia, came knocking. They demanded that He Wu hand over the Holy Lord collection, offering 2.5 billion allied yuan as compensation for the loss. Had the collection still been in his hands, He Wu would have sold it without hesitation, not just for the 900 million profit, but more out of fear of the Long family's power. But the collection had already been taken by Feishua, so how could He Wu produce it? The problem arose here. The Long family didn't believe He Wu had lost the collection, thinking he was deliberately withholding it. So they used their authority to take He Wu away, and he hadn't returned since. They also informed the He family either hand over the Holy Lord collection or wait for He Wu to die of old age. As the helmsman of the Sea Lion Entertainment Company, He Wu had an unparalleled influence within the company. With the sudden arrest of the helmsman by the Long family, the looming crisis threatened to dismantle the company. After listening to He Shui's account of the crisis facing the He family, Qin Zhong felt a headache coming on. The Long family, a hegemonic clan ruling over the Eurasian continent, held a perpetual monopoly on the entire region's external channels. Countless enterprises, large and small, were forced to subsist on their sufferance. Should the Long family be displeased, the catastrophe would swiftly sweep across Eurasia. Even Qin Zhong would have to expend considerable effort to contend with such an overlord. Under He Shui's expectant gaze, Qin Zhong furrowed his brow in contemplation, seeking a way out of the predicament. If it were merely a matter of dealing with He Wu, the head of Sea Lion Entertainment, Qin Zhong would not need to go to such great lengths. He could simply use his formidable power to storm the Long family and demand He Wu's release with ease. However, the He family was nothing to Qin Zhong. Why would he stir up trouble for them without reason? Thus, beneath He Shui's expectant gaze, Qin Zhong, his face hidden behind a seamless white mask, spoke. "If you want to save your grandfather, it's possible. But do you know what price you'll have to pay?" "What price? Aren't we friends?" He Shui stammered at a loss. "It seems your family has shielded you too well, and you've yet to recognize the harshness of this world. We are indeed friends, but even between friends, accounts must be settled clearly. You give me what I need, and I help you accomplish what you desire. This is a fair transaction." Hearing He Shui's naive words, Qin Zhong cast her a deep look, then said calmly. Faced with his starkly realistic statement, He Shui parted her dry lips, as if to speak. But in the end, she could only concede. "What price do you want from me?" He Shui appeared resigned before Qin Zhong. Seeing her expression, he knew she might be imagining something unbecoming. Thus he cut off her wandering thoughts and bluntly stated his demand. "I will rescue your grandfather from the Long family. In return, the entire Sea Lion Entertainment Company and all its affiliated assets shall be incorporated under the Golden Viper Group." Qin Zhong's cold declaration shocked He Shui, who cried out in disbelief. "How is this different from the Long family's actions? You're even worse than them. The Long family never demanded the entirety of the He family's fortune." He Shui shouted, but was met only with Qin Zhong's indifferent reply. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To obtain what you cannot have, you must pay a price you cannot bear. I have little interest in the He family's business, but dealing with the Long family is enough to cost you everything. In the end, He Shui walked out of the Qingtian Tower in a daze. She lacked the ability to control the entire Sea Lion Entertainment conglomerate, and thus could not fully agree to Qin Zhong's terms, even if it meant saving He Wu. Watching He Shui depart, Qin Zhong muttered to himself, friendship is fine, but even friends must delineate their interests clearly. Otherwise, when disputes arise, it becomes a messy affair. After He Shui left, Qin Zhong began his moves against the Long family. First, he summoned the giant octopus and the sea-destroying shark from the deep to the shallow waters. He ordered them to block the sea route from Eurasia to the Pacific, effectively trapping the Long family's merchant ships. By this means, he forced the entire Long family to submit and merge their interests with the Golden Viper Group. Qin Zhong intended to use the Golden Viper Group's might to pressure the Long Yuan Group, thereby laying the groundwork for the Starry Sky Company across Eurasia, creating an unstoppable momentum. Within this plan, saving He Shui's grandfather was merely incidental. As for He Shui's current refusal, it was only a superficial stance. With He Wu, the head of Sea Lion Entertainment, taken away by the Long family, the entire company fell into a state of undercurrents, with various collateral branches vying for power. He Shui's father was among them. Qin Zhong believed that once He Shui's father learned of his backing, he would agree to the Golden Viper Group's entry into Sea Lion Entertainment. Returning home from the Qingtian Tower, He Shui recounted everything to her father, He Yao, emphasizing that Qin Zhong demanded the subjugation of the entire Sea Lion Entertainment Group to the Golden Viper Group as the price for rescuing her grandfather. Finally, like a little girl, He Shui burst into tears in her mother's arms. Having been sheltered by her family all her life, He Shui had never witnessed much of the world's cruelty, which had preserved a relatively pure heart in her. But that untested innocence, when colliding with Qin Zhong's iron, will shattered into pieces. Before her grandfather's capture, He Shui had confidently told her family that her friend could save him, never imagining the extent of Qin Zhong's appetite. Listening to his daughter's sobs, He Yao slammed the table. Who is he to dare humiliate our He family like this? Shui'er, tell me his name. I want to see who has the audacity to force the Long family to bow. Seeing her husband's fury, He Shui's mother comforted the weeping girl. That's right. Who is that person? How could he possibly have such influence? From the very beginning, the couple had been curious about the mysterious figure their daughter claimed could handle the Long family. Few in this world could accomplish such a feat, perhaps none. As one of the top 5 families globally, a superpower dominating Eurasia. What did that mean? No one understood the terror of it better than those in the business world. Under her parents' relentless questioning, He Shui sobbed softly. He is the Sovereign Lord. The Sovereign Lord. What sovereign? Even if he is, he might just be capable. At the mention of the Sovereign Lord, He Yao was about to rage. How could a mere sovereign contend with the Long family? But before the words left his mouth, the name struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. He Yao sank silently onto the sofa, his fingers trembling as he lit a cigarette. A puff of smoke escaped his lips. He Yao spoke with difficulty. If the Sovereign Lord said that, then it might be possible. If so, giving Sea Lion Entertainment to him is not a bad idea. After saying this, he turned and walked toward his study, pausing to glance at the mother and daughter, both shocked by his sudden change. He Yao's voice carried an unidentifiable mix of relief and resignation. If he truly is the Sovereign Lord, then I accept his terms. But the control of Sea Lion Entertainment Group does not lie with me. Even if I agree, it's useless. Step by step, he walked toward the study. As his figure disappeared, He Shui asked in confusion, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Hearing her daughter's question, He Shui's mother sighed and said, Go see the Sovereign Lord again tomorrow and tell him we agree to his terms. But we cannot represent the entire Sea Lion Entertainment Group. Let him handle the rest. Ever since the Sovereign Lord first appeared before the world, that name had been like an invincible war god, shocking people across the globe time and again. His immense power, like a demon god, weighed heavily on the hearts of all the powerful, leaving them breathless. Capital's instinct was most sensitive to absolute power. The greater the force, the faster money converged toward it. By now, the total assets of the Golden Viper Group under the Sovereign Lord exceeded 500 billion United Yuan, surging toward the trillion United Yuan mark. And all this had happened in less than 3 years since the group's inception. In that short span, the Golden Viper Group had risen from feeble insignificance to a terrifying force shaping the world situation. Just a few months earlier, a conflict erupted between the Golden Viper Group and a subsidiary of the ASA Group, which ruled the Americas. Through unknown means, the entire subsidiary of the ASA Group vanished overnight. Such terrifying and unrestrained power displayed the boundless arrogance of the Golden Viper Group worldwide. Now this formidable force was about to enter Eurasia, and upheaval was inevitable. Under this upheaval, taking sides was the ultimate choice forced upon weak entities like Sea Lion Entertainment. Seeing He Shui still puzzled, her mother said solemnly, Child, you are grown up now. Sometimes you must take the initiative. With her mother's advice the next day, He Shui appeared before Qin Zhong again, agreeing to all his terms. Hearing her words, Qin Zhong affirmed, "If you cannot control Sea Lion Entertainment Group, I will help you take control. Don't be so disheartened. Cooperating with me will not bring you loss. Soon you will find that I am still your friend." Qin Zhong solemnly promised He Shui the future of controlling the entire Sea Lion Entertainment Group, and the price was merely an insignificant show of allegiance. As for the subtle hints her mother had given her the day before, He Shui did not understand them at all. After obtaining the pledge of submission from the Haisher Entertainment Group, Qin Zhong began his plan to subdue the Long family. After a full 6 months of cultivation, not only had the Fugai Masha reached an unprecedented size of nearly 100 meters. Even the Damian octopus's size had soared to over 200 meters if one looked from the sky toward the ocean. It was like two shadows spanning across the ocean, instilling a deep-seated terror in anyone who laid eyes on these two behemoths. Under the bright sunlight, a merchant ship carrying goods worth a full 200 million United Yuan escorted by a convoy set sail from a port in Eurasia toward the Americas. This was the material needed for the cooperation between the Long Yuan family and the Asa Group, a trade of interests between the two conglomerates. Since half a year ago, during the struggle over the St. Lord's collection, all outsiders who went to Lana City and dared to make a move were slaughtered by the St. Lord. Only Long Yuan's young master Long Ju of the Long family, and Tomali, the second son of the Asa Group, managed to survive. Faced with the almost irresistible, terrifying power of the St. Lord, the two massive conglomerates, ranked first and second in the world for the first time, had the intention to unite. Thus, under the threat of the powerful external enemy, the St. Lord, the two rival financial cliques began exchanging resources. Along with this wave of material exchange that lasted half a year, the subsidiary companies of the two financial cliques also continuously conducted business transfers. Among them, the exchange in the pharmaceutical industry was the most frequent. A large number of studies on awakened individuals led to a series of byproducts that spurred the rise of several industries. One of these industries, related to meditation, rose the fastest under the interest exchange between the two financial cliques. In order to study the power contained within the St. Lord's collection, the two groups spent immense financial resources over the past 6 months on spiritual exploration and research. It must be said that many hands make light work is quite true. With the immense financial resources, manpower, and ample material supplies of the two financial cliques, a faint idea regarding the direction of superpower research began to emerge. By having awakened individuals imprint the St. Lord's collection into their memory through visualization and then repeatedly through meditation, completely depicted in their minds, a tiny seedling of superpower appeared under laboratory-level observation. Although this seedling was still very small, it still excited the two financial cliques greatly. On a merchant ship sailing in the Pacific Ocean, Long Wu, a member of the Long family, looked at the vast, boundless Pacific and muttered to himself, "Once this shipment is delivered, I'll never take the sea route again. It's such a waste of time. The people in the family are making rapid progress in cultivating superpowers while I alone am still stagnating. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll fall behind others." The Long family's research on superpowers had entered an application stage. The St. Lord's collection left by Qin Zhong only contained a faint amount of superpower energy. However, through deducing from these faint superpowers, the Long family's researchers were rapidly shaping powerful superpower techniques, although these techniques were extremely unstable due to the varying mental states of individuals. Occasionally, unpleasant incidents would occur, such as going berserk or similar. But the Long family's thirst for superpower energy still drove clan members to try one after another undeterred. Thinking of the younger generation in the family who had delved deep into superpower cultivation, Long Wu couldn't help but sigh. Young people are so energetic. I struggle and strain and only managed a tiny flame, while those juniors can already throw fireballs. Saying that, Long Zhan took out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and gently rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Instantly, a warm flame ignited between his fingers, and the cigarette quickly lit. Watching the rising smoke, Long Zhan's eyes gradually entered a seemingly vacant state. A faint white light emanated from his eyes, and in his mind a peculiar flame pattern was being continuously drawn. This flame pattern was not identical to the one depicted in Qin Zhong's painting of the Inferno fire. But if one looked closely, one could still discern a trace of the original pattern from the flame pattern drawn in Long Zhan's mind. That was the shape of the Inferno fire. Using the original Inferno fire as the base pattern, he continuously drew the next pattern based on an inexplicable instinct. If the drawing was correct, the power of the flame would naturally increase and the superpower would strengthen. But if there was even a slight mistake, at best he would go berserk and fall into a manic state. At worst, he would be consumed by flames, turning to ashes under the power of the Inferno fire as his body temperature rose. The research process on superpowers was extremely dangerous, but it still could not stop the Long family's thirst for power. It was precisely this fearless attitude of the Long family that allowed their progress in superpower advancement to far surpass that of the Asa Group. Following that faint instinct, the flame pattern in Long Jean's mind extended slightly. With the successful extension of this tiny flame pattern, suddenly the flame between Long Jean's fingers shot up. Although this surge of flame only grew from the size of a thumb to the size of a fully open lighter, it was still a huge improvement. Seeing this cluster of blazing flame, Long Jean, who had been depressed by the tedious voyage, immediately became cheerful. It seems I'm not without talent. However, just as Long Jean was delighting in his superpower progress, an even more thrilling scene began. The bright sky suddenly turned dark, and rumbling thunderbolts streaked across the sky. A torrential downpour instantly extinguished the flame Long Jean had so painstakingly kindled, drenching him thoroughly, making him look like a drowned rat. Manager, let's go back. It looks like a storm is coming. If we don't return, we'll be more than just drowned rats. As Long Jean was feeling frustrated over his extinguished superpower flame, his secretary hurried over and said. The pouring rain drenched Long Jean completely. Ignoring his secretary's warning, he angrily cursed at the sky. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? With such nice weather, why do you have to raise wind and rain? I really want to slap you and let you taste my power. Saying that, Long Jean tried to imitate the majesty of the Saint Lord commanding thunder, wanting to show off his own dignity. But as he made his ridiculous moves, not only did he fail to exhibit Qin Zhong's overwhelming world-dominating authority. On the contrary, it made onlookers unable to suppress a rising laughter. Long Jean's secretary couldn't help but laugh. How to describe Long Jean now? He was simply a foolish iron man standing on one leg like a golden rooster. Qin Zhong could exude the aura of dominating the world because he could fly and commanded the azure thunder and blue lightning. At this moment, comparing Long Jean to Qin Zhong was like comparing heaven and earth. They were not in the same league. What are you laughing at? Am I that funny? Standing on one leg and nearly falling off the deck, Long Jean turned to look at his secretary, who was also drenched like a drowned rat, but still snickering. He said with a displeased tone, No, I'm not laughing. Manager, let's hurry back, or we'll catch a cold. Under the repeated urging of his secretary, the two of them, while being drenched by the downpour, quickly ran into the ship's cabin. Boom! A ferocious thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, striking precisely the spot where Long Jean and his secretary had just been standing. Long Jean stared at the scorched spot on the deck where the thunder had struck, then turned and hugged his secretary, saying gratefully, Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my precious life would have been lost here. When we get back, I'll definitely give you a promotion and a raise. While Long Jean was enthusiastically thanking his secretary for his luck on the boundless sea, Qin Zhong stood atop the massive Fuhai Masha, appearing before everyone like a mythical overlord ruling the entire ocean. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from the Fuhai Masha's mouth, and the violent sound waves turned into shockwaves that wildly charged toward the entire fleet. Anyone who heard this roar felt as if their ears were about to be deafened. What is that? Long Jean was devoutly thanking his secretary for saving his life, vowing to give her a heavy raise. He had lived for over 40 years, spending the first half of his life in a lavish, decadent lifestyle waiting for death. As a descendant of the Long family, he had been given everything since birth, and he had no interest in the struggle for power. Thus, after enjoying all the pleasures of this world, he thought his life would end like this. Born into this world without awareness and leaving in a daze. Although others might think it unambitious, this was the life Long Jean believed he had. Ordinary and tedious. But with the emergence of serum potions, the birth of Awakened, and the gradual activation of superpowers in this world, he suddenly discovered the meaning of his existence, to pursue the transcendence of life's limits. After finding meaning in life, he gradually came to love living and became drastically different. In the past, even if his secretary had saved Long Jean's life, he would have thought it was her duty, that he had given her a job to live on, and everything she did was deserved. But now Long Jean's attitude was different. He expressed gratitude to his secretary for his lucky escape from death. She had given him the chance to continue pursuing the limits of life, and he would not forget this kindness. Just as Long Jean was immersed in self-gratification, he suddenly heard his secretary's words. Subconsciously turning his head, he immediately burst into profanity. I'll be damned. What wrong did I do in my past life? I never suffer when I should, but suffer endlessly when I shouldn't. Gazing at the colossal shark, Long Jean spoke in near despair. Yet no matter how desperate Long Jean felt, the movements of the sea-subduing demon shark showed no sign of slowing. Its mission was simple: to annihilate this merchant fleet worth over $100 million United dollars. A terrifying roar raged across the sea. The moment the sea-subduing demon shark appeared, a storm of metal bullets surged toward the giant shark. This metal storm, composed of countless bullets, found its mark against the massive target of the sea-subduing demon shark. Nearly every soldier became a sharpshooter. Even machine guns, notoriously inaccurate, earned a reputation for never missing. But if given a choice, Qin Zhong believed every soldier on those ships would have preferred never to witness this scene. Though the guns fired with unerring precision, no matter how the soldiers attacked against the thick, pitch-black scales of the sea-subduing demon shark, they were utterly unable to breach its defense. Aside from the sparks of metal colliding amidst the dark clouds and lightning, the soldiers' attacks yielded only one result: no threat whatsoever. The machine gun bullets simply could not penetrate the defensive scales of the sea-subduing demon shark. It was like an egg striking a stone. It's impossible to cause any damage. How can we fight this? We're doomed. Thanks to the enhanced perception of an awakened, even amidst the thunderous downpour, Long John could clearly see the damage their ship's weapons dealt to the enemy. But precisely because he saw so clearly, he wailed in despair that there was simply no way to win. Sometimes the more you know, the more it hurts. Ship after ship was brutally capsized by the sea-subduing demon shark. A vast amount of cargo sank directly to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, while countless soldiers floated on the surface crying for help. Under the assault of the sea-subduing demon shark, the entire sea area was reduced to a living hell. The screams of the people echoed in Xinzhong's ears, but he paid them no heed, focusing solely on commanding the sea-subduing demon shark to mercilessly destroy the remaining ships. In less than 2 hours, under the overwhelming power of the sea-subduing demon shark, this fleet worth over $100 million became just another wreck among the countless ships lying in the Pacific Ocean. The entire fleet was annihilated in 2 hours. Within 3 hours, the sky and sea were calm, with no trace of the giant beast except for the sinking ships and the many humans screaming for help. It was as if the giant beast had never appeared above the Pacific. Yet the overturned ships bore witness to the creature's might and its invincible terror. A huge gush of seawater sprayed from Long John's mouth. Like a fish breaking the surface, he suddenly emerged from beneath a small piece of driftwood. In his hand, he clutched tightly a woman who had lost consciousness, his secretary. Crawling onto the broken wood, Long John repeatedly patted her cheeks. "Hey, wake up. Stop sleeping. The sun is burning your butt." After Long John's relentless efforts, the secretary finally woke up, somewhat dazed. "Manager, what happened? How did we end up here?" The violent shock had caused the secretary to lose her memory. "We suffered a shipwreck. A giant beast destroyed the entire fleet." As Long John narrated, the secretary gradually recalled everything that had happened the previous day. Then, with a face full of terror, she asked, "Why did the giant beast attack us? We didn't provoke them." Seeing her disbelief, Long John dropped his usual joking demeanor and said solemnly, "If I didn't see it wrong, this was all the work of the Sacred Lord." Just before the ship he was on was about to be destroyed, he clearly saw a figure standing on the giant shark's head, a person wearing a white seamless mask and a robe adorned with dark gold patterns. Across the entire world, no one else would wear such distinctive attire except the Sacred Lord. This was because outside the city of Lana's Awakened were not hunted. Beyond the borders of Lana's, all Awakened remained on the wanted list, their names emblazoned upon it. Although the Sacred Lord and General Joshua had signed the Lana's Treaty, which stipulated that Awakened could not be wanted, signing a treaty did not guarantee compliance. On the surface, the wanted notices for Awakened were removed, but in the shadows, in the underworld, and in all places beyond the reach of united law, Awakened were still prominently listed without exception. Even ordinary citizens who rarely followed world news were well aware of this fact. Thus, as the first individual to receive an S-Class wanted notice, the Sacred Lord's attire was not something just anyone could wear. In fact, because of his immense power, his outfit was akin to the imperial robe of an ancient emperor. He could wear it without consequence, for no one in the world could stop him. But if anyone else dared to don it, they would never see the light of the next day. It was precisely because of the Sacred Lord's uniqueness that Long John, upon seeing that outfit, immediately thought of him and had no other alternative in mind. The Sacred Lord. Why would he come here? And why did he attack our fleet? How can he command a giant beast? Upon hearing that the Sacred Lord might be the culprit behind the fleet's destruction, the secretary's face turned pale with fear, and her voice trembled as she asked one question after another. "I don't know either. Who can fathom the Sacred Lord's thoughts? But one thing is certain: with his appearance, the Eurasian continent will not know peace." Long John answered gravely. As events unfolded just as he had predicted, within 5 days of the Long family's rescue of Long John and his team from the isolated sea, by armed helicopters, a sacred edict signed by the Sacred Lord and delivered by the Golden Viper Group landed on the desk of the head of the Long Yuan Group. This was a notification that the Golden Viper Group was about to enter the Eurasian continent. It was as domineering as a divine decree from a god to mortals. From the day the Long Yuan Group's fleet was destroyed, the shipping routes between the Eurasian continent and the Americas would be controlled by the Golden Viper Group. Anyone who disobeyed this order would face the same fate as the Long Yuan Group's ships lost in the Pacific. The moment this arrogant command fell into the hands of the Long Yuan Group, it instantly ignited global attention. From common citizens to the elite of major conglomerates and official organizations, everyone kept a close watch on this event. In the hundreds of years that the 5 great families had ruled the world, almost no group had dared to challenge their authority. Even the rise of the Golden Viper Group had only involved a conflict with a subsidiary of the Asa Group. A direct confrontation with one of the 5 great families was almost unprecedented in this world. Thus, when this move, essentially stepping on the face of the Long Yuan family, appeared, it captured the eyes of the entire planet. Opportunities to witness a clash of corporate leviathans were rare. Having finally encountered one, how could one not savor it to satisfy their bursting curiosity? While the Golden Viper Group and the Dragon Abyss Group were embroiled in a worldwide uproar over the maritime hegemony in the Pacific waters, the legendary thief by Fei Xue, an indirect participant in this incident, gently opened an ordinary wooden box and gazed at the painting lying quietly within. With piercing eyes fixed on the painting, a collection piece of the Sacred Lord, he pondered deeply. Secrets, after all, are only secrets when known solely to heaven and earth, to you and me. Once a secret, for whatever reason, reaches the ears of a third party, it spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and with the passage of time, what was once a secret ceases to be one. After Dr. Lance successfully developed the serum capable of human evolution, information regarding the Awakener's serum, the most cost-effective among the serums, was sealed away. To this day, in the eyes of the common populace, Awakeners are merely humans with genetic mutations vastly different from the original human race, portrayed in propaganda as two distinct species. Yet paper can never contain fire. The Awakeners were so active worldwide, and the Sacred Lord as their spokesperson acted with such audacity, that this extraordinary power naturally drew the scrutiny of many. Consequently, with a chain of reactions, the secret of the Awakeners began to seep down to the lower strata. At least by the time of the clash between the Golden Viper Group and the Dragon Abyss Group, news of the Awakeners had reached the underworld. By Fei Xue's slender fingers gently tapped the painting titled Destruction Darkness. From this piece, he discerned immense artistic value. From an artistic standpoint, even an ordinary person viewing this painting would feel an inexplicable awe, let alone by Fei Xue, who due to his profession had delved deeply into such artifacts. As a legendary thief, mastering the art of distinguishing genuine from counterfeit was a skill he had to learn. Otherwise, after expending vast resources and countless manpower to borrow a piece from its owner only to find it a fake, would he not become a laughingstock among his peers? What secrets does this painting hold that it garners such importance from the capital powers that roam the world? Looking left, right, up, down, front, and back, no matter which angle he examined, by Fei Xue could discern nothing beyond its artistic value. Just as by Fei Xue was immersed in the Sacred Lord's collection, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Then a clear voice like a lark called from outside, "Teacher Bai, are you home? I've come to study." Startled by the sudden voice, by Fei Xue snapped out of his reverie over the painting. He swiftly closed the wooden box, placed it under the desk, and covered it gently with a white tablecloth. Then by Fei Xue went to the door and welcomed his student into his small abode. Besides being known as the thief god in the underworld, by Fei Xue's public identity was that of an art teacher. Thanks to his years of handling various antiques and calligraphy, he was exceptionally adept at appraising both ancient and modern artworks. To further conceal his covert identity, he chose the profession of an art teacher. Ushering his student Bai Ling into the house, by Fei Xue began today's lesson. One taught, the other listened, and time passed swiftly. Unbeknownst to Bai Ling, the clock had hurried to 5 in the afternoon. As autumn gave way to winter, the sky outside gradually darkened. After finishing the day's lesson, by Fei Xue instructed Bai Ling, "Make sure to review today's lesson. We'll finish in half an hour, and then you can go home." With that, Bai Fei Xue walked out the door, leaving Bai Ling alone to review her studies. Bai Ling and Bai Fei Xue shared surnames suggest a familial connection, and indeed they were relatives, albeit distant ones. Had it not been for Bai Fei Xue's need for Bai Ling as a cover, he might never have known such a relative existed. Gently closing the door, Bai Fei Xue used the half-hour window to visit his friend known in the underworld as the All-Knowing to gather intelligence on the Awakeners. With Bai Ling as his alibi, even if someone inquired about his whereabouts, Bai Fei Xue would have an answer ready. It wasn't that Bai Fei Xue was overly cautious, but with the theft of the Sacred Lord's collection, interested parties from both the underworld and the official world had gone mad searching. To resolve the crisis faced by He Wu, the helm of the He family, a hefty bounty was placed in the underworld. Anyone who found the Sacred Lord's collection would receive a full $10 million United dollars. $10 million United dollars. A fortune that many could never earn in several lifetimes. With the world structure stabilizing, the birth rate of new global elites had declined. The value of art was also falling. Even to a legendary thief like Bai Fei Xue, $10 million United dollars was no small sum. Thus Bai Fei Xue had to be careful. Even if many did not know the secrets within the Sacred Lord's collection, the mere bounty of $10 million United dollars was enough to drive countless desperados insane. $10 million United dollars. They really think highly of me. Stepping out of his home, Bai Fei Xue raised his delicate face to the increasingly cold sky and said with a wry smile. Shortly after Bai Fei Xue left, Bai Ling, who had been studying for a long time, stretched her lithe body, her graceful figure accentuated by the movement. Anyone witnessing Bai Ling's stretch would inevitably utter the word beautiful. As Bai Ling loosened her stiffened body through various motions, of backbend brought the wooden box hidden under the white tablecloth into her view. "What's this?" Bai Ling said curiously. The sudden appearance of the wooden box piqued her curiosity. The imagination of a young girl led her to believe that the box must contain some extraordinary treasure. No, this is the teacher's I shouldn't touch it. Just as her slender fingers were about to reach the box, she came to her senses. But no one's around now. If I don't say anything, no one will know I've looked inside. After a moment's thought, her curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason. Glancing around to ensure she was alone, she swiftly pulled the wooden box from under the desk. To avoid attracting her teacher's attention, her movements were exceptionally gentle, touching no corners. Let me see what's inside. Maybe it's a love letter from the teacher or something. Rubbing her hands together, Bai Ling murmured cautiously. Then she gently lifted the lid of the wooden box, revealing a painting encircled by a golden serpent. And astonishingly, as Bai Ling's gaze met the intricate patterns on the painting, a flash of black light burst from the otherwise unremarkable scroll. The mysterious patterns from the painting directly entered Bai Ling's eyes, deeply imprinting a peculiar mark upon her mind. The sudden black light made Bai Ling shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, a pure white painting lay motionless before her. What? The teacher's using a box to hide a blank sheet of paper. What a waste of my curiosity. Seeing nothing special in the box, Bai Ling said in disappointment. She then rearranged the wooden box and quietly returned it to its original spot. Half an hour later, Bai Feishue returned from outside. He briefly inquired about Bai Ling's studies and then hurriedly ushered her out of his room. After Bai Ling left, Bai Feishue once again retrieved the wooden box from under the desk. Staring at the ordinary box, he said excitedly, "Superpowers. Who would have thought that within this small box lies the power of superhuman abilities that could drive the entire world mad?" Meditation, imprinting the painting's patterns into one's mind, forming an instinctive memory etched into the soul. That is how one obtains superpowers. By Xiaoxing, who exactly are you to be privy to such a secret? This visit to the all-knowing had greatly benefited Bai Feishue, revealing not only the mystery of the Sacred Lord's collection, but also the extent of Bai Xiaoxing's power. Even secrets known only to the world's top powers could be casually divulged by Bai Xiaoxing. Though it cost Bai Feishue $50,000 for the information, it was well worth it. Yet what Bai Feishue could never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, was that the meditation method Bai Xiaoxing gave him was genuine, but it lacked one crucial factor: it could only be used by awakeners who possessed the blood of the evil god. Superpowers. The formidable power with which the Sacred Lord roamed the world, compelling even the Dragon Abyss group to bow. From today it shall be mine. Gazing at the ordinary wooden box, Bai Feishue spoke with intense excitement. Outsiders, when entering a new field, invariably fixate on the pinnacle rather than the bottom. Every outsider's eyes are set high, aiming for the very top of the trade. Superpowers are indeed a mighty force, a universally acknowledged fact. However, not every superpower is as potent as the Sacred Lord's. Many are utterly useless, like chicken ribs. For example, the ability to continuously regrow broken teeth or to regenerate lost hair. Such trivial powers are the norm among awakeners. Powerful abilities exist, but not every one of them is formidable. With solemnity, Bai Feishue opened the wooden box before him, imagining in his mind the heroic figure he would cut as he roamed the world with his newfound superpowers, his heart brimming with boundless excitement. In a daze, Bai Feishue even seemed to see a dazzling white light emanating from the wooden box. Click! The box let out a crisp sound, and a pure white painting appeared before him. Where's my painting? The one that could grant me superpowers. How is it gone? It was right here not long ago. Bai Feishue felt as if his life was a cruel joke, the ups and downs far too swift. When Bai Feishue felt a sense of foreboding at the sudden disappearance of his chance to gain supernatural abilities, Qin Zhong, inside the Qintian Tower, sensed the mutation of his 10th painting. He murmured to himself, "What kind of soul could actually connect directly with my soul through one of my paintings? There are too many incredible things in this world, leaving me utterly unprepared." The confrontation with the Longyuan group continued, and the clash between the two conglomerates was not something that could be concluded in a short time. While the Golden Viper group and the Longyuan group were locked in a fierce battle, engaging in monetary conflicts on all fronts, Qin Zhong was also rapidly perfecting his starry sky body. Leaving aside the anomaly of the 10th painting for now, Qin Zhong turned his attention to the 4 people he had captured: Brother Meng, Wu Longhai Dongzi, and Xiao Si. These 4 had entered the Qintian Tower out of curiosity that day, and thus became prisoners in Qin Zhong's grasp. Qin Zhong did not kill them outright. They were ordinary people, and it was precisely their ordinariness that held great value for him. By connecting them to the starry sky body, he could test the final operational results of the starry sky body in advance, lest any unnecessary trouble arise when the starry sky body was officially activated. His gaze swept over the 4 unconscious individuals, and he said coldly to himself, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up on the other side of the endless starry sky. Here you will begin a new life." The voice, imbued with indescribable and wondrous power, drifted through the Qintian Tower, starting from Qin Zhong's body and ending within the entire range of the tower. As Qin Zhong's voice echoed in the ears of the 4, part of his consciousness gradually detached from his body and established a link with the starry sky body. The four felt their consciousness blur, and then they appeared in an extremely desolate and dark space. Wu Longhai clutched his head in pain, and a sharp stabbing sensation made him cry out involuntarily, but the scream was quickly swallowed by the surrounding space as soon as it left his mouth. The power of this sound strengthened the starry sky body, causing it to undergo subtle changes. After the sharp pain, Wu Longhai opened his eyes and was immediately startled by everything around him. Where is this? Why am I here? Is anyone here? Help! Questions poured from Wu Longhai's mouth, but no one answered. This continued for a long time, until Wu Longhai wept bitterly in the boundless darkness. In the endless darkness, Wu Longhai seemed like a newborn child, utterly helpless. The crying lasted for an unknown duration. Under Qin Zhong's control, time in the consciousness world was speeding by rapidly. From an initial 1-1 flow of consciousness with the real world, it progressed to a state where 10 days passed inside the starry sky body, while only 1 day passed in the real world. 10 days passed in the real world, corresponding to 100 days inside the starry sky body. Based on Qin Zhong's observation of the consciousness flow during this period, the consciousness intensity of Wu Longhai and the other three could only withstand a 10-fold acceleration at most. If forced to accelerate further, the consequence would be the complete disintegration of their souls. It seems the souls of ordinary people are only at this level, a maximum of 10-fold consciousness flow beyond, which is near death. Based on the observed results, Qin Zhong summarized and recorded his findings. After testing the limit of consciousness flow for ordinary people, he began to try strengthening the consciousness intensity of the four. When the starry sky body pulled the four into this dark world, every move, every cry, every laugh released their original soul energy. This soul energy was provided by their physical bodies, and Qin Zhong did not waste it. Instead, he gathered it all in his hand. While testing the consciousness flow of the four, Qin Zhong had already amassed a considerable amount of their soul energy. Now he needed all this soul energy together. Like a lump of dough, he formed it into a ball in the dark space, shaped by the starry sky body. Thump, thump, thump. A series of muffled sounds exploded in the dark space, startling Wu Longhai, who trembled in fear. Spare me, spare me. I won't dare again. If you spare me, I'll repay you even as a beast of burden in my next life. In the endless dark space, there was no distinction between up and down, front and back, or even left and right. Wu Longhai stood at the very center of the space. He tried to run, he tried to escape the relentless sound, but all was in vain. This space was extremely bizarre. Only by standing upright could one determine the direction of up and down. Only by constantly running forward could one find the direction of front and back. Only by keeping one's eyes fixed ahead could one know the direction of left and right. But as soon as Wu Longhai paused for a moment or stopped to catch his breath, when he stood up again, up and down would instantly reverse, left and right would invert in a flash, and front and back would undergo a drastic change in the blink of an eye. In this space that could never be fixed, Wu Longhai was like a headless fly spinning endlessly in the bizarre dark world. He could only see 3 zhang ahead, and he could only influence that 3 zhang area. The continuous thumping sound echoed in the dark space, but its frequency grew slower while the sound itself grew louder. From the initial sound of a ping-pong ball hitting the ground, it had now become the loud thud of a basketball falling. Come on, let me see what you are truly afraid of. Qin Zhong, with all the soul energy collected from the four kneaded together, watched Wu Longhai fleeing in panic like a madman. Then he tossed the soul energy, and it materialized before Wu Longhai's eyes. A wolf. A wolf with green eyes, a demon wolf shrouded in pitch-black darkness, appeared before Wu Longhai, ferocious and menacing. His eyes gave the wolf its form, his ears gave it its voice, his senses gave it its existence, his nose gave it its scent. Now before Wu Longhai, everything about this demon wolf was bestowed by his subconscious. In a sense, Wu Longhai was the creator of this demon wolf. However, the crucial point that doomed Wu Longhai and the demon wolf to enmity was that the core of the wolf's existence was the absolute fear that Wu Longhai had instilled. Only as long as Wu Longhai's fear of the wolf persisted could the wolf survive, and the deeper the fear, the stronger the wolf became. Until the demon wolf completely devoured Wu Longhai, it would take over all his soul energy. Alternatively, if Wu Longhai overcame the wolf, he would not only slay his inner demon, but also greatly strengthen his own soul. Under Qin Zhong's cold gaze, Wu Longhai engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the demon wolf, but lacking any combat experience, and paralyzed by boundless fear, he could not move. Wu Longhai was devoured by the demon wolf without any suspense. The pure soul energy and fear core amplified the wolf's power, while part of Wu Longhai's consciousness perished in the dark space of the starry sky body. But this was not an end, it was the beginning of another cycle. Shortly after the wolf killed Wu Longhai, part of his consciousness was drawn back into the starry sky body. Thus one battle after another unfolded in the dark space of the starry sky body. This slaughter lasted for 5 days in the real world, corresponding to 15 days inside the starry sky body. During these 15 days, Wulonghai went from being killed without any resistance at first to counterattacking on the third day, turning the tables on the fourth, and reversing the situation on the fifth. Given multiple opportunities, Wulonghai slew one demon wolf after another, gradually strengthening his soul. Through intense concentration of consciousness, he even managed to manifest a dagger within the starry sky body. After Wulonghai had killed and absorbed all the soul energy gathered by the demon wolves, having undergone countless cycles of life and death, he stood in the dark space, like a warrior, his will unyielding. Under the dominance of his firm will, the place where he stood was no longer the chaotic reversal of up, down, left, right, and front, back. Instead, it became subject to his will. He wanted the space to regard up as down, and it did. He wanted left as right, and it did. Wherever Wulonghai looked, his will became the absolute master of that space. Bang! Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the starry sky body. Unlike Wulonghai, who grew stronger through the cycles and achieved the state where his will became the world, Xiao Si and Brother Meng, who were with him, fell directly to the monsters they feared most. Xiao Si and Brother Meng, who were with Wulonghai, died at the hands of the monsters they feared most in their hearts. After dozens or hundreds of cycles of killing and being killed, the core that defined their existence collapsed completely, and everything they had was devoured by the monsters of their deepest fears. With the final result Qin Zhong recorded in his notes, injecting too much consciousness at once will lead to rapid dissipation of the soul. Therefore, when the starry sky body is fully operational in the future, the amount of consciousness injected at one time must be greatly reduced. In this test, besides finding the optimal consciousness flow rate for ordinary people, Qin Zhong also needed to determine exactly how much consciousness was required to pull a person's relatively complete consciousness into the starry sky body and form it without causing severe trauma to their mind. Only by achieving these two things could Qin Zhong lock in the speed of the game process and its safety. As for narrative and playability, the aspects that ordinary games focus on, Qin Zhong cared nothing about them. Having found the answers he needed through the survival of two and the sacrifice of two, Qin Zhong ended the test. Testing these two directions with 4 people was already the relative limit. If he continued, Qin Zhong feared that all 4 might die here, which would be unfortunate. Killing should also be done gradually. Slow bleeding always brings more satisfaction than a swift death. Qin Zhong and the other 3, including Wulonghai, held no deep grudge against each other. They had simply not yet been fully drained of their value, so killing them outright would have been a waste. This was something Qin Zhong had learned while building the Golden Viper Group during his time in this extraordinarily magical world. He established a profit-generating zone, and within it, failing to earn enough, or earning less than before, meant a catastrophic loss that could strip them of everything down to their very last possession. Following this world's rules, he believed that not extracting every last drop of value from a person was itself a loss. He decided to let Wulonghai and Dongzi recover for now, planning to deal with them properly once Qin Zhong had time. After completing the first phase of testing on his starry sky essence, Qin Zhong sought to relax his mind and shifted his attention to the anomaly manifesting within the 10th scroll. Numerous corporate elites were watching the confrontation between the Golden Viper Group and the Dragon Abyss Group closely. All Qin Zhong needed to do was block the shipping vessels traveling between the European-American continents. Sometimes negotiation is remarkably simple as long as one is sufficiently powerful. Even if a pig sits across the negotiating table, the probability of winning remains overwhelmingly in one's favor. With someone now calling the shots within the Golden Viper Group, the Viper God sect adhered to a principle of immovability, while the Golden Viper Knights had not yet accumulated enough capital. The Starry Sky Corporation had not yet officially revealed itself. Everything Qin Zhong possessed lurked beneath the world, accumulating and waiting for the moment to break through. Taking advantage of this moment, Qin Zhong resolved to relax and keep his thoughts from growing rigid. His consciousness connected to the 10th scroll, and his eyes traversed vast distances, appearing directly within an inland city. An unremarkable inland city, Gaoshui, with a total population of only 6 million. Among the various supercity districts, each boasting over 10 million residents, it was utterly insignificant. Gaoshui lacked any dominant industries, possessing neither factories capable of drawing large populations nor any striking natural landscapes. It was simply an ordinary small city, a network city indistinguishable from countless others. Over half the city's population spent their days immersed in gaming. Only those unable to achieve success or earn enough in the virtual world were forced into real-world employment. Through meager earnings leaked from top gamers, they struggled to barely sustain their families. Food delivery, logistics, electronic currency. The immense power of the internet tightly bound all of humanity across the Eurasian continent together, ensuring that even the freshest fish from distant oceans could be enjoyed at any moment. With money in hand, one could possess everything. Yet despite the internet's power collapsing real-world distances, it had simultaneously widened the gap between hearts. Neighbors separated by merely 4 or 5 meters might never exchange a single word throughout their entire lives. They could converse with companions worlds away in the network, yet fail to share even the slightest conversation with family members living right beside them. This was Gaoshui, a representative city symbolizing thousands of similar urban centers across the Eurasian continent. When Qin Chong's eyes attached to the 10th Scroll's host first beheld this city, he was utterly astonished. He had assumed Donghai City was already among the most desolate with only a few thousand people walking its streets. But Qin Chong never expected Gaoshui to be even more barren than Donghai City. This desolation was not the result of the entire city being abandoned, or rather the overwhelming power of the internet had driven humanity out of the real world. They had surrendered their right to inhabit the real world to massive robot armies. On the streets, rows of silver-white sweeping robots worked tirelessly 6 times daily. From a distance, the city gleamed like an exquisite miniature model. Were it not for the occasional cars gliding silently through the streets, this city would be indistinguishable from an empty ghost town. Is this the world of today? After thousands of years away, the changes are simply staggering. Qin Chong's deep, resonant voice sounded near Belan's ears, sending a shiver through her. Master, are you truly thousands of years old? Belan asked in stunned disbelief. Half a month earlier, Bai Feishue, who had been instructing Belan in artistic cultivation, had departed in haste due to the disappearance of the Saint Lord's scroll. The sudden vanishing of the Saint Lord's collection filled him with suspicion that someone had targeted him. Consequently, without the slightest hesitation, Bai Feishue immediately relocated his residence. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The reason Bai Feishue had earned the reputation of the god of thieves within the underworld without ever being completely eliminated was his sheer caution. The moment anything suspicious arose, he would flee without a second thought, never hesitating even if it meant abandoning his stolen goods. Wealth is merely an external possession. You cannot bring it when you are born, nor take it when you die. To lose one's life for money is simply not worthwhile. Although what Bai Feishue had lost was the Saint Lord's collection, an artifact sought by both the righteous and the criminal worlds. Compared to his own survival, it was entirely insignificant. After Bai Feishue slipped away, Belan suddenly found herself with nothing to do. Belan's parents were deep addicts to the gaming world. Each month, aside from providing Belan with sufficient allowance, they spent their days immersed in the romantic adventures of the game, enjoying their couple's world with their partners. They perfectly embodied what true love meant, while their daughter was merely an accidental byproduct. As for education, she could learn through the network. Vast amounts of knowledge were openly available online. It only depended on whether she could find it herself. The governing philosophy of the joint official authorities across the Eurasian continent was one of non-interference, as long as one did not cause disruption in the real world and respected the fundamental rules of each gaming community. One was free to play however one wished. Thus, in Belan's aimless state, Qin Chong's appearance aroused almost no resistance from her. Even if Qin Chong claimed to be a demon lord from thousands of years ago, Belan showed not the slightest fear. Thousands of years old. Indeed, I am thousands of years old. Having not appeared in the mortal realm for so long, I have grown unfamiliar with this world. Explain the current situation to me, child. Qin Chong said in an aged, authoritative tone. Under his prompting, Belan proceeded to describe the current state of the Eurasian continent. As Qin Chong had seen and heard before, aside from corporate staff, the remaining population of the Eurasian continent consisted of severe gaming addicts. They had handed the real world over to the chaebol groups, sacrificing most of their rights in reality in exchange for a lifetime of illusory fulfillment within the game world. Within the game world, people of the Eurasian continent could pursue the sun and moon, enjoy beautiful scenery, keep company with the vast seas, dance with the bright moon, and battle demonic evils. Everything described in words was accessible to them. Except for the body weakened from years of inactivity, their lives within the game were extraordinarily splendid. This situation had persisted for nearly 300 years, with several generations progressively withdrawing from the real world, seeking dreams in the gaming domain under heavy life pressures. Listening to Belan's introduction of the current Eurasian continent, Qin Chong asked curiously, since your parents are so immersed in the game world, why don't you enter that world? Without the slightest hesitation, Belan responded, that world is far too fake. Everything is consciously fabricated by people. Love is fabricated, familial bonds are fabricated. Everything I have ever witnessed is nothing but a string of falsehoods. Compared to my parents' existence within those lies, I would rather prefer this genuine real world. Even if it is not particularly beautiful, at least it is authentic. Looking up at the sunlight through the sky, streams of golden rays filtered through emerald leaves, illuminating Belan's face. A warmth utterly impossible to sense within the game world made her deeply intoxicated. Compared to Belan's parents, who were utterly lost in the gaming world, Belan, who had grown up within it, fell in love with this world at first sight upon growing up and witnessing reality. The world her parents called a cruel hell. In Belan's parents' eyes, nothing in this world truly belonged to them. Not the flora, not the springs, not even the natural landscapes. One could say that aside from oxygen, which they temporarily borrowed, everything else was being steadily confiscated. under conditions where ordinary people could not resist, and would not resist. This gradual stripping away proceeded like a dull knife cutting flesh. Balan walked through this spotless city, forbidden from harming so much as a blade of grass along the roadside. Even brushing against a single leaf, if captured by the omnipresent surveillance cameras, would result in a hefty fine. She could only move like a ghost, avoiding any contact with the world's objects to escape penalties. Qin Sheng watched Balan carefully navigating the streets, dodging roadside plants and trees, terrified that any sudden movement might cause catastrophic consequences. My dear little girl, since you love this world so deeply, how about I make it yours? Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Balan exclaimed in delight, really? But Mom and Dad said everything belongs to others. I cannot touch other people's belongings. It would cost money to compensate. After her initial surprise, Balan shyly added. She longed to touch everything in this world, but her upbringing had taught her never to violate its rules. Who said these things belong to others? From this day forward, everything belongs to you. That is my word. With absolute certainty, Qin Sheng responded to Balan's timidity. Can I really touch this world? Bai Ling asked with delight. She never presumed that this world belonged to her. Through years of conditioning, she had been taught that damaging others' property meant compensation. Every blade of grass and every tree in this world was owned by someone legally classified as private property under the United Nations laws. She only hoped to be able to touch this world without being bankrupted by its punishments. Of course, I always keep my word. The world belongs to all living beings, not to any single individual. If they can seize this vast world through force, then why should you not be able to? As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee you'll achieve all your desires. Qin Sheng declared with conviction. Is this world's ownership determined by might alone? But the books state that every blade of grass and every tree in this world was purchased at great expense by the wealthy. It is their rightful property. Master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Bai Ling expressed her confusion about Qin Sheng's repeated emphasis on force as the determinant of world ownership. After the Longyuan group swept across Eurasia and eliminated all opposing forces, they redefined the legal frameworks governing property rights and ownership of all things in the world. They established the monetary act across the entire continent. As long as one paid a sufficient price, they could purchase any item the owner wished to sell, including, but not limited to, the resources they occupied, provided the owner consented. Land, lakes, mountains, rivers, and every patch of earth beneath their feet. It was precisely the enactment of this monetary act, which in Qin Sheng's eyes was the root of all evil, that created the situation of today. You don't need to understand the reasoning behind it. Simply follow my instructions, and that will suffice. Qin Sheng made no attempt to explain, addressing Bai Ling with the authority of command. In a world where the Longyuan group had brainwashed the populace for centuries, explaining the fundamental truths he knew to a native born and raised within this system. First, Qin Sheng simply didn't have the leisure for it. Second, he lacked the eloquence necessary to dismantle the deeply ingrained worldview of someone born and bred into this reality. More importantly, it was the latter point. Reasoning with them under their own rules was far less satisfying than imposing his own rules upon them. Of course, this action could not be carried out by Qin Sheng himself. His current image represented the awakened ones, and under the propaganda of these conglomerates, he was already viewed as somewhat distinct from ordinary humans. Leading humanity's resistance against the conglomerates in the name of an awakened one and causing trouble for the Longyuan group that ruled Eurasia would make him easy prey for divide-and-conquer tactics. Even the slightest disagreement in the days to come could trigger catastrophic events that would tear the entire resistance plan apart. Traitors were the most despicable, yet the most devastating in their destructive power. To prevent such internal collapse, Qin Sheng, after gathering intelligence on Eurasia, decided to cultivate an insider from within their own ranks. Then, Master, what should I do? Hearing Qin Sheng tell her not to question the meaning behind his words, Bai Ling wisely refrained from pressing further and directly asked him about her next steps. If you wish to speak through force, you must first possess sufficient power. Come, I have an ancient meditation manual here, perfectly suited for someone like you, who has no cultivation foundation whatsoever. As he spoke, Qin Sheng handed Bai Ling the ancient meditation manual he had compiled himself, designed to help her maintain a tranquil state of mind. Through this state, she would perceive the mental patterns etched into her consciousness, and ultimately master the techniques of soul-based abilities. The soul arts gained through ancient meditation cannot manifest in the physical world, but she can use the patterns imprinted through meditation to generate illusions. These illusions work by mimicking the effects that mental patterns have on awakened beings, directly influencing ordinary minds. Though slightly weaker than genuine supernatural abilities, they remain formidable against ordinary people. Guided by Qin Sheng's instructions, Bai Ling quickly began her first meditation session, following the ancient manual steps. Close your eyes and focus your mind. Empty your thoughts, and enter a state of complete mental stillness. Do not let external noises disturb you, nor be led astray by your own wandering thoughts. Qin Zhong's voice echoed clearly in Bai Ling's mind, each word crystalline and transcendent, no longer the raspy undertone she had heard before. It resonated as if from beyond the heavens, suffused with an aura of serene tranquility. Under this voice's guidance, Bai Ling's consciousness began to slowly descend, sinking ever deeper into darkness. This darkness was not malevolence. It was the purest form of stillness, a tranquility that amplified every sound around her. The occasional rustle of falling leaves, the whispered hum of machinery gliding past, the distant rumble of delivery vehicles on the main road. Even as she had only just entered the meditative state, the sounds around her surged like reverse-flowing water. They streamed rapidly into Bai Ling's mind, persistently disrupting her consciousness. Fortunately, due to the monetary act now enforced across Eurasia, most people stayed indoors, afraid to venture onto the streets and risk damaging property that would cost them their fortune. Otherwise, had this occurred in the densely populated era, Qin Zhong once knew the ambient noise alone would have shattered her concentration before she could settle into meditation. Calm your mind. Ignore the distractions outside. None of it concerns you. Merely observe from a distance, let your heart grow still, and only then can you sink deeper into the darkness. Recognizing that Bai Ling's mind was becoming increasingly vulnerable to external influences the longer she remained in meditation, Qin Zhong intervened with a warning. Master, why must I sink into darkness? Isn't darkness synonymous with evil? Why should I draw closer to wickedness? Startled by Qin Zhong's voice cutting through the surrounding influences, Bai Ling's drifting thoughts snapped back, and she turned to him with a puzzled inquiry. Darkness has never been evil. It merely stands alongside gray areas. I'm asking you to descend into darkness so you may see clearly. What is truly dark, what exists in shadow, and what shines with light. Only by seeing clearly can you fulfill your desires and carve out your place in this world. The more you yearn for everything bright and pure, the deeper you must plunge into the abyss of darkness. Qin Zhong's ethereal voice echoed within Bai Ling's consciousness, guiding her thoughts ever downward. In this state of continuous descent, the surrounding disturbances grew increasingly intense, and the thoughts rising within her mind became ever more vivid. It was like a vast ocean constantly pulling Bai Ling, a small lone boat, sinking into darkness off course. Yet despite the ferocious turbulence from both within and without, guided by Qin Zhong's unwavering protection, Bai Ling eventually reached the deepest recesses of her own mind. There, etched into her consciousness, was the spiritual essence of purgatory flame. Behold it, and engrave it deeply within your mind. It shall become the wellspring of your power. Qin Zhong's voice resonated with ethereal clarity, guiding Bai Ling to pour every ounce of her being into memorizing the spiritual patterns of purgatory flame. Even a speck of dust from the physical realm carries devastating force when it enters the spiritual plane, yet the faint sliver of supernatural power contained within this mental blueprint remained astonishingly weak. However, through the careful design of the meditation method, this spiritual blueprint had transcended its original form to become something far greater, a symbol. All mental illusions would flow from this blueprint as their source, and just as rivers converge into the sea, the purgatory flame would blaze ever stronger. In Qin Zhong's perception, as Bai Ling's consciousness reached the abyssal depths under his guidance, her inner eye locked with the purgatory flame, and a portion of its mark began to sear itself onto Bai Ling's spirit. Simultaneously, a fragment of Bai Ling's own spiritual energy was drawn into the flame's consuming maw. At minimum, from Qin Zhong's perspective, this flame, detached from the mental blueprint, had already developed an instinct that was to absorb the essence of all living things and strengthen herself. Time flowed onward, and with Qin Zhong's assistance, Bai Ling completed her first cultivation session of the ancient meditation method. As her consciousness rose from the abyss and returned to her physical form, an almost imperceptible gleam flickered deep within her pupils before quickly fading inward. Emerging from her five-pointed celestial alignment, Bai Ling stretched her graceful figure beneath the moonlight. Set against the bright moon, she appeared like a celestial maiden from the moon itself, so beautiful and ethereally pure. Master, I've never felt this mentally clear before. Usually when I'm awake, a deep exhaustion weighs down every part of my body. Even though I sleep at least 10 hours every day, I still feel drained. But now I feel truly alive. A smile spread across Bai Ling's fair face. After more than 20 years, she had never felt so light and free. That's obviously so. My ancient meditation technique is no empty boast. It's what gives me the power to rule this world. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhong began weaving together a series of details to establish his authenticity. Under Qin Zhong's fabricated tales, Bai Ling listened with envy as he recounted stories from antiquity throughout the night. By the time the sun rose the next day, Bai Ling felt no trace of fatigue. In fact, she eagerly urged him to continue. Though Bai Ling was unweary, Qin Zhong was thoroughly exhausted. He had grown addicted to his own boasting. To enrich his backstory, he pulled several Xuanhuan novels from his era and wove them into improvised narratives on the spot. Although this world possessed somewhat more advanced technology than Qin Zhong's homeland, its cultural output leaned heavily toward romantic themes. Even the game empire that dominated Eurasia crafted its narratives around love and romance. Meanwhile, the tales from Qin era, where cities were razed, kingdoms toppled, kings slain like dogs, and gods slaughtered like chickens, were firmly suppressed in this world deemed far too extreme. Authority forged by money, an inviolable sanctity in this world. Do not be misled by Qin recent triumphs across the globe, his beating of the 5 great families, and his forcing the Longyuan clan to bow before him on the shipping routes. These were all built upon the foundation of the Golden Viper Group. The Golden Viper Group, as a colossal conglomerate empire spanning the world, relied on the symbiotic relationship between military force and wealth. Without martial strength, the Golden Viper Group would be nothing more than a fat sheep vulnerable to being slaughtered at any moment. And without the Golden Viper Group, even the strongest military force would fall to the combined assault of the world's major conglomerates. The war that had erupted across the Pacific was, in the eyes of everyone in the world, merely an internal power struggle among conglomerates. Whoever emerged victorious, the rest would simply bend the knee. As Qin boasted, transplanting the heroic deeds of Xuanhuan protagonists onto himself, envy filled Bai Ling's gaze, an unnameable longing stirring within her. It was like a well-behaved child hearing for the first time of the reckless exploits of the bad kids, a restless desire to challenge authority bubbling within her chest. Observing Bai Ling's expression, Qin murmured to himself, "The seed of violence has been sown. It is soon to bloom and bear fruit." Before witnessing the devastation that violence wreaks upon reality, all one can desire is to try it. Bai Ling was no exception. She too envied the power that allowed Qin story self to act without restraint. In the darkness, within an endless pitch-black void, only a single beam of light appeared in this dark world. This is the dark universe, the source of our power. Here slay enough monsters, and the great will of the dark universe will reward you with formidable strength. The figure of Bai Ling appeared in the only illuminated spot within the dark void, while Qin's ethereal voice whispered softly in her ear. He was teaching Bai Ling how to draw power from the dark universe, and also experimenting with her. Just how much energy could this space called the dark universe, but actually the starry sky itself, bestow upon Bai Ling? The dark universe, a grandiose term that Qin was not yet capable of delving into. He merely used the space within the starry sky as a vessel to project Bai Ling's soul here. Unlike Wu Longhai and the others who fought with their lives from the start, Qin designed a gradual approach for Bai Ling. The duration of her existence in the dark universe was determined by the enhancement of her mental strength through meditation. When a certain time was reached, Qin would take the initiative to kick her out, avoiding unnecessary harm. "Master, do you mean that I will have to fight in this dark universe for the next period of time? Just like the games my parents play, eh?" Bai Ling's questions came as endlessly as before, but considering that Bai Ling was his disciple and the only special talent who could store the mental map in her mind, Qin was extremely lenient with her. "Correct. You need to fight here, but you need not worry about facing death. Every time you kill a monster, your spiritual energy will grow stronger. And each time you die, the price is merely resting for 2 days. This is simple for you. As long as you make a fundamental change, you can reverse your destiny." Qin continued in his ethereal tone. "But master, I have never fought anyone before. I'm afraid of pain." Bai Ling looked at her slender arms, worried. "Rest assured, I am your master. How could I let you suffer? Follow my words. First, close your eyes, focus your concentration, and elevate your will to the utmost limit." Heeding Qin's instructions, Bai Ling closed her big watery eyes and concentrated all her attention. "Then shape a long blade in your hands modeled after the long blades you have seen." Following Qin's guidance, Bai Ling's sea of consciousness churned, and a flood of memories surged from the depths. The previous cultivation of the ancient meditation method had honed Bai Ling's while keeping her focus from being easily distracted. Although that cultivation session had Qin's assistance, Bai Ling's own efforts played a significant role. As Bai Ling's concentration heightened, memories of ordinary long blades continuously surged from the depths of her consciousness. Soon a long blade gleaming with cold light extended from Bai Ling's hand, as if born from the darkness itself. With the blade's slow emergence, the pitch-black scenery surrounding Bai Ling was rapidly absorbed by the blade, and a brighter area than before quickly expanded outward, centered on Bai Ling. "Now open your eyes. See your achievement." After the blade took shape, Qin's ethereal voice whispered again in Bai Ling's ear. Bai Ling slowly opened her eyes, and the exquisitely textured hilt of the long blade appeared before her. "I succeeded. I succeeded. Master, I succeeded. Huh, why did it become like this?" The initial success filled Bai Ling with a strange pride of being a genius, but before she could celebrate for 3 seconds, the gleaming blade vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Not a trace of the blade could be seen. Bai Ling was bewildered by the scene. Qin explained, "Conjuring the weapon is not success, forging the weapon so it never collapses. That is true success." Then Qin elaborated on the principle, detailing the reasoning to Bai Ling. Cultivating the ancient meditation method helps strengthen one's willpower, shaping formidable concentration. The stronger the will, the greater one's achievements. With powerful willpower, one gains the qualification to walk the path of the strong. By hunting monsters and fortifying one's spiritual energy, one can become even more powerful. Willpower determines one's lower limit, while spiritual energy determines the upper limit. With strong willpower and abundant spiritual resources, one can gain power in the real world. That was what Bai Ling was doing now, honing her will to master more spiritual energy. Under Qin Zhong's patient explanation, Bai Ling used master. That means to obtain a pure land of one's own in the real world, one must cultivate the meditation method to gain the qualification to forge weapons and armor. At the same time, one must hunt monsters in the dark universe to obtain resources for forging weapons and armor. Am I right? To Bai Ling's summary, Qin Zhong affirmed, absolutely correct. Everything depends on your own effort. I can only assist you from the sidelines. How great an achievement you reach is entirely up to you. Thus, under Qin Zhong's careful guidance, Bai Ling began her training in the dark universe. No one is born knowing how to fight, but through endless practice, one will eventually learn the joy of battle. The process of surpassing one's limits, growing from weak to strong, attracts many who refuse to be ordinary. While Bai Ling fought and killed in the dark universe to harvest sufficient energy, Qin Zhong recorded the data of her transformation, using his estimation of this ordinary person to design the future personal database for the Starry Skies formal expansion. For convenience, Qin Zhong unified the term for spiritual energy as dark universe energy. Currently, only 3 people existed in the dark universe: Dongzi, Wu Longhai, and Bai Ling. The space within the dark universe belonged to data and thought vast beyond imagination. From an individual perspective, this dark space seemed almost infinite, a lifetime's journey never reaching the end. This was the boundary of thought. Even Qin Zhong could only reach the edge of the dark universe through his administrator privileges. But there was nothing there, just a void devoid of time, space, or dimension. Beyond the dark universe, there was nothing. Bai Ling, Dongzi, and Wu Longhai fought against the monsters that filled the dark universe, plundering the dark universe energy that rightfully belonged to them. All the energy in the dark universe was provided by these 3, but because of their weakness, the utilization of this energy was almost nil. Now, through the existence of the dark universe, Qin Zhong harnessed their dark universe energy, allowing them to reclaim their own power through battle. In this way, the 3 utilized the wasted dark universe energy, forging 3 individuals with formidable spiritual power. Though due to the influence of the evil god's blood, they could barely wield the supernatural energy to pry open the gaps of matter. However, once released from the dark universe, they could use spiritual influence to exert heavy interference on ordinary people, ultimately controlling their souls. Outside the dark universe, through his administrator privileges, Qin Zhong watched Bai Ling, Dongzi, and Wu Longhai grow stronger. Then, with firm determination, he murmured to himself, "Now the dark universe's energy is running low. It's time to bring them together." All the energy of the dark universe was formed by the 3 of them. When the energy was depleted, an inevitable great battle would erupt among them. Unlike ordinary online games that use data algorithms to create a vast game world, Qin Zhong, following the pattern of myth, used the climactic battle of Bai Ling, Dongzi, and Wu Longhai to forge the main world of the dark universe, where future players would descend. After coming to this world and hiding for so long, it's enough. Now let me taste the feeling of being a creator, Qin Zhong said joyfully. Then, activating his dark universe administrator privileges, the starry sky body within the skyscraper began to work. In the dark universe, Wu Longhai strolled leisurely through this dark world teeming with monsters. He was like a true god of this world, slaughtering the endless monsters at will. No matter how many monsters converged to attack him before his formidable divine power, they were merely cut down with a single stroke. After countless deaths, Wu Longhai had grown deeply numb to this dark world. The creatures here offered no communication, only endless slaughter at first sight. Killing from beginning to end, from end to beginning in such a monotonous and repetitive environment, Wu Longhai felt restless. Just then, during the prolonged slaughter, dark energy dwindled and the number of monsters sharply decreased. To avoid sinking into complete numbness, Wu Longhai attempted a mad experiment. He began to understand the thoughts of the monsters, integrating their minds into his own. Under this insane behavior, Wu Longhai went completely mad. He drove hordes of monsters together, forcing them to slaughter each other with brutal violence. In this way, he nourished his numb heart with madness, blood, and slaughter, establishing his violent rule in the dark universe. He became a deity of the dark universe, an abyssal god of madness and chaos. Yet Wu Longhai never thought himself mad. He merely believed he was making this boring world interesting. Such was Wu Longhai, a sovereign who embraced darkness, chaos, madness, slaughter, bloodshed, and all forms of violence. He was a powerful tyrant who, unless something unexpected happened, would roam the dark universe until his death. But as Wu Longhai enforced his violent rule, the great will of the dark universe exerted its might, bringing forth a new opponent for this tyrant. Upon the chronicles of the Dark Universe mythos, Qin Zhong meticulously recorded the past events concerning the deities of the Abyss. He had decided to orchestrate a grand design within the Dark Universe, seizing the opportunity of the fierce battle among Bai Ling Dongzi and Wu Longhai. By bestowing upon the three a unique status tied to the entirety of the Dark Universe's energy, he intended to carve out a world to welcome the descent of players. Under this conviction, Qin Zhong began to wield the formidable authority and divine power of the Dark Universe's creator. He enthroned Wu Longhai, who had been driven to madness and chaos by the Dark Universe, as the deity of the Abyss and Lord of the Abyss. As for Dongzi, who had fallen into a state of numbness due to the dreariness of the environment, showing no sign of turning his fate around, he consecrated him as the god of death and lord of death. Meanwhile, regarding his sole disciple Bai Ling, the vibrant and lively spirit within the Dark Universe, he appointed her as the goddess of shadows and the ruler of shadows throughout the Dark Universe. In a sense, their identities represented the very source of the Dark Universe's energy, meaning that the clash between these three would undoubtedly be a spectacle of magnificent proportions. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhong summoned the Lord of Death and the Lord of the Abyss to a single locus, subtly altering the cardinal directions each perceived. As time progressed, the two would inevitably converge. With one consumed by madness and chaos and the other shrouded in apathetic numbness, it would have been strange indeed if they did not come to blows. Unlike his detached treatment of Dongzi and Wu Longhai, Qin Zhong showed considerable care for Bai Ling. Thus, when Bai Ling, treating her cultivation of the ancient meditation method as a daily routine, continued to slay demonic beasts within the Dark Universe using her shadow blade, Qin Zhong's ethereal voice resonated in Bai Ling's ears, his tone cautious and grave as he spoke. "Disciple, this master senses the breath of a great tribulation spreading across the realm. In your future lies a calamity that shall engulf the entire Dark Universe. If you fail to navigate it properly, the consequences will be beyond imagination." Filled with profound worry, Qin Zhong's words prompted Bai Ling to fall silent before she murmured, "Master, is this the same great tribulation you once experienced? Under a great tribulation, all living beings perish. Oh, only the utmost strong can escape." Bai Ling's sudden remark caught Qin Zhong off guard, and he quickly recalled that this was merely a fabricated excerpt he had borrowed from a fantasy novel. After a moment of silence, he replied with even greater concern, "Yes, indeed, this is the great tribulation you must face. There is no escaping it. Only by confronting it directly can you grow stronger." Riding on Bai Ling's words, Qin Zhong continued to flesh out and refine his backstory. "Then very well, Master, I will not disappoint you. No matter how powerful the enemies ahead may be, I shall never cease my advance. For I am the one who will seize the light with my own hands," Bai Ling declared with unwavering confidence. As her will was tempered by the ancient meditation method growing ever firmer, she sank deeper into the abyss of darkness. She gradually came to comprehend the nature of black, gray, and white, and what it was she truly sought to pursue. To realize her goal, Bai Ling would absolutely never yield. Witnessing her valiant and resolute demeanor, Qin Zhong encouraged her, "Truly worthy of being my disciple. Face the crises of the future with such spirit and vigor. I shall be proud of you." As he cheered on Bai Ling's confident stance, Qin Zhong simultaneously opened a spatial tunnel leading directly to the battlefield for her. "Keep fighting. You are the finest." With those encouraging yet ethereal words echoing, Qin Zhong vanished before Bai Ling's eyes. Once everything was in place, Qin Zhong directly activated the mechanism to accelerate time within the Dark Universe. Instantly, the flow of time quickened nearly 100-fold. One day in the real world equated to 100 days within the Dark Universe. Previously, due to the weakness of Wu Longhai and the others, a 10-fold acceleration had already been the absolute limit their consciousness could endure, with any further increase resulting in death. Now, however, after prolonged battles and slaughter, the intensity of their consciousness had surged dramatically. At least currently, they could withstand 100-fold time acceleration without any adverse effects. As time raced forward, 3 days later in the Dark Universe, the rampant scent of bloody slaughter, the tranquil atmosphere of deathly stillness, and the dark, warping domain of shadows. These three great deities recently consecrated by Qin Zhong finally converged at the heart of the Dark Universe. As the source of its energy within the realm of thought, wherever they stood became the center of the Dark Universe. Gazing upon the abyss where rivers of blood flowed endlessly devoid of any human semblance alongside the serene and silent embrace of death, Bai Ling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and murmured, "Is this truly the great tribulation Master spoke of? The aura emanating from them is truly terrifying." From these two tribulations utterly devoid of human form, Bai Ling perceived a profound visceral fear. Even though her master had assured her that there was little actual risk to her life, Bai Ling could not help but feel afraid. Perhaps this is the true terror of a great tribulation. They will not kill me directly, but will cause me to perish outright from sheer dread. In Bai Ling's view, her master had not deceived her, for these two tribulations indeed lacked the capability to slay her. As long as she relinquished a portion of her dark universe energy to flee, she could safely return to the real world. However, Bai Ling knew very well that if she were to fall at the hands of these two tribulations, a lingering fear of death would accompany her for the rest of her life. This battle, I must prevail. After prolonged tempering, Bai Ling was no longer the naive girl she once was. She had long since become a battle-hardened warrior. Just as Bai Ling perceived Wu Longhai and Dongzi as two life forms bound within her sight, so too did they see her. One was a river of blood born of slaughter, the other the silence of death. Wu Longhai and Dongzi viewed the other two in exactly the same manner. To them, Bai Ling's existence took the form of a twisted, warping shadow, manifesting in countless grotesque forms, yet unmistakably devoid of humanity. After a brief standoff within the dark universe, Wu Longhai, lost in his madness and chaos, spoke first. Use slaughter and gore to bring me joy. I shall grant both of you the most frenzied of ends. The words spilled forth, twisting into foul and distorted tongues that were utterly incomprehensible. Yet both Dongzi and Bai Ling still felt an innate wave of disgust and hatred spreading through their hearts. Let shadows enshroud all that is yours, just as all things shrouded in shadow leave not a single trace. Bai Ling said solemnly. These were words Qin Zhong had given her earlier, intended to provide a sense of ritualistic gravity before a great deity engaged in war. It was as if the unseen will of the dark universe itself compelled him. Although Qin Zhong had never instructed Dongzi, he nonetheless uttered those sacred words exactly as anticipated. Let death blanket your very existence, just as all living creatures blessed by death do, returning everything to eternal silence. Recording the words spoken by these two great deities with haste, Qin Zhong prepared them to form the myths preceding the creation of the dark universe. As for the attitude of the deity of the abyss amidst it all, it was of utter insignificance to Qin Zhong. After all, he embodied the aspect of madness and chaos into one consumed by chaos and frenzy. Anything he might speak would hold absolutely no meaning. Having completed the preparations prior to the dark universe's opening, everything unfolded exactly as Qin Zhong had foreseen. With a silent command from Qin Zhong, signaling the commencement much like the trumpet of war, the three consecrated deities of the dark universe commenced their bloody clash. These three deities each represented an ultimate energy of the dark universe: warped shadow, eternal silence, and chaotic abyss. Thus their battle was naturally no mere street brawl, but a direct and catastrophic clash of primordial forces. As the first divine war of the dark universe began, the entire cosmos twisted and tore under the collision of these three energies. Rifts spawned across the dark universe only to rapidly seal shut, and within each tear and mend the three energies of warped shadow, eternal silence, and chaotic abyss interwove. These interwoven energies were cast into the rifts lurking around the battlefield of the three gods. As the war intensified, a fourth energy born from the fusion of the three gradually began to gestate. Under the intense combat, this fourth energy rapidly manifested and spread across the entire dark universe. The first divine war of the dark universe raged from the cosmos's center all the way to its boundaries, with vast quantities of dark universe energy being recklessly expended. The wills emanating from the three deities wore each other down, yet these eroded wills did not vanish completely. Guided by some powerful intent, they interwove with the fourth energy generated by their clash. Boom! Enormous energy erupted from the collision of the three deities. Under the tearing force of this power, unlike the rifts that had instantly sealed before, these newly formed cracks continuously expanded, and within the dark universe a world of brilliant light began to gestate. That luminescence was so glaring that even the three deities who roamed the darkness involuntarily shaded their eyes. However, the sudden appearance of light could not halt the strife among the three gods. Even if Shadow and Death harbored the desire to cease, the Abyss would absolutely refuse. The Abyss revered chaos, championed combat, and thirsted for slaughter. Only through such violent demonstrations of power could the Abyss feel that it still lived. Thus, after an indeterminate span of prolonged divine warfare, it became evident that those with a master's guidance fared vastly differently from those without. Bai Ling held the upper hand, exploiting the Lord of Death's unwillingness to continue fighting to ally with him. Together, they thoroughly suppressed the Lord of the Abyss, while simultaneously concluding a ceasefire pact with the Lord of Death. And so the first divine war ignited by the three gods within the dark universe drew to a close. The outcome saw the Abyss defeated, while the deities of Shadow and Death emerged neither victorious nor vanquished. Concurrently, this battle yielded a byproduct: the creation of the primary world of the dark universe. To the three deities, this primary world was merely a collateral result of their clash, but to Qin Zhong, a realm brimming with boundless light, was his true objective. This goal was in fact far more significant to Qin Zhong than the very outcome of the tripartite divine war. Gazing upon the newly forged primary world of the dark universe, Qin Zhong murmured to himself, It is now time to usher in the second batch of internal testing players. Bai Ling Dongzi and Wu Longhai constituted the first batch of internal test players, and soon to descend would be the second batch, comprising a slightly larger number of test participants. In the world of swordsmen, the great boss who destroyed the world, the Rakshasa sect leader, perished amidst a frenzied scream. Su Nuo, a sword immortal player, gazed at the beautiful and moving figure beside him who seemed to have stepped out of the celestial realm, and said, "Where? We have finally vanquished the arch-criminal who destroyed your homeland. From now on we can be together forever, never to part." At this moment Su Nuo's eyes were brimming with tears. This was a main storyline quest in the swordsman game that had spanned 3 arduous years. It all began when the Southern Kingdom princess named Yuera met Su Nuo in Blue Moon Village at the very start of the tale. Princess Yuera recounted to Su Nuo the story of a certain someone's downfall, which drew the pursuit of her great enemy, the Rakshasa sect leader. Throughout their journey they evaded the pursuit of the Rakshasa sect leader's subordinates, constantly fought, and leveled up, forged various equipment, and cultivated their bond with Princess Yuera, learning to understand each other. Until finally, hand in hand with Princess Yuera, they annihilated the Rakshasa sect leader and saved the world that had been ravaged by his destruction. This was a story set in a virtual game world, yet it held an indelible and profound place in Su Nuo's heart. Starting from the humble Blue Moon Village, they embarked on a path of revenge and returned to that same small village at the end, burying all hatred and grudges beneath the wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight. Under the shifting moonlight and the lingering shadows around them, Su Nuo and the beautiful Princess Yuera gazed into each other's eyes, their expressions revealing an immense and boundless love. "Brother Su Nuo, from now on we will never be separated." Then a kiss sealed their bond amid the moonlight and the flowers drifting through Blue Moon Village, and Su Nuo fell deeply into the river of love. Soon after, the kiss between Su Nuo and Princess Yuera ended. The deep love that had suffused her face gradually turned cold. The village, devastated by the battle with the Rakshasa sect leader, began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The raging flames were extinguished, the shattered branches and twigs restored themselves, the collapsed houses rose again, and everything returned to the moment when Su Nuo first met Yuera. Even Princess Yuera, who had shared 3 years of emotions with Su Nuo, reverted to her original form. The poor soul whose face had been hardened by hatred wrapped in a cold shell. As Su Nuo's expression showed hardly any surprise, a cold electronic voice echoed around him again. "Player Su Nuo, please confirm whether you are willing to pay $100 to start the main storyline quest." "Yes. The main quest will restart, and you will embark on a love journey to save the world with Princess Yuera." "No. The main quest will be closed, and you will be logged out of this great cause of saving the world." Listening to this cold electronic voice, which he had heard countless times, Su Nuo's face showed no impatience, because he knew deeply that soon he would be reunited with Princess Yuera at the moment they first met. Then he would encounter her again and fall into the deep river of love once more. There were no trivial family matters to erode their feelings, only a passionate love reborn again and again amidst destruction. This was the Swordsman Game World, a game company that specialized in selling players' emotions as commodities. Just as Su Nuo was about to pay $100 to restart the main quest and return to that wonderful moment of first meeting Princess Yuera, as he always did, a voice jarring to Su Nuo's ears drifted around him. "My friend, I don't mean to disturb you, but you've been through this main quest dozens of times. Don't you ever feel tired of it?" Qin Zhong's electronic mixed voice echoed through Blue Moon Village. To find the second batch of Dark Universe visitors, Qin Zhong personally used his hacker knowledge, which he had learned for just over 10 days, to infiltrate the internal worlds of various games, searching for players with special characteristics. Do not underestimate these 10 days. With just this short period, Qin Zhong's hacking skills had advanced rapidly, without severely disrupting the game process. He could contact every player immersed in the game and slightly tilt their gameplay. "Who are you? Why can you appear here? Is this a new feature added by the game company?" Su Nuo looked around at the familiar Blue Moon Village where he had lived for nearly 8 years. Every update the game company made he could easily notice, but this time was completely different. He hadn't seen any alterations in Blue Moon Village. As Su Nuo searched for him, Qin Zhong's electronic mixed voice sounded again. "Don't bother looking. I don't exist in this game world. The purpose of my coming here is simple. Are you willing to join us and break free from this illusory world?" To avoid wasting unnecessary time, Qin Zhong spoke directly to Su Nuo. Hearing Qin Zhong's words, Su Nuo paused for a moment, then laughed loudly, and said, "Break free from this world? For what? To go back and live cautiously in that world where not a single blade of grass belongs to you, to be a parasite in the eyes of the noble? How utterly ridiculous." Su Nuo understood better than anyone that this world was fake. Everything here except himself, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every stone, and even Yuera were all man-made stories. Having experienced dozens of love stories with Yuera, it was like going through dozens of reincarnations. Even though the game company arranged for slightly different events each time, the beginning and the end of it all were predetermined and unchangeable. Yet even so, with his fate constantly manipulated by the game company, Su Nua did not want to return to the cold real world and be looked down upon. 12 years ago, a young Su Nua had once stepped into the real world, but that